Welcome to Tim Dillon is Going to Hell, everybody. We are here in beautiful Los Angeles, California. It is a sunset podcast. How about that? If you're watching this, we don't know if we're putting it out video-wise, but if we put it out and you are watching it, it's a sunset podcast right here looking over the beautiful hills, not of Hollywood. We can't afford that. But of an undisclosed location we won't share with you because many of you might get cute and come see us, especially if I say something you don't like. And if you don't know who Candace is, she's the black conservative who's been on Rogan, and Charlie Kirk is the guy that runs Turning Point. He's like a younger kid. These people are cast in these roles by billionaire families like the Mercers, like the Kochs, the same way that a lot of the Parkland kids were cast in those roles by interests on the left wing. How many kids graduated from Parkland? We know what? 8 of them?
Yeah.
Who are the rest of them? Where are they? And by the way, I always wonder if a school shooting happened in Long Island. Some of these kids are pretty fucking eloquent. Mm-hmm. They're pretty smart. They're pretty presentable. They're hip. Emma Gonzalez is bisexual. Latinx. David Hawk. I mean, if you shut up my Long Island school and these fucking billionaire families were going around trying to find spokesmen, God help you. God fucking help you if you stumbled upon me or my fucking friend. Yo, the shooting was wrong, but sometimes people need to get fucked up. But I get it. Like, shooting people in the face is not good. Shoot them in the leg. There would be not a soul that I went to school with who would rise to that occasion. It would just be they would have to sift through Long Island trash for an hour of just okay, let's bring in Tracy. Tracy, how do you feel about what happened? Yo, I was really scared, but the reality of the situation is this. I don't really give a fuck because I'm focusing on myself and I'm focusing on, I really want to do cosmetics. This is something I've always believed in. And the reality is my mother is like, you should stop drinking and you should raise your daughter. And I tell her, I'm like, I can do both. So what I need to do is, I don't really care about the fucking shootings and shit. I don't think you should ban guns. I think maybe I should have a gun, quite frankly. Folks, I've told you before about Blue Chew, and it's really something that I think you need to do. Sex is very important, not seemingly to the younger generation of people who've just decided it's kind of a waste of time and that procreation is a tool of the patriarchy used to oppress people, and time is much better spent wielding power through a nameless, faceless online mob. But that being said, there are some people that certainly enjoy getting a little nookie. But you got to have everything working. Everything's got to be in proper order. This is why you go to BlueChew.com, okay? BlueChew.com is great. Blue Chew is the first chewable, okay? So you can feel like it's like a Flintstones chewable. Feel like a kid. And it could even be fun. It's like your mom could be like, listen, Dan won't take his Viagra, but he loves his Blue Chew. And then you're just sitting in a high chair at 33 years old and she's feeding you a Blue Chew and you're chewing it. And then some, fat skank comes over that you met and you guys can just go fool around in the basement, which is your room. But it's great. It has the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis in a chewable form. Okay, you don't have to go to the doctor. There's nothing like that. No embarrassing doctor visits and awkward explaining to the doctor why your dick doesn't work. It's shipped right to your home in discreet packaging. Okay, Blue Chew has medical professionals that can easily diagnose and prescribe right over their own website. It's pretty amazing. You got to go to BlueChew.com, BlueChew, BlueChew.com, promo code T. Let me see what the fucking promo code is here because you guys should use it. It is promo code TD. How easy is that? Promo code TD, BlueChew.com, okay? And again, this is everything's going to be great. You're going to have a big, hard dick. You're going to meet a lovely woman or man or whatever you want to meet, and then you're going to sit down. You're going to own a home. You're going to have a retirement account. You're going to go on vacation. You're not going to live in this gig economy hell that everybody else is, driving Lyft and Uber between their 15 jobs while they make no money and stop only at red lights to opine on a controversy that doesn't affect them, or potentially upload a picture to social media that make it seem like they're not living in a hellscape, even though they are. And every minute of the day is spent trying not to relapse on drugs or trying to save enough money so that they can just buy a one-way ticket to a third world country and join a rebel militia. Okay. You're not going to be one of those people. What you will probably be is very successful, happy, well-liked, well-hung. You'll just wake up and have a big dick human being. So BLUCHEW, BlueChew.com, promo code TD. But so the Parkland kids, the ones that we've seen are remarkably composed. They're intelligent. And by the way, the people that are casting these roles want these roles. I'm not saying they don't want them. They are auditioning to an extent. I'm sure Candace Owens, Charlie Cook, Mullen up, they wanted these roles. Fame, fortune, money, power. People, when you go to an audition, when most people go to an audition, there's hundreds of people, thousands of people. I mean, when I go, it's 4 fat comics. We see each other every fucking time, and they give it to someone else anyway. It's the same 4 fat idiots sitting there going, yep, we'd go in again. And then we say 2 words. They go, Slate, Tim Dillon, 6-1. Please read the line. Armed robbery. Next. They're like, can you say it again? Don't laugh into the mic. People hate your laugh. I don't know why. I mean, not everyone. Only one guy. Okay. One guy complained about your laugh, but you can laugh. Just try to laugh, But this is these auditions. I don't think it's a bad laugh. I don't know why everyone's so mad at it. Fuck you. Fuck you, one guy. One guy was like, I want to kill that kid because of his laugh. But auditions are filled with hundreds of thousands of people. They all want these fucking jobs. And Milo Yiannopoulos wanted the job somewhere along the line. The reality is there are these different power factions and people, Milo Yiannopoulos, he thought, he was like, I was speaking at CPAC. I was going to be the standard bearer of this party, of the Republican Party. This gay provocateur who's married to a black guy, who's out of his mind, who's being deplatformed. He's all over the place. And basically, the National Review crowd in the Republican Party that were more straight-laced, they were the people that didn't want Trump. They got Milo out of there, and they deplatformed him. But this is what you're serving. It's like, when you have a certain job in the administration of the presidency, they say you serve at the pleasure of the president. When you were a guy like Milo Yiannopoulos, you're serving at the pleasure of the Mercers. You're serving at the pleasure of a billionaire family. I know how hard it is to create a grassroots fan base. It's not easy. And when you're able to build one very quickly and you get a lot of media attention and you have a lot of infrastructure and you have a lot of financial support, you're flying around the world and all that shit, none of that is cheap. And these people are funded. There's big money behind all of these people. And if they slip up or if somebody in an organization that's backing them goes, I don't think they're the right person to get this message out, we're going to get rid of them. And then they throw them overboard. And this is like people like the Mercers, people like the Kochs, people like, George Soros on the other side. They all have an idea of how the world should be run. And they don't go out to people and say, this is how it is. They recruit people and they take applications and they cast people. There's one kid from Parkland, the one right-wing kid from Parkland, Kyle Kashuv, who was out going, we need more guns. I mean, that guy, God love him. That dude, he wasn't in the building that was shot into. He was in like another building. He's like, listen, we gotta, I love that because the NRA they're like, wait, you'll say what? You'll do what? You'll do what? Oh, really? Great. So he's out there saying, arm everybody. Give everybody an automatic weapon. That's his answer. Just throw those fucking, it's the Wild West. Kick open the saloon doors at your own risk, buddy. And so you have this kid now, but here's the thing. Kyle loves saying the N-word. He loved it. He said it on, I don't know where he said it, but he said it on Snapchat. He said it. No, snaps disappear. What's the other? I don't know what it, but they got, or it was a game, he was gaming, Xbox Live. I think Xbox Live, he was letting it fly. He's letting it fly on Xbox Live. And in real life. In real life, too, he'd just walk up to people. He would say the N-word frequently. So they found that. They went and go, hey. So what happens? I think Turning Point USA, I think he resigned. So again, he's out because you serve at the pleasure of the billionaires who back you. That is it. That is what you're out here doing. This is theater. This is to keep people entertained and to keep people thinking that there's real debate and discussion in this country. There really isn't. There's really not a lot of debate and discussion about what's going to happen in this country. I know you like to think there is. You're like, this is everybody's at each other's throats. Yeah, maybe in a fucking grocery store. But in Washington, D.C., they're pretty much on the same page. There's a few things that they like to argue about. Abortion in Alabama and in Georgia. There's a few real hot buttons. Should gay people adopt kids? There's a few things. But when it comes to foreign policy, economic policy, the rights of corporate America, they are pretty much Nancy Pelosi in her Georgetown townhouse or with her millionaire husband in San Fran where fucking Laura Loomer's climbing in her kitchen window. I mean, by the way, how do you not like Laura Loomer a little bit? How do you not respect Laura Loomer a tiny bit? She's the chick who takes it too far. Mm-hmm. That she's the girl on your block that would hang out with the boys and would kind of do anything, if you know what I mean, to have friends. Like you'd be like, eat this bullfrog. And she'd be like, okay, should I put it in my pussy? And you're like, oh my God, you'll just put it in your pussy? She's like, yeah, I can hang out with you guys, right? So this bitch is climbing in Nancy Pelosi's fucking kitchen window because they threw her off Twitter. And again, none of it really matters. Like, and Nancy Pelosi and Donald Trump have a lot more in common with each other, and they have a lot more in common with Stephen Colbert than people have in common with, my Uncle Larry, for example. And the New York Times is that, editorialized, rosy view of like, well, we're thinking of the law. And the Financial Times is like, this is up, this is down. We need a pipeline to the Caspian Sea. Energy prices are crashing. We might need to get a little cute in a certain area. We might need to go over. They're like, so there are ways to figure out this information, but it is funny to me how much of it is theater. And I know that people get mad at me because they're like, well, what am I supposed to do? Not care about anything? Yes. 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 No, I'm kidding. Listen, care about what you can care about. I don't, people tell me all the time, they're like, what does it mean? So we shouldn't get health care? I'm like, no, we should have health care. What? What are you even saying? I was at lunch the other day. Somebody started to went in on me for no reason. I'm eating a Pokeball. They go in on me. Sorry, they shouldn't have health care. No, we should. We should. We should also not torture people in underground prisons. I'd prefer if we didn't assassinate democratically elected leaders in our own country and around the world. I would like us to stop poisoning people, murdering journalists. I would enjoy all of that. I would like if we stop sending paramilitary death squads into other countries so that they could make way for our corporations to go in there and pillage people. All of that and healthcare would be nice. It would be very positive for this country. But I'm telling you how things, like, it is what it is. The world is what it is. The things that I know, the people I've had on the fucking show, the discussions that we've had, the debate, like the areas that we've gone into, you start to get a little coarsened by this. You start talking about human trafficking. You start talking about what's going on. You get a little coarsened. And it's not that difficult to like imagine that like, oh, maybe some of these senators and congressmen don't really care about giving us health care because they're being blackmailed, because they're into kiddie porn and they're doing blow. So maybe they don't really give a shit. Maybe they don't care. I care. But here's the thing. People are like, what do you not care? I care. I had people on this show. Gave them the platform. I had well-researched writers come on the show who dedicated their lives to researching how corrupt and fucked our government was. And you know what people said? They said, we don't want to listen to this. We want something else. Give us something else. Give us a dope queen and the guy we fucked. Give us something else. Give us a Pod Save America. We're going elsewhere. This ain't fun for the young professionals going to their cubicles. They don't like that. They don't like that with their matcha latte. They don't really like hearing about senators boinking kids and getting paid off and fucking slaying Kennedy. So I try. I bring people on. We did a live podcast. You know who showed up? Not a lot of people. We did one for True TV. We brought Russ Baker on. He was fucking all over the place. I think he was kind of drunk, but this is what happens when they cast you out of fucking polite society and you can't talk to anyone. You have a few. So he comes on and he's telling people about MK Ultra and the Boston Marathon bombing. And there's about 100 young professionals in suits staring at me, him, and Ray Kump like you have no idea. They were completely lost. They were like in their own head somewhere else. So when people say to me, do I care? Yeah, I care. And we've actually tried in a little way, in our little shitty way, using this platform that we fucking had. We tried to get people to give. The people don't give a shit. They don't care. They want to be socialists. They want to be alt-right. They want to be a thing. And they want a game. And they want to be online with people that think like them. And they want to make memes. And they want to go get laid. And they go to the fucking Brooklyn Red Socialist Party event mixer. I'll go down there and suck a few communists off. What do I give a shit? But this is what they want to do. They don't give a shit. They really don't care. They want to get a Patreon going. They want money. They want fame. What they don't want is any real fucking... These are not revolutionaries. They're not going to go burn down the Bastille. It's not happening. The revolution isn't coming. Look at the fuckers who say it is. What is Antifa going to do? They're going to throw a rock at what? The White House? What are you, nuts? With some fat green-haired lesbians going to chuck a nunchucks at the White House? And what do you think's going to happen? What do you think? And who knows? You want those people to rule? They might be worse. I was in real plays that real people wrote. And yes, some of them killed themselves afterwards. That's what playwrights do. They take themselves out. Okay? They don't go to JFL and dance around. They blow their brains out. New York was a great city. I was in a show called Lake of Fire. No, I'm sorry. I wasn't that. But I was in another show called Christmas Dreamers Awaken. It was about a woman who was raped by her father repeatedly. And it was in the Village when the Village was cool. It had little black box theaters. And I was in this. I think I was 8 or 9 or something. I don't even know what I did. I just kind of sat there while the main character went on and just hinted about her dad raping her. She never fully, but it was pretty. If you were intelligent, you knew what was going on. Her father came to the show. And he sat there through the whole thing, and it was clear that the main character was his daughter and that he was the rapist. He molested everybody. And she said, what do you think afterwards? And he went, I thought it was good. It was a little long. I spent $30 to go to Santa Monica.
Welcome to L.A.,
And then I made $10. I got Venmo $10, which is worse than nothing. It is worse
right,
than
you'd
making...
rather get nothing.
You'd rather get nothing. You get Venmo'd me 10. Then my friend guilted me. She goes, you said you would do our show too. So I said, okay. And then I got in a 30-minute, $45 Uber all the way to the east side, wherever the fuck they to perform in some coffee house. I'm going to go bankrupt doing comedy here. Like I'm spending more money.
Right. Getting to the place than you're getting from the comedy. And it's bad.
Yeah.
Your self-esteem is just...
And here's the problem. You got to watch out for who books you here, because there's certain, listen, and I don't want to offend anyone here, but here's the reality of what is going on. Do you know, have you seen like a horror movie or The Walking Dead or Bird Box or any of these zombie movies, these post-apocalyptic movies where like everybody gets a disease?
Right.
And there's always a scene in the movie where a guy, like 8 people that haven't been turned into zombies or holed up somewhere.
Yeah.
And then somebody comes into the thing and they're trying to figure out like, is this person feral?
Right.
Have they been bit?
You can't say.
So this is the thing. When you get booked on a show, you start going, so I look at this one comic, she books me, she goes, hey, I'm a fan. I got 2 shows for you.
Yeah.
So I said, okay, really cool. Then I look at her Facebook and I see her Facebook profile has every club she's ever worked at. Like comedian at Comedy Store, comedian at Improv, comedian at Flappers, comedian at this, comedian at haha, comedian at. So immediately, as soon as I see that, I go, she's been bit. She's feral. She's feral. She's feral, which means she's mentally ill. She's no longer with us.
Yeah.
She's no longer healthy. She's no longer fighting the good fight.
Yeah.
She's been bit. She has the disease.
She has the disease.
She's got the itch bad.
Real bad.
So I'm a little skeptical of the show, but I figure it's probably just a regular shitty show
Right.
that this
15 people.
Yeah, that this zombie has booked me on. Because that's what comedians who don't succeed become zombies. Because they're running on an operating system that isn't human.
Right. And
it's not human anymore.
Right.
You're not having human feelings and interactions.
No, not
You're
at all.
you're out there in the fucking. So I show up to this lounge in Studio City at 7 fucking p.m. It's the day. It's the day, and it's a lounge. Okay? I go in, and there's a bouncer there, and he goes, "Hey, man." He puts his hand up like, "Whoa." Like, where
do you think you're going?
Yeah, like, who the fuck are you? Immediately, I know it's a problem. He goes, "Are you audience or are you on the show?" And I'm like, "I'm on the show." And he goes, "All right, what's your name?" He goes, "Write it down." So I write it down, and then I swear to God, he goes, "Legibly." So I write it down again.
Are you?
Yeah, more legibly.
God.
And he goes, "Did you get a chance to share the flyer?"
The guy at the door
He
asked
said
you
this to me. The flyer where my name is spelt wrong. And the flyer that is also advertising 7 weeks of upcoming shows with other headlines. Okay? That flyer, he would have liked me to promote their entire operation. And I said, yeah, I think I retweeted it. He thought for a minute. And then that was apparently okay. And he goes like this. He goes, "Okay." So I made it past him. So I go into this fucking dungeon.
Pear.
I look around. Well, we can't do that now because we have the video.
Right.
So everyone knows. But I don't smoke. And I will say this. We are sponsored by Marlboro Lights. Marlboro Lights, they're not just for Asians, but Asians love them. And I think that's a smart ad campaign.
It is.
Now
They should do that.
I walk into this lounge and I look around at everybody that's there, and it's clearly people that are not. They're not audience. They're all comedians, and they're all unwell. You can see them. It's just people that are just starting.
You're right.
They think this is their moment.
Right.
It's not a cool mic. It ain't hit. You
No,
can tell these aren't the kids who think these people are. And then I look at the woman who booked me, and I can just tell. I take a quick look at her, and she's thrilled. She's smiling.
Can't believe you showed up.
Well, she's feral. She's been bit. So she's thrilled. She's happy and she's smiling. And I say, "Oh, she's a zombie." She's a zombie. So now I got to talk to this feral zombie who was bitten by the bug of delusion and everything else. So I say to her, I go, "Hi, is this an open mic? Like, just let's."
Mm-hmm. Jesus.
She goes, "No, it's a book show." She goes, "But it's all comics in the audience." And I'm like, "Well, that's a mic." But I don't say that to her.
Right, you can't.
Because she's been bit. So I don't want her to bite me. I don't want whatever's infected her to infect me. That's why you can't spend time with losers. Yeah. People think I'm being mean when I say that. No, you catch it.
Right.
You catch loser from these people.
Yeah.
So then I see a girl that I love who's a brilliant comic who's sitting at the bar, who's really good, who's had a rough go of it.
Right.
And I walk up to her. I approach her carefully because I don't know if she's been bit either. But it don't look good. Doesn't look good. Doesn't look good.
Right.
She looks fine from the outside. You can't see the scales yet. You can't see the bulging veins and the bluish skin. You can't see the vacant look in her eyes, and you can't see the blood dripping from her mouth because she's just had a fresh kill. So I see her sitting at the bar, and I'm like, well, she's okay, right? I mean, I knew her. She looks how she used to look when I knew her.
Right.
I walk over to her, and I go, "Hey, how are you?" And I say, "Is this an open mic?" And I swear to Christ, she put her hand on my shoulder, and she looked at me. She goes, "Honey, we're in hell." And then she goes, "You want to see the dresses I bought?" And she opens a bag and starts pulling out dresses, which were disgusting. And I mean, I'm not a fashionista, but they were like shit brown. They were not good.
Yeah.
This was not a rodeo spree. She was on. These were probably dresses of people who she bit. And she's drinking a milk glass of scotch. And she then, and then as she's showing me the dresses, I just back away slowly.
Right.
I back away slowly.
Yeah.
Like if I had a gun, I would have the gun on everybody.
Yeah.
As I back away. Like, now I'm looking at everyone, not making eye contact. And I finally get in an Uber. and I get the fuck out of there. And then this cunt who booked me messages me on Instagram. She's like, what about that other show I had you booked on? I'm like, well, what's the deal with that one?
She booked 2 different shows?
Yeah, because she's like, oh, don't worry, I already booked it. And then I wanted to go off on her, tell her what she was about.
Right.
Tell her, but then I said, no, block her.
Yeah.
Just block her.
Yeah, you have
Get
to.
her out.
Yeah.
Get her. Don't send her a message and she's going to then publicize.
These people are they're like mediums that talk to ghosts, except the ghosts are their shows and their career in comedy.
People cannot even begin to understand the human tragedy that is comedy.
It's unbelievable. Most of the shows here, they're like pranks. You show up and it's like, is this Jackass? Like, are there cameras around? Why'd you do this to me?
I don't care where you work. I don't care if you work in a cancer ward of sick children. There is nothing sadder than what this is. I don't care if every day you have to walk into a room and tell a bunch of parents it's his last morning. Go on in there and kiss him. That is much more uplifting than dealing with the feral zombies that walk the earth in hell. It's like we just saw this great play, The Ferryman in New York City. And man, I wish I had that quote from like Greek mythology or something where the guy goes, and there's just these 1,000 souls. Hades won't even take them on the river across to like hell or whatever. There's these 1,000 souls. They just walk the earth undead, waiting for the ferryman. And I'm like, oh, fuck. I know them all.
Yeah.
I know those people. I got them in my phone.
I know. And you got to be nice. Be like, no, it's okay. I can't show up because of this or that. You can't just say, like, you're an absolute sociopathic maniac.
I'm not saying that I am fucking, like anything that should be respected or whatever. I'm saying if you have a show, tonight I walked through a show, there were 4 people there.
Right.
And I said, we're not doing this, right?
No, it
and
doesn't.
then they looked at me like I was insane.
Right. No, see, it doesn't matter who you are. It matters that you're a human being that deserves human respect.
Yes, queen.
And for whatever reason, the minute you say you do stand-up, people are just like, no, it's okay. You'll come. You do stand-up in my bathroom to my,
I was in it. Right. You come do stand-up in my bathroom.
Please,
I'm going to OD in the tub. I was in an Uber the other day going, taking another $70 Uber ride just around LA. And the Uber guy goes, yeah, you in the comedy business? And I'm like, no, because I was talking to him on the phone. So I go, I was. He goes, I always want to get in that older guy, like white guy, like, like someone's fun uncle who ain't that fun. Right. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
guy.
Yeah.
And he's like, I always wanted to get in it. He goes, it seems like it takes so much balls to just get up there. And as he says that, I just put my headphones in and I just pressed play and just went out. I just stopped. I said, I can't do it. I can't even engage this guy in a conversation about what an utter nightmare. I mean,
and that's for his own sake. I mean, like you would just be so unbearably just.
He goes, it's got to take a lot when there's a lot of people in the audience. I said, well, there's no one in the audience, sir. Lucky for you, there's no one here. Everyone in the audience wants to get on the stage. They're just waiting to get on the stage.
Yeah.
It's a fucking.
No, it's a bunch of people making flyers.
And I was.
It's just they're using, Windows Movie Maker. They're making a really good flyer.
They just care about the flyer.
Yeah, they put a movie scene that they love that they couldn't make.
We should do a fake show that never happens and just make a big flyer.
That's it.
A glossy flyer.
There was a whole year in LA where I just posted that I was on shows.
Yeah, no one knows.
I would just say, like, I'm on Laugh Tub tonight, 9 p.m. Check it out. Come. I would cancel mics. I'd be like, the mic's canceled.
Yeah.
People would not show up. You could just have control. It's all a farce.
It's all insane.
It's completely insane.
They are wandering the earth, souls that can't get into heaven or hell, awaiting the ferryman that just won the Tony for Best Play. That's what it is. They are just the damaged. It's not even cute.
No, it's really not cute
If
anymore.
you're not performing in a club, it's embarrassing now.
Yeah.
People are going, I'm having my 4-year anniversary show, and we're doing it in the back of a truck. And we're opening up the truck, and it's a pop-up show in the back of a truck going down the 405, and it's the 4-year anniversary. I walk into some of these shows, and I'm like, you've been doing this 3 years, you're admitting it, and you're having an anniversary? How about you get married and have an anniversary with someone who loves you?
Right.
instead of inflicting your
Jesus
comedy on
Christ.
people.
The worst is the road trips that you see them, and they post
Yeah.
on Facebook, like just drove 37 hours straight.
Oh, yeah.
Finally in upstate New York,
Yeah.
4 people in the crowd. I did 70 minutes.
I just want to say to everyone in this audience who's not pursued your dream, good for you.
Yeah, you're like legends.
You are the legends.
They're amazing people.
You are the winners.
Just the people that just went and got their welder's
The winner,
license.
the winner is the person who unclogs a toilet and gets paid for it.
Right.
That's the win. The winner is
Yeah.
not the person who wanders around Los Angeles for 35 years
No.
trying to get it's really.
It's crazy. It's insane.
And then the other half of it here, which I love, is I have a few friends who are connected to obscene wealth,
Mm-hmm.
the kind of wealth it doesn't even make sense.
Mm-hmm.
And they're so rich they're bored. Like, have you met the people that are so rich?
Yeah.
They're bored.
They leave. Like they go on vacation away from their vacation. That is their life, essentially.
They have lots that are 18,000 square feet, houses that are 6,500 square feet, rooms upon room. No one's using any of these rooms.
Yeah, there's homeless people living in the rooms. They've
No
never
one
met them.
cares.
Yeah.
And they just float in a pool all day, and it's boring.
Mm-hmm.
They have 10-foot hedges so nobody could see them. Then there's all these, like, I went to one or two of these rooftop pools, and the idea of everyone being hot here is like a movie. That's a TV show. Because
Yeah.
I went to a few of these rooftop pools. There's fat chicks eating bowls of ice cream.
Yeah.
Because that's the new thing now.
No, that's what's hot now.
That's
There's
hot. Yeah.
billboards, and I've seen in LA for weed, like Kush City or something, and they're all sponsored, but it's a fat woman on every single ad.
Yeah.
like sponsoring the weed.
You got to be near death right now to get
thrive.
any attention.
Yeah. Yeah.
If they don't think you're going to explode in the room, they won't write a check. You got to be
Yeah.
fat, like big, like not even like curvy anymore.
No.
Because then they get mad at you. If they give a curvy person like Amy Schumer a job,
Right.
they all go insane and go, but she can still walk on her own. So she's not really representing us.
Yeah.
We want a scooter bitch
Yeah. Yeah.
in that movie. We
Right.
want a girl that can't fit through a subway turnstile
Yeah.
that has to be rolled around like Violet Beauregard. It's not representation if she can breathe on her own. Does
Yeah.
she have a sleep apnea mask? If not, it ain't representation. We want fatties. Not curvy, not a few, you throw down a few chipwiches. I'm talking about sitting alone in your apartment, drinking soda and eating chips, like dirty white trash fat. Like constantly farting where you're never not farting.
Right. All
That's
day
the level,
farting.
That's the level of fat we
Where
need.
their walking is fueled by their farts.
Yeah, like a hot air balloon that's just losing altitude. And I say this are people, and myself is in one of them, people that should be in some form of a group home. Like these are people that shouldn't be allowed to plan their own day. They should have lost. You look at you watch some people now that have a show and you go, that person's like retarded, right?
Right.
Like their brain is bouncing around in their head.
Yeah.
And then there's a bunch of people making a lot of money
Off
watching,
of-
watching this person
The circus.
immoliate
Right.
in front of them.
They're like bearded ladies in the circus, being
mean-
exploited by a network.
But I mean, other than that, it's
LA's been
real.
great.
Well, folks, I just had an argument with my producer Ben, and we screamed at each other. He didn't really scream, but I was yelling at him about a nonsensical technical matter, and I was very upset at him. And there's no reason that I was as upset as I was. He rolled his eyes at me, and I asked something, and then he said, "I have 12 podcasts." Like he didn't care about this, or that this one didn't mean anything to him or wasn't special. And Ben is trans, and it's something that it's why I hired him. And I said, I don't want another statistic right now, because I could very easily just kill another trans person, and he would just be a meaningless statistic, and I don't want that. So we decided to make up. I think I threatened him. I was like, I'll destroy you. He produces another podcast from Lunatic Woman. I'm like, I'll take that from you. He was like, what? But it got me thinking about BetterHelp, folks. Is there something interfering with your happiness or preventing you from achieving your goals? Is there? Yes. If so, BetterHelp Online Counseling is here for you. BetterHelp offers licensed professional counselors. Who's to say they're not? Can you prove they're not? You can't prove that the text bubble on the other side of that screen is not a doctor. I'm sure. Listen, people have actually used this. People, because my audience needs help. Let's be honest. They're, my audience is basically a few weeks out of prison, and they've actually used this service and they like it because they do have really good counselors that specialize in depression, stress, anxiety, relationships, sleeping, anger, which would have been good for me and Ben, who were just angry at each other because we'd gotten into it was like a clerical issue. It was not a big deal, but Ben was kind of being like pouty. See, when you're good looking, what happens is you get pouty. I could never get pouty. It's just not, I have to get angry because otherwise I would look like a lunatic. If a person who's not good looking or a little bigger, big frame, big boned, a rotund individual gets pouty, you look like you've had a stroke or something's wrong. But when you're skinnier and better looking, you can kind of pout and you get like very like, I don't know, like you're wrong. But I have to get angry and start yelling and screaming because that's the only way that I can process emotion. Whereas Ben can kind of get like, well, you just don't know what I go through, and then he just kind of pouts and he rolls his eyes, so, BetterHelp, folks, this is what you deal with BetterHelp. He's looking at me now like this is exactly what this ad should be. You get angry at people. Why do I yell and scream when I'm angry? I don't know. Is it because fucking, nobody in this industry has ever helped me? And if I had fucking, real fucking balls, I'd go get a fucking AK and show up somewhere and show everybody. No, I mean, I'm joking around. Kidding. You know why I don't do that? You know why I don't grab an AK-47 and go down Melrose popping off everyone? Because of BetterHelp. Okay? There's a BetterHelp.com/Tim Dillon. You get 10% off your first month. Okay? I'm not going to do anything crazy because of BetterHelp. I don't have time to go sit down with an actual shrink or therapist. But BetterHelp/Tim Dillon, you get 10% off your first month. This is good. I've used this. Okay? I've got a busy schedule. I'm a busy guy. I got a lot going on. I have at least 3 hours of work a day to do. And then the rest of that is spent kind of plotting and laying and converting, all the hatred and the bile that's inside of me, that sludge from Ghostbusters that went through the subway systems, I got to get rid of that and I got to make it funny or get rid of it. So I go to BetterHelp, the fucking, our girl with the coffee's at the door. All right. We're going to let her in now. But I mean, we made up. We're fine now. Everybody's good, I hope. I don't know. You never know with Ben because Ben could be harboring. He could be angry and not let you know. And because he'll keep it in because he's that Christian shit. They keep it in. They don't say anything. He's very passive aggressive. They keep it all in because they were raised Christians. So everybody's got to keep everything in, and everything's very dark and biblical, and they only let it out when they have to. I let it right out. It comes right to the top, and it's done. But Ben will hold this against me for 6 years. 6 years. So BetterHelp, everybody. Go to BetterHelp or don't. Fuck off. Other than that, we've had a real time of it. And I show one of my friends, one of these guys from Long Island, the house I'm at. I'm like, this is a beautiful house. This is why people from Long Island, this is where you always I always have respect for them because there's a level of stupidity that they have, like, it's become like, it's so innate to who they are. To try to educate them would be to completely destroy them. Yeah. It would be to completely, because my friend goes, that ain't that nice. And I go, okay. He goes, the bricks are fucked up. And then in this beautiful, huge backyard in LA, he zooms in on a few bricks on the deck
Right.
that aren't even.
Italian guy. He was a bricklayer. Has
And
it in his blood.
I'm like, dude, what is wrong with you?
It's muscle memory.
But this is the way that they just look at everything. They're like, so what?
Right.
That ain't good.
Yeah.
I should have laid those bricks.
Right.
What-
I envy that, though, in a way, you know?
I envy that.
That's great.
It's one of the ways, and that's why I took Ben out to Long Island when he came to New York, and he kind of got it immediately because, like, one of the first things we saw was a Chevy Suburban on, like, what was that thing on? It was on, like, huge, it was like a monster truck that they had made out of a Chevy Suburban. Just completely irrational, unreasonable, no reason for it, and just it's there.
Mm-hmm.
It's there, and the guy's just driving like a psychopath.
Mm-hmm.
And you go, that's what these people are about. They don't give a fuck.
Not at all. And that's what this city's lacking.
Yeah.
A lack of giving a fuck.
Well, I don't know. I look at here and I'm like, am I going to be here 6 months, 6 years, 16 years? I don't know. I can't know. It's very interesting. Some of my friends are worth so much money and have done so well. And you look at them and you go, that's a fucking real inspiration. And then there's people I know that have been bit and are feral and are wandering the streets waiting for the ferryman. And you go, well, somewhere between those two, I hope to carve out a little niche for myself. What were you doing in Dallas? Do you like Dallas?
No. I mean, it's nice. It's set up for people that have made it, they got money, and it's just everyone is just they're looking forward to their next meal after
Yeah,
work,
well, the people in
It's
Dallas, whether they have money or not, they're going out and eating steak. They're in a suit.
no
they
matter
know.
what.
Yeah,
it's just very nice, but it's like even the young people, it's like, are you retired? You're like 28. Like, this is what you just
Let's like Long Island. Everybody in Long Island, like their musical taste are their parents.
right.
There's like 17-year-olds that are like, I like Billy Joel. It's like, yeah,
Right.
Billy Joel's great, but like, why don't you go and get something that your parents don't approve of?
Right.
You
Same
fucking-
as their politics.
Yeah.
The kid that
it's the
just
same
repeated his
thing.
parents'
Well,
politics.
in Long Island, everybody gets a house because their mother starts showing signs of cancer.
Right.
And instead of taking her to the doctor and getting her better,
Yeah.
you wait.
Yeah.
You just wait and you sit on your hands and you listen to her voice, and every day it gets a little weaker. And then one day she goes, and you go, everything's fine. And then she falls down the stairs one day, and you look at her and you wait till she stops breathing, and then you call the ambulance.
Yeah.
And then she's dead. You inherit her house. And immediately, while her body is still warm, you start bitching about all the taxes you have to pay on the house that you fucking inherited. You're like, these taxes are ridiculous. I'm paying for everything here. And you're 40 years old. You barely had a job, and you're just waiting for your mother to croak.
Yeah.
And that's how they get the fucking. That's how they get the houses. I can't wait till we do this. We're doing this thing. You know that we have Wix as a sponsor. We're doing this thing where we're allowing people to call in that have upgraded their sites using my site, which is timdillonsgoingtohell.com. No is. Tim Dillon's Dillons.
Okay.
So there's a few, and one guy he sent me a message today, DM me, he goes, hey, I'm getting my business idea ready. Can you buy me a week or two before? I'm definitely going to do the Wix site, but I don't have my business idea ready to go on your show yet. And I said, well, we're probably not doing it for another week, but I'm thinking in my head, I'm like, this guy has no idea.
Right.
And he's just sitting around, and he's going to call in here, and he's going to tell us an idea that's already a thing.
Yeah. Oh,
He'll
totally.
tell us an idea that's already a fully operational business.
Yeah.
He's like, I need a while to get my business idea ready. I'm like,
it's
God help us.
It's Uber.
Yeah. Oh, it will be. It'll be
so-
Grubhub. It'll be something that's already functional. I mean, what are you like? If you're a tech guy now, what do you?
Yeah, what's the next thing?
What's left?
Yeah,
what is left?
I've thought about that. I don't.
Yeah, what is left?
I really don't know. It's just like apps for.
I think once they legalize prostitution, that's coming.
That'll be good.
That'll be coming.
There'll be
That'll
big
be coming.
gold rush.
I want to go on a Grubhub and just pick a dick.
Yeah, right.
And then just go.
Right.
I think that's going to be the next.
That'll
thing.
be the next thing.
That'll be the next.
I bet
thing.
you they have it already ready. They're just waiting for like a law to get passed, and then they just drop the hammer of their.
Rogan made a good
idea.
point. He's like, there's all these incels. Legalize prostitution.
Right.
Just legalize prostitution.
Just cut out the shootings.
Eventually,
Get 'em fucked.
what I think you'll start to see is you will start to see like there's all these weird, creepy, like Elon Musk owns a bunch of these companies. I think one is called Neuralink, where it's literally about just, implanting, like it's merging biology with AI.
Mm-hmm.
It's essentially merging. It's like Elon Musk has said, we got to merge with technology so that AI doesn't destroy us. We have to merge with it or they're going to destroy us because we've already opened the can of worms and it is what it is. And as soon as AI can just read, they can read every book that's ever been written in an instant. They're going to be smarter than us. They'll be smarter than Jordan Peterson. They'll be smarter than everybody.
Mm-hmm.
And then they're going to come and they're going to look at us like bugs.
Right.
And they'll probably they'll just get rid of us if we stand in their way. So Elon Musk is like, what we have to do is merge with them.
Right.
And the government's been studying all these things. Like there's this thing called DARPA, which is the defense. I don't know if I'm going to say it right, but it's like the Defense Agency Research Projects Administration or something of that.
Mm-hmm.
And they study weapon systems of the future. And the book on it was written by Annie Jacobson, who's she just went on Rogan. And I know her a little because her son is friends with my friend's son. And I tried to get her on my show, but she's too busy for that. And she talks like a stripper. And she's like, well.
I heard her, yeah. Very
actually,
sultry, yeah.
Joe.
She's talking about mummies.
Actually, in Area 51, it's really wet. It's really wet. And it's wet because... And it's like, she's a phone sex operator with a brain.
For UFOs, yeah.
Yeah, for UFOs. So she wrote a book, and she was basically like, listen, these guys are 20 years ahead. All the technology that we have, 20 years ago, they had this, or they had some version of it.
Right.
And that they have things that are... So 20 years from now is terrifying.
Mm-hmm.
And she said some of the things that they're working on are these neural links, neural interface programs where you can order drone strikes with your head. Because it's too much time to order them with your finger.
Right.
Because there's a lot of deliberation, right?
Right?
Doesn't it seem like that?
Yeah.
When we're just bombing weddings and poor kids playing soccer in Pakistan. It's apparently too hard to level villages.
Right.
So what we need to do is have basically some chip in someone's head so they could just think about a drone strike, and then it'll just start to light the world on fire. So that's on its way.
Oh, Jesus.
Me and Ben were watching drone strikes the other day. It's important, by the way. It's important if you're feeling patriotic at any point, go and watch a drone strike. Go watch a death machine fly across the air and kill probably an innocent child.
Yeah.
And really get an idea and the idea that and by the way, these people have never even seen this technology.
Right.
It would be the equivalent of us having UFOs come here and just vaporize us.
Right.
They're out there and we're and you start to realize that ISIS was never a threat. All of the idea that these people are threats is a complete fucking lie. Mm-hmm. These people are in caves.
We fund them.
We fund them.
We make them. They're false enemies.
Yeah, they're improv teams.
They're
that we fucking...
yes, and terrorism.
Yeah, that's what we do. That's exactly what we do. Yeah. Okay, so pretend that let's say you were going to attack a country. Maybe you do it with this weapon. This is a prop.
Right,
you know? It's that old Bill Hicks joke. You give the guy, it's like that Jack Palance in the movie Shane.
Right.
You give the guy a gun and you're like, look at him. He had a gun.
Yeah.
But it's like you watch those drone strikes and you say to yourself, it's hard to take any politician seriously that gets on TV and starts talking about ISIS or any of these. You could just vaporize.
I know. And they all have to get to that level, which is the most depressing part. Because they all start off in this time where they go on Rogan, they sound like, oh man, like grassroots. This is gonna be they're real. It's a real person.
Yeah.
They keep going. A year goes by, they campaign, then they're talking about all this shit that we're talking about.
Yeah,
it's I mean, you got bit.
Yeah. What I think the reality is that one of the two things is the show, right? Mm-hmm. So it's either Obama coming out before he gets into office saying, I think that we've gone a little too far in Iraq,
right? Which
is what needed to happen. Nobody would have won if a guy was like, listen, the problem is we need more. Right. At that point, the country was like, wait, hold on. Wait a minute. You needed a guy who was cerebral and articulate to go out there and go, yeah, there's limits to what the American military could do. So then what they did was just quietly drone strike people. Quietly drone strike people. And then he, went on Ellen and danced. So all these idiot blue check marks out here were like, yes, Queen. They were like, oh, he's great. And so you say to yourself, you're like, well, which is the real guy?
Right.
And then it's more complicated than that, I'm sure. And I'm sure it's not as easy. And I'm sure when you get in there, the CIA, all these people, because I've read books and I've had people on the show, they start telling you all these things that you need to do.
Right.
Because because they basically go in there and go, the presidential daily briefing, the threat assessment, which Trump, by the way, was like, I don't need it.
Right. Yeah,
thanks.
Keep
moving. But that is really to just go in there and terrify who's ever the president. They just terrify him.
Yeah.
And they go, we heard that a guy was going to blow up the Sears Tower just because some raving lunatic, some open micer in Beirut is running around talking nonsense. And they present it to the president like it's an actionable piece of information.
Right.
Where they're like, well, any day now, so you just better authorize whatever the fuck we have to do. And this is why it's like, it's hard to take anybody fucking seriously when they go out there, any of these politicians, and they start talking about, the great threats and da-da-da-da-da. And it's like,
It's like I feel like now it's like the country's like a mad lib. Like they fill in the blanks for what they know we want to hear now because they're hip enough to it because of the internet and shit. So like, oh, the people, okay, now I know what they want to hear. I'm not going to come off all fucking dumb like the 80s or 90s, like just out of touch.
Right.
I'm going to say what they want to hear. But then when I'm in, I'll just do what the fuck they tell me to do.
Yeah,
because that's what we have to do.
All the threats are internal.
Yeah.
Let's be honest.
Yeah.
It's the opioid epidemic. You have,
Yeah, but we ain't focused on any of that.
We're not focusing on that. We have people eating food with plastic in it, pretty much. Like we have people turning on their faucet and like purple water's coming out, brown water, shit-colored water's coming out.
Right.
We have a healthcare system where, I love this tweet where the guy goes, they go, isn't this great? Home Depot, they tweet out some of Home Depot, they go, isn't it great? They didn't know if his healthcare company would cover a walker for this 3-year-old, so Home Depot made him one. Home Depot went and got some scraps from the parking lot and made a walker for this 3-year-old because his parents talked to the healthcare company, and the healthcare company's like, well, I don't know. We got to figure this out, but why don't you carry him? So they just fashioned a walker out of scraps in Home Depot, and this poor kid is with. So it's like, it is an evil system. It's a bad system out there.
Right.
And then you ask like Ben Shapiro and those guys, and you're like, well, start a hedge fund.
Mm-hmm.
What about how about why don't you do some currency arbitrage? Why didn't the family think about that?
Right.
Why didn't the family incorporate themselves and start buying real estate and flipping
Yeah.
It's like the utter callousness of people. And I'm not even that, like, I'm not a left-wing guy. I'm not a right-wing guy. I'm just a guy that looks at things and goes, we're beyond fucked.
Right.
I love Promescent. I love it. It's perfect for any man that wants to last longer in bed. Okay? It's great. Let's be honest. The majority of men do not last long enough for their partner to have an orgasm. And some of them care about that. I don't know why. But they do. On average, men take 5.5 minutes to reach climax, where women take around 18 minutes. Well, that's absurd. 18 minutes is a very long time. But men are out of there in 5, women last for 20. What is the solution? Is it better sex? Is it a better partner? No. It is Promescent. And it is a spray. Spray Promescent on your dick. And you'll be left with next to normal sensitivity and usually have stronger orgasms for the prolonged build-up to climax. How cool is this? Promescent is recommended by over 2,200 urologists. Okay? Well, I thought we're concerned with other things like, prostate cancer. But apparently they're not. They're testing dick sprays in strip malls in Arizona. The 2,200 urologists are all in for Promescent. It's also the #1 sexual enhancer product on Amazon, okay? So it probably works. It really works, and it's important to last long in bed, you know? And you don't want to get involved with the pills, except our last ad, Blue Chew, is a pill. So that's also good. That's a chewable. But you don't want to start swallowing pills unless Cialis gives me some money, and then I'll go to bat for Cialis because those motherfuckers, they got some cash, you know? I'm dealing with companies here that are run out of people's trucks. The headquarters of this is in a Tahoe. But I'm kidding. It's a joke, folks. A comedy podcast. It's a great company. Spray it on your cock and go longer in bed, okay? DelaySpray.com. What a fucking site. Go to DelaySpray.com, and if you use the promo code TIM15, you'll get another 15% off your purchase, okay? DelaySpray.com. It's actually a good idea to do that. I truly believe that this is the move. Spray it on your dick. Spray it on your dick. Can you believe that these are the products that we advertise here? Like we can't get anything else. We can't get Blue Apron. I can't get Intuit QuickBooks. Every other product is about spraying something on your dick or eating a CBD, putting CBD on your cheeseburger so that you can go to sleep. I mean, what do they think of this audience? What do the ad people think of this audience? I mean, what are we going to be advertising next? Could it get worse? Could the picture of the audience get more pathetic with the ads? Hey, can you not fuck? Do you lay in bed anxious because your life is a hell? How about CBD and spray on your cock? Do you want to kill yourself? How about this online counseling service? Was there a study done of our audience where they're like, well, they all can't fuck, they're anxious, and they want to kill themselves. But they also can't leave their houses because they can't afford Ubers to go to therapy. So we have a online counseling service, spray cock spray, and fucking CBD. And Wix, because they all need fucking websites, too. They all need websites. They got nothing else going on. They need a website. You know what they need? A family. That's what they need. They need a family. Promescent, folks. What's that promo code again? It's great. It's great. Where is it? Here it is. DelaySpray.com. Promo code TIM15. You'll get 15% off your purchase. So before you open your mouth and slide the Glock into it, go to DelaySpray.com. Promo code TIM15. Folks, Wix. What can I say about Wix other than this is the last ad of the fucking episode? Many of you are out there without a clue in life, and I imagine that's why we've connected on whatever level. And I've told you week after week to get a website, and Wix is the best way to do it if you don't have a lot of money. Many of you do not have a lot of money. And the money you have, you need to spend on dick pills and CBD. You cannot invest it in yourself. So you only have a small budget for things like Wix. Okay? Wix is perfect. They have over 500 distinct templates. They have ADI, Wix Artificial Design Intelligence. You can answer a few questions about what you want the website to be, and AI bots will design the website for you. Okay? They'll design the website for you. So you don't have to do anything. You could just sit back and wait for the money train to roll in with your great idea or your art that needs to get out there. You need to get your wedding photography out there. How about Wix? You get a website, show everybody you're a good photographer at the wedding. There won't be a minute of joy wasted at that wedding. Look at Aunt Sheila dance. Put that on the Wix website. Where's Aunt Sheila now? She's no longer with us. But you remember Aunt Sheila, the way she was at that wedding, drunk, dancing, and saying the N-word in a Long Island catering hall that looked like a Little Caesar's Palace, some disgusting shithole that you got the whole fire department came out to eat penne alla vodka and dance to Sweet Caroline. And you, great photographer, Ray Kump used to tell me these stories. Used to make me laugh. And that's what you do. You put your photos of those happy people on your Wix website. And what happens? They call you. The Maroons call you. And the De Benedettos. And the O'Learys. And they go, we saw your website on Wix, and we need a photographer for the wedding, and my daughter met you at Mulcahy's. And they look, and it seals the fucking deal because you got a website. Because you're a real man or woman, and you take your business seriously. It's not only Instagram. You're not getting the older people on Instagram. The boomers are not on social media as much. They're on Facebook. They love it because it's a website. They want to go to your site. Boomers love a website. They can scroll. They just learned how to scroll. They like to scroll in a Percocet haze. Look at all the shit you've done. Look at everything that you're about. Oh, does he have a bio? Yeah, you tell him where you grew up. Where you learned how to be a fucking wedding photographer. You capture the moments. You go, I capture the moments. Don't believe me? Here are the moments. So if you go to Tim Dillon's, Dillons, goingtohell.com, not is, there's no is, it's just Tim Dillon's, goingtohell.com. That is the Wix website created for the show. Go to the bottom of that website. Click on the link that takes you to Wix. Upgrade your site. We are doing, and this is the last week we're mentioning because we're doing this episode next week. So if you don't do it in the next fucking couple of days, don't even talk to me. Send me a confirmation that you've done this. You will get 90 seconds on this show. You'll get 3 minutes on my show to promote your idea in front of tens of thousands of people, whatever your business idea is, whatever your art is, your band. We got a band that's on tour right now. They're going to call in. There's some other people that are going to call in. There's a fashion, very trendy black woman who's got a beautiful fashion line on Instagram. She's going to call in. I hope she knows who she's promoting it to. Like, my fucking dirtbags can afford what she's got. She's got a real trendy shit going on there. I looked, very nice clothing. Okay? I don't know who I'm broadcasting to, but I can't imagine it's very fashionable people. It's probably a family of possums. That's who I believe my audience is. A family of possums. Okay? I know who's out there. So go to timdillonsgoingtohell.com. Click on the link and really build a website, folks. You're gonna it's gonna change your life. You got a little deli. You want to start a deli? Well, it better have a website. That deli better have a website. You could do everything with the Wix website. You can link to social media. I think you can take orders through it. I don't know. Maybe not. You know what, folks? Go read their terms of service. See what you can do over there. But I think you can do a lot of shit. It's great if you're just starting out. Many of you are just starting out and finishing, but you don't know it yet. You don't know it yet. You think it's all going to happen. It ain't. Okay? But let me tell you, you know what's comforting? What's nice to have while it's not happening? You have a site. You have a website because you think that someone's going to go to it one day and your life's going to change. And for some of you, that might happen. But for the majority of you, it'll be a slow, gradual descent into a pit of hell that is indescribable. It's indescribable, really. Really, I mean, I couldn't even begin to describe the level of indifference that most people will have to whatever you want to do. Because most of you are not good enough, you're not smart enough, sharp enough, strong enough. And those of you who are riddled with doubt, anxiety, and fear, and that will destroy you. That being said, timdillonsgoingtohell.com. Click on the link. Start your own fucking website. Don't fuck with me on this. Please do it. Thank you. Yeah. That's why that's the other thing that loses me when people start talking about safety. Like, I don't feel safe. It's the safest it's ever been.
Yeah.
Crime rates have dropped to a point where you feel like a YouTube video is making you feel unsafe. In the 70s, you would walk down the street in New York City, people were cooking bodies. Mm-hmm. They were like roasting bodies on a rotisserie like you were in Boston Market.
Yes.
So
nowadays, Travis Bickle is doing a show on YouTube on a webcam. And people are like, he is like,
we got to deplatform him.
Deplatform him.
I'm scared.
I'm scared of him.
Somebody tweeted at me.
Yeah.
I'm scared.
Yeah. A hack did a joke.
People are all up. I'm going to SWAT myself. I'm trying to SWAT I call the SWAT team and go, get over here. I'm kidding. That's why I never live in an address because you can't swat me. You'll just swat another family that I'm living with. Quite frankly, and that's their responsibility and they'll handle it. You put a gun in somebody's face, it ain't me. I won't be there. We broadcast from undisclosed locations. Yeah. I'm like Alex Jones. You don't know where I am right now.
No.
You don't know where Alex is broadcasting from.
I don't know where I am.
I mean, what about the Pride Parade? Did you celebrate? Did you go to Dallas Pride?
No. No, I think they might have banned it in Dallas. I don't know. If
people are not mad at me. They're like, "Oh, you don't go to the Pride Parade. You didn't go to the Pride Parade." I've been to Pride events. I performed at Pride comedy shows.
Yeah.
I'm sober. It seems like an environment that's fueled with drugs and alcohol. Yeah. I don't know, but I'm guessing.
I drove through the Pride Parade once in West Hollywood. There's a lot of gay people. Obviously, it's West Hollywood, but I also sensed a lot of guys there were just straight dudes trying to capitalize on.
It's also like, can I just suck dick in my room? What can I be that kind of gay where I suck dick in my room? Is that part of it anymore?
Yeah.
Is sex even part of it?
Right.
Is fucking does somebody of the same gender even part of it?
Right.
Or do I have to wrap myself in a cloak and dance around and say these people, half of the people at Pride aren't even fucking.
Right.
They're not even gay, like you said.
Yeah. It's also happening in places where it's like, yeah, we're okay with gay people. Do the Pride Parade in Birmingham, Alabama. Really make a change or something like.
Ty Rivera is a very funny guy who performs all over the country.
Yeah.
And he goes into places that are hostile to gay people.
Yeah.
Like I used to do.
Guy,
and he has fucking balls. And he goes out and he takes his jokes and he says, here are people that might not accept my lifestyle. You're going to find me fucking funny. And I'm not lecturing you and I'm not going to moralize. But I bet you leave here with more respect for gay people because one of them just fucking entertained you for an hour. Okay.
Right.
So, of course, the industry doesn't give a shit about him. Okay?
Yeah.
They like the people that are dancing around in West Hollywood like, hot spot, chocolate. Nobody, the cats in West Hollywood are fags. Nobody is impressed. Performing in New York and L.A., the straight men here are gayer than me.
Yeah, yeah.
Do you know how many straight men I could rape? And they wouldn't even say anything.
Yeah.
They would just sit there and be like, okay.
So the hot women are with them. They don't have to deal with them. They never touch them.
Right. It's harder to go into places where they don't like gay people. And listen, here's also the problem. Why is there a 10-year-old dancing on this kid Desmond the Amazing? Have you seen this?
No.
There's a 10-year-old kid or 11, and he's dancing on a bar. He's one of the drag kids, and he's dancing on a bar, and the people are throwing money at him. And listen, man, this is not good.
No.
And I've talked to a lot of gay people who are older, and people are like, what the fuck is going on?
That's not
and by the way, it's the same gay people that are like, why are there 400 gender? Because you got to realize at a certain point, a lot of the trans shit and gay shit, but bad heads.
Right.
Because I'm attracted to dudes. So if you're a woman and go, I'm a dude, it's still not working.
Right.
It doesn't matter.
Right.
It's like if you're attracted to really hot guys and I tell you I'm thin, I identify as thin.
Right.
I identify as a volleyball champion.
Right.
People go, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
Because I see what I see. It's real.
Yeah.
So to me, it's this weird.
It's
kind
with
of
a kid. It's just so
no.
sick to me.
There's something deeply wrong.
Oh no, he said he's a girl for a few weeks in a row, so we had to take the proper measures and get him hormone therapy.
If your kid has gender problems, number one, I empathize to an extent with being different, but here's the deal: you cannot inject kids with fucking hormones before they are 18 years old. This is child abuse, literally.
It is,
and the reality is you cannot have a kid on a fucking bar.
That's first off, the alcohol. You're not allowed in bars at 10. Second off,
in a sexual way. And
does he even know what sex is?
And having dudes throw money at him. Because there's a lot of guys that I talk to who are in the closet.
Yeah.
And will probably remain so because they're like, well, I don't want to co-sign this.
Right.
And I don't want to co-sign it either.
Right.
I'm like, what the fuck? I wake up some days and I'm like, what the fuck is going on?
Right.
Why is there a 10-year-old kid on a bar dancing? Who is okay with this? Who are this kid's parents?
Right.
And then everybody's celebrating his own Good Morning America like this is great. Now, I'm not against if that kid wants to be in a dance class and you have a boy that wants to dance with a bunch of chicks.
Let him build up to it. Let him in ballet classes and then he'll find out he's gay when he's 16.
My parents put me in dance classes because I was a professional fucking actor, by the way. And it was part of what I had to do. And I danced around.
Right.
It's fine. That's not a thing. The problem is being in a bar and having dudes throw money at you is sick. And I don't know why. And there's a lot of people, gay, straight, and otherwise, that are kind of uncomfortable with this shit.
Yeah.
And
because it kind of hurts all the progress that you guys just made just to be allowed to be gay.
It's a problem. And when you try to have discussions with people, they go, "Oh, you're a self-hating gay guy, or you're this, or you're that, or you're not really gay, or you don't really you don't get it." And I'm like, no, I get it. What I also get is that this really sets any movement back because people are looking at this shit and they're going, "This is fucking wild."
Yeah.
And it's wrong.
It is. It's just wrong to
and
me.
this
It's just
poor
simply wrong to me.
kid is going to be drugged out by the time he's 14 or 15 years old. And I just don't. And so it becomes a problem. And I have no issue. You can, pride events are great. And people, listen, if you want to wear a G-string and do all that stuff, that's not the every gay guy. And the media loves that it thinks it is. And everybody likes that it is. And there's all these gay guys that'll go out and be like, well, if you don't embrace that, then you're not really gay. And it's really crazy. It's like telling somebody that, like, if they don't conform to every stereotype, they're not really, you're not a black guy. You play ball?
Right.
You're a rapper?
Yeah.
Oh, you're not black.
Yeah.
You're like, wait a minute,
Yeah.
It becomes a problem. And it's like, it's hard to have these conversations with people.
Right.
Because you get accused of all these things, but it's like, no, this is not okay. This is a fucking problem.
The kid, it's just when I was a kid, I wanted to be a cowboy. I was obsessed with John Wayne movies, loved cowboys. Imagine if my parents were like, well, we have to respect this. And they took me to the desert, put me on a horse, and left me alone.
I'm sure that is going on somewhere. I'm sure where Ben grew up in Texas, that shit's going on. They're like, our son's a cowboy. And they give him a real gun.
We got to give him a horse,
They give him a real gun. And then the kid decides the saloon is the lunchroom at school. And he walks in, he kicks open the doors, and he goes, guess what? I'm Wyatt Earp. And then everybody goes down in a hail of bullets, which I am against. I'm against school shootings. And I have said that. I have come out and I've said that. And I don't know why people have kind of twisted it and made me I've said that I'm against school shootings.
Have you denounced it?
No. I am against school shootings. I've said we got to rein in the guns. Everybody can't have an AK-47. It just can't happen.
No.
I know people want it. But here's the deal, folks. You don't want freedom. You say you do. You really don't. You don't care that the government reads your mail. You don't give a shit that the government kidnaps people, tortures them, waives their right to a trial. You don't care about who gets Miranda right. You don't care that they're selling black kids.
No, nobody cares.
You don't care that there's private churches.
The only slaves being sold in Libya.
The only thing you really care about is that you can have an Uzi. That's the only freedom you want to retain, is that you can have an AK-47 because in your Star Wars fantasy, that's how you're going to defeat Nancy Pelosi.
Right.
And it's just like, if you care, if this was a really freedom-loving country where people are like, we really want freedom, and there were riots in the streets when they opened Gitmo, and when they passed the Homeland Security Act, people were like, this is fucking insane.
Yeah.
And when they started prosecuting whistleblowers and torturing them, if people gave a shit about any of that, I would take the Second Amendment purists a lot more seriously. But they don't seem to care about any of that. They love the cops.
Right.
All these people that love guns, they love the police. They love cops. They love them kicking in your door. They love them shooting your dog in the face because you got a little weed in your fridge. They don't mind fucking beating 15-year-old kids that walk down the wrong street. They love the police. They love security. They love their gated communities. And they love that the cops are going out there putting guns in black people's faces. They don't really give a shit about that. No. They just want to make sure that they can have a small arsenal in their home. That's the only thing they really give a shit about. They don't care. Yeah. Oh, good. Read my mail. What is it? What does it matter? Read my mail. Compile a list of people that are critical of the government. Good.
Yeah.
Good. That's good. That's good. Compile a list of people that have said questionable things online. That sounds good. No, fly those death machines in other countries and blow up kids. Blow arms and legs off Pakistani kids. I don't care. I've never met them. I just want my guns. You don't give a shit about freedom. This is the thing. You don't. So I would take you seriously if you did, but you really don't. No one gives a fuck. Edward Snowden was run out of the country.
Right.
Chelsea Manning, who is annoying on Twitter, but still, they locked Chelsea Manning, this girl, they locked her in a room, and she lived in a torturous. And what was her crime? She said, by the way, we're blowing off civilians' heads.
Right.
She leaked that information. She goes, by the way, you know what we're really doing over here? And they locked her in a cage. Obama, the good guy.
Yeah.
They locked her in a cage. And you know what people did? They did nothing. They didn't care.
Nothing.
They didn't care. Where was the right wing then? Where was all these gun nuts?
Right.
Then when
we're having a moral compass.
Yeah, when she lost her freedom, then nobody really gives a shit.
No, not at all.
Because I see all these people that are all, they're freedom and they're going to take my freedom. You don't have any freedom. No one's taking the freedoms you don't have. Mm-hmm. You have freedom to get in your car and drive to Jack in the Box. And that's all you want.
Right.
That's what people say freedom is. They're like, I can get in my car and go down to Ponderosa and get myself a T-bone.
Right.
And then go in your backyard and shoot squirrels or whatever the fuck you're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Like when kids were stupid, when I grew up, instead of just going, they're slow, they'd be like, they're visual learners.
Right.
They can't listen to you.
Yeah.
They have to be shown it.
Yeah.
With like a play.
Yeah.
You got to put on a play to get, and then of course, we realized, those kids have undiagnosed problems.
Yeah.
They have disorders that should have been identified early in life,
Yeah.
Well, what a fun world we're living in. If somebody came to you 3 years ago and said, Gary Busey will be president and people will be attacking each other in the street with Big Macs, they would have been so close to where we are. Like they would have been a little one dimension off where we are.
Yeah.
We've got Trump and we've got milkshakes. And now people are debating, do the milkshakes have cement in them?
Yeah.
Do they have dried cement
like
in
acid burning off people's faces?
Yes. Of course, in this fat country, it's a dessert-themed revolution. The anti-fascists are chucking brownies at the Nazis. That's how you know a lot of this is bullshit.
Yeah.
They don't even believe. If they're Nazis, I'm going to get in trouble for this. But if they're Nazis, kill them.
Right.
You don't think they're Nazis.
Yeah.
You're throwing milkshakes. There's never in history did throwing a milkshake do anything.
Right.
You don't believe they're Nazis.
Yeah.
That's number one. I don't believe anybody truly believes this gay Asian journalist who wrote some articles that people didn't like is a Nazi. Everybody, we have talked at length about the importance of having a website. It is something that I think is essential for people, no matter how worthless you are, no matter how worthless your product is, no matter how much talent you lack. It's a great place to put all of it. It doesn't matter if you're good or bad. This society is no longer run according to that. Lil Nas X put a song on TikTok. It was like this goofy song. And now he's a millionaire. Now he's gay. All of these great things. Why? Because was the song good? Did anyone enjoy it? Was it a joke? Were we making fun of it or were we really enjoying it? It doesn't really matter. Does it matter? Did the mouse eat the snake or did the snake eat the mouse, or does it even matter anymore? It doesn't matter. Nobody gives a fuck. Nobody cares. Nothing is real. Do you understand me? It doesn't matter anymore. Trying to be good at something is stupid and it makes you stupid. Be loud, be an animal, be brash, be corrupt, be a demon from hell. But have a website, okay? And if you do have a website, I think you should use Wix because it's very easy. With Wix, you can start from scratch or choose from over 500 stunning templates. Wix has the most innovative drag and drop. Wix has the most innovative drag and drop website builder, so you can easily customize your site. You can add text, images, videos, whatever you want. You can even build your site using Wix ADI, artificial design intelligence, okay? We built TimDillonsGoingToHell.com using Wix. It was incredibly easy to do. You can check out past episodes of the podcast and even get tickets to my upcoming shows right on the site. Tim Dillon, Dillons, GoingToHell.com using Wix, okay? Go there, scroll to the link at the bottom. They will give you 10% off any premium plan. And let's stress this again. We are now in a cycle where talent is irrelevant. Hard work, whatever, subjective. What are you really doing? Are you working hard? Is that Instagram influencer working hard? Maybe. Who knows? Doesn't matter. All these objective truths that you've attached yourself to have been rendered meaningless. You know, Donald Trump, a game show host, is the president of this country. The Kardashians are the most recognizable American family. Bad Baby, Little Xan, and Billie Eilish are the greatest artists of our time. If Baywatch was remade today, it would be morbidly obese paraplegic lifeguards trying to wheel themselves down the beach into the water. Okay? It's all happening, folks. Everything you're afraid of, everything you love, it's all happening. And none of it matters. Because the reality of the situation is you just need a website. Don't think too much about everything else. Abandon your friends and family. Run into the ocean. It doesn't matter. Who gives a fuck? Abandon your principles. Turn your back on God. But for the love of God, or whatever, go to Wix. They'll give you 10% off a premium fucking plan. Stop looking for truth. Stop looking for good. Bad is good now. Bad is good. Make a song that sounds like shit. You're going to be a millionaire. Tell a joke that's not funny. You'll have 15 specials. Be the opposite. You want to be thin? Be really fat. You want to be fat? Be really thin. Be a joke. Don't try to make them. We're living in the time of the joke, not the people who make them. This is the time of the huckster, the con artist, the snake oil salesman, okay? The cult leader, the liar, the cheat, the thief. This is their time. And maybe it's always been their time. But it is certainly their time now. So go to Wix, build a website, and go on that journey. Go down that road. Okay? Go meet the devil. And realize not only is he real, but he's the only one who loves you. That Lizzo performance on the BET Music Awards was so fucking good.
Oh, yeah, I saw a clip of it. It was
She's
great.
killer.
Yeah.
And first of all, who is Billie Eilish?
I have no clue.
This girl is clearly an MK Ultra victim. Every video, she's like bleeding out of her eyes. They're all like rituals. And I'm not even that guy.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not even that guy that's like, look at the symbolism. Why is Taylor Swift,
right.
in a fire? What does that mean?
Yeah,
Why is Katy Perry in hell in this video? But like, you look at the Billie Eilish video, and it's like these weird rape fantasies come to life. She's bleeding out of every orifice, like this blue-black blood.
Yeah.
What the fuck is going on? Like, I don't want to seem unhip. I don't want to seem uncool, because I want to be, woman forward, Satan forward. But what the fuck's going on?
Yeah.
What is happening?
I don't know.
The girl has the energy of somebody that Harvey Weinstein kept in a cage and raped for 10 years. And everyone thinks it's great.
Yeah.
She's on Ellen. She doesn't even sing. She just murmurs. She's like, I'm a bad guy. Come and rape me.
Yeah.
Come rape Billy. And these little kids are like thinking it's great.
Yeah. She just
They're like, I want to be like Billy. I want to get raped into fame. Come on. I'm a bad guy. Come and get me.
Yeah.
Mr. Senator, Mr. Studio Head, come and find me. Put me in the middle of this pentagram and introduce me to the Dark Lord. I will be impregnated with Satan. And then they do. It's like, what is this?
Yeah.
And by the way, That's amazing about black versus white. When you're black, like Lizzo, she's up there. She's a big girl. She's singing, dancing, and playing a fucking flute.
Yeah.
This chick just showed up and went, I love Satan. And they're like, yes, bitch. Millionaire.
Yeah.
Millionaire.
Yeah.
Lizzo's been singing for like years and years and years.
Yeah.
This one just shows up like she was wandering down a highway with blood all over her. Like she had just escaped the shed in True Detective. and she's, and she's on The View.
Yeah.
And I don't want to sound unhip and uncool because I don't get what's clearly something's wrong.
Yeah.
Something's wrong there. Billy's not going to, I don't think Billy's even going to make it to Amy Winehouse. It's a problem. Something's going on.
Yeah.
I don't want to seem, maybe I'm wrong. Have you seen her?
I've seen just pictures of her. Yeah. She looks like Little Xan, but like a girl.
She looks like Little Xan, but see, Little Xan, I get a wholesome
without
vibe.
face tattoos.
I get a wholesome vibe from Little Xan.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think Little Xan could spell Satan.
Right.
So I think he's kind of like
a teddy bear. He's a lovable.
Yeah. I think Xan's a simple man. I think Xan just wants a pharmaceutical.
Yeah.
A bag of Cheetos and like a soft chair to like slink in and like make noises that are kind of words.
Right.
Where he's like, yeah, I like me and I like be you like, yeah. Like that's what I think.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't get the dark vibe from Xan. I mean, it is, I guess, dark in the sense that he can barely speak or move. Most times I see him. But that's the kids. That's the kids nowadays. You can't. You don't want to sound like a boomer. Respect these kids.
I know. You have to like everything.
You have to like everything that children do.
Yeah. Yeah.
You have to let children lead the way.
Mm-hmm.
Even if they're clearly on drugs.
Mm-hmm. You have to respect
and being violently raped by members of the music industry, they should still lead the way.
Yeah.
What do the kids think about global warming? Come here.
Yeah.
Blinky. Blinky, the autistic rapper. What do you think? Well, I was like the planet and shit.
You have to call yourself an old timer if you're like 27. You're like, hey, I don't know about this young generation. I'm 27.
People are trying to Google my age. People think I'm in my 30s, and I keep telling people I'm fucking 18. And they don't believe me because they're fucking stupid. I just graduated a school. Okay? I just graduated fucking high school, and it was a fucking dope year. And everything was sick, and I went to the prom with Billie Eilish, and we cut a baby out of some woman's womb in the prom limo. It was a prank, whatever. But like the head of Capitol Records or whatever Capitol Records is now was there, and he made us do it, and then he took the baby, and I don't know, he kept talking about the one true force that animates all things, darkness, whatever.
Right.
But the prom was fun. And, we listened to Migos. Mm-hmm. We listened to Cardi B. We had a great time.
Drank Johnny Gosh's blood.
Yeah. Johnny Gosh, Devin.
Gosh,
not Gosh. Gosh means something's like passe, like it's not cool anymore. Okay. Johnny is Gosh. Disappeared so long ago. Cool. He is Gosh.
We're so past Johnny.
Johnny Gosh. I mean,
what'd you feel like when you posted the when Louis came out and you got some flack?
You're
from
right.
Bad comics.
Louis came out at Skankfest.
It was awesome
and raped 3 women. And this is a story that no one has heard. Louis got on stage. There was a woman in the front row. He lunged at her and he bit her neck. And everyone laughed.
Yeah.
And then he brutally raped her. And everyone was like cheering and whooping it up.
Yeah.
And then guys were actually throwing their girlfriends at Louis going, rape her! Rape her! And they were filming it.
Yeah.
And the girls were into it at first, but then it was weird.
Yeah.
But I just felt that art is very complex.
Same, yeah.
And I wasn't prepared for all of the raping that happened.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't do any comedy. That was the misnomer. He did not tell any joke.
Okay.
There's a story going around that he got up at a comedy festival. A whole group of people was happy to see him. He did 15 to 20 minutes of really funny material and then left, and everyone felt safe and happy. That is actually not the correct story.
Yeah, no.
The correct story is that he brutally raped multiple women in the audience while doing no comedy whatsoever.
Right.
And was paid $4 million to do that by the white male patriarchy, which is now a LLC.
Mm-hmm.
And no, listen, I was a Mohegan Sun. Louis was a Skankfest. I was watching that intro, man. It was fucking cool. And I tweeted, This is the coolest moment of the last year. People don't really know what cool is because I didn't say, like, this is the greatest thing for women, you know? Not that it's, I think, a negative thing, but, like, people reacted, like I said, he should run for president.
Right.
What I said was that it was cool that one of the greatest comics that's ever lived popped up and did a set at an underground, completely DIY, do-it-yourself festival, and then nobody gives a shit. Every woman there was happy with it. They were all on their feet applauding. Everybody was excited. The staff at the venue was excited, even though they fucking reversed that position because they're fucking liars. And everybody was cool with it. And I tweeted out, and then a lot of people got mad at me, which is okay. Here's the other thing.
Yeah.
Great.
Right.
Good.
Yeah.
Hey, man, I'm not one of these people where I'm like, you don't have a right to say that I'm an asshole or an idiot or that I suck or whatever. Say whatever you want. It doesn't, I'm unaffected. But just know, and this is, again, you are very, very bad at this. You're very, very bad. You might be right about some of the things you believe in politically, culturally. I don't know. But here's what I know. You are horrible. You're really, really not good at making people laugh.
Yeah.
Like, a lot of people are like, oh, Tim Dillon's in LA. He's going to sell out. Yes. Correct. Correct. I am here, and I have my asshole gaping wide open for a multinational corporation to mount me and fuck me, to lay eggs in me that will give birth to an army that will murder your families. Here's the problem. No one's doing that. I'm just here with my ass open. And nobody's mounting me. Not one. I'm ready. I keep telling them, my life for you. What am I, I'll feed Billie Eilish every day in her cage. I'll look after her. I mean,
You're selling out. You're putting wigs on in a garage and ranting.
I mean, this is how dumb they are, though. This is how dumb people are. But let them think. Let them think.
That's nice, yeah.
I am putting wigs on in a garage. But that's the future. The future ain't Netflix putting wigs on in a garage. All these young comedians, like, when you go on the road, they all tell you they're going to move to New York or LA. And, like, if they had a real comedy nerd there that they were opening for, they could really, me, I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
And they're all like, I just want to move here. I'm going to get real good, and then I'm going to move to New York and make Pappy real proud. And I'm like, great. Where's Taco Bell? You have a Taco Bell here? Good. Do that. Do all of that. I just want to get on to the Tonight Show. Great. Where's that custard place? Can we go there? Can we go there, please? And we'll have quiet on the way. One guy, sweet guy, he's telling me he's like 31. He's like, yeah, I'm going to move soon. I'm like, oh, wait. Wait, you're only 31. You're a baby. It's what we need. You know?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. We're in trouble as a country. Folks, there's a lot of people in this world that are good at things, There are people that are great deal makers. They make deals. There's people that are great athletes. They just have a, fundamental, maybe genetic advantage. I don't want to say that. I don't want to go down that road. I'm just saying not genetic, maybe, but they work hard at being an athlete. I'm not saying that race informs their ability. My point is this, okay? There's a lot of people out there that are good at different shit, okay? Some people are good cooks. You go over their house to make you good apple pie. They make you a nice pie. Not those are infrequent now, and some people are lovers. They're fuckers. They fuck. They know how to fuck. I have a friend like that. He just fucks. It's what he does. He fucks. And he's what he does. Puts his dick, so it's hard. Puts it in and out of a vagina, and then he ejaculates. And the woman is pleasured as well. Hopefully. It's what he's into. It's what a lot of people are into. But some people are into it more than others. Some people jerk their flaccid dick. They watch porn 5 hours a day. They've never met another human being. Some people are, part of multinational pedophile rings. These are problems. There's big problems in the world, okay? Bad. Some people are into bestiality, okay? I am not, and I do not support that. Although there are some animals where you go, do they really care? There are some animals that clearly don't care. You know what I mean? And may even be in, you know what I mean? But an animal can't consent. That's the argument. I'm against bestiality. I want to say that. This is not a pro-bestiality ad. And we've gotten off on a real tangent here. I'm not saying you should ever fuck an animal. But if you would fuck an animal, would you ever want to do it with a soft dick? Because an animal would notice that you were not fully hard. So if you are fucking animals and you don't have a hard dick, maybe go with Promescent. It's perfect for any man who wants to last longer in bed or wherever. Many of the men, let's be honest, many of the men do not last long enough for their partner to have an orgasm. It's not because they aren't man enough. Well, it kind of is. But it really comes down to science. On average, men take about 5.5 minutes to reach climax, where a woman takes around 18 minutes. Okay? How long does a Shiba Inu take? Anyway, Promescent was developed. It's all jokes, folks. It's jokes. Comedy. Comedy's coming for you. Promescent was developed by doctors to help bridge this orgasm gap. It's cock spray, folks, what it is, okay? You spray it on your dick and you're hard. Go to delayspray.com. If you use the promo code TIM15, you'll get 15% off your purchase. Delayspray.com. They gave it all to us at Gas Digital. We all sprayed our cocks. We were walking around bumping into each other. It really does work. Your cock stays hard. Stays hard. And it's very important. It's very important because you want to find someone to marry. And if you're a man, you want to find a woman and display your sexual prowess and fuck, better than adequately. You want to do it really well so that she marries you and overlooks your lack of employment, the fact that you really aren't a great dad, you don't really have any emotional security, you'll probably cheat on her, you don't have any morals, you're kind of bankrupt in that department. You're not really the person that she can count on for anything. You just kind of go down to the bar and you like drinking with your friends. You're kind of a frat boy, even though you're in your mid-30s. You're not good to your children or your wife. You make comments about other women in public. It's actually disgusting. Many of the parents at your son's school have lodged complaints about you. Your wife suspects that you're using drugs, maybe even selling them to children in the neighborhood. You're kind of creepy. You keep making comments about your high school son's girlfriend, and that's creeping a lot of people out. You're just one of those guys. But why did she marry you? Because you had a hard dick and you trapped her. Okay? She didn't see for what you really were, which is a dirty old man, lazy bum that never brought anything to the table, that was, content with just really floating around the margins of society. And you just got by because you were fucking white. You're always fucking white. And you just fucking lounged around, and you took the family on one vacation at Disney World. You stayed in a shitty hotel. It wasn't even on the property. You screamed at your wife in front of the characters. Your kids were embarrassed. They started crying. You got in their face and you were like, be happy. We're in fucking Disney World. You started shaking your son, and your wife said, stop it. Stop touching him. And just for a moment, she just wished that in that moment you just died, that something snapped in your head and that you dropped dead right on the floor. And she never wished for anything harder in her life. And she closed her eyes and she just wished that the last thing she saw was that you fell down in front of the Magic Kingdom, fucking massive stroke, aneurysm, hemorrhage, whatever. And you were just out and dead. And that she would go to your funeral and she would cry tears of happiness, but she would disguise them, and that she was upset. But she wasn't. She was so thrilled that you were dead. Now she could go find another man, a real man. Maybe she wouldn't think too much about his fucking cock. She would pay attention to more than that. Okay? But you didn't die. You didn't die. She closed her eyes and she prayed as hard as she could. And when she opened those eyes, you were standing there and you looked more alive than ever. And she was trapped. And she knew it. And how did she get trapped? Because before you went on that date, you sprayed some promescin on your cock. And she said, this man is hard. And I bet that means he's going to be a good man. And she was wrong. But now you're going to go on Space Mountain. And it's the dark. And you like to touch in the dark. And she's worried. And you're worried. You don't know what you'll do. Go to delayspray.com, folks. DELAYSPRAY.com. The show is good. People like it. We're going to be independent soon. We're going to set up a Patreon. We're going to still do ads. The ads are going to still be very funny. It's still going to be the best caliber of products. Cock spray, CBD, Wicks. We bring you suicide prevention, online suicide counseling, things that we feel that this audience could really benefit from. No tax preparation or any of that. We know who you people are. Okay? Shout out to that lady in St. Louis who took me out. That was really cool. She took me to a really cool place called Olio in St. Louis. Fun little restaurant. Go there. You took me to a great restaurant. What was that called?
Tex French restaurant in Echo Park.
How good was that?
It was great. Love that place.
Maybe
dumb name, but
it's a dumb name. But it sounds like Ben. Some kid messaged me on Instagram that he went to school with what's his name? Cactus Jack Daniels. Yeah, you want me to tell you? So Ben told a story about a guy that he went to school with named Cactus Jack.
Yeah, he's
Daniels.
told me this before. That guy, he died, right?
I mean,
yeah, you have to.
Cactus Jack will get you high tonight. I mean,
Cactus Jack.
I'm trying to find this guy. I gotta find this guy. He did though. He fucking. And this guy, how did he die again, Ben? Oh, it was an aneurysm. I feel bad. It wasn't even his fault.
Jesus.
Was he a good kid? That's sad. Are you still friends with his family? You never knew his family? Oh, so you're just full of shit, huh? He was a good child.
Good boy.
I can't.
Cactus Jack Daniels.
Somebody. What school did you guys go to? What's it called?
What?
Jim Ned High School? Named Jim Ned?
Oh.
A Native American named Jim Ned? I love that they a Native American sold out his tribe and you guys named a high school after him in Tuscola, Texas. Because he sold it out for the white man. Great. Can I sell out gays? I hope the Family Research Council names a building after me. Who was Tim? Why are we going to Tim Dillon's Christian High School? Well, during the Great War, Dillon informed on all the people who wouldn't message him back on Grindr, and they were slaughtered. So he sold out his community, and that's why we named a high school after him. He was a good man. Thank you, Tim. How long have we done so far, Ben? Yeah. We still got a little time here, folks. There's one more thing I wanted to get into. I think we got into a lot. That Billie Eilish thing will get me some people. People will be angry, but it's a fact. Something's wrong. It's a problem. I don't want to seem like a cunt all the time about people in the service industry. Okay, and I know that I have before.
Yeah.
And I think that the major distinction between me and other people out there is that I see people in the service industry as people. So I expect them to behave and to be the best they can be.
Mm-hmm.
And if they're not the best they can be, I have to rein them in.
Yeah.
And let them know that they can be better. Let them know that they have to believe in themselves.
Right.
And sometimes I have to do that sternly. Sometimes I have to kind of forcefully give them a pep talk because they've lost all faith in themselves.
Right.
Sometimes I'll see a waitress who's forgotten a side of honey mustard that I had ordered 14 minutes ago. And I've said, she has forgotten how great she could be. I got to get her over here and really let her know.
Yeah.
That she could be a lot better than she's being right now.
Right.
And sometimes, people say, oh, you catch more flies with honey than you do with vinegar. I've never believed that. I think you catch a lot of flies if you throw acid at them. And even if you don't catch them, they wake the fuck up.
Yeah.
Okay? I'm not looking to catch the flies. I want the flies to know that there's a problem. But I didn't do anything today. Here's my thing.
What happened?
Here's my thing. I'm going to be honest. And there's a lot of waiters out there and servers that might disagree with me. And listen, I am not here. All I'm here to do is to love you.
Right.
That's what I'm here to do. I love you. The people that don't yell at you don't love you. The people that, because I always tip. I tip you, but sometimes we've got to have a talk. Because I don't know what's happening, man. Appetizer has a fucking meaning. Appetizer. Look it up, Ben. What does appetizer say? Get the definition up, Ben. Get the definition of appetizer up. Because there's confusion. A small dish of food taken before the main course of the meal. The operative word there is before. The appetizer comes out before the entree.
Yeah.
Okay?
I'm starting to think it showed up.
Here's one reason
later.
why. Because if you go out to eat alone and you don't want two plates on the table at the same time to make you look like you're a fat pig. You want to eat one plate and then get rid of it and then have them bring the next plate so that nobody knows that you even had the first plate. It's gone now. There's no evidence. You don't just start throwing plates at the table like this is a mess hall and we're all eating quick before we go back out to war. You bring the appetizer first. I don't care what the kitchen's doing. Control the fucking kitchen. Don't fire up the entree until you see me eating the appetizer. Do not put I don't care if it's a diner. It's not my fault you work in a fucking diner, you orthopedic shoe-wearing bitch. And this isn't even, this is a girl at Swingers with a full sleeve of tattoos who's real fucking hip, who I gave $8 to, and I didn't say anything to her.
This is a Swingers problem again?
I'm back at Swingers.
Oh, my God.
Back at Swingers. I'm back
you keep
there
going
now.
back.
I'm back there. I'm back there, but I'm only sitting outside. I'm kind of only allowed to be outside. I can't eat in the restaurant.
Curbside for you.
Because of the problems that I've had that we've described on this show, which, again, are me expecting the most out of people I love. Those are the problems.
Yeah.
Those are the problems.
That's the issue. It's
the
a
problems
love-hate.
are not looking at a segment of humanity and going, oh, fuck them. They're roaches. It's looking at people going, you're a human being. Deal with me like a person. Deal with me. What if I was Christ? What if I was Jesus Christ? What if Jesus Christ walked into this fucking restaurant and said, I want to sit at the big booth. No one's fucking here. I know that it's reserved for 6 people. They're not coming here. Your food sucks. No one's here. People get tricked into coming to this dumb restaurant, or people sit here all coked out, licking a grapefruit, pretending it's somebody's asshole. This isn't a culinary experience. It's dumb kids and old queens. I know what this fucking place is. Let me sit in the big booth, you cunt. What if I was Jesus having that moment? Would you shun me and turn me away? Would you fucking say, thank you, Christ, for a very accurate assessment of this restaurant? God, Christ, this is pretty good. You called us out right on the little on the nose, Christ. When I said that to them, when I said just coked out people licking a grapefruit like an asshole, somebody should go, God, that's pretty on the nose, Christ. And you sit in that booth. What I'm trying to say is that when I order a quesadilla and then a open-faced turkey sandwich, these are not to be delivered at the same time. They're radically different. They don't complement each other at all. I'm double fisting guacamole and gravy in front of people at 9:30 in the morning, sitting on the sidewalk because I'm not allowed in the restaurant. So what I'm saying is that when you write this order in, just communicate with the kitchen a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay? Just communicate with the kitchen. You know? I'm not going to do anything.
The quesadilla was on the appetizer menu.
Yes.
That's, yeah.
Yeah.
Big mistake.
I said, thank you. And I said, I said to her, everyone in LA, think they're fucking cool. They all think they're cool.
I love how you don't even like the food there. You just go for respect. You just want to get some respect.
Correct. The food is like bad. It's like you don't even understand why it's so bad. You're like, why is this quesadilla gross?
Yeah.
I can make it in my house.
Right. It's like the easiest
How
thing.
is it so bad? So I'm there. I just go there because I go, I want this to work. I want this to work. And I'm sitting outside and, it's all nobodies in there too. That's the other thing. You couldn't be, and thank God, because, I'm there and it's not like I belong in a fucking environment with winners, but God, is that not the case? These are just old, dilapidated West Hollywood rats,
Yeah.
And they're sitting there. People who might have been the shit in like 94. Just old, freckled, big-titted goons. These LA guys whose brains have melted. They're sitting there, these people with their shitty little dogs. Dumb tourists.
Yeah.
Because it just says Hollywood Diner. They think it's,
Right.
And I just said to her, I go, can you bring the quesadilla first? And she came to the table and she had 2 plates in her hand. One of them was a quesadilla, and one of them was the open-faced turkey sandwich, which she didn't have mashed potatoes, so she brought a basket of fries. So now we have 3 plates on the table, 2 plates and a basket. And I'm there alone. I just got off a 4-hour flight, and I have 2 plates of food and a basket of French fries. And I'm sitting there, and everyone's looking at me like, oh, look, a pig has come to feast, okay? Because this bitch couldn't have been discreet. Throw the fries on the plate. You don't have to bring a basket of fries. So now I'm sitting there and I said to her, I go, I wanted the quesadilla first. And then she goes, oh, first of all, what the fuck do you mean, oh? It's a fucking appetizer. Do you not understand the sequence of the way you're supposed to bring these things out here? Should I hit you with a chair? I'm not saying I should, but I'm asking. I'm asking that.
Right.
What should I do? Now, because I'm a gentleman, okay, I said, it's fine. It's fine.
Mm-hmm.
I said, it's fine.
You sacrifice for her mistake.
I sacrifice. I said, it's fine. She said, is it? I said, yes. Well, now it is. So then I just ate my Thanksgiving dinner of food, guacamole, gravy, French fries. Yeah.
It's a good
alone on the sidewalk outside a restaurant that I don't know that I'm banned, but I'm not welcome. You know what I mean? Like I'm not
it's one of those,
I'm not welcome, but I don't know. Again, I don't know what my next move is with that place. Here's a few things I'm considering. Do I call the health department and maybe let them know some of the things that I've observed? That's an idea. I'm not saying I would do this. I don't know where do I do that?
You might have to.
Do I call up and order food to be picked up and then no one picks it up? And I do that once a day for the rest of my life until they change their policy. Like until they're like, we no longer have pickup.
Right.
You have to give us a credit card number. And then I just keep getting burner credit cards and burner phones. Do I have them cater a white pride event? Do I organize a neo-Nazi event and have them cater it unbeknownst to them? Do I plan another Charlottesville and have them do all of the catering for it? Is this the way to handle it? And then have them have to get out and disavow. And I mean Nazis. Full regalia, SS shields, Klan robes, eating their food, going, this is kind of good. These vegan banana pancakes are pretty good. Heil Hitler. Is that the move?
Right. Is that the route?
I don't know. Or do I just keep going back until they figure it out?
Did you have a talk with the waitress, like you said?
I didn't, because I don't believe that anything I said. I tipped her $8 on a $35 bill, which is a lot of money. And the reason I tipped her that money was because I felt bad for her. And I said, here's a woman who's working really, really hard and doing a horrible job. And she's probably living in LA, and she's under the impression that one day someone's going to give a shit about her band, or somebody's going to, option her screenplay, or she's going to get cast on a reality show. She's going to be the fun-loving, tattooed girl that everybody dumps loads in, and she gets like 10 grand a night to appear at a club in Atlantic City and stand there in a VIP section while mongoloids from the Jersey Shore are like, hey, I know you. But none of that will probably happen. That's all best case.
Right. Yeah.
What will probably happen is she'll get older and older. The tattoos, that once made so much sense on her arms will make less and less sense because she'll be shooting heroin and her veins will be bulging. She'll be shooting heroin because she just started snorting it, and eventually it was more cost effective to shoot. She'll be squatting in a friend's house just long enough until her friend gets arrested and the cops drag her out. She'll have long since lost her job at that diner. She'll be sleeping in an abandoned car and selling her pussy on the street. And I imagine as businessmen dump loads in her and then shoot her up, and she sits there waiting to die. She feels that cold black goo running through her veins. She just closes her eyes and she wonders when's the night she's going to meet God. At least she'll know. At least she'll know that years and years ago, a fat faggot saw this all happening. He chose not to tell her. Instead, he chose to give her $8, which she now probably fucking shoves in her ass and keeps for emergency money. But I didn't tell her any of this. I just said, thanks a lot. See you soon.
Nancy Pelosi's like, some of your faves will be implicated.
Some of your faves. Just always know you should support those bitches.
Look the other way.
Stop it. Batch.
God. Is it okay? Do I sound okay? Okay.
Are we on? We're in. We're live, everybody. Funniest quote so far about the Jeffrey Epstein thing was, who was it? It was Pelosi's daughter.
No, Pelosi said some of our faves will be implicated.
That was Pelosi or her daughter?
Oh, well, okay.
I think it was her daughter.
Was it her daughter? That's still like, you're related.
It's a little bit more understandable because she's young.
Yeah, you're right. Christine, Pelosi.
She's like a documentary filmmaker.
Yeah. It's quite likely that some of our faves are implicated in the horrific sex trafficking
Some
case.
of our faves are going to be implicated in the horrific child rape and torture. These are some of our faves. Listen.
Yeah, there's should be like an emoji in that statement.
Yeah. Don't listen.
Yes.
Yes, queen. Okay, so here's the deal.
They were tied up.
Some of our faves are participating in human trafficking. That we know. But they're still our faves. They're still like our faves. Don't forget the good times, like the fun times that we had with them, the SNL skits about them.
Yeah.
That were just fun. These are our faves. These are like the people that we grew up with. Okay? So don't.
Yeah, it's like a Gilmore Girls reunion.
Yeah.
Some of our faves are back.
Lorelai sits down. She's like, Rory, some of our faves are raping and torturing children. But don't forget that time that we all went to the Christmas tree lighting together. That still means something, Rory. Rory, that still means something. Nobody's just any one thing. Someone could be just a fun, great person and also the torturer of children.
Yeah.
Innocent children.
But they're like, Trump was there. Kill him.
Right. Kill Trump. Trump was at a cocktail party. Kill him.
I read a long time ago that Trump was around the Epstein shit, but he told people to get the fuck away from that young girl.
Trump kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago because people were complaining that Epstein was hitting on young girls at the pool. I think one of the members of Mar-a-Lago was like, we can't have this.
Yeah.
And I think Trump, to his credit, was like, okay,
right,
this is fucking up my business now. This man sleeping with children has now started to fuck up my bottom line.
Yeah.
So let's get him out of here. Yeah. I'm pretty sure.
I read that. Yeah. No, I don't know.
I mean,
sounds like him.
Here's my concern, folks. My concern is for the Clintons. I just don't want Bill and Hillary Clinton to be ensnared in an episode, in a drama.
Yeah.
They had nothing to do with this.
No.
It doesn't matter.
I just want them to ride off into the sunset unscathed.
I just want them to win again. I want Hillary to get into the Democratic primary, win again, build a pardon Epstein, and then no one cares. Everyone's like, yes, queen. And they all get on Epstein's jet and just fly off.
Yeah.
That's what I want because I'm an American.
Yeah.
And I want Bill Clinton put out a statement today from his publicist because this is what innocent people do. This is what I am having my manager draft a statement right now.
Yeah.
That says I have no clue. I can imagine my manager. Listen, he only flies very shitty airlines. He books last minute. It's skip lagged. It's a scam. He gets off at the connecting city. He's usually in a middle seat. People complain about it. They don't like him. It's not good. But let's get Clinton's statement up. It's great.
I'm on Fox News because I thought that they would, be the best.
They have somebody texted it to me. My friend texted me the statement. About 15 people have texted me Clinton's statement.
Bill
by
Clinton
the way,
knows nothing.
This is reunited. You don't understand how many friendships that this has reinvigorated. Epstein getting caught for child trafficking.
Mm-hmm.
So many people that haven't spoken in so long are like, man, what are you up to? How have you been? I'm like, good, man. I'm like, are you engaged? It looks like you're engaged. They're like, yeah, man.
Yeah, it's bringing us all together.
It's bringing us all together. It's fucking, that's what it should do.
Mm-hmm.
It's a silver lining.
Yeah, some good should come of this.
Something good should come of this, okay? So here's Clinton's statement. This is his statement that was made through his spokesman. President Clinton knows nothing about the terrible crimes Jeffrey Epstein pleaded guilty to in Florida some years ago. Or those, immediately, or those with which he has been recently charged in New York. In 2002 and 2003, President Clinton took a total of 4 trips on Jeffrey Epstein's airplane, which I don't think is true. 1 to Europe, 1 to Asia, 2 to Africa, which included stops in connection with the work of the Clinton Foundation. Which, I mean, come on. The fuck, what are they doing? We're all supposed to ignore that the guy was on the pedophiles plane 4 times?
Yeah.
Oh, no, he was doing work with the Clinton Foundation. Is there no other plane that goes to Africa or Asia? Was that the only plane?
Yeah.
I mean,
it's called the Lolita Express.
Staff, supporters of the foundation, and his Secret Service detail traveled on every leg of the trip. They're also fucking kids.
Yeah.
Probably. That's probably why they got the job guarding Clinton.
Yeah.
They're like, you want to do some parties? Guard Clinton.
Yeah. The flight attendants are children.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, you got 12-year-olds, 13-year-olds are pushing the car.
Serving cocktails. And then pulling their pants up.
He had one meeting with Epstein in his Harlem office in 2002. Okay. Why? Again, this is more questions than, okay, what are you talking about? And around the same time, made one brief visit to Epstein's New York apartment with a staff member and his security detail. He's not spoken to Epstein in well over a decade and has never been to Little St. James Island, Epstein's ranch in New Mexico, or his residence in Florida. I want everyone to realize what's happening. You have an ex-president of the United States, through his spokesman, saying that he has never been to the pedophile island.
I know.
This is wild, dude.
Yeah.
This is fucking wild.
Yeah.
You have an ex-president going, I was never to...
Who's advising him to put out a statement?
Yeah, I don't know, but it's not what you do when you're completely innocent.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that much. It doesn't feel like an innocent... My father doesn't have a statement ready to go on this.
Yeah.
You know?
Mm-hmm.
I love that. He's never been to the island where they were fucking the kids. I mean, he's got to clarify that.
Yeah, he's like, no, I stayed downstairs.
Bill's only been on the thing 4 times because they were doing work with the Clinton Foundation. Good, wholesome Clinton Foundation work. Okay? Yes, he was on the plane. Yes, Epstein was on the plane. Yes, they were fucking kids, but not Bill. Bill needed a ride to Asia for the Clinton Foundation. So he just went on the plane and he, took a Xanax and fell right out. He didn't wake up with some 13-year-old's pussy in his mouth. Not at all. Not at all. And don't think it. Can we address the Billie Eilish thing?
Yeah. Yeah. I had no idea that was offensive.
It wasn't.
Yeah. I don't think it was.
It wasn't. Can you summarize what we said about Billie Eilish? And then there was some
she's
reactions.
An MK Ultra victim,
right.
And that she looks like she's being forced to go up there and dance, and looks like
I made a joke
involved in Satanism. Funny things.
I made a joke
Jokes.
that involved the premise that Harvey Weinstein was a rapist.
Right.
Sorry. I apologize. You're right. He's not been convicted in a court of law. So you're absolutely right about that. It was irresponsible of me to insinuate, based on my best knowledge, that old Harv took advantage of people in the entertainment industry, specifically women. And I made a joke. Maybe it was a tasteless joke, but that's what I do. That's what we do.
Have they seen any of the other clips? I mean,
and the joke was that this girl, who I did not know was a minor, I didn't know she was a minor.
yeah, I didn't know either.
I didn't know what she was. She could have been 24. She could have been 34. I didn't. She was bleeding out of her eyes in the video. I didn't think she was a minor. She was doing songs about fucking people's dads. I didn't think she was a Shirley Temple. I apologize for not thinking that she was fucking Shirley Temple. She's bleeding out of her eyes in a video and saying, I'm the bad guy. I'm the bad guy. Come get me. So I said she looked like somebody who kept Harvey Weinstein kept in a cage and raped for 10 years. We put the clip up on it. And then at the end, I said, I'm Billy Raped Me or whatever. I should have worded it maybe differently. We're in the era of thought comedy now. Poster selfie, bitch.
Yeah.
We're in an era of thought comedy. Duck face, empty-headed retards making faces, and it's come fuck me comedy.
Yeah.
That's what people are doing. Don't you want to maybe fuck me? Come see my show. Do you need help out there? I know you do. I know you do. I know each and every one of you needs something. You don't know what it is, but there's a clawing feeling, like something that lives inside of you is eating away at the part of you that matters, the only part of you that matters. The part of you that came alive as a child, the part of you that still believes that things will be ultimately good, the part of you that believes in love, the part of you that hopes for a better world. You believe that, you believe that part of you is essential to you, and you're correct. And as you get older, that part of you wears away little by little. Every disappointment, every slight, every dark episode of your life kind of makes that little hopeful inner child scream a little more, and you lose yourself. You slide into an abyss. You can't feel it happening. It's like the nothing. You ever see The Never-Ending Story? It's a great film. It's about a guy named Atreyu, and he's who gives a fuck what he is? He's rides a horse through a magical land, and it's being eaten. And what's eating it? The nothing. That's what's eating it. Not some big evil character, not Donald Trump, okay? The nothing. Just the absence of good, the absence of anything is just eating. And Atreyu loses his horse in the swamps of sadness. It's a great fucking movie. And then there's a big rock creature. And then there's also a big turtle named Morla. And the turtle says one of my favorite things ever. They go, do you care? And the turtle goes, we don't care whether or not we care. That's what it's about. You see what I mean, folks? That's what it is. Answer questions with that. I don't care what the question is. Start looking at people, look them right in the eye and go, we don't care whether or not we care. That's it. The nothing is eating you, and there's nothing you can really do about it. You're wrong. You're wrong. You can go to betterhelp.com/Tim Dillon. Okay? BetterHelp is online counseling. It's here for you. They offer licensed professional counselors who specialize in issues like depression, stress, anxiety, relationships, sleeping, anger, family conflicts, self-esteem, and more. BetterHelp lets you connect with your professional counselor in a safe and private online environment. Anything you share is confidential. If you're not happy, you can switch at any time to another therapist. You can schedule secure video or phone sessions plus chat and text with your therapist. Okay? You can switch at no additional charge. I don't remember how Atreyu beat the nothing. I don't remember. I also don't remember believing that he did. I thought the nothing was kind of going to win. But I don't think it did at the end. Maybe it did. It should have, I think. because it was looking very, but it's a movie. But I don't want the nothing to win. We all battle against our own nothing. I'm trying to think how he says the Luck Dragon had a big part in it. Falcor, that big dog. Okay? That huge dog. It was a white dog, big white Luck Dragon. It was not a dog, it's a furry dragon. He helped defeat the nothing. I don't know how. Because the nothing seemed very formidable. And then this kind of happy, dumb, big puppet flying around. It's like, well, if that was, could we have done that earlier in the film? Why? I don't know. Maybe the rock creature had something to do. I don't know what happened. I want to watch the film again. My point is this, okay? The nothing doesn't have to win. You don't have a Luck Dragon. You don't have a big, fluffy white dog. And if you do, you're a racist. You're a Nazi. But what you do have is a great online counseling service called BetterHelp. 10% off your first month by going to betterhelp.com/Tim Dillon, TIMDILLON. Why not get started today? BetterHelp.com/TIMDILLON. Simply fill out a questionnaire to help them assess your needs and get matched with a professional counselor that you'll love. I'm just looking up the ending to Neverending Story here because I personally want to understand what happened at the end. Let's just see here at the end. So here's the plot. At the end of the movie, I don't want to ruin it, but I'm gonna ruin it. The Empress tells Bastian that he has the power to bring back Fantasia within his imagination. Well, Bastian recreates Fantasia as he flies on Falcor's back. Yeah, that's what it's all about. And then he sees the land and its inhabitants restored. This movie's retarded. And that Atreyu has been reunited with Artax, the horse that died in the swamps of sadness. When Falcor asks what his next wish will be, Bastian then brings Falcor back to the real world to chase down the bullies from before. The film ends with the narration that Bastian has had many more wishes and adventures and adds, but that's another story. So Falcor, the Luck Dragon, comes into the real world because the kid's being bullied and he scares the bullies. Yeah. I mean, listen, folks, it's not The Godfather, okay? Don't start with me. I'm trying to help you out. BetterHelp. I do like the nothing, though. I do find that a fitting metaphor, and I do like that we don't care quote from the big turtle. Okay? And I do like the rock creature. And I do like the Neverending Story, too, because there was an acid river and very shiny metal and glass boats. And I kind of like the idea of that. And if somebody fell in the river, they would burn up. I like if they did something like that in Orange County. Something like very shiny and deadly like that. I think that's a BetterHelp.com/Tim Dillon. Thank you. Goodbye.
Is your Uncle Stan, who I love on social media at all?
No.
Who is Uncle Stan? Because this guy, I have to meet this guy.
He's my gay 83-year-old unofficial uncle who just kind of like became friends with my mom when she was pregnant with me and just forced his way into my life and called himself my uncle. And I would spend summers in his antiques shop and he would take me to plays. And
he's been banned from
been banned from tons of restaurants. He's just super sassy and mean and hates women and just talks to anybody about their sex life.
I have to meet this fucking guy.
It would be amazing.
This is the guy that I have to meet because this guy seems like a guy that,
you might be, aging into him.
Yeah. I'm going to age into him if I'm lucky. Why does he get banned from all these restaurants?
Because he speaks like, he thinks he's half Mexican, but he just looks like Jack Nicholson, but he thinks like it comes across to people that he's like Hispanic, and he'll speak really bad Spanish to people and say horrible things like, oh, your boyfriend's probably fucking some other girl right now. I mean, look at you. You're not even good looking. Like, he's crazy.
What, does he say that in a restaurant?
Yeah, in a restaurant.
God bless this fucking guy.
He'll be at the grocery store and he'll be talking to the guy checking him out. Like, how's your sex life, Juan? Do you fuck good? And he'll like gesture like a fuck gesture.
Are you fucking Juan?
Are you fucking good, Juan?
What does
be
Juan
racist.
say?
They just, I don't know, please just
because he wants to fuck Juan.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll do shit like that.
He wants to fuck everybody.
Yeah.
He'll be really racist to hosts at restaurants that don't seat him quick. Like, he'll be like, I'm a diabetic cocksucker. You better seat me. I'll call the Better Business Bureau on you. He's always threatening to call the Better Business Bureau. He'll say that he'll ask them what their ethnicity is and be like, "Where are you from?" And they'll be like, "El Salvador." And he'll be like, "Oh, the El Salvadorians, they're all users." He'll just get super racist.
Dude, we're going to get a shirt that says, "I'm a diabetic cocksucker." That's coming. So if you're into the merch, "I'm a diabetic cocksucker" is coming.
Oh, we got to make it.
People that don't start trouble in restaurants, I can't understand them. I don't even want to be near somebody who's not been in an altercation in a restaurant. They're not my people at all. My mother was like that. My mother, God love her, she is in an institution, but my mother, we used to go out to dinner every meal because she didn't cook and they didn't know how to manage their money. They just thought you went out to eat. That's what trash people think you do when you have money. Okay? Like I remember one chick that I went to school with, real trash pig. And she would go out to like Fridays all the time. This was like a few years, maybe after college. Somebody commented, "Oh, you go out to eat a lot." And she just goes, "Yeah, it's part of my lifestyle." And that's what trash people think. And that's the way I've lived my life. When you're trash, you think going out to a restaurant is because literally the only people who can't do it are homeless people. So you're above them.
Yeah.
You're like above the homeless. And that's where, you're like, look at me. So my mother used to go out and she would order the special and she would always order it like it'd be a fish special. And she'd be like, "Let's get it without the sauce and without any of the veg. Like, I just want the fish on the plate with butter," which already chefs don't like.
Mm-hmm.
And she'd go, "I like some French fries lightly cooked." And then the French fries would come and they wouldn't really be lightly cooked. And my mother would call the waitress over. And these people know her. So they all have PTSD. And my mother would go, "Hey, let me ask you a question. Do these French fries look lightly cooked to you? Do they look?" Like, it would be great. It'd be like a question and answer. She never just got to the complaint. She turned it into a courtroom. "Let me ask you a question. Do these French fries to you, maybe I'm wrong, do they look lightly cooked?" And then the waitress would go, "Nah, I guess not that lightly cooked." My mother would go, "Right. Let me ask you another question. If the chef back there can't figure out how to make French fries, do you think he's in the right line of work?" So now my mother has led her into this. And the lady's like, "I don't know." And then I swear to God, one time the lady said to my mother, "He's had a really rough time. I think his wife is sick. It's really tough. I think his wife has cancer." And my mother just looked at her and goes, "Well, I assume the meal is free." Woo!
Oh, that's great.
And those are the people I want to be around.
Yeah.
I want to be around people that get so angry in a restaurant, they start to look like they're going to get physically violent.
Yeah.
That's what I want.
Like that 5 Easy Pieces scene.
Yeah.
That kind of like broke the barrier for treating waiters like pieces of shit.
Well, here's the thing with waiters, and I don't mean this in a derogatory way. Waiters often are pieces of shit.
Yeah.
That's not always, but in some cases, waiters and waitresses should be tortured. Because, and I know that there's a lot of them that are going to email and tweet and call, like, "You don't understand, it's so hard."
Yeah.
Well, then get another job, okay? This is my only happiness.
Did you go to Swingers again?
I did. Let me tell you right now.
Is that same lady there?
No, she was probably home. God only knows, doing God only knows what, trying to make her dreams come true. By the way, the waitresses at Swingers all look like 13-year-old Epstein, like chicks that were kicked off the plane before they took off. It looks like Epstein lined them up and went, "No, no, no. You go serve hummus in West Hollywood. You're out. You're out."
It was a pedophile dodgeball game.
It's
You're
what it
picking
looks
teams.
like. It's children
Yeah.
in fucking Swingers. Dumb diner. The problem with West Coast diners is you need diner people. I'm a diner person.
Yeah.
West Coast people is like cool people in the diner. You don't want cool people in a diner.
Right.
You want people that are like, that's their home.
Mm-hmm.
That's their home.
Mm-hmm.
My mother would sit for hours in a diner because she didn't want to come home to her loveless marriage. So that's her home. And you better treat her like that. you better bring that stuffed flounder.
Yeah.
And it better be exactly what she wanted. And if not, my waitresses would sit in the booth and talk to my mother, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, swingers is just these people that are like, hey, have you made a decision? Yeah, I've made a decision. I've made a decision to shoot up this restaurant. I don't know.
Doing like an impression of a diner, like those fake 50s diners, shit like that on the West Coast over
that
here.
fake
Mel's. It's like, this isn't a diner.
Norms
Yeah,
and
fuck off.
Mel's.
Yeah.
This is what eating French toast was like during segregation. Enough with you fucking LARPing in the fucking lives of 50s diner waitresses that were fucking competent, by the way, because if they weren't, they got a boot to the face.
From Epstein to diners.
These are all problems. These are all issues. Pedophile cults, the death of the diner.
Yeah.
All problems. I want to talk about this too, because I did just stay in a Marriott Courtyard. And the Marriott at one time was one of my favorite hotels. Can someone shut that dog up?
Emma, stop.
Emma, enough. What are you nervous to? Were you on the plane? I stayed in the Marriott Courtyard. What is your favorite hotel chain?
I like Holiday Inn when I've been there. Like the suites or whatever. I haven't been
The suites?
I don't know. The Express Suite. I haven't been to many hotels.
The Express Suites?
I don't get out much. I don't,
The Express
Suites.
You like to get in and
I
out?
went to one in Oklahoma. They had a big continental breakfast. A lot of fat people. It was nice. I liked being around it.
The Marriott used to be the gold standard for hotels in this fucking country because they were Mormon. Mormons are clean, disciplined people. They have irrational beliefs, but who cares? They don't drink. They don't smoke. They keep it clean. They keep it efficient. They keep it moving. They had a great hotel, the Marriott. They had a Marriott nice breakfast buffet. My mother used to take me to the breakfast buffet. It was a nice thing that we did on Sundays. Now, somebody has convinced Marriott. Marriott's bought like every hotel. They own like 35 million hotel chains now. Someone has now convinced Marriott, instead of having a real restaurant in the hotel and room service, they now have something called Bistro to Go. Bistro to Go is like a partner with Starbucks. It's a glorified Starbucks where you can get food that's preheated in a bag and put in a box, a cardboard box, and delivered to your room like you're in one of those detention centers on the border. That's what you feel like when you get it.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't know what happened. I don't know what happened.
Yeah.
And these new modern hotels that want to make everything modern, that's not what you want in a hotel. That's what you want in an apartment. I want a nice, warm, homey feeling. I want a real restaurant. I want a nice buffet. I want an angry Asian chef making omelets who's a woman who's very efficient and very angry. That's who I want. I don't want a glorified fucking Starbucks. I don't want to eat out of a fucking box.
Yeah.
Okay?
Are hotels not doing room service like anymore, really, or is
You
that-
know-
it's turning into like an Amazon Prime delivery of like some shit?
I went to a hotel once. I ordered room service, and then they said, okay, it's at the front desk. You can pick it up. And I said, no. It is room service. On the phone, it says room service. Doesn't say desk service. It says you bring it to my room. If I was going to leave my room, I'll just leave the property. The food isn't good. I'm paying a huge premium for mediocre shit that I'm going to eat in my room while I watch YouTube or whatever else. They go, no, it's at the desk. I said, the hell it is. Please bring it up. And they said, it's at the desk. And I screamed as loud as I could into the phone. I am a paraplegic. I am a fucking paraplegic. And there was silence. And then guess what? Knock on the door with my food. And I don't know if even the room service person knew that I was a paraplegic, but they probably did. They were probably like, you got to bring this up to this. So I opened the door and they saw me and they looked at my legs and I just looked at them. I grabbed the food and I went, I'm cured. And I shut the door. That's all. We're not fucking around anymore. We're not fucking around anymore. We're demanding service at the Marriott courtyard. We're demanding service. We're demanding the conviction of child rapists, and we're demanding service at the Marriott courtyard. We're not going to fuck around. It's not a class issue. Stop with this. Oh, people are good. Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
It's not a class issue. It's an issue of service. It's an issue of pride. Take pride in your job.
Yeah.
I have a lot of pride in my job. I say great things about comedy and comedians all the time. You know?
Yeah, I went to a Marriott Courtyard on this road trip, and they didn't even have free coffee in the lobby. They like have a Starbucks, and you think it's free, but then it's just the Starbucks. They want you to pay
Starbucks has
for
invaded everything.
everything.
Everything was a Starbucks. There's ERs now with a Starbucks in them.
Yeah.
Go get a Frappuccino while you wait for surgery.
Yeah.
Maybe we don't need everything to be. This country's a big fucking Starbucks. Soon as Starbucks starts selling guns, there'll be no reason to go anywhere else in this country.
Yeah. The drive-thrus are everywhere too.
I can't wait for the Epstein trial when they start to shame the victims. You know that's coming.
Yeah.
You know some defense attorney's going to be like, okay, I guess it's time to hear from these hoes. Maybe some of these hoes can get up on. You're gonna tell us some story. Be one of the girls.
Okay.
Hello. In your name. State your name for the record.
Jessica.
Hi, Jessica. Are you aware of the defendant? You know the defendant?
Yeah. Yes.
You do, huh?
Yeah.
You know Jeff?
Yeah. I do.
Can you point him out?
Right there.
Yeah.
Standing right there.
He gave you a ride on his plane?
He did.
Oh, he did, huh?
Yes.
Did you pay for that ride?
I did not.
So it was a free ride on his plane.
I guess.
You took a free ride on the plane, Jessica, huh?
Yeah.
Do you know how much fuel costs on a 737?
I do not.
You have no idea.
No.
So you just waltzed right on the plane. Did anybody force you to get on the plane?
I don't think so. No.
So you just got on the plane and you took a trip
He said we were just taking a trip, vacation.
and you went to a private island.
Yes.
So let me get this straight. You took a free trip to a private island. Okay. On my client's dime. And the only thing you had to do was suck Alan Dershowitz's old cock. Have you ever sat middle seat on a Spirit Airlines flight, Jess? Do you know how many cocks I'd put in my mouth to never do that? Did you have your own seat on the plane, Jessica? Oh, you did, huh?
Yeah.
You had your own seat. You had your own room on the plane, didn't you? You had a bed. Oh, you had a bed.
I was tied up, but yeah.
Okay. Because of turbulence.
I didn't think of it that
And
way.
all you had to do was take a few loads from the leader of the free world, Rhodes Scholar. Do you know how good the economy was when President Clinton was in, Jessica? Do you have any idea?
I was very young. I don't.
Right. So the mastermind of one of the greatest boom times ever wanted to empty a few loads on your tummy in a private jet, and suddenly the world owes you something? Bitch, are you serious right now? Look at this jury of poor people. Are you serious? They've never been to an island. They went to Sandals once.
I like how Tiffany Haddish is the lawyer.
You know she will be in the movie. Bitch. Yes. But you know that's going to go down.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it'll be like, reverse Kavanaugh.
These are all so fun, but none of them can ever go on social media. You got to listen to the podcast, folks. You got to listen because we cannot take the chance of putting these things up because they're coming for us. We are on a list. We've been shadow banned. Yeah. Somebody who follows me goes, I look you up, you're 6th. And I follow you, you come up like 6th. Shadow banned.
Wonder if.
Don't get nervous. I know you're an industry guy. Devin's got a lot of industry friends. Make him nervous. Oh, you sit next to Tim Dillon. He's going off.
Yeah,
Are you ever uncomfortable on the show with what I say?
No, never. No, honestly. I've given up. I don't. That's the thing. I don't care at all.
Wait a minute. Hold on. You don't want to be on a game show on True TV? That's not your goal?
I mean, I'm missing out on writing for a Snapchat comedy series that requires a password and a IP address to what. But
me and Ben at a meeting today, we walk into guys like,
oh, yeah, how'd that go?
He goes, we can't really put this on like NBC. I go, yeah. He goes, no. He goes, maybe Comedy Central and TBS. Talking about the desk videos. I'm like, yeah, I don't even think they're really. But who knows? Let it happen.
Unless they completely change the format of their channels and like what they believe in. I don't see it happening. I mean, what Frank TV to you behind a desk.
It's so funny how incredibly scared we are of speech and jokes and how we don't give a fuck about people's actions. We don't really care about people's actions.
No.
We don't give a shit about that. We care about what you say,
There's videos on Instagram of people punching kids, I'm sure, and they have so many views that they're not going to take them off.
I mean, all those Instagram fitness people, like these hot dudes that I follow, I comment all the time. They're like, your face is so important. Always try to smile because that shows the world how you feel inside. And I'll just comment like, what if a bear ate your face? How do I smile then? I was mauled by a bear. I don't have a face. I used to drink at a bar called The Helm. There was a guy, Lou. He had no nose. It was just a hole in the middle of his face. We called him Louie No Nose. And you know what? No matter how happy he was or how much he grinned, the world was very troubled by the way he presented. I think he sniffed so much cocaine he lost his nose. I don't know. Sometimes I just want to be that hot guy who just takes pictures on the beach in Malibu and just puts dumb quotes up,
Live, love, laugh.
Yeah. Believe in yourself. Forget about the drama. You don't need the drama. Be yourself. Don't let anybody tell you that you're less than. No, let everyone tell you you're less than. You're less than. You are less than. There are people that are more than, and by definition, you're less. But that's the thing. You send all these people into the world thinking they're beautiful, thinking they're intelligent, and they're informed, and they're 450 pounds, and they go into the world, and they've learned everything off a Twitter thread, and they open their dumb mouth. I'm sitting at dinners with some people who open their mouth, and they just start talking, and they don't know what they're saying. And I'm like, shut up. Go back into a cave. Learn, and then come out again. All these people hopping on the Epstein train, where were you guys?
Right.
Where the fuck were you when I was talking about this? Mullen was talking about it. Luis Gomez, not really, but sometimes. Luis thought Jeffrey was a dentist. He was trying to get free shit from him. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. What matters is we were there. All these people that are now jumping on the train, like they know what the fuck's going on.
Yep, super convenient too now.
I can't wait till how we'll end this somehow and make Jeffrey Epstein a hero. I don't know how we're going to do it. We'll make him a hero.
Yeah, he looks like he could be good.
I want to hear from him. He hasn't spoken.
Yeah, I do want to hear him talk.
I want to hear from him.
Yeah.
I want to hear him. I want to hear what he's got to say.
Maybe he'll do like a Gayle King interview like R. Kelly did.
Yeah, and Gayle King just sits there.
She's always talking to rapists.
Yeah.
It's like her favorite thing to do.
Gayle
Every
King
morning.
loves it. Gayle King's trying to get raped. That's why. Gayle King's like, can you show me exactly how you did it?
Can somebody fuck me?
How would you hold them down? Why don't you just cut off my airflow? Can I ask you a question, Jeffrey?
Can you choke me?
Would you mind cutting off my airflow with your big bare hand? Just so I could experience what the girls experienced, and I will then make a decision if this is rape or not. Just put your hand on my neck. No, I see the film guys getting nervous. No. He's going to choke me. He's going to choke me now. What names are going to come up? What would shock you? Woody Allen's going to probably come up.
Maybe. I feel like he's more of a lone. Like he did that on his own. He's like
he was friends with Epstein. They lived
Oh,
around
he
the
was?
block. Oh, yeah, they lived around the block from each other.
I want to know if it's really the Chris Tucker because Mullen was
No.
saying it's not. It's
It's
really
another
not?
Chris Tucker.
That's That's actually I like that. I don't want Chris Tucker
I
to
don't
be
want
bad.
Chris Tucker involved.
Yeah. That
You
would
know? I want people I hate implicated. I have a whole list of people
Yeah.
that I want implicated.
Can you say who they are?
No, well, maybe. But there's a whole list of people that I don't feel like have done me right that I want implicated.
Mm-hmm.
I want them to have to explain why they were at the island.
Mm-hmm.
Got to explain it. Some people are going to have to explain that. It's going to be hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
People are going to be like, you know, I knew Jeffrey, but I didn't really know him. And he's like, hey, I got an island. I like the water. So I was like, I want to take a vacation. There was a lot of kids around, and I didn't pay attention to it. I didn't know what was going on. Then there was this weird temple where the kids would massage us all, but I thought it was for UNICEF. Like, I thought this was some type of fundraiser. I thought it was like for the Red Cross. I don't know.
Yeah.
And then afterwards, we'd hunt these children. We would get in groups of 3, and we'd put numbers on the children and then hunt them. And this was all part of the Boys and Girls Club. That's what they said. This is, we sponsor children. So we have to, in order to see which child we sponsor, we had to hunt them and then shoot them with a dart gun. That is what it was. It was for the Boys and Girls Club. A lot of people are like, oh, you're making fun of this. Yep, we're making fun of it because we're living in hell. We're making fun of hell. And all of these people should go to jail and be killed.
Yeah.
Don't fucking email me and tweet at me and be like, you're making light of it. Put them in jail. Put Bill Clinton in jail. You know?
Yep.
These people are, if they're doing, and we know they are doing that, there's zero fucking chance that Bill Clinton was not fucking underage chicks on that plane. There's no chance. Nobody believes that, not even Hillary. You know, they were both tweeting about soccer the other day.
Oh.
How proud they were of the soccer team.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what they're talking about.
That's what you were focused on? Soccer. You know, Hillary was like, I mean, the people close to them, that's a dark job. Their handlers, their assistants.
Mm-hmm.
They know there's blood in the water. They fucking know, man. And they got to come out with these dumb fucking statements. Bill was never on the island. These people got it, and they sleep very well. They all sleep great. And they're aiding and abetting some of the worst crimes, unimaginable crimes. And because these are crime families. The Clintons, the Bushes, they are crime family. And the Trumps, to a degree, are this is criminal activity.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what Donald Trump was involved in or what he wasn't involved in, but I do know a lot of the shit he's done with his real estate connections. He's been involved with very shady characters. You know, these are people that get to where they get because they commit crimes and they get away with it. And I know that's hard for people to believe because in their head, they believe that these people are talented. Bill Clinton's a brilliant politician, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Trump's talented. They have talents, but they're also criminals. And many of them are child rapists and murderers. So, you know, you can be a lot of things.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to be any one thing. But people got to open their mind a little bit. Do you think, like, this opens up a conversation about who these people are? Because that is what I'd really like to see happen.
Yeah.
And I don't think it will.
No, I don't think it will. I think we'll move past it.
Yeah.
Because it's, I don't know. I feel like people it's too heavy. It's like too much.
It's too much, dude.
Do you think there will be any kids that, like, we find out, like, 10, 11, like, kids?
Yeah.
Not even, like, 6.
It's going to be bad.
When that comes out, that's going to get fucking really, really scary. If you're just not.
So you're okay with the 13. Fair enough.
No,
Good
yeah,
point.
totally.
It's fair. When Russ Baker wrote that book, Family of Secrets, and I read it, and he described the process of writing it, and he said to me, and Ray Kump, the great Ray Kump, he said, when I started to really understand who these people are and how they operated, the book and the process of writing it had the profundity of theology, meaning it was so profound, it was a religious experience. I started to understand things that never made any sense to me that started to make sense. All of these questions that I had about why things operated a certain way, they started to become more clear as I understood who these people were, and also as I understood all the influences and the pressures that were exerted on them, how some of them had been blackmailed, some of them owed their political career to, a certain billionaire, a certain power broker, that these people had been party to criminal acts that were then covered up, and the people that facilitated that cover up were able to use that and leverage power and pull strings. And he goes, once you start seeing how all of that happens, it's clear to you that dumb, remember School of Rock? It's like how a bill becomes a law. Mm-hmm. I'm just a bill sitting here on Capitol Hill. And you read that. You watch that. And you're like, oh, that's what happens. The House legislation originates there. It goes to the Senate. Mm-hmm. Then it goes to the president. That's not really it. That's a very positive way of looking at how things get done. Have you seen that? I'm just a bill.
Yeah, back in the day.
Everybody has seen that.
Mm-hmm.
That's not what it is.
No.
It's not what it is. It's like, I'm just a bill. I was sponsored by a senator. He fucked a kid in a hotel in Washington. There was a camera there, and someone sent that photo to him, and now he said, we need a war. We're going to have a war. And they said, you're going to have 3 more wars. He said, okay, don't tell them I fucked the kid, and I'm just a bill. I was written with blood. I'm just a bill. I was written with blood. I go to the House, then the Senate floor. There were cameras at that party. They saw you fuck that whore. And I'm just a bill. And it's like, that's what it really is. We killed a Kennedy. We put Michael Hastings went to a tree. I'm just a bill. Don't look at me. I'm just a bill. We had a debate. It was about rape.
That's the chopped and screwed version.
It's the chopped and screwed version.
That's great.
That's what it really is.
Yeah.
It's not the fucking people having, well, I think. You know who I really want to be on this plane? Ocasio-Cortez. I want Ocasio-Cortez to come out and go, yeah, I fucked those old white bitches. I fucked them and I don't feel bad about it. I fucked them and I stole their wallets. And I took that cash and I gave it to the poor of the Bronx. I want to have a moment with her, like how she does those 3 to 5 minute clips.
Yeah.
Where she just gets out and all the, the phones are on her and she's like, we're about to go viral, bitches.
Mm-hmm.
She's like, yeah, I fucked Epstein. They said he has a weird little dick, like an egg-shaped penis, a tiny egg-shaped penis.
Oh.
And I want her to be like, I put that old egg in my fucking mouth. I knew exactly what I was doing. That billionaire fuck. I went in there. I fucked them all. Alan Dershowitz ate my ass. And as he was eating my ass, you know what I was doing? I was reading Marx and getting ready for the war. I used my sexuality as a weapon against those old fucks. I infiltrated that island.
That would be great.
It would be great. It would be powerful.
Did you see that video of her being confused about what a garbage disposal is? She was pretending she didn't know what a garbage disposal.
No, but I mean, she's she's somebody who I thought was going to be president. Now the more and more I see her, I'm like, you are.
Yeah, she needs to stop talking as much.
She might be on a reality show in a few years, but that might be the president. That is the presidency,
right?
I want. There's going to be one girl that comes out and is pro Epstein, like one of the kids that he fucked.
Yeah,
is going to come out.
Who has Stockholm syndrome, and
one girl's going to come out and be like, they were nice to us. There was always breakfasts. You bitches are crazy. Jeff, on the other side of this, remember me. I'm not selling you out like the rest of these stank ass hoes. I'm with you, Jeff.
Stank ass.
Does he have kids? Does Epstein have kids? It's got to be a fun date, huh? Well, my dad's actually in the news right now. Daddy. Bill was not on the island. Bill barely knows Jeff. He was on his plane 4 times. He had a small meeting in Harlem, 2002. What was that meeting about? farm subsidies? Is that what they were discussing in Clinton's office in Harlem? Was that what it was? Talking about trade? I wonder if Epstein has kids.
Well, he has kids in another way. He has another type of kids.
It's a bad Google search right now. Jeffrey Epstein
Pretty
kids.
confusing Google
We
search.
don't need to get shut down here. Apple Podcast pulls us off. What are you doing? That'll happen. In 20 years, you'll have a pro-pedophile podcast.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Pro-pedophile podcast. Oh, it's coming. Okay. Good. Folks, when I was a child, I was rightly told I had a lot of promise. I was told I was very bright. I was told that I was going to be lucky and that my luck was going to be earned and that I was going to be special. I was going to be different. I stood apart from the pack. Many of you were not told that. And that's because that is not the case for many of you. Many of you are not special. You're not different. You don't matter. Many of you. And I don't mean you don't matter in a grand historic sense. Of course you don't. I mean even in the day-to-day horrible life you have of your meaningless interactions, your stupid job. I mean, most of you out there, what are you really doing? Nothing. You're sucking up air. You're using resources that other people, like myself, like Cardi B, like Donald Trump, could be using to further our agendas because we are special. Yes, I am sorry. I am sorry. People like myself, Cardi B, who I believe her real name is Belcalis, and Donald Trump are special people. What do we share, me, Cardi B, and Donald Trump? What do we share? We're all magnetic. We're all funny, effortlessly. We all have a certain sex appeal. We've all maybe drugged people and taken things from them. Things they didn't need, okay? They don't need it. Here's another thing that unites me, Cardi B, and Donald Trump. We're all New Yorkers. Fuck yeah. Okay? We're better than you, bitch. Yeah, that's right. And we all have fucking websites. We've got websites. People can look us up. They can see our shit. We got schedules. We got content. We got links. We got text, video, pictures. Okay? You want a website? You want to be like us? You want to be like Donald Trump, Cardi B, or Tim Dillon? Two people who got their start from a reality show. One person got his start from the world of stand-up comedy. Go to Wix. Okay? We built a great site, timdillonsgoingtohell.com, using Wix. There is no is, it's just timdillonsgoingtohell.com. It was incredibly easy to do. If you have a business or content you want to promote, you're missing out on potential clients and customers if people can only contact you via social media. You think that it's all on the gram. It's all on TikTok. Wake the fuck up. Okay? What are you selling your product to 15-year-olds? What are you doing? There's adults out there that want to read some goddamn testimonials about the shit you're peddling. You're a fucking hairstylist? People want to know. They want to see photos of things you've done before they go and plunk down money at your fucking salon. You're a wedding photographer? Maybe you're a DJ. They want to hear that Brenda from Bayshore, Long Island thought you were great. She was a little skeptical up front because you looked Filipino and she didn't really understand if those people knew about music. But he won me over. That's what Brenda's testimonial would say. I was nervous up front because Dan looked like a Pacific Islander. However, I realized that he was really great and he was a great wedding DJ. Now, my marriage is over, but that has nothing to do with Dan. My husband turned out to be a little abusive. I should have maybe seen that coming. I did not. We have a divorce that's been playing out in the courts right now. It's unique in the sense that neither of us want the children. We're dividing up a collection of Beanie Babies right now that we inherited from Dan's mother. And we're living in his mother's basement in Bayshore, New York, where we eat bacon, egg, and cheese sandwiches and watch Fox News every day and get ready for the Great War, where Donald Trump will lead us into battle. It's the one thing we still agree on is that we love Trump. We would have got divorced years ago, except that we have that. We still have that. You need a testimonial on the website, no matter what you do. You might be a child acting coach, and you need somebody to go, he never fucked my kid. This guy did not come over and do creepy shit. He just taught this person how to act. He didn't come over and do weird shit, start doing weird breathing exercises on the floor. We were waiting for that, but he was pretty on the level. You know? We appreciate that. Did not fuck the kid. Now, my kid has also not gotten any work. I don't know if that's related, but I hope that all evens out eventually. But these are testimonies. These are what boomers want to read before they sign on for your services. Okay? My daughter got her hair done with Jackie DiGiglio at Mirage Salon in Massapequa before the prom. My daughter was so happy with the highlights that Jackie put in that made my little girl look like a real Long Island woman. She went to that prom. She danced around, putting her pussy in everybody's face. And we were proud as a family. We were really proud of her. She was very happy. And now she wants to be a stylist at that same salon. So she's smartly not going to college. And she's going to go sweep up hair in Massapequa and watch Jackie make other girls beautiful. These are the types of things you need on the website. So go to Wix. They have a drag and drop design system if you don't want to design your own website. Jackie DiGiglio did not design her own website. She used Wix ADI, Artificial Design Intelligence. She was drunk. She tried to figure out the website. She just started screaming the N-word and punching her Mac. That's not the move. Finally, somebody said, Jackie, just use the ADI. And she did. And now she's getting a lot more people coming into her salon. Over 150 million people have built their website using Wix. Who cares? Is that even a lot of people? I don't know. These are these dumb things we're supposed to read. 150 million people. Does that matter? TimDillonsGoingToHell.com. Click the link at the bottom to get 10% off any Wix premium plan, okay? Don't be one of these people that doesn't have a website. Be like me. Be like Donald Trump. Be like Cardi B. We are better than you, fuckhead. Because we have websites. And because we were chosen by Christ to lead humanity to the next level. Cardi B, Tim Dillon, Donald Trump. No one else. Goodbye. How long have we done? 48.
Yeah, it would be great if we found out some like people we were just completely shocked by were on that plane. You know,
I don't want to talk about this anymore, like the fucking of the kids, but we can't stop. I've tried to stop for 2 years. It's every news story.
It's just so exciting that this is happening.
But every news story is this.
Yeah.
And then you get mad at some of the conspiracy people because you're like, everything's not, everyone's a pedophile. And then you turn on the news and you're like, well, I guess actually, Actually, maybe you guys are right.
Who's that?
It's just a random voice. But I wonder. Thank God we have comedy. Comedy will save us, don't you think?
Yeah.
Don't you think stand-up comedy will save us? Don't you think all we really need to undo the power of the pedocracy is a good old bit?
Mm-hmm.
Just the perfect bit.
Yeah.
I remember these idiots when the whole Louis first thing happened, like the real comedy loyalists were like, he's going to come up with the perfect bit and it'll make it all okay. And I'm like, guys, why don't you sober up? Why don't you sit the fuck down and get some sleep? Okay? Take a nap.
Yeah.
Yeah, he'll have some great bits. It won't be the perfect bit that makes everything okay. If it is, I'll be amazed. And God love him.
Yeah. But yeah, a bit could save the world, you know?
What do you do if you're Epstein? What's your move?
Take a plea deal that gets me like 9 months or something.
No, they're going to.
back.
I think he's
back to
facing
it.
45 years.
Oh. He can't run, right? Because then he can't get any. Doesn't have his.
They'll
lifestyle
kill
anymore.
him. They'll kill him.
Yeah.
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 They're trying to kill him already. Hillary Clinton's in Palm Beach with a crossbow. You know, she's paying off some prison guard in New York where he is right now to go shank him. You fucking nuts? They don't want their legacy to be ruined. Bill's like, I'm just a regular rapist. Okay? I've just been credibly accused of rape by of-age people. Can that be my legacy?
Yeah.
Can my legacy be locking up black people for no reason and rape of appropriately aged women? Thank you. Is that too much to ask? Nobody wants that legacy.
No.
You know?
Yeah. No, yeah, they'll play the most dangerous
Your mom
game
must
with
be going
Epstein.
crazy. Bev must be fucking.
She's in Hawaii right now, but I'm sure she's not even having fun anymore. She's just on the computer, just going off about it.
I like Devin's mom. She's fucking plugged in.
Very plugged in.
She's plugged the
9/11's
fuck in.
an inside job. Sandy Hook didn't happen. She knows all the families' names. She'll talk about other actors. It's insane. It's beautiful.
Do we do a live podcast
With
listen to me, from Jeffrey Epstein's, like, New York City townhouse, like outside of it? Do a flies all to New York and we just sit outside of Jeffrey Epstein's townhouse?
yeah, why not? Will we get removed?
Probably. You know?
Yeah.
I wanted to do one at Camp Hero in Montauk by the Stranger Things. But also, fuck Stranger Things. I've had enough of that.
Yeah, I'm tired
Hey,
of it.
enough of that.
They're like older now.
Hey, enough. Enough.
Yeah.
No one cares. Stop with this nostalgia.
Mm-hmm.
You're all on some odd nostalgia high
Yep.
for the 80s.
Steven Spielberg shit.
You know what the 80s was? AIDS and crack for a lot of people. I know you lily white bitches think the 80s was all about malls and carnivals. But for a lot of people, the AIDS was about watching your friend waste away because he had a disease the government wouldn't say is true, or watching mom light a rock in your living room because the CIA was selling it to her. I want to see that Stranger Things episode. Where's the Stranger Things episode where Winona Ryder's smoking crack and she doesn't give a shit about the Demogorgon anymore?
Yeah.
She doesn't care about the alien. She's like, will you kids shut the fuck up about this alien? And she just smacks them right across the face and she just lights a rock. Where's that episode? Where's the savings and loan scandal where they all lose their fucking houses? And Winona Ryder is fucking smoking crack in a car that they're all living in. Hopper.
Yeah.
Hopper has AIDS because he's sucking cock and not telling anyone about it. He's a leather daddy. He's doing intravenous drugs. Let's get nostalgic for real shit, okay? It's not all hanging out in the mall and fighting some alien,
Yeah.
okay? You fucking clowns. Make a real show.
About crack and AIDS.
Yeah, it was the 80s.
Yeah.
Make a show about coke.
Put some fun music behind it.
People were doing blow.
Yeah.
Winona Ryder would have been sniffing her fucking face off in that kitchen. Numb mouth, barely speak, saying to the kids, they'd be like, Mom, what happened to my piggy bank? Shut up. I'm going out. Mom's going out.
She joins the Dallas Buyers Club.
Finn Wolford, that character, turns around to the other kid. He's like, Mom's smoking it now. It's getting bad. It's getting bad. She doesn't have any money anymore, so she's smoking it. That should be the alien. Winona Ryder, by the way, before she got Stranger Things, was shoplifting.
Right.
She was stealing shit from
clothes.
fucking Bloomingdale's.
Yeah, I don't like that show.
I mean, listen, it's one of those things where it should have been a movie, 90-minute movie. I enjoyed it when it first came on.
Mm-hmm.
We don't need 9 seasons of everything. We don't need to see these kids grow up to be in their 30s. No one gives a shit. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
You're still fighting the same alien? Enough already. The Upside Down. What is the Upside Down, you know?
I don't even. I watched the first season. That was it. Like the wall was like the monster or something, like, right?
It's based on the Montauk Project. It's based on something that actually happened. And I get it. But again, we don't,
Pear.
Base it on. By the way, Marlboro Lights sponsored the show. Marlboro Lights, they're not just for substitute teachers who want to die. You ever see your sub smoking? I used to do coke with my sub. My sub was a real Italian, real Dago wop bitch. And she used to come over to the coke house and get a couple of bags. Her and her husband used to probably load up and fuck each other like animals. Then she'd come in the next day with 15 circles under her eyes, look like a raccoon, drinking coffee. She'd put on a video and go sit in the back. She was still coming down. She was a good woman. I miss her. I miss those people. They're good people. We're going to wrap it up here, folks. We've taken down enough sacred cows. It's a good show. People are really enjoying this. They're enjoying it because we're careful.
Pick our words wisely.
I think that's what this society is full of. Too many fat people running their mouth. This show is about people that are careful and cautious and that believe in this country. This is a great land. This is a great country that we live in, and everything that we've gotten, we've all earned, and it's all been honest. That's why people like the show. They like the show because finally somebody who's proud to live in a country run by satanic pedophiles, black magic wizards, corrupt plutocrats, oligarchs, literal demons. They're proud. We're proud. We're not gonna apologize for who we are. No. We just celebrated the 4th of July. 4th of July. And then a few days later, our ex-president told us that he wasn't on the pedophile island. Happy 4th of July. Isn't that nice, everyone? Oh, say, can you see? I was only on the plane 4 times. I never went to the island. We had a quick meeting in Harlem. And the crimes that he did, all the fucking of kids, was not involved with my Clinton Foundation work. Oh, say I am innocent of the Twitter mob. I only raped Juanita Broderick. And she enjoyed it. no matter what she said. And then the F-15s just fly over.
The Super Bowl starts.
The Super Bowl starts. We're not going to talk about Jeffrey Epstein for the whole episode. I know that people don't like people. A lot of people love it. By the way, some people love it. They don't want anything else. Some people right now are in like hog heaven with this story and they don't want to talk about anything else. They're just fucking in. They're happy. They're bringing it up at like family barbecues.
Mm-hmm.
They're sitting there. But I get that it gets a lot, but it's just funny to me. It's funny to me because a friend of mine said to me recently, he's like, we got to talk about other stuff. You got to talk about other, and it's like, you have two presidents, two American presidents that are eerily close to a guy who's running an international human trafficking ring. And people are like, but you know what? You got to talk about other stuff. You can't spend all your time on it. It would be like going to Thanksgiving dinner. Your brother is being murdered in the kitchen. Your sister's being raped in the bathroom. And you're like, I get it, but can we have dessert? I want to have pie. I like pie. I don't understand. So then I had to explain to this friend why it's bad that the president might be involved with the human trafficking ring.
Mm-hmm.
You have to explain. You do have to explain it to people
in
this country. You do have to sit down and go, this is not good. And here's why you should care that we might be run by some very, very bad people. You got to break it down for them.
Right.
Because it's not obvious
Yeah.
to most people walking around why it should affect them.
Yeah.
Why the abuse of children should affect that. They don't get it. They're walking around like, I don't understand. But what does this have to do with, especially in LA, everything's about them. Like, it's about me. It's about me and I want to just manifest the life that I want.
Right.
Like, I was talking to somebody the other day in Manhattan. I'm like, it's getting bad. And we're standing in the middle of Manhattan. They're like, no, I think it's good, dude. Things aren't that bad. I'm like, we're in the middle of the wealthiest city in the country. We're in the middle of it. Outside of this city, people are crawling on the street. They're living in tents. They're gnawing each other's flesh off.
Yeah.
Just a few miles away. And people are like, I think it's fine. I think you got to relax. But it's LA. People don't want to talk. People want to do yoga. They want to eat avocado toast. You want to talk about avocados and dating.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody loves dating. There's a lot of dating podcasts. Dating's very complex and interesting.
Right.
Because there's a certain type of woman out there. She's got a few pounds on. She lives in a major city. Maybe she celebrates Hanukkah. And this type of woman has had a cushy life. And her only real challenge, maybe other than like dyslexia or something, is finding a guy to fuck. She wants a Prince Charming to put his dick in her, and they're going to have babies. And her entire life, from when she fucking gets wet for the first time till she traps one of these poor losers, is about stalking and finding this guy. And she needs podcasts about it. And it's everything. It's Friday night to go out. Saturday night to go out. They got to find the guy. They got to get him. And then Sunday, they go out and dash. What was they like? And then so there's got to be podcasts that break down every millisecond of this interaction because it's fascinating. And that's what really does well.
Yeah.
What really does well is if you can, when do you text? Do you text? What do you text? When do you text? What do you text? When you meet the parent, what's it like? Now, people say to me, oh, fuck you, Tim. You blow people in hotel rooms. You get prostitutes. Yeah. And so you don't understand why dating's important. You don't give a fuck about your family or their approval. You don't live a wholesome life. Yeah, fine. Okay. Correct. But still, enough with the dating all the time. I get that I understand that certain people need it more than I do.
Right. I
understand trying to suck off some financially desperate kid at NYU and then buy him fucking, a fillet of salmon so I can put my tongue in his ass is not. I get a lot of people are like, oh, we're in a different world. Like, we want to have a good life. Okay. But enough with you're in your mid-30s and you can't find someone and you're enough with that. Opposite. I did that Wix ad about opposites. I was like, good is bad now. People don't realize good is bad. Like, fat is now thin. And I said that in the Wix ad. The energy that used to come with being thin now comes with being fat. Like, when you were thin, people used to be like, yes, bitch. Now, no one will say that if you're thin. In order to get that reaction, you have to be 300. You have to be knocking on 300 pounds to get people excited about you. People are like, yes, bitch, you go girl. You go girl used to be a hot chick in a little black dress walking around in the 80s or 90s. Now you go girl is a fucking, they got to look like Thanos, you know? You got to look like Thanos from the Avengers if you're a woman to get a yo girl. Fat is thin. We've transferred all of the qualities from thin people to, that's why I have to lose weight because I don't want to be part of the fat.
Right. It's not cool anymore.
Fat pride movement that's happening. No, I'm abusing myself. They're like, you're perfect. I'm like, no, I hate myself and I want to die. They're like, yes, bitch. No, this is wrong and I'm killing myself. I'm wanting to kill myself. No, you're just perfect the way you are. There's no relationship between weight and health. There is. I can't breathe. There is a relationship. I mean, of course there's a relationship. All these women, you hear them, these big, big beasts, and they sit down, they can't even breathe, and they're like, you're not my doctor. Don't tell me what I should be. They're like, okay. I was in Long Island. First of all, Bagel Guy is following me on Instagram. You
Unbelievable. Yeah.
What was your reaction when you saw Bagel Guy for the first time?
Seems about right.
How tall are you?
I'm 5'10".
You're 5'10".
Yeah.
Now that is the height of most Hollywood actors. People don't realize this.
Yeah, like short.
Most Hollywood actors are not 6 feet like I am. Although I present much taller. Most people go, you seem like you're more than 6 feet. You know, because you have a very domineering physical presence. But you're 5'10".
Yeah.
Have you ever found that to be a problem getting chicks? Not really.
No.
Because you have kind of that LA scuzziness that women like.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
He
looks like deformed. He has like a weirdly shaped body.
It is not a good situation over there in Long Island with Bagel Guy. It's not good. You're doing much better. You have that skaterish slime ball, but LA kind of, you look like you're like 12 still.
Right.
Like you have a beard.
Yeah. Like
that's what LA people look like. They look like 15-year-olds with beards.
Yes.
That's what they look like. That's what people in LA look like. And everybody's messaging me. They're like, you got to have on Bagel Guy. And I'm like,
do you?
Do we?
Bagel Guy?
No, they're calling him Bagel Boss.
Bagel Boss. Okay.
Because he threw a fit. Now, listen, I got to be honest with you. I have thrown fits in not that Bagel Boss, but they own a chain. I have had issues because there is no pride in the service of others. Yeah. When someone comes in and orders something and you're looking at a mongoloid across on the other side of the counter who could give a shit less about you.
Yeah.
And you're coming in and all you want is a egg over medium, not sunny side up, you dumb bitch. Not fried to where the yolk is now chalky, over medium, which is a perfectly gelatinous, where the egg yolk is kind of like semen, where it runs a little bit down the roll, but not fully. Doesn't fall on the floor. It's viscous, like nice semen. But Bagel Boss is, people are like, you got to have this guy on, and I'm like, do we really have to create the world we're all gonna hate? Like the world where in 6 months he has a television show and everyone's like, how did this happen?
Right.
It's like, well, how did it happen? Because all you fucks. But he tapped into something with people. There's a lot of men that are angry that are not getting pussy, that are not getting laid.
He's like a red pill guy, it feels like.
Well, I think he represents a lot of angry dudes out there that are unhappy. And, he kind of came out and he flipped out. And he got tackled by a big guy at the end. And people are like, comment on it. Here's the thing about Long Island. That archetype of guy is a guy that I've seen my whole life. A guy that will start the fight and someone else finishes the fight. That's a very Long Island thing. What do you shut the fuck? That's as Long Island as you get. As Long Island as you get is a guy mid-sentence gets punched.
Right.
And then we'll spend the next week twisting the story so that somehow he's the victor.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, there fought with 6 of them. It's like, no, you started a fight. No one did anything to you. Like, and you got your ass kicked, but then people will kind of twist and turn it. But what people don't realize about Long Island is of all the pockets of white trash on planet Earth, right? Of all the collections of human garbage that exist, there is no collection that is as charmless and that has less redeeming qualities than the ones that live on Long Island. They are not like folksy hill people. They're not charming backwoods hicks. They can't do anything. Like, you meet some trash, maybe where like Theo's from, like in Louisiana. You're like, well, these people are wrestling gators.
Right.
They aren't living off the land or whatever. Long Island people are, it's puzzling.
Not really a skill.
It's not a skill.
Yeah, they're just loud.
They're disgusting. The actual word is just, I was in Taco Bell the other day. I went to dinner at the Taco Bell Pizza Hut. I have one family member left, my Aunt Donna. She's the only one I like. She's it. My father and his wife are officially done after this weekend. They're officially done for a while. They get nice. I'll tell you what happened. I will go into this. I want to talk Taco Bell first.
Okay.
Because a lot of people are finding this message of leave your family and friends incredibly inspiring. Literally. People are messaging me every day and they're going, oh, you're the Gary Vee that I need. For my whole life, I thought I had to stay loyal to my family and friends. You do not. Leave them. Leave them. And people are waking up to this reality that, like, you don't need these fuckers. They're ruining your life. They don't want you to succeed. They don't want you to do better than them, especially if they're boomers. No group of people has ever cared less about their children than boomers. Nobody has ever been less available for their kids. They are a deeply selfish group of people who've raped planet Earth. Almost every problem we have can be traced to mom and dad boomer sitting on their fat asses watching Wheel of Fortune while the entire planet immolates. Mommy and daddy drinking wine on the phone with Aunt Sue. Hi, Sue! Where's my kid? I don't know. Hanging himself in his room. How are you? What's going on, Sue? When you were growing up, you were always at somebody's house and his mother was always on the phone running her mouth with someone else. Like, these people who couldn't be less present, couldn't give a shit. This was not the era where we took the kids on the college tour, what college you want to go to. This was the era of TV, eating shit, fast food, KFC, here's some fried chicken, and you're going to watch television with dad and mom, okay? So I'm in Taco Bell Pizza Hut because I wanted to have dinner. And my Aunt Donna drove me there, and she doesn't want to partake, so she's sitting in the car reading a book. And I said, I'll just go in here and have dinner by myself because I don't need to dine with anyone else. Do you go out alone ever? You have a girlfriend now. Do you go out alone?
Yeah, I do.
It's very empowering. So it is. It's very empowering. And if you're listening to this,
That's what I tell myself.
and you haven't gone out alone, I used to go out alone all the time. And I would sit at a bar and I would get hammered and I would eat and I would gorge myself with food. And then I'd get back in my car and drive home plastered. And it's a good, you feel like, man, I really own my life.
Right.
I really own my life.
You're in control of your own destiny.
I'm in control, And I was at Taco Bell Pizza Hut. And I said to myself, this is the last time I'm going to have Taco Bell Pizza Hut. I talked to Andrew Santino about it. He's like, Domino's isn't good. Pizza's not good. Taco Bell's not good. I'm like, number one, shut the fuck up, you Hollywood elitist. You're an elitist. I'm a man of the people.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Like George W. Bush.
Yeah.
Man of the people. And the Taco Bell Pizza Hut, what makes it so good, you don't have them out here. Do they have Taco Bell Pizza Hut out here?
No. They have Taco Bell KFCs.
Interesting. That's an interesting combo.
Yeah.
That's wild.
Yeah.
That's a wild person that does that.
Mm-hmm.
That does a Taco Bell KFC.
Mm-hmm.
Because what I like about the Pizza Hut combo, and I used to go Red Comp all the time, you have the warm, cheesy, gooey goodness of now they're not serving supreme pizzas anymore because everyone's too lazy or whatever to put the green pepper on it. It's a whole problem. Fine. Fine. We can only do pepperoni. Nobody's going to do Supreme. Fine. You know, I like the Supreme. You get that little cardboard mushroom that was never a mushroom, and you get like one of them.
Yeah.
And then you get a few green peppers. You get like an onion that was on something else. You know, it was they just take an onion from another thing and throw it on the pizza. But they can't do the Supreme. I was a devotee of the Supreme and sausage that is made from like meat bits that they stir with water and make like clumped up meat things. They don't have that, so I just got a regular cheese. What's nice about the Taco Bell Pizza Hut is you have the warm, gooey pizza, and you dunk it in the marinara sauce, and then you have the cool, refreshing, kind of healthy Taco Bell. You know what I mean? Like you have like a healthy.
You do consider Taco Bell healthy. When I've gotten it with you,
it's very healthy. I will have you killed. I think it's very healthy, and it is the healthiest fast food. There's articles about it. There's experts about it. Thank you. I'm not going to have them on the show, but the reality is Taco Bell is a very healthy alternative. Okay? Especially for boomers who don't want to raise your kids. We ate that shit all the time because my parents did not cook. They were too busy. My father was too busy playing guitar in one of our spare rooms, okay? Because it was about him. He was trying to get his album together. So we didn't cook dinner. He would go in and strum his guitar, and my mother would go take pills and teach swimming. So, and I would just left to waste away in my room and with no dog. Nobody got me a dog.
Oh, wow.
Okay, well, that's good. Well, don't hold your breath waiting for grandkids. How about that? That's why I chose to become a gay cocaine addict because of the way that they reared me as a child. I hope they're proud of themselves. How's your album, Dad? Is it good? How's the song? Is it good? So, do you enjoy it? So
it went from Bagel Boss to you hating your dad.
I'm so angry. I haven't even gotten into
why. Seems like there's
a
connection here.
I've had enough with boomers. Lock them up. Throw away the key. Put the boomers in the ice camps. Let the illegals in. Let MS-13 in. And get the boomers. I'm done with the boomers now. They're all going to retire soon. Good. Light them on fire. So, and I'll tell you why, but I'm in Taco Bell Pizza Hut. This is my point. I want to go back to Bagel Boss. There's a morbidly obese woman with purple hair who is accosting the cashier. And she goes, hey. And she's got another fat pig next to her. Big fat pig with purple hair, another pig next to her. Two big beasts. And I walk up, and now the whole counter is just a monument to bad living. And it's a small Mexican cashier. She's sweet, very efficient. A good Taco Bell cashier runs the bell. She goes in the back. She's like, fuck you, because that's the job over there. She's like, let's go, and then you see everyone else kind of afraid of her. And it's usually a woman that can run it,
Yeah.
So this big purple-haired ape is complaining that there was sour cream on her burrito, and she requested that there not be sour cream on it. And she's been a vegan for almost a year, and now this has ruined her life because she ate sour cream. And she's complaining to her friend. She's going, I've been a vegan for a year. And I just ate sour cream, and I ate a lot of it because I didn't realize it was in the burrito. And she goes, so the cashier's like, all right, I'll get you another burrito. And then the cashier walks away, and this vegan lady turns around and to her friend and goes, they don't even care. This restaurant doesn't even care. She called it a restaurant. She goes, do they even care? So this fat vegan monster, something out of Monsters, Inc., is angry, and she's like, I had a lot of it. I didn't even know that there was. So I start. So I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
I said to her, I go, between you and me. I said, between you and me. First bite of the 7-layer. I've had a 7-layer. First bite of the 7-layer. You tell me you don't taste the sour cream when you go in? She goes, what? I said, I'm just asking. So we all slip up.
Yeah.
I said, I've given up dairy many times. I'm here right now with everything on it. It's cheese. I get it. Be honest. You go into the 7-layer. You go into the 7-layer. You don't notice the sour cream. She ate half the 7-layer. The bitch ate half the 7-layer. The cooling sensation is the sour cream.
Right.
It's a separate thing. Everything else is whatever. But apparently whatever it is, they got rid of the cheese, or the sour cream is what threw her, what fucked her up. My point in that story is that if you take a camera on Long Island and point it in any direction and wait for 10 minutes, you will have a new viral garbage person. You will have a new viral pig.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah.
Not a lot, would not take a lot. You just need to point it in the direction of any human being. If
Ordering
you hear,
something anywhere, yeah.
If you go to any place in Long Island where money is exchanged and goods are delivered, you will find something out of Lord of the Rings going crazy. And I sat there and I enjoyed my meal in the Taco Bell.
What'd you get?
What did I get? I got the Supreme Pizza with, and then I got a chicken quesadilla and a Baja chicken chalupa.
That's the thing that's healthy to you, right? The Baja?
Well, the gordita is healthy. The chalupa is the fried bread.
Right, the chalupa's a fried bread.
So the Baja chicken gordita, I think, is healthy.
And you cross-examined a fat lady that...
Well,
she's lying.
The fat woman was trying to play a game.
Yeah.
And I wanted to let her know that I knew. I know what game you're playing because her friend caught her. She would have scarfed down that whole burrito. She's not vegan.
No.
Your ass, you're vegan. Shut up. Okay? She's a fat medical biller. I don't know anything about her, but I guarantee you she's a fat medical biller. And she sits in a fucking office in an industrial park in Comac all day and harasses people who can't pay their medical bills who are dying. Okay? This is what this, okay?
Yeah.
And just like in a biblical sense, it will happen to her. In a few years, she'll, be wasting away somewhere, or she'll just have exploded or whatever. And that'll, she'll be getting the calls.
Mm-hmm.
Long Island, here's the thing about Long Island. After Hurricane Sandy happened, insurance companies, who are the devil, like, let's be honest, they paid out too much money to certain, like, elderly couples. So people on Long Island, certain Long Island comedians were telling me they did this. Their job was to call up the elderly people that now, finally, after the hell of Sandy, the hurricane had ravaged their life. They called the elderly people. It wasn't only elderly people. I think a lot of them were older people. Their job was to call them up and threaten them and go, the insurance company paid out $30,000 more than they should have. You owe us that money. And if not, we're going to take you to court and put a judgment on your house.
Oh, man.
And do you know how many people were willing to do that in Long Island? Thousands. Thousands showed up for the job. Thousands showed up for the job. They go, we need you to browbeat elderly people who just got back in their house. It's their first night in their new house since the hurricane. Are you able to do that? And man, they showed up in mass. They showed up in mass to call up the greatest generation, the World War II generation, to call them up and go, you owe us $30,000 or we're going to take that brand new house from you. You'll be right in the street. And they would harass them. There is no more morally bankrupt place than Long Island.
Is the Wolf of Wall Street from Long Island?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Long Island deserves... Sandy was the very beginning of the biblical reckoning.
It was like the locusts.
That Long Island deserves 10 of those things. Yeah. And the people that are listening right now from there, if they have any self-awareness, they're going, yeah. Yup. Yes, we do. So let me tell you about my father, who now, him and his wife have bought a second home in Long Island. They like it so much, they want more property because it's good.
Right. Where's he getting his money from? He's
no one knows.
Failed musician, right?
No one knows. And he's a wine salesman. I guess he's doing fine. I do love my father. I don't hate my father.
Right.
People listen to the show know who he is and blah, 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 blah. But he's part of a generation that is responsible for destroying civilization. And so what am I going to let him off the hook because we're related?
No.
So he texted me photos. All him and his wife just bought a cottage. Okay.
Yeah. White caps.
They just bought a cottage and eat. I'm not going to say where, but wherever it is, it's by the water. You know? It's by the water, but it's by the Long Island Sound, which is bath water. It's not the ocean. Rocky Beach. Long Island Sound is for having a house on it and having a sailboat. It's for a big mansion at Sands Point. with a view of Manhattan. It's not to sit by a beach, whatever, right? Fine. Him and his wife buy a cottage. They text me photos of this cottage all the time. Look at the look at the sunset. Look at the sunset on the beach. Look at the sunset on the beach, you know? And all she talks about when we have lunch is how bad it is for like immigrants, you know? And then, you know?
Right.
So then they go get the cottage on the beach, you know? She's constantly talking about Trump and fascism and, you know, the sunset. Look at the sunset on the, okay. They invite me out to see it. They're like, you got to come out and see it. You got to come see the cottage. Okay. So me and Ben fly out to New York to fuck Jeffrey Epstein's townhouse. That was my video. Can you imagine Jeffrey Epstein's like in his prison cell in the Metropolitan Detention Center, and like his lawyer comes up to him, they go, we've had an incident at the property. And Epstein's like, what's going on? Vigilantes? Did somebody try to get in? Was there a break-in? They're like, no, you know the fat guy that Rogan retweets? He fucked your door. And Jeffrey Epstein's just watching me like grind on his door, fuck his door. And Epstein's just shaking his head in the Metropolitan Detention Center. And he's like, where did it go wrong? Where did it go wrong? A few years ago, I was on my private island with prime ministers and presidents. And now some fat guy with 60,000 followers who's been shadow banned is desecrating my $70 million mansion.
He's like, this is the most embarrassing thing that's happened.
He goes,
to me.
this is so embarrassing. He has a tiny little egg penis that he can only get hard when he shoves into 10-year-olds. And he goes, this is mortifying. This is really bad. And we went to go see the prison. Ben, you can talk now. Tell us about the prison. Oh, God, Ben. All right.
Yeah, we went to we wanted to see El Chapo. Well, I didn't know I was going to talk. I'm sorry, man.
Are you ready now?
I'm ready, yeah.
Okay. It's not that complicated, Ben.
No,
it's
no,
not
no.
that hard.
I know.
You feel like there's a lot of pressure now. It's a lot of nerves. People are watching the show now. I get it. It's very... We filmed the video, which was a lot of fun. And then we went to go see the prison that's holding El Chapo and Jeffrey Epstein. And what was that like? And there was someone in a window, right?
So in the lower window of the facility, some guy was looking through the blinds. And
Why are you talking like that? You've never talked like this ever.
I was
You're
freaked
like this,
out.
What? He's like, there was a guy. Just talk like a regular person. He's like this. He's like, we went to the prison. There was a guy in the window. What are you doing? Are you putting on an affectation? There was a guy in the window. Just talk like you talk, like a regular
Here we
goofball.
go. Is this fine?
Yeah.
Is this good? Okay.
So what happened at the prison?
So there was some guy scratching on the window with like his fingernails, just peering through the blinds, scratching all the way down. The creepiest thing. A crazy guy came up to us and he said, this is the last time you'll ever get to talk to me. This is the last time.
Right outside the Metropolitan Detention Center. Probably some guy that just let out. You know what I mean? They're like, go and start your life. Go and start your life. Yes,
the best part is we went up to that security guard and we were like, hey, is Epstein in here? He's like, yeah, no, fucking Epstein's in here, but El Chapo's in here. And
the guy's like, yeah, you got El Chapo's here. I don't know about Epstein, but you know, El Chapo's here. I'd love to put my mother-in-law in here. Come on, you know what I mean? Hey. He's so happy. Like, we thought we were going to get shot in the face for going to the prison. This idiot's so happy that someone's coming up to him. Yeah, we got a Chapo, a Epstein. We got it all. Nobody comes here. They should come here because it's like, it's pretty cool. We got bars on the windows. That's how they can't get out. We're like, all right. We thought he was going to be like, get the fuck out of here. I didn't even go near the thing. I sent Christoph, this kid who helps us with the YouTube channel. I sent him. So I'm like, if somebody needs to get a bullet to the face, it's this fuck. You know what I mean? With all due respect, I got a free Jeffrey sign that we just did the video. I'm like, the last thing I'm doing is walking up to the Metropolitan Detention Center, which is like on par with Gitmo in terms of the fucking security measures. I'm walking up there dressed like a little girl with a free Jeffrey sign. I said, I'm going to get shot in the mouth right now, and no one will feel bad for me. No one will care. My father and his wife won't care. They were in their cottage. They won't give a shit. So, all right, give the mic back to Devin. Thank you. Thank you for your time. I don't know who was in the window. I don't know if it was a cell. It was very interesting because I read about the prison, and I think the real deal cells are like on the inside. I don't think you get the view of City Hall. I don't know. What do I know about that?
Right.
People can message me about the inner workings of the Metropolitan Detention Center. I don't really know. Okay. I don't know.
It was Tekashi 6ix9ine.
Yeah, could have been. Could have been. Where is he? Where's Tekashi?
I think he's in Rikers, actually. Yeah.
He's in Rikers? How long is he going to be there?
I don't know. I don't know his sentencing. I'm not sure if it's happened yet. I think he's, the trial is awaiting. He's awaiting the trial.
Interesting.
But, yeah.
Rikers is, do you ever get worried about what you would, if you were in prison or jail?
I think about it. Yeah.
Why?
Because I love crime shows. And
you love crime shows?
Yeah, I love people giving false confessions and then their whole life is ruined. And you're afraid that could happen. What if you just confess to I'm
something?
a jumpy guy,
You are a jumpy guy.
I could easily see myself just agreeing real quick and be like, oh shit, what the fuck did I just say? And then
just go into jail.
And then I'm just raped for 80 years.
Do you think you want to be raped? Do you think maybe that's why?
Maybe it's a hot fantasy of mine.
Maybe you want to fuck a dude.
Yeah.
And you're like, I just want to fuck a really built gang leader. And I just don't know how to do it. I've never fucked a gang member. I've always had the fantasy of going up to the Bronx in a project and fucking a real hard-bodied gang member who's a murderer. Yeah. But that's never happened.
It's pretty alpha.
Yeah, I don't want to fuck them. I'd probably want to be fucked by them because I feel like it's a waste to fuck them.
Why is that?
I don't know. I think if they're a murderer, they gotta...
You want to see what they can bring to the table.
I want to feel the power of a murderer,
right.
In a hot project.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta mean hot, sexy. I mean literally hot. And then I don't know. I've always thought that would be a fun thing. I've never done it, but
does danger make you hornier? If there's a threat of maybe this guy will bludgeon me, it's almost.
I don't know. I haven't really thought this one out. I haven't really thought it through. It's just one of those things I think about. I'm like, that's an interesting, So my father goes, you got to come see this cottage. So when did I fly? I fly Ben back Sunday. Ben misses his flight because he has Bojangles and falls asleep in the airport like an idiot. He has Bojangles in he misses his connecting flight. Not yet in Charlotte. He doesn't miss the flight he should miss at 6 a.m. out of LaGuardia. He's there for that. He misses the connecting flight because he eats Bojangles and then goes to sleep in the airport like an idiot, okay? Like a fool. And then he runs over to them and they're like, are you Ben Avery? He's like, yeah. And they're like, yeah, we called you a bunch. And, he's like, all right. So then his next flight's 5 hours from now. So then he goes back to Bojangles and eats a second meal at Bojangles in the Charlotte airport. And I call my father. I go,
Jesus,
I'll come out and see the cottage today because they've been very insistent that I see this cottage, which is 20 minutes from the house that they own. They're trying to figure out if they can live in a smaller space, and then they may sell the bigger house and then maybe get something in Florida or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Who knows? He's like, okay, well, and we've had this plan for a while. He goes, yeah, well, we're gonna go to our friend's house today that has a pool. You're more than welcome to come to that. What? Hey, I'm almost on a train heading to Long Island to come see your house. I'm going to go to your friend. I don't even know these people. And I'm going to go swim in their fucking pool and eat their food. I don't know them.
Oh,
what? But it's, again, this is just the mentality of the boomer. It is, yeah, sorry about that. Who are you?
Mm-hmm.
Who are you, my only child? Yeah. We have a very casual relationship with someone that owns a pool. We're going to go there.
Mm.
We're going to go there. Sorry. Don't worry about it. We'll see you again. Not a big deal. No one has loved their children less than that generation.
Yeah.
Nobody has cared less, who has been more casual, very super cash. He's like, So the next day, I call the next day, okay? I call the actual next day, and I'm like, okay, maybe I'll come out today. So I'm leaving tomorrow. And then he's like, yeah. And then I'm like, I'll Uber from the train. It's not a big deal. And then him and his wife start arguing about that the Uber will be too expensive from the train and that he should just pick me up. But it's becoming an argument, and you can hear it. Right. She's like, no, you pick him up. My dad's like, I think he has a car. My dad's like, he's got a car. My dad invents a car that I don't have. My dad goes, he'll drive here. They start fighting about it. I'm like, I don't even love either of you. I just want to go swimming. I just want to swim. I don't care. What do you think you two are? Great conversationalists? I just want to come and swim. So I'm just like, okay, guys, I can't do it. I have a meeting. No worries. No problems. Goodbye. They're done now. They've been written off. They're done. We will review an application next year to see them potentially. But the holidays are done. I'm a free agent for the holidays now.
Nice.
Except my aunt. I might go to my aunt. We're going to do a Christmas thing in Rhode Island. But I'm a free agent for the holidays. I'm no longer. We're going to put all the archives up when we do the Patreon. You guys can go to this episode called My Last Christmas, where I detail why I was no longer going to participate in my stepmother's idea of a holiday, which was getting supermarket catered food and eating it in sweatpants like a methadone clinic, and then doing the hokey pokey with a bunch of lobotomized relatives that I half know. So that is now over. Eating macaroni and cheese that was stirred by a heroin addict in a Long Island supermarket. Okay. And then they did the hokey pokey at the end. Like a bunch of them got up and they were like, they're doing they weren't even drunk. Our family parties.
Oh, that's so tragic. They weren't even drunk.
Our family parties used to be just debauchery and drinking. Did you ever have like big family parties?
Yeah. There was always a big political fight at the end.
Why?
Because my mom's side of her family is more Republican and my dad's side is more Democrat. And they would.
And your mom is fucking plugged in.
Yeah. My mom wouldn't get involved. This is when my mom wasn't interested in this type of shit.
That's a great thing about being a conspiracy person is you let the people fight and they ignore you. Like one side's like taxes. The other side's like healthcare.
And you're just like, kids
and
getting raped.
You're like, mind control factory farms of human beings. And they're like I have a joke now where it's barely a joke where I go, I believe in lizard death cults that, I'm a centrist. That's the centrist. I'm in the center. I'm the despised center now. But like an Irish family, we started off, everybody was hammered. Everybody was happy. My father had 7 brothers and sisters. One of them died of melanoma, young. Everyone else was still alive. A lot of great music. My grandfather had a big, beautiful home that he built himself. A lot of fun, fist fights, craziness, whatever. Great big meals. We had 50 people at Thanksgiving. My nanny would have 2 22-pound turkeys and a little bird. It was a massive thing. It would go to 4 or 5 a.m. And we grew up in that. We grew up in that world of debauchery, fun, chaotic. It was great. It was very Irish family. Singing, fighting, whatever. Food, drinking. Now it's not as fun because all of my relatives have been divorced and all their kids are heroin addicts.
Oh.
So it's no longer as fun anymore because the legacy of growing up in that environment has been that you can't leave your coat in a room unattended because someone will go rifle through it to go get a package. Now they're doing good now, my cousins. They're doing good now, but I'm not excluding myself, by the way, either. I had a rough time. I used to steal. I would steal at family parties. I would run the pockets of an aunt or an uncle, and I probably still will. But we were bad kids, and we grew up in that environment where we were like, oh, we should be getting fucked up. And this is an Irish family. If you're truly Irish, it's great in the beginning, and it has a lot of promise, and everybody's excited, and the kids are going to take over the world, and they're all going to be Kennedys. And then, like the Kennedys, except the highs aren't as high, but the lows are pretty low. At the end of the Irish family, it's a disaster, and people are divorced, people are broke, they're bankrupt, they have multiple addictions, they're depressed, mental illness. It's all bad. It's all very bad. It's the end of an Irish. What are you race-wise?
Italian and Lebanese.
But not strongly Italian or strongly
No,
Lebanese.
there's no real. The heritage was like Lebanese. Like we'd have, hummus and tabbouleh.
California kind of steamrolls ethnicity.
Yeah,
right.
You just leave it. You just don't.
You don't feel like it feels here like you're just an American mutt,
Mm-hmm.
and
Yeah,
the culture is California culture.
Yeah,
Right.
Yeah, there's no, you don't stick to anything really.
Yeah. In the East Coast, people stay in their little enclaves. And
that's where everyone came through the East
everyone
Coast,
came
so
through the
they
East
feel more
Coast.
like they should, you know?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, it is a tough family. I mean, it's tough now when you were at the family parties now and you're like, you know, there's cousins that are like, some cousins are really brilliant. Like there's one kid who's brilliant, but kind of autistic. Maybe he's not autistic. He's like brilliant. He's like very smart. He's going to go to an IV, but he like doesn't say anything to anyone. Maybe he's just disgusted by us.
You might just be terrified.
Like everyone's like, I think he's autistic. I'm like, I think he's disgusted. I think he's disgusted that the most successful member of this family is a gay clown. I think he's a little disgusted that that's the only member of the family not currently under like indictment. I think that's why he's not making facial expressions, because the only facial expression he'd make is just crying. He would just cry.
Yeah.
And then there's other cousins that are friendly, you know, and then there's my generation of cousins and they're woo. All of us had our issues.
Yeah.
All of us.
You can tell though everyone's kind of white knuckling. Like I just wish we could just all go back to getting fucked up.
I think a lot of people are white knuckling. I think you know, the damage of certain life decisions doesn't necessarily reverse itself. This is what people need to realize. When you make certain decisions and you go into certain corners of the world, you can leave those corners of the world. Some of those corners of the world stay with you. So there are people in the family, and not only cousins, but older people, wherever, where, you know, those people, and myself probably are one of them, where you're like, yeah, we'll never have the experience on the planet that people had that were not involved in some of those things. You know, like there are people I meet, and I envy them because they've never stolen money from their family. A lot of people have never stolen money from their family. I've stolen money. You know what I mean? A lot of people have never invented a fake school trip and printed up fake permission slips to try to get money to go do drugs. You know?
Cashed a fake check.
Yeah.
You ever do that?
No. Have you done that?
No, I heard heroin addicts can do it though. They do it like they need like $100 and then they just don't care about
They're
credit.
the best.
Yeah,
I never went there. I never went to that part, you know? But like there are things with my family where I go, maybe that partying wasn't great for all of us to grow up around. Some of it was. I mean, listen, there are people that grew up because the next generation of cousins didn't grow up with that. They didn't grow up with that. We grew up with that.
Right.
So we internalized that as like, oh, that's the way to have fun. So when we all went out, when we were 13 or 14 and we could fucking, you know, get booze or drugs, we went out and we were like, let's go do it. Because we had grown up with the idea that that was how to have fun. That's how you have fun. I was just talking to a friend of mine recently and I'm like, after 30, drinking looks bad. It just doesn't look great after the age of 30. It looks good again around 60. You know, it looks distinguished again in a bar when you have a nice suit on, you're having a nice cocktail, whatever. You know, you're on, you know, you met a woman off an app who's 19 and she's trying to pay her college loans. You're going to go eat her ass later in a Hyatt. Whatever it is,
yeah,
it's a distinguished look. It's a nice look.
Yeah, drinking's cool at the start of life and at the end.
Yes.
The middle, you're kind of supposed to be.
19, you're like, yeah, look, I just like getting fucked up. My bros and my bitch. 30, it looks bad. You look nervous. Every 30-year-old who's drinking looks nervous, and they should be because they realize that life is passing them by. Everybody 30-year-old who's really drunk has that energy of like, hey, man. Folks, how are you? We've talked about Wix before. We'll talk about it again. It's incredibly important that all of you have a website, even though, you know, civilization is, you know, potentially crumbling. It's not a good enough reason to not brand and market yourself effectively. Sorry, it's just not. It's selfish for you to not have a website. Everyone else has a website. We're all playing by the same set of rules. We're all out here fighting, gnashing of teeth, trying to grab a little bit. It's an attention economy. We're out here just fucking the void, throwing out our thoughts and words, putting our content out, trying to get people, grab people, suck the blood out of something. You know, we're trying to build something here. And you're fucking sitting around without a website because you think social media is the only game in town. It's fucking not, dude. There's a bunch of guys that thought they were going to make it on Vine. You know where they are now? They're trying to do a check spot at the Hollywood Improv, and they're living in their car. Okay? And they used to be Vine stars. So don't put too much fucking effort into TikTok. And TikTok next year is flip-flop. And after that, it's something called Zuki or whatever. It doesn't necessarily have staying power. But if you have content and you put it on a website, people can go and find it. They can go see it. Instagram's going to be all white chicks buying jewelry within 8 months. That's all it's going to be. Okay? Twitter's, God only knows what's going on with Twitter. Just fucking understand that websites matter. If you don't have the real money to get, you know, somebody to do it for you, it's easy. You can go to Wix.com. We built a site, timdillonsgoingtohell.com. Tim Dillon, Dillons, goingtohell.com. No is, just timdillonsgoingtohell.com. Go to that site, look at the site that was built, go to all the way to the bottom, click on the link. Wix will give you 10% off any premium plan. There's 150 million people who have built their site using Wix. If you don't know how to build a site, you can use Wix ADI, Artificial Design Intelligence. Answer a few simple questions about you or your business, and Wix will create a stunning website. It's got an innovative drag and drop design website builder. It's very easy to use. There's over 500 stunning templates. Do you have a website?
No.
Why?
I just didn't think I needed one.
You didn't think you needed one. Are you embarrassed about that now?
Now I am, yeah.
Good. Wix.com, folks. Incredibly easy to do. You understand what I mean? Though a lot of these people, you know, you could get deplatformed.
Right, no, it is a dumb thing of me. I should put my own videos on.
They can take your shit away. They can take your content away. We're gonna have a website. We're gonna build. I have a new website right now being built. All of my videos are gonna go on and everything, so that you can't just take away all of my content with one fell swoop. They can do that now. They don't give a shit. Okay, so I'm telling you, it's very practical now, very important now to have a website. If you're doing anything creatively, put shit on the website as well. Don't rely on social media. You do not know what's going to fucking happen. I bumped into a kid at a comedy club recently that I knew. This kid was in a massive comedy club openings. A stand opened up in New York. You guys should go. One of the best clubs, blah, blah, blah. I'm passing the Comedy Store now. New York can literally be bombed. I don't care. I literally, without exception, everyone that lives there could burn in hell. I don't care. 9/11 every day, every building on the hour. I don't give a fuck. Fuck you. You didn't know what you had when I lived there. I gave my best years to that fucking city and got very little. The only person I like is Patrick Milligan, who's from Long Island. That is it, who booked the stand. Everybody else can burn in fucking hell. I hope your skin melts off your face. The stand is good. Go to the stand. At the opening of the stand, I have a guy come up to me who is in the midst of a full-on breakdown. The guy, this is weird. Comedy clubs in New York bring out people. The opening of a comedy club will bring out people you thought quit.
Right.
And they just show up. Like they're going to like have the right conversation. They're going to get back. They're going to get back in the game. They're like, if I just bump into the right guy, things are going to go well.
Yeah.
If I just make the right quip and Mark Norman laughs, we're going to turn around. So some guy, this guy's a guy that I recommended for JFL. Like I've been very nice to this guy. He shows up. I like, hey man, how's it been? We're standing outside of the club. He goes, ha! As soon as you hear that, you know, run. You got to run. As soon as you hear that, you got to run. He goes, huh, huh. I'm like, oh no. He goes, I'm 10 years in. I got nothing. I'm like, well, you're a real funny guy, man. And he goes, don't say that. Don't say that. He goes, I don't look at you like the rest of these people do. I'm not starry-eyed when I look at you. And I'm like, I don't think anyone looks at me starry-eyed, but whatever. He's like, you're crazy. You're crazy. I know you're crazy. He's like, so everything you said, like, and I'm like, okay. Only in comedy are if you succeed on any level, you're crazy. You're a lunatic. It's the people who've not figured out anything that are somehow morally pure and good.
Yeah.
Everyone else who's done anything is crazy, right? So I say to the guy, I'm like, man, you can't do this here. You can't have a breakdown in front of everyone. It's not that good. He's like, I have this shitty job. I have a day job. And I'm like, man, at least you're connected with us. Now you're trying to find things so he doesn't put a gun in his mouth. I'm like, at least you're connected to other people.
Yeah, at least you have a
You're
schedule.
connected to real people. He goes like this. He goes, I do it with other comics. I'm like, well, yeah, well. And I'm like, listen, man, it is what it is. But why are you mad at me? What are you mad at me for? Because when I said to this guy a few years ago he should do a podcast, he laughed in my face. Okay. It is what it is, dude.
Yeah.
It is what it fucking is, man. There's a lot of angry people out there that had an opportunity to do the things that a lot of us fucking did. And why would you not want to do a podcast? It's fucking fun.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's fun. And you should fucking do it. I just tested for that David Spade show, Lights Out on Comedy Central. I'll probably do panel on that. It's just fun. Why would you not want to do it? You just write jokes, you show up, you make jokes. David Spade's hilarious. It's just fun to do. These are fun things to do. People, you can't not do things and then get angry that you didn't get the things that other people got from doing the things you fucking refuse to do.
Right.
So, but it's just funny to me that people show up to a fucking opening in mid-breakdown, mid-panic attack, thinking that somebody's going to be like, get over here. You're going to work every night now. I love you. Come here.
God.
And everyone's going to go hug them. Nobody gives a fuck about you. Nobody cares about you. This is my problem. I don't have a problem with Gary Vaynerchuk in the way that people think I have a problem with him. I don't hate his hustle. I don't, whatever. Do what you want to do. The problem with Gary Vaynerchuk is he never tells people about their limitations. He never tells them to embrace any type of realism. He never tells them about the other side of risk. Okay? He leaves all of that out. It's all about hustle and grind and all this literal gibberish. There's better sales trainers. Brian Tracy, Ziegler. They'll literally talk about selling things and what to say at every moment during a sale. They actually do that. Okay? But the problem with Gary Vee is like, I'm all for, you want to start your own shit? You want to do your own thing? I'm all for that. I'm not. Now, most of you shouldn't. Most of you should not. Most of you should not. Pull the car over and listen to me if this isn't getting to your fucking head. Okay? Most of you should not do your own thing because your happiness in life will not come from it. It's going to come from relationships. It's going to come from children. It's going to come from your communities, your hobby. It's not going to come from work. People are now. My happiness is going to come from work because I am a demon from hell sent here to destroy and then to rebuild. I'm part of a cycle. People don't get that. Okay. And everyone that you see who's successful is a demon. Megan Rapinoe is a demon from hell. She's a demon from hell. That dyke worked so hard because she doesn't feel. The bitch doesn't feel like you feel. She didn't care about the sweater you got her for Christmas. She just wants to win. Oh, Megan, grandma's dying. Oh, fuck her. I want to play soccer. I'm a power-hungry dyke. That's all I want. I want to get in fights with Trump because I can kick a ball. My skill's kicking a ball in the net. Fuck you. But I respect her because she's a demon from hell. Okay? That's the real motivational training. Gary Vaynerchuk gets out and goes, who here's a demon from hell? Many people aren't going to raise their hands. He goes, that's good. You all get jobs. You all go and get jobs. But Amy Schumer go, yes, Quinn! And he'll go, yeah. And that's why she's in arenas. Now, I'm not saying, don't come at me here and be like, well, so-and-so donated money to, Doctors Without Borders. Shut up. Shut the fuck. That's not what I mean. You know what I mean. What I mean is the qualities that you have that make you human, if you want to succeed, you got to turn them down a little. Turn them down. Turn the feelings down a bit.
Yeah.
Turn them down.
Got to be more Asian.
Be Asian.
Just business.
Asians succeed. They don't give a fuck.
Mm-hmm.
They don't flip out in bagel shops.
There's no manners. They just straight to the point.
They do what they need to do.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is, when I meet somebody who's like uber emotional, I'm like, you got to rein it in or find a business where you can be emotional. But there's not a lot of them. A lot of business, you got to be strategic. Okay, like my friends think they're gonna all be entrepreneurs, but they can't not, they don't know what it's like to not like get AIDS, And I'm not saying that they have AIDS, but it's an accident that they don't have AIDS. So it's like you don't even know how to not get AIDS because you're so impulsive that you're just like, give me that bloody pussy. How about you need to not do that? You need to get a fucking figure something out where you can, like Megan Rapinoe did. She's a demon from hell. And I don't say demon from hell in like a negative way.
Right.
I know that there's a negative connotation. But I mean, this is a bitch that stuffed her emotions. Your emotions are impoverishing you. They're making you poor. They're making you stupid. Not all of them. And there are people that are genuinely fucked. Don't message me and be like, so does this mean that a 4-year-old can't? No. I believe I think I'll probably vote for Bernie. Because Bernie's the only. Here's one reason: he's the only one not dancing with Jeffrey Epstein at dinner. Bernie's the only fuck not on a conga line with Jeffrey Epstein. For that reason alone, maybe let's try him.
Right.
He's in Vermont, and he wants people to have health insurance. And, I might get on that train.
He's the only guy that seems like a person, like a honest enough person.
Yeah, I think we give him a shot. I understand why people gave Trump a shot. They were like, he's the outsider. He's not the guys. What outside is he?
Right.
You think anyone gave a shit about? You think he would care about human trafficking? He's at Mar-a-Lago. They're like, some of these girls aren't of age. He's like, hey, get out of here. Doesn't care. You made him into some moral crusader? Grow up. Why? Because he fucking says shit? He tweets? And Ocasio-Cortez, the other one, you like her because she's a bartender who can clap back? Grow the fuck up. Grow up. Gary Vaynerchuk, you fuckers don't deserve Gary Vaynerchuk. He thinks too highly of you. That's the problem. I know what you are. You don't get a business. You shut your mouth. I do understand when I go on these rants why I think the dating podcasts are successful, because I do think at a certain period, this is very toxic. But I do think like this is an abusive podcast, probably. Like some people are in a relationship, like an abusive relationship with this show. But all I'm saying is that all I'm telling you all to do is be pragmatic and embrace a cynical realism and just tone it down. Stop being so easily manipulated. You don't all have to do face app.
Ugh.
You don't have to do it. You don't have to do it. The NSA loves that you do it. Now you're probably were in a database, whatever, but you don't have to do it. You don't have to do what everyone else is doing.
I know. And they'll say, like, we're living in fascism, and then everybody the same day does the same thing.
Fascism, let me tell you right now, you people need an ism. I don't know what it is. Communism, fascism. You fuckers out there need an ism. And it ain't capitalism. You need an ism. You need a boot to the neck, most of you. And I don't know where it's coming from, the left or the right. I'll just work for whoever wins the battle. I'll sit there like Grima Wormtongue or Salacious Crumb. Because I don't want to be with you. I don't want to be with the masses. This is my new favorite thing. People go, I love this time because the gatekeepers are done and the people get to choose. No. Get the people out. I have no faith in the people. I hated the gatekeepers because they were also people.
Right.
Get the people. Where's the third option?
Aren't the people on TikTok?
Yeah. What people? They're like, oh, the gatekeepers are done. No, everything's been democratized and the people can rule. The people can make the decisions about the music. The people shouldn't have a say in anything, really. Every song now is a joke. It's like a cowboy boogie and a boogie boogie. Every song's a fucking joke.
Yeah, everything's an ironic parody.
Everything's an ironic parody of something.
Yep.
Okay? Because the people that are so great require nothing.
It's amazing.
They demand and require nothing of culture and of their government, and they get it.
Yeah.
And they get it. And they'll continue to get it. They'll continue to get it. It'll just keep getting worse and worse.
Mm-hmm.
And people want to talk about dating and avocados. And there'll be videos coming out where Jeffrey Epstein and Bill Clinton are fucking, just fucking, double teaming some fucking child. And everyone will be like, can we talk about something else? I want to talk about The Bachelor. Who's taking a chance? We don't deserve saving. The earth, we don't deserve it. You don't deserve it. You don't get it. You don't get it. It's very hard to wrap up here in a positive note because I feel a lot of people, I feel this is very positive. To me, it is so positive to admit that we are, as a civilization, we are hopeless unless we merge with robots.
Yeah.
I think that is such a freeing idea that we as people have completely failed. It's not my idea. It's not a new idea. Carlin, a lot of people embrace that type of idea. But I just look around at the world and all these people that are just happy. They're like, well, the gatekeepers are done now. And now the people will have their say. God help us.
Mm-hmm.
God help us. Bad Baby's a millionaire. The president is the guy that owned the Miss Universe pageant. That's the president. Bad Baby's a millionaire. And they're making Fast and Furious 26 because the people get a say.
We're living in idiocracy.
No thanks. Get the people away. No people. Maybe that's the shirt. We got to come up with some merch shirts.
No people, you think?
Your thoughts have no value.
That's good.
Be
more Asian.
That's gonna get.
Yeah,
that will
that's
be in big
that
trouble.
won't work.
I'm an RN, and I don't mean registered nurse. I think that's great. I'm an RN, and I don't mean registered nurse. You know what I'm saying. Folks, let's talk about BetterHelp because, people have said to me, hey, this is a scam and why you're promoting this. Here's the reality, folks. I looked into this, and it's an online counseling service. And apparently they at one point said that their counselors were all licensed, and then they've kind of walked back on that. Here's the thing with counseling. Most counselors, even if they are licensed, are stupid. And counseling in general is not hard. It's not a hard thing to do. I could be a counselor, and I'd be great. So, if you need licensing, then BetterHelp might not be for you. BetterHelp's like kind of a risk. It's a fun little gamble. You don't know who you're going to talk to. I think if it's a dating site, I jerk off while I call. I tell somebody my problems and I just ease my middle finger into my asshole while I talk to them. I'm not hung up on, people are like, oh, you're pushing this bullshit product. Yeah, no, listen, if you can afford real shit, do that. But you should still do that. If you're suicidal or really depressed or anxious or whatever it is, you got to get help and medication. But if you're just a guy that wants to fuck around and maybe hear some chick talk over the phone, go to BetterHelp. Maybe you're kind of horny. BetterHelp. Maybe you just want to talk to a friend. Who knows who's on the other side of BetterHelp? Maybe you could get them to give you their credit card number. I'm not saying to do that. I'm saying that everything can't be my fault, folks. Oh, BetterHelp's a scam. Listen. The whole counseling industry is a scam. Counseling is fake. Psychiatry is real. Psychology is real. Counseling. The fuck does that mean? They have all these drug counselors. They get a little counseling certificate. You know what they were doing last year? Home invasions. Now this year they're doing counseling. Last year they had some gun in someone's mouth while they were taking her jewelry. Then they took a little, 2-week class, and now they're all of a sudden counseling. Listen, folks, what are you looking for out there? Go to BetterHelp. Call them up. Maybe they're help. Somebody messaged me. They're like, BetterHelp was actually good. I don't know what to tell you, man. All I can do and all I can say is that I believe that there are good people in the world. And if BetterHelp is enabling those people to talk to each other for a price, then I'm good with that. But if, it isn't working for you, or you don't like it, or it doesn't seem professional enough for you, then don't use it. Supposedly they screen the hell out of the people that are going to be counselors. Now, folks, I don't know. It's very hard. People are like, well, if you don't know, why would you advertise it? Well, listen. Here's the reality. You watch your TV show. You know what they advertise? Denny's. Okay? I saw a woman once take a waffle in Denny's and put it in her ass. Do I hold the television show responsible for advertising Denny's? No. I've seen people throw hash browns and beat the blood out of each other in the Denny's. Okay? Do I hold 2.5 Men responsible because Denny's ran an ad there? No. I had a soup once at Fridays. There was a hair in it. I don't call up Oprah, start screaming, hey, you advertised Fridays. There was hair in my French onion soup. What the fuck's wrong with you, bitch? So if this works for you, then do it. If it doesn't, I don't know what to tell you. But, I'll probably stop the ad soon.
When you find out a little more.
I gotta see. Yeah. But there's two sides to every story. There's your side and then the side that pays me money. You understand? Two sides. There's your side and then the side that writes a check. So I got to listen to both. If you're listening to this ad and you're a person, you understand what I'm saying here. I don't know. I think that it's better than it was, but I don't know. I'm doing an investigation. I will not advertise things on here that are scams. At least scams that haven't done a good job disguising themselves. And I think the problem that I have with this company is they haven't disguised it well enough. And that's sad because I think I've known a lot of great people that took a lot of, made a lot of, they took a lot of caution and care to really disguise what they were doing. So that they would bang people over the head. They wouldn't even feel it. That's art.
Yeah.
So I don't know what's going on with BetterHelp. Don't yell at me. Don't text me. Don't message me. People have said it's helped them, literally, and I'm not lying. People have DM'd me and said, I thought it was pretty good. One guy DM'd me, and it was probably someone that BetterHelp had messaged me. I don't know what the fuck BetterHelp is. I don't want you don't message me with your problems. Yeah. Go to BetterHelp. Go to BetterHelp and sodomize yourself while you talk to the counselor.
Right.
You know what I mean? I don't know. BetterHelp.com. Is there a promo code? Yeah, BetterHelp.com/Tim Dillon. Like I said, folks, I'm just advertising this.
Yeah.
I'm not a part of this. I don't know what's going on over there. I can only tell you that, you have to be a big boy or a big girl and really use your own. If you have a serious psychological condition, you need to go to an actual counselor. But if you just want to masturbate over the phone and not get in trouble, go to BetterHelp.com/Tim Dillon. Thank you. Very sad. All our friends on 8chan. What happened to 8chan, Ben? Oh, they're back. 8chan is back. Where is the Donald? The Donald has been taken off Reddit. So here's what I think happened to the Donald. Because the Donald, every now and then, they get a little perky in there. And they, they throw out a congressman's address and go, go see him, they get a little bit, maybe they do. I don't know. I think they do. But I think, supposedly during the bin Laden raid, which, who knows what really, but the story of the bin Laden raid is like, either it was Obama or somebody walked in and they were like, we got him. It's about bin Laden.
Yeah.
I think Reddit was just looking at the Donald, trying to find like a violation of their terms of service that was drastic enough to delete the entire thing. And I think somebody was probably just like, I don't know what they did, but it might have been like, here's a photo of Nancy Pelosi's kitchen from and I think somebody from Reddit just walked in the room and was like, we got him. And everyone knew that they meant the Donald, They're like, we got him. And they're like, yeah. They're like, yeah. They're coming down and they pulled the Donald down. Andrew Yang Gang, does he have any steam left? I don't know.
I'm not sure.
I just believe that I know that people say that listen to this show, they think that I'm negative. I'm not negative. I am the most positive human being you'll ever meet, in the sense that I believe you can really do truly great things if you stop like these old fucking, like, whether it's like these old systems in the way that everybody, it's just like, guys, enough of this. Like the how easily people are manipulated by media. Where was like the mass media age has really only existed from like what the 50s until like, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, in the sense, and now obviously in the last 5 to 10 years, you have the digital media and things like that. But you look at how easy it is to just put people in groups and how easy it is to get that. You know, maybe it does turn around. Maybe it does turn around. Maybe next year people are throwing French fries at each other and not milkshakes. I don't know. Maybe that's a step up. But I think to look at the world right now and to have like a positive view of what's happening should almost be like you should be almost committed. You know what I mean? Like to look at the world. Now, a lot of people will disagree with me because these are people that need to believe everything's fine to get out of bed.
Right.
You know, that's all Gary Vee thing. It's like create your own reality. I'm like, I can still participate in this while admitting it's got some cracks.
Yeah.
Who
are the people hopeful? Who are these hopeful people?
They're out there all the time because they need to be, because they're hopeful, because they're like, hey man, it's a very LA thing. They're like, negativity is just not my thing. It's not my thing.
Yeah.
And then they get hit by a car, they don't have health insurance, and laying in bed going, ah. But up until that moment, we're all like chancing. We're all in a video game, like do 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 do, and the guy in front of you falls down the thing, and you're like, woo! But you jump over it.
Yeah.
So you jump over it, then you start saying, hey, fuck that guy. Fuck the guy who fell in the hole. That was his fault. Fuck him. He must have not manifested a positive reality. It's a very LA thing. He deserved that.
Yeah.
He deserved falling in that hole. Oh, what? His family doesn't have food? Get out of there get out of there. Let me meditate. I want to take some more time by myself. I like meditation. All these comics that are always, I love Nikki Glaser. She's one of my favorite people. Enough with the animals, but all these comics, and it's not only her, it's all of them. They love meditation. They're always worried about everybody, but they love meditation. Could you be doing less for the planet while meditating? How about you go meditate some soup into a bowl for a homeless person? How about you go meditate a house for someone? I just need to get myself in like a good space so I can succeed and everything around me can crumble and burn.
Yeah.
Just admit it. Just go admit that. It's freeing. But you can't. That doesn't sell. Amy Schumer can't admit that. She's got to, talk about, I'm boycotting,
right?
Wendy's because they don't. What?
What did they not do?
I don't know. She got mad at Wendy's for whatever. They fucked up her order probably, but I'm kidding. Shout out to her. I'll open for you. You know I love you, bitch. Never met her. No, I'm kidding. I met her once. Me and Taylor Tomlinson just did the Netflix 15. She goes to Taylor. She goes, that was such a great set you had. And then she just looked at me and she goes, hello. The lobby of the Hyatt in Montreal. And I went, hey.
That's great.
Hey. But that's the whole thing. People, and I'm not against, listen, meditate, do whatever you want. But I just love the idea that people think meditation's like, when you hear them talk about it, they act like they are doing something for the planet. Now, I understand, like, you being in a good mental space is good for the planet. Not being crazy is good for the planet. I understand that. But it's a relatively low threshold of,
It's a very LA thing.
Well, it's just a very, I'm just going to take some time for me. Self-care. This is the big thing now. Self-care. Hey, guys. Hey, is there anyone in this fucking country that has not spent their entire fat life caring for themselves? I'd like to meet them. Is there anyone in this country that needs to be told to take some time out for themselves? I don't think so. I've met 9 people in this country who've given a shit about anything. And the rest, it's just such a great fucking thing. Self-care. Just take some time for yourself. Just take some time for yourself. You're not treating yourself good. You gotta care about yourself. Such a great, there's no other care. You notice that? There's no movement for that. No other care. Self-care. Care about you. What about everyone else? It starts with you. Yeah, it starts with you and it ends with you. It starts and ends with you. Let's fucking be honest. There's not a epidemic in this country of do-gooders passing out because they're helping too many people. That's not an epidemic. Nobody's going to the hospital because they're dehydrated because they've just been swinging a hammer building houses all day for the homeless. So what is self-care again? What is it? Masturbate on your couch? Can someone explain to me what it is even? What are you supposed to do? Don't work too hard? What? Self-care. Get toxic people out of your life. Yeah, how about take them all out of your life? Why have people in your life? Have a phone. Meditate in your room. And get a dog that you act like you want to fuck. When you keep putting an Instagram... People know what I mean. It's getting weird with the animals, folks. Enough with that. It's getting enough with it. Starting to get odd. Self-care. Could there be a more useless... I mean, it's like telling people in this country to enjoy themselves, you know? It's like, hey, guys, take a look. Enjoy yourself. A country built on all-you-can-eat buffets, bottomless brunch, being told to go out there and let it out. Let it loose, guys. Let it loose. A country that's fueled by all-you-can-eat dinner cruises, booze cruises, all-inclusive resorts. And you got to tell these people, just relax. Self-care. Stop doing all that stuff you're doing for your community. Stop working so hard on behalf of your community. Why don't you take some time for yourself?
Yeah.
We know from day one of your life, all we tell you to do is to follow your dream. Only study the things that excite you. Then we tell you to go to a school for 4 years, take out a bunch of pretend money loans, major in whatever the hell you want, and then only get a job that really makes you hot and wet. You know, get a nice job that makes your pussy wet or stiffens your cock every morning. And then spend all your time on the way to the job and on the way back from the job listening to hucksters and motivational speakers that try to advise you on how to be the best you. And then only fall in love or consider marrying somebody who checks every box on an unrealistic, crazy list that you got, okay? And then have a bunch of kids and just use them as status symbols to one-up other people in your shitty planned community. But during that whole life, don't forget to take some time out for yourself. Don't forget to take some time out for you. You know, not everybody's parents had the wherewithal financially to bring them to Disney World when they were children. So for those of us who missed out on that, it's important that we recapture that experience at 38. We shouldn't just move on and go, you know, everyone is not going to have every experience in life. Everyone won't, but they should. And I think resigning yourself to that idea that maybe you've just missed the fucking window for Disney World is defeatist attitude. I think you got to go out no matter what age, because we're all kids inside, right? Won't that be Jeffrey Epstein's defense? We're all kids inside. And if you suggest for a moment to me that I should not try to right every wrong from my childhood. Now, of course, folks, I'm doing a character. I don't believe what I'm saying. That is part of the comedic effect of what I'm doing. I am playing a character of someone. I have been to Disney World twice when I was a child, when I was supposed to enjoy it. I did not enjoy it as a child. In fact, and I know that this is really the opposite of what is said, I worry about the children who do enjoy it. I worry about the children who like the torture of other human beings, that they're made to walk around in costumes in 102-degree weather. I worry about those children that don't see through this. Even at a young age, But there was an article written in the New York Post about millennials visiting Disney World because some woman on Facebook, some rant went viral where she was angry that there was a lot of millennials walking around Disney World preventing her and her child from getting a pretzel, or going on the rides or whatever. And I don't know her. I'm not necessarily in her camp. Why? Number one, why are you getting a pretzel in Disney World? Is that why you went? Is that why your fat child went to Disney World? I'm pretty sure you could have satiated him at a rest stop if that was the big issue. If he just needed a carb, maybe you didn't need to spend all that money to go to the theme park. But she was angry that her son, whose blood sugar levels were rapidly dropping in the park, she could not procure a pretzel for her child. So she lashed out at who she felt was the culprit, childless millennials who were in the park. Now, it's a tough thing here because I have friends that really love Disney World. And that counts as a mark against them when I think of them. Nobody's perfect. I have a lot of marks against me. When people think of me as a friend, there's a lot of things that go in my negative column. What will he bring up? What will he feel is appropriate to discuss at a barbecue? What rage-filled diatribe will he go into without anyone even inviting that kind of energy? He will just show up and bring it. Now, I understand that, but to me, Disney World, I went twice. I went when I was a child. My parents went, and this is true, to try to save their marriage. This is a fact. My parents, my boomer parents, went to Disney World to try to save what was a failing marriage. And everybody knew that. At that point, they were sleeping in separate rooms. My mother had taken in this girl, Dorothy, who was like my babysitter. And Dorothy came from a real crack family. And my mother said, come to our home, which is also relatively unhappy. But none of us are on crack. Because my mother was actually like a giving person. She was a good person. She helped the girl get into college and everything like that. And then, of course, as soon as the girl got into college and, did everything, she left. She never spoke to us again. Whatever it is, what it is. But we all went down to Disney World. And me, my father, my mother, and Dorothy, this kind of broad-shouldered, brutish woman that my mother, I'm trying to remember what she looked like. Some people found her attractive. She had a masculine energy, the woman. She did. Women got to watch out a lot of women that are swimmers, their shoulders get very aggressive, And you notice that if you watch the Olympics and you see females that are swimmers, their shoulders are very, and that was Dorothy's deal. She's pretty, but, built. So my father, my mother, and Dorothy and myself went to Disney World. This is maybe 1993, 4. I'm 7 or 8 years old. We go to Disney World. We stay in the Grand Floridian, which is, I believe, still the top hotel. It's still the top hotel. First of all, I will say this about Disney World. If you're not staying on the property, guys, if you're not even staying on the property, I mean, what kind of experience? And everywhere in Disney World takes 3.5 hours to get to, even if you're staying on the property. You got to take a monorail, a boat, a train. And my mother and father hated each other with a passion. Okay? So my mother had insisted that we all take naps in the middle of the day, which is actually not a bad idea. You go to Disney World in the morning, you go to the character breakfast, which my mother and father, I swear to God, fought so bitterly at the character breakfast that none of the characters would come near the table. They were all orbiting around the table. None of them wanted to come near the table because my mother and father were fighting about money. That's why all marriages fail for the most part, is because you have too little money or you have too much money. And if you have too much money, you go, why am I fucking you? What you need in a marriage is just enough money to keep people doing it. But you need a little bit of fear. You need a little bit of the idea of like, can we afford this divorce? What happens? What happens on the other side of this? If everyone is too comfortable, one of my friends is a divorce lawyer in Beverly Hills. Too much comfort breeds just people going, you know what? I don't know. I don't know anymore. You don't really excite me. But just enough money, just enough, keeps people like my parents in a loveless marriage for 20 years and ruins their children's life. So that's what you want. You want just enough money to keep things going, you know? Divorce is such a big deal, and most people don't realize it. A friend of mine said recently, and he said this, and this is aggressive, and you know, people are going to get angry. But when you are a child of divorce, it really extinguishes the hope that you're really ever going to have a normal, and I don't want to use the word normal, but a conventional life. Like, I think the way that he worded it is you're just kind of like, you're fucked. You're damaged. Now, because everything is so bad now, divorce barely registers as something that damages people because everything's like so bad. Kids are in cages. Everybody's on heroin. Kids are in foster care. They're being farmed out. CPS is stealing kids and selling them to senators. So a divorce is like good. That's like the good option. Oh, your parents just got divorced. That's like great. That's like phenomenal. But the reality is it's not. It's really not. Okay? Mommy and daddy going, you know what? We're not into this anymore. And we're barely into you. Because that's what a divorce is at the end of the day. It's them going, we're so not into each other that you are no longer even uniting us. For a few years, you actually were the drive. Because that's also why people get divorced, because they don't have kids. You need to have a child if you're married. Because otherwise, what are you doing? It's stupid. Marriage without children is kind of dumb unless you were like if you're running like an empire and your days are full of meetings and whatever it is and you know, going on, you know, retreats and whatever it is that keeps you and that person really. But otherwise, it's a child. And if it's not a child, you're heading towards the end. It's just a matter of time. I had a friend recently, not really a friend. I call everyone a friend on the show. I have 3 friends, but everyone's a friend. No one's a friend, to be honest with you. You know, everybody's getting canceled. We're going to go through that later in the program. And I want you to start canceling people from your inner circle. I've recently telling you, cancel your family. You should have done that already. Cancel your extended family and your acquaintances. Now I want you to start canceling your close friends that you've known for a very long time. And we'll get into why later. But the reality is divorce is a thing. People act like it's not a thing. People tend to think it like doesn't matter. But it's traumatizing, especially if it goes on for a while. Like my parents' divorce went on for 2 years because neither one of them could afford to get lawyers. So they had a mediator. And a mediator just comes to your house and your parents just argue at a dining room table over a collection of Beanie Babies or whatever the fuck they had. These fucking boomers had nothing. They had a few lamps. Aunt Gussie's table. I remember my mother said that. She goes, well, who's going to get Aunt Gussie's table? And I'm like, hi, I'm 13 and and I'm about to embark on a decade of drug use. Could one of you maybe check in, perhaps, while we're dividing up a table that has a market value of, at best, $75? I'm a living organism that you both have created. So could potentially maybe you find the time to check in on how I'm doing while you divide up all the winnings of 20 years of having no college education and no financial planning, okay? And believing you could retire by collecting Hess trucks and then putting them in a room. And my father, who I love, who came to my show last night in New York, but my dad being a musician and, you know, his most prized possessions were his guitars. They're just boomers. It's not really specific to them. Do you know how many fucking people messaged me after that boomer rant? They were like, fuck, man, wow. They're just dealing with the tools. Imagine you were on acid in a field listening to Jimi Hendrix, and then snap, that's over, and you got to get a job. And Reagan's in office, and everybody's like, you got to work now. And you're like, wait, what? What about the revolution? Now you have kids, and you got to pack them a school lunch, and you can't just play guitar anymore naked, and slide down a hill. I get it. It was jarring. But divorce is more of a thing that people tend to give it credit for. I'm friends with divorce attorneys. These kids have to go and testify in a court. Do you know how much this fucks up children having to testify and get cross-examined and then bringing in experts and stuff like that? I mean, I am not a religious person by nature. I am not somebody who's like, I'm not into cults really. Other than comedy, which certainly is a religion, and it makes the least sense of all of them. And I'm including even the forms of Christianity where they baptize you at like 40 and you take a little bus. By the way, is there any better movie? Robert Duvall is the Apostle. What a great film. Go watch The Apostle with Robert Duvall. I want to get into fucking evangelical Christianity. After watching that, I want to go to one of those swamp-like churches. It's so great. But I'm not a religious person. Or Mosaic. Should I join Mosaic, which is the LA church? Everybody's really hot at Mosaic. Everybody's hot, and all the actors are members of it, and they all go there, and they have like rock bands playing, and everybody's like got a guitar, and it's electric guitar, and they're like, Jesus said to be an influencer. It's what's great about Mosaic is it marries the two things that Jesus really cared about, faith and being an influencer. And that's what they're about there. They don't really like gays too much. They don't say they don't like gays because they're in LA. So they don't let gays occupy the higher tier positions of the church. Somebody was telling me this like I gave a fuck. Like some gay person was like talking to me. They're like, at the Mosaic church, if you're gay, you can't occupy the high. So I'm like, oh, so in the cult that you've willingly joined, you can't ascend to the higher tier of the pretend cult that you attend every week. Well, I am sorry. What a tragedy for you. I'm very sad. It's really nuts. Like somebody coming up to you talking about, Scientology, being like, I really just I'm not advancing in the way that I feel like I should be. Yeah, don't be in it then. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know why you're in it anyway. Mosaic. I mean, it's nice looking. There's some really gorgeous people that go. I get it. I get why people want spirituality. I'm not against it, by the way. I'm not against religion. I know I shit on certain things because it's funny, but everybody needs something, and I totally fucking get it. So I if you're out there and you're a religious person, good for you, okay? But divorce is one of those things that does fuck kids up. Nobody cares, but it does. I'm not saying, and listen, obviously don't stay together if it's the worst marriage in the world. That can also fuck kids up. That's people's argument. They're like, well, should we stay together if we're just beating each other? It's like, no, the goal would be to not be in the worst marriage in the world, to try to not get into that. Now, obviously, sometimes that just happens. I get it. So my family went to Disney World, and this was really right before things fell apart. Things were being held together. I mean, this was really, when you look back, it's really after things fell apart, but before, the consequences of that. It's what it really is. They were at the table at the Grand Floridian character breakfast, and I remember it. And I remember my father shoving what I imagine was a competently cooked egg in his mouth, because it is a nice hotel. And I remember he looked at my mother and he goes, "Will you shut the fuck up so these things will come over here?" He called them things, which, by the way, he is right about. He's absolutely right. Like, there was no romanticizing of what this place was, which I kind of now in hindsight appreciate. He wasn't like, "So Mickey will come over here." It was like, "So this thing," because it ain't Mickey. You don't know who is in that suit. Why has there never been a documentary about the dark side of Disney World? They are so powerful. Disney is so fucking powerful. Has there ever been a doc? Have you ever seen anything? I mean, maybe I'm wrong.
I think Banksy did that thing on it.
What did he do?
He went in there to the little children one, the It's a Small World After All.
It's a small world.
And he dressed a guy in a Guantanamo Bay outfit and he hung him or like a roller coaster. He like had a hanging Guantanamo Bay prisoner, and he did it with that Mr. Brainwash.
Yeah,
guy,
Americans don't notice. They think it's great. Look, there's a Gitmo prisoner. This is a good ride. I thought this ride was for faggots, but it's good. I thought A Small World was for faggots. I fought my wife, but I didn't know we were going to see Muslims get hung. This is great. That'll make it the most popular ride in the whole fucking place. They love it. Yeah, Banksy hung this Guantanamo Bay. Yeah, it was the longest line at the whole park. They're hanging Muslims in there. It's worth the wait. No, but I mean, like, is there a doc? There's no doc. Nobody's done a doc because you can't shoot in there, right?
Right.
The Florida Project, which was a phenomenal movie, which got no Emmys, it was ignored because it was about poor whites. I hate to say it. That's really what it was. And that's the reality. And I don't consider those people white, number one, and neither does any white person. Like, no one, like, and I don't mean, and I'm not saying what, like when that girl who did a great job, whatever her name is, I forget, Bria Vinite or something, phenomenal. She was barely an actress. They cast her on Instagram. They gave her some acting lessons, and she fucking knocked it out of the park. And that little girl, I think her name was Brooklyn, whatever. She was great too. But like, she's living in a hotel in Florida, a motel that really exists. And the Florida Project actually used some of the real people that live in the motel. I mean, hopefully they paid them. Probably not. Hey, can we just put a camera in front of your horror? Do you mind that? But it was a great thing, but it didn't tackle sexuality. It didn't tackle race. It didn't tackle, it was just a poor white chick who's like, how I be doing. So it's like, again, this ain't Bush white. It ain't country club white. This isn't Scandinavian Nordic white eating salmon gravlax. This is fucking, how you doing? Like, that person doesn't want to be white that was in the Florida part. Like, but it was a great movie. But at the end of it, they shot in Disney World, but they shot it on a phone secretively. Remember that?
Right. Yeah. I remember you showing me some, what was it, The Florida Man? Some doc called the
Florida. I think it was called Florida. Well, that's a great doc about Florida.
Yeah.
I just wonder, and I could be wrong. There could be a book about this. Somebody can hit me up. There doesn't seem to be any, like, let's pull back the veil on Disney World, because there's got to be shit going on.
Yeah.
I think one of the heiresses or somebody recent, like one of the family, I could be wrong on this, maybe look this up, was kind of alarmed that the people at the park weren't making enough money. She was kind of like, I'm kind of shocked that they're not making money. I'm pretty sure this was Disney World. Because that there's issues in a place like Disney World. And I mean, there's got to be. This happened, right?
Yeah. It's loading right now.
Yeah.
So it's the Harris to Disney. Disney Harris says she's livid about Disneyland wages and working conditions.
Right.
She's the granddaughter of Walt Disney Company, Abigail Disney.
She's the next person they're going to hang in It's a Small World. She'll be the next. She's already at Pirates of the Caribbean. She's already been thrown into the lake. Okay? Well, so what I'm saying is there's got to be a doc to be made, but you probably figure if I make it, I don't work again.
Right.
And don't fucking I ain't making that shit. I ain't making that. Now, I don't have the money to make it, but if I did have the money to make it, I wouldn't, because I think I have a long future with Disney. But my father and my mother took us to Disney World, and I remember it being fine. My mother was like, we got a nap in the middle of the day, and then we'll go out at night, which is kind of a good idea. We did the morning, then we took a nap, because in the middle of the day, it's the hottest and the most crowded. So my mom is actually pretty smart, you know? I mean, so she established that rule, but it's also tough to force a nap. Like, everyone's forcing a nap. It's tough, but it is a better system. It's just tough. Just tough at 1 p.m. when everybody else is at the park. We're going back to the room, and my mother's like, go to bed. Go to sleep. And then she made us go to Epcot. Nobody wants to go to fucking Epcot, but Epcot was not. I mean, we did go to a nice French restaurant. There are some nice restaurants in Epcot, you know? The second time I returned to Disney World was, there's a movie called Noises Off. Sometimes I got to recommend these things to you people because many of you live in cultural wastelands. I can see that. You message me. Sometimes I'll friend you back. And I know that there's a movie called Noises Off with Michael Caine, John Ritter, Christopher Walken, Mary Lou Henner, fucking Carol Burnett. It's about a Broadway play that just falls apart every night and everybody hates each other. And it really gets close to what it is to be in any type of arts where everyone hates each other and everyone's a delusional psychopath who thinks they're essential. And Michael Caine has a line in this that I absolutely love. He's talking about how bad the play was. And he goes, nothing could prepare us. I think it was Cleveland. He goes, nothing could prepare us for Cleveland. It was the final horror. And I always remember the second time I went to Disney World was the final horror. I was in a dance troupe because I was an actor. I was a thespian. I was an actor, and you had to learn how to dance and sing to be a child actor. So I was a tap dancer, and I was in a school in Long Island, New York called Legs. They're very creative in Long Island. Have we mentioned that? Have we touched on the limitless creativity and talent of those people? I think we have. Well, the school was called Legs, and I was chosen to be the Boogie Woogie Bugle Boy in the Boogie Woogie Bugle Boy dance number, which is a song, the Boogie Woogie Bugle Boy from Company B. And I was a little fat preteen, just starting to go through puberty, just starting to get my newly fat body. As my mother said to me once, she goes, you're a mesomorph. You collect weight in your stomach. I'm like, well, how about we not eat fast food every night and watch television? Could anyone suggest another course of action? Thank God for like Joe Rogan telling people how to be healthy. Thank God. Everything now is about the celebration of being 700 pounds and on 9 medications. Like, thank God that there are some people out there that go, maybe that's not the move, okay? So we go down there as a dance troupe. I'm the Boogie Woogie Bugle Boy. I don't know what you think when you think you're going to perform at Disney World. You probably imagine that there's going to be some magical, big theater, or like it's going to be at night. It's going to be well lit. There's going to be a lot of people that are excited to see you or whatever. They set up a stage by the bathrooms, and it was in the middle of the day, and it was dog heat, Florida humidity, okay? And a lot of people in the dance troupe, because they were from Long Island, were a bit paunchy. Even the ladies, they were a bit paunchy, okay? Not all of them, but some of them were, this wasn't exactly the top tier. This wasn't like winning the dance competitions. This was like the leftovers, okay? And so that trip, we stayed at a hotel called the Dolphin. And I remember me and a bunch of fat chicks in Boogie Woogie Bugle Boy outfits. These were like tan military outfits, and they were hot, and we were sweating through them, even as children. We looked like We look like a regiment of soldiers that the government would just try out like some, like, you know, mind control drug on, you know, like just the forgotten platoon of soldiers that like no one would even go back for. Like, leave them. They're all dead. Just say they're dead. You know, we'll tell their parents they're dead, you know? There was no Saving Private Ryan for this group. Tell you that much. If you took a look at us, we were done. And we would take a boat from the Dolphin to Disney World every day and just chubby kids sweating through tan, weird military uniforms. And then we would go to this stage by the bathrooms and flail around in the heat, and fat tourists would stare at us while they were on the line for the bathroom, while they were choking down a churro, and they would just stare at us, and we would dance. And then afterwards, there was like very little clapping, you know, which is so embarrassing. It was kind of like they were like, people were like, and then we would do it again like 5 minutes later. That we would keep doing the same number. So we didn't have any other number. We keep doing the same number, and they had already seen it. So now like they would look away. Now they would now no one even had cell phones. So they couldn't even look at their phone. They were just literally staring at other things. And like we would be performing to people's backs to us. So that was a low point in my life that even Splash Mountain couldn't fix. Splash Mountain was fun, but I remembered as I was coming down Splash Mountain, I'm like, oh, this is life for most people. It's just drudgery and hell, and you get one moment of weightlessness where water is sprayed in your face, and then they hand you a picture and they go, get the fuck out. And that's what happened to us. So if you connect with Disney World like some of my friends do, and they're good people, Jared Logan, a friend of mine who's a comedian, made a great point. He goes, Disney is the first culture that you're introduced to as a child, but it shouldn't be the last. You should go and find other things that speak to you as well. Don't be like my friend Michael, who goes, I don't like movies or TV. And I'm like, why? He's like, I don't like fake shit. He's like, sports has all the drama you need. He goes, all the drama you need is in sports. Nothing can compete with sports. Okay. Nothing, not a novel, nothing. Nothing can compete with a playoff game. That's it. And I'm not knocking sports. I get how engrossing sports is and for fucking great reason. But come on. So those are my experiences personally with Disney World. So I had a couple on my tour bus once because I was a tour guide in New York City. And they got on and they had Disney shirts on. And it's very interesting when you meet people who, they don't only enjoy Disney World, it's their brand. It's who they are as people. And when you're older, you should realize that, oh, that's not Goofy. That's a person who's dying in 100-degree weather in a suit with probably a rash that is now bleeding. And they're not being paid well. They probably don't have health insurance. They're about to pass out. That's best case. Worst case, they're fucking a pedophile copping feels all day. You know there's a few of them in there that are like, look at me. I got it. So, by the way, that would be great. How many people have been asked to leave Disney because of those issues? Where's that? Where's that article? Julie K. Brown, Miami Herald, Jane Mayer. How about you go down there? So, but these two people on my tour bus, they said, we were going to they go, I said, do you like New York? And they go, and by the way, I'm out of New York. I'm full-time in LA. I'm done with New York. But there's a few things that I require from a friend. One, that you believe that society is on the verge of imminent collapse. That helps. That helps only because there's less of a learning curve with our friendship. If you're there already, then we can have a little fun. That doesn't mean you don't do good things. Go do good things. But it just means that you have the awareness to know that, like, even though things are good in the square foot you're standing on Earth, down the block, there's massive problems. Okay? That's one of the requirements I have. Another requirement I have is that you are, what was I just saying? I just lost myself. Right before the requirement for friends.
Oh, right before the requirement?
No, because I'd prefer you not to take cruises. I'd prefer you not to be the type of person who needs to have your life planned for you. And like there's a certain type of person who just does what everyone else does all the time. And I get it when you're single. There's the idea that like there's these things are created for you to maybe meet other people, okay? But if you have someone in your life, the idea that you're still going with the flow, the idea that you're still going on a vacation where people have planned it for you, you don't have any independent thought, bothers me. But these two people were on my bus, and oh yeah, so here's one of my requirements. You cannot hate New York. I just don't. I mean, you can complain about it. You can say that it is it dehumanizes people, and it is designed to crush people and destroy people. And I would agree with all of that. But you still have to not hate it. Like Theo Von's producer, this guy Johnny, good-looking guy. I was talking to him on Instagram the other day. He's an actor, and he goes, he's going to New York, and I'm like, hey, man, New York's cool. And he's like, nah, I hate New York. LA's much better. Now, here's the thing. I like him. He's a good guy. I don't know him. But I give good-looking people all the chances in the world. He's on the show Power. Now, the show Power is for people with a 75 IQ. When the one on Stars has never made a show for people that have over a 90 IQ. That's just not what they're going for. They want people that are very confused. So that's what Power is, okay? And he was also in the movie Ma. Now, Ma is a film that no one talked about. I can only imagine because it was like a level of horrific. Because it's, what is it, Octavia Spencer? It's a horror movie where Octavia Spencer goes around and stabs people. Whatever it is. So now he's an actor and he's working. And I respect the hell out of that. But these LA guys, sometimes they do stuff and it ain't good. And they get rewarded for it because they're good looking and they're hardworking. And the things they do, not all the time, and Johnny's probably a good actor, I don't know. But a lot of times these LA guys, they do things that are no good. They're no good. And New York is a place that really, at one time, prided itself on things being good. And so sometimes people get a little threatened or whatever. But he said to me, he's like, I hate New York. I just sent him a photo of Oscar. I'm like, dude, maybe he was kidding. I don't know. But I get why people like LA. If you're just a hot person, LA's where it's at for you. If you're a hot person who's maybe not super fond of books, LA's where it's at, but the thing is, you can't hate New York. So this couple on my tour bus, I go, what do you think of New York? They go, and they had the Disney shirts on, and they go, to be honest, we're a little disappointed. We were going to take a Disney cruise. We've taken 3 of them. So we decided we were going to go to New York this time, but we don't really like New York. We actually were just talking about that we should have been on a Disney cruise, or they said, or go to Disney World. And I go, well, why do you go to Disney World? They go, well, it's the best place on earth. And I go, well, why? I know that's kind of their logo or slogan or whatever, but tell me why. Tell me why it is. And they go, it's just great. They go, it's great. You can have so much fun. They go, it's all there. They go, it's all there, the guy said. And I go, what is there? Can you explain to me what is there? New York, we have some of the best museums, the best restaurants. We have Central Park. We have 5 boroughs. We have history, culture. We got all this shit. We got beaches. We got the Hudson River an hour. I mean, I met, you know who did New York right, man? Fucking in shape Scandinavians, man. They're like, we took a train an hour out of the city. We went kayaking in the Hudson River. I'm like, yeah. You know who doesn't do that? Americans. They don't do that because they don't fit in the kayak. So they don't do that. They just walk around Times Square and eat food that people hand them and fart and everything's too busy and crowded and they take the tour bus because they don't want to walk and they didn't really get into New York. They're like, how do people live? I have 90,000 acres for $14. I'm like, I understand that, sir. You live on the Skinwalker Ranch. Okay? With a bunch of grays. It's for my conspiracy heads. You know where I'm at. But, okay, yeah, we get it. Yeah, the price per square foot's a bit higher here, sir. That was everyone's favorite thing to do when they visited New York. They were like, what's this cost? $5,000? I've got 90 million acres for $4. I know, sir. I know. I understand that. And I'm sure it's great. By the looks of you, sir, I am sure it's great. I'm sure you're making use of all of that space. But so this couple, they started getting angry at me because I kept pressing them. I'm like, what is there? What is there? It's all there. And then they just got like angry. They were like mad. They're like, New York. They're like, too crowded. First of all, Disney World's crowded. But the reality is they were these just big oaf-like children. Okay? They probably didn't have sex. They probably went to their hotel room every night and just like held hands until and then went into their bathroom one at a time and masturbated. Because they were probably like children that had never had a sexual awakening. That's what I imagine that they were. There's many people in this comedy industry like that. I look at certain agents and managers and they're like, and I'm like, oh, you've never had sex with a man or a woman, or you're just, that's why you're, getting off on roast battle. But so these two, let's call them tards. When I was a kid, my favorite vacation, because I was a kid, I was a little faggot. So I wanted to go to nice places because gay people have taste. Not all of them, but some of them. Now I know you're looking at me and you're like, oh, look at your shirt. That's not okay. I get it. I'm not a fashionista, but what I'm telling you is I like to go to places that are a little bit exclusive. They're a little bit roped off. You don't invite the world, okay? Like I have friends that are like, I had a friend go, don't you want to go to the Olympics? I said, only if we're committing an act of terrorism. That would be the only way I would feel that I would want to go, is if we were really focused and we were really, my favorite, I used to look up these places. Like I would call them, I'd read magazines. This is all kind of pre-internet. I'd call nice hotels in New York and I'd have them send me brochures, like the Four Seasons, the Lowell Hotel where Eric Clapton used to smoke cigars in the lobby. You people know this that are listening in Ohio and everything. Anyway, I'm not negging Ohio. Relax. Calm down. If you're sensitive, get out of here. You're not. But so I like the good life because as a little faggot, you know that the good life is good, People, you look at the world, you're like, these are cretins, some of these people out there. I like something that's a little different. So I made my dad take me to a place called the Blantyre. Now, the Blantyre was in I don't know, somewhere in the hills of Massachusetts. It was like a Relais and Chateau is a group that has a bunch of restaurants and a bunch of hotels. And they're very nice, like inns, country inns, all over the world, but there's a lot in America. And I said to my dad, let's go to the Blantyre. I had to kind of beg him. He goes, okay, I'll take you there. I don't think they allowed children. He had to literally call the Blantyre and go, listen, I'm going to take my son there. He's not a regular kid. He's not going to want to play baseball. He's not going to run around. the only thing that'll upset him is if the souffle falls before it gets to the table. Then he will have a full-on meltdown. Okay? Please let us take this faggot to your castle. I imagine that was the conversation. Now, we went to the Blantyre, and immediately I liked it immediately because as soon as we got out of the car, they looked at us like, you don't belong here. And if you're ever in a place where people treat you like you belong there, you're not in the right place. You're in the wrong place. Friendliness is desperation and fear. That's why at Disney World, everyone's manic. They're like, welcome to Disney World. Because they're afraid that you're going to go write a Yelp review. This place, we got out and they were like, hello. We went in. As we're checking in, an old woman with pearls, she walks into this place and she goes, there was a guy there. And she goes, excuse me, I swear to God. This is like, because the lobby and then there's like the restaurant to the side. She goes, where's Maurice? And the guy goes, ma'am, Maurice is not here, but I have all of the instructions for the event. I will be helping you. Everything is exactly as you wanted. And it was just a great moment. And she goes, excuse me? And you could tell that this man was now filled with fear and trepidation. And me and my father immediately turned around and loved it because we were both poor. And when you're poor, nothing is better than watching other poor people get abused. It's great, right? It's like, well, it's not my day today. It's his day. So we turn around and she goes, I've planned everything with Maurice. Find Maurice. And now this guy is like, he says again, he's like, ma'am, Maurice is not here today. She goes, you need to get Maurice now. And the guy, the blood rushes out of his face. He walks to the manager. The managers are scurrying around. And immediately, I just feel this rush of calm come over my little 12-year-old body. I knew that I was in the right place. I knew immediately that I was where I belonged because here was a woman not going to tolerate it. She wasn't going to tolerate anything other than Maurice. I swear to God, that was the guy's name. It's hilarious. That's like the name of every fucking, it's like right out of a fucking 80s movie. And this woman was out of it. So like those are the kind of vacation. Like I don't think we even did anything for those 2 days. There was like a pool. There was golf. Maybe there was some other thing. We walked around the grounds. We had like a really nice dinner. But it was just around other people that were not going to Busch Gardens. And so that's my only thing. If you love Disney World, God bless you. Good for you. I don't know that I want you in my life. There's reason to love Disney World. Having Down syndrome. Being 4. These are all reasons. Some people get married at Disney World. Can you imagine they get married in front of the cat? I mean, can you imagine? I'm not saying, listen, I live a very undignified life. It's just what I do. It's just in the cards. But require a little bit of dignity to get married in front of the Magic Kingdom in Disney World to me. I mean, have you never had a thought? Have you never had a thought in your head? Go somewhere. There are so many places in the world to go. Sometimes I've been getting into watching. I'm watching killer whales torture seals, which they do. Killer whales, by the way, this is why I didn't care about blackfish. Killer whales are vicious animals. People think they're like tuxedo-wearing fish. They're not. They are vicious killers, and they torture the seal. You could YouTube it. You see the seal on the little block of ice, and they're just kind of nudging it. And then finally, that little fat seal goes in the water, and then they eat them. And it is what it is. It's the way of the world. It's the way of the natural world. The natural world is brutal. It's cold. It's chaos. That's what nature is. I love that Woody Allen when he goes, "I'm two with nature." You know, he's great. The reality, well, I mean, don't start with me. The reality is there's a lot to be happy about in this world. I mean, I know that you listen to this show. Maybe you don't realize that. There's a lot to be happy about. There's a lot to look at and just say, you know what? We've got a lot of stunning technological advancements that have enabled us to live these lives that would have been unthinkable even a decade ago, which in the whole conception of history is really nothing. So you're lucky. You're lucky. You're able to do things that other people would never have dreamed. The internet has, enabled you to collaborate with other people, to compete with other people, to join an online community, to market yourself, to distribute your products, to fully, really put your mark on the world. Many of you are not doing that. Many of you are not doing that. You're spending time on social media, you're fighting, you're upset, you're angry. You're not taking the time to put yourself out there. You got to put yourself out there. The world needs you. Do you understand that? Are you listening to me out there? They need you. But how are they going to fucking find you? How are they going to find you? They need to find you. And you need to have a website so that they can find you. Because they're going to love you. They're going to love you. They just don't know it yet. You're what they've been looking for. Many of them are puzzled. They walk the earth. They're in fear. They need someone to show them the way. Many of them are, suffering from many things. Mental illness, depression, drug addiction, anxiety. They've been horribly abused. They are broke, systemic oppression, and they need to find a light in this darkness. Are you going to be that light? Are you going to be the person who helps them get out of that dark hole that they live in? That dark, deep well that they've spent most of their life in, screaming for anyone to come find them, and no one finds them. Maybe every now and then somebody throws change at them, makes a wish. But in the real world, there are no rescue missions. The whole town doesn't come out and with, that rope and made of all those different handkerchiefs they tie together to pull you up. That doesn't happen. The only hope that many of these people have when they're in the dark recesses of their own mind, the only hope that they have is going to your website and being impressed by it and saying, look at this site. Man, this guy's got text. He's got video. He's got all his links to his social media. This guy's, it's very helpful when you see somebody else who's got it together, And I think that if one of these people have seen your website, they may not go and shoot up their school. They may not go shoot up. They may not go and, commit acts of depravity. They may be impressed that you've taken the time to use Wix that has over 200 stunning templates. They may be impressed that you've designed your own website with a very innovative drag and drop design technology, or that you've just answered a few questions and let Wix ADI do it for you. They will know that. They'll appreciate that. They'll see that someone out there in the world is making an effort. That's what it's all about. You're inspiring them without even knowing it. You've become a leader. Okay? just by having a website. Doesn't matter what it's about. Maybe you're a clown that goes to kids' parties and you want to advertise that. You show up and you dress like a clown and you make everybody happy. And there's a few testimonials from other families. And you go, you know, John came in and really brightened the day. He really came in and he brightened our day. And our child, who's dead now, but back then he was, you know, we have a restraining order against him now. He can't come near to the house because he's 8 years old and leading a local militia. But back then, he was very happy with the clown that came, and we're very happy to give John our full endorsement. And then people see this on your website and they go, you know what? Maybe we should hire John as a clown. I mean, that's what it comes down to, folks. I don't know how many times I have to tell you this, but if you don't have a website, you're a piece of shit. I mean, if you don't have a fucking website, I don't care if you die. I don't think you should have health insurance. Not without a website. Not without a website. That's what they should check at the fucking, you know, I'm delirious, haven't eaten, I keep doing this, but what's the thing at the hospital, the front desk? Say the front desk. I stay in so many hotels. I think everything's a hotel. The hospital front desk, whatever it is. You know what I'm talking about. They should ask for your website, not your insurance card. They should go, you have a website. They should look at it quickly. And if not, it's, you know, if it looks nice and you go, oh, this person gives a shit. We'll fix him. We'll fix him. You know? But if you don't have a website, they should open those doors and kick you out and let you fucking lay in the parking lot and expire. Okay? Because it's not just a matter of having a website for you. It's really for the others. It's for other people that need to be inspired. That's why I do this show every week, because people are inspired. They're inspired by it. And many people listen to this show and then they go and create families and they create businesses and they create art and they create, even if it's just making a sandwich, I'm impressed that they've done it. You know, they come in, they make maybe a turkey, like cracked pepper turkey on wheat. You go, you know, the reason I'm doing that is because I just heard this very inspiring podcast. This guy told me to get a website. Get a fucking website. Get a website. You know, I don't care. I don't care if you don't want to. I'm telling you right now. I'm on Twitter. I'm on Instagram. Yeah, you and everybody else. Get your own URL. You can do what you want. You can say what you want. You won't get banned. You know, within reason. I mean, so, you know, create a website. I'm not telling you what it has to be. Okay. Could be a nice little journal. Could be the Daily Stormer. I'm not saying that. I'm not telling you to do that. But from whatever you do with it, you do with it. You know, I'm just saying that it's your website. You know, it's not Facebook. It's not Mark Zuckerberg's website at Ginger Demon. It's your website. You can do whatever you want. You know, maybe upload a video of, remember that guy who got killed because the horse fucked him to death?
Mr. Hands or something like that?
I forget. I'm not, this is not a pro-bestiality stance I'm taking. But you could probably embed that video in your website if you wanted. I mean, that would be a choice. I don't know if I'd recommend that if it's a business website. It is attention getting. You might just want to upload that video and then under it go, I cut hair. I also cut hair. I'll come to your house. Wix.com. What is it? Go to Tim Dillon's goingtohell.com. No is. Tim Dillon, Dillons, goingtohell.com. Go there, folks. That's a site we built using Wix, okay? Go to the bottom. 10% off any Wix premium plan. You get 10% off. You hear that? So what's your problem? 10% off, folks. You know, what do you think you're going to get out? 40% off? Hey, fuck you. People got to eat. People got families to feed, you greedy pig. 10% is a nice amount of change. I don't know you. Wix doesn't know you. We're giving you a little benefit. Okay. So this ad's been all over the place because I've just recorded a podcast and my CBD ad was very good, but now I'm coming apart and I need to eat. I'm fucking haven't eaten since 2. My blood sugar's crashing. I mean, I've eaten enough. Probably I'll survive if I don't eat. Go get the website. Stop fucking around. Stop wasting everyone's time. Get in the game of life or get the fuck out. I'm not telling you to take yourself out. I'm saying get in the game of life. Life is a fucking war. And are you going to go to war with a website? Or are you going to go to war? Not having a website is like walking into, I don't know, fill in the joke. Who gives a shit, really? You buy this fucking thing, please, so they won't fire me. Enough. Get the goddamn website. You're going to fail anyway. You might as well try. No one's going to your shit. No one's going to care. Think anyone's going to give a fuck about what you're doing out there? You dumb fucking, or your sculptures you're making in New Mexico? People are going to fucking, what, they're going to start buying them? Because you got a URL? You're toast. It's over. Curtains. Doors shut. The gates closed. Everybody's going to the party but you. Okay? Train's left the station. But that being said, try. You got to try. Goodbye. I watched 8th Grade, the Bo Burnham movie on the plane. It was very good. Reminds me of when I was not popular. I was bullied. And I was not bullied in the era of social media. That's got to be very tough. But I will tell you this. In a few weeks, we are doing an episode for children. We're doing an episode. I have a plan for children to become popular because that is the most important thing in life. It is a lie that it is not. And it is also a lie that the nerds all get revenge on the popular kids. That is not true. The popular kids, those kids that bullied you? It's like, where they are now? They're doing great. They're doing great. Okay? One nerd succeeds, and in popular culture, because it's written by nerds, they all act. But one of the things when you grow up, you realize that the losers are losers for a reason. In my business, I realize I look at people in my business and I go, oh, in high school, you walked around, you had no confidence. And you shouldn't have any now. You should have no confidence now. Okay? So that's coming up. Because I was very unpopular, and then in 12th grade, I was nominated for Homecoming King. I did not win because one of the kids' mothers died. The other kid's father died in 9/11. They gave it to the kid whose mother died. Whatever. Am I claiming Russia? Am I saying Russia hacked it? No. I'm saying that I rose through the ranks of high school, and I'm going to teach you how to do it. It's very important, and we're going to go over different ways to do it. We're going to go over different personalities that you can have. We did this on a video. There's different personalities you can have depending what you bring to the table, okay? And we're going to talk about how to infiltrate the cool kid parties and not be a loser. Now, a lot of you are losers, and I'm not telling you to go back to school because that window's closed for many of you, like Disney fucking World. It's over. It's over. Figure it out. You don't get to go back to Disney World at 40 because mom and dad didn't fucking take you. Suck it up. Some foster kids got locked in a closet and burnt with cigarettes. You're complaining you never went to fucking Disney World? Grow the fuck up. Be an adult. Jesus Christ. But we are going to do, and I want to hear some stories from people that became popular. I want you to DM, and don't make them up because I'll know. Don't make them up. I sniff you out, you liars. But I want to talk to people that were losers and decided at a certain point to not be losers because you don't have to be losers. So, and I don't know how many kids listen to this in their teens, probably none. And that's probably good for society that they don't. I'm not saying that this is an adult program. This is not a show. We're not really reaching out to the tween market here. We're not doing that, okay? But if this is the one episode that we'll do, and I'm not going to curse, and I'm not going to talk about Jeffrey Epstein, although these fucking kids know already. It's going to be a family-friendly episode. I'm dead serious about this. And I know that I was talking to the flight attendant about this on American. I was telling her I was going to do this, and she finally told me to sit down. She had to prepare service. She goes, I got to get the card out. And I said, well, listen, I had a great flight attendant today on American, real dark lady. I'm like, I paid $40 for a more space seat. She goes, well, we don't have any. So so I'm in the last seat of the plane with her. So she goes, you might get a refund. She goes, I'll send you some free miles. I go, ugh. She goes, you think you're having a bad day? She goes, I wasn't even supposed to be on this flight. She goes, the flight attendant who was, her husband killed herself. They've been married 2 years, and he killed himself in his ex-wife's garage. And I'm like, okay, do we have the cheese plate? What are the snacks? Okay. I said to her, we start talking. She goes, the other day we took off, we hit wind shear when we took off. She goes, you hit wind shear, the whole plane goes to the side. She goes, there was a scream. She goes, but she used these words. She goes, there was a blood-curdling scream as the plane took off. She goes, we got about maybe 3,000 feet up, and it just, and she goes, the pilot got on right away and was like, hey, it's wind shear. We're going to be okay. And I said to her, I go, you ever just fucking like, they call it ferrying the plane when nobody's on? I'm like, you ever just go up to first class when you got nobody on the plane? She smiled. She goes, yes. Just one time we all got to sit in first class. One time we had 4 people on this plane, and we all got to go right into the front and sit in first class. And I was like, when was that? She goes, 4 days after 9/11. With a big smile on her face. The thing about flight attendants is they've made peace with death because it's a very unnatural job to just work 30,000 feet in the sky. All of those flight attendants, they've seen death. They all do drugs. They have these stopovers. They all get hammered, and all the pilots do drugs. It's a horrible job. We don't pay those people. And it's a living hell. They live in an absolute hell, and they have to get on every day and go, hi, welcome. Is everyone happy we're going to Phoenix? Is everyone excited we're going to Phoenix? Southwest can dress it up all they want, and they can have the people come out and try to do stand-up, and the pilots try to be funny, and the flight attendants try to be funny, but I know what it really is. I know it's a bunch of people who've made peace with death. That's who works on planes, okay? But I will be doing this episode, and I'm excited about it because it's something that I feel like people are not telling children. They're not telling children how to be cool. They're telling them like how to go to college or whatever. Who cares? Like, yeah, go to college. Maybe. But be cool. Be somebody that other people like and respect. And you don't have to abuse people. You should never bully people. That's actually not the long-term way to be cool. That's a very short-term way to be cool, is to bully someone. That's not good. It's not good. You don't want to build an act around a kid. That kid could kill themselves. They could shoot up the school. Then you got to write all new shit. So what you want to do is aim high, punch up teachers, administrators, society at large. Or maybe you're just hot. If you're hot, you got to learn how to be hot. And you got to be the right kind of hot. You know, some guys like can't be, there's always like the hot guy. Like some hot guys don't know, like some hot people don't know they're hot. And that's a whole thing. Whatever. We're going to go into this, but I'm really excited about that. Thanks to everyone who came out to Hilarities in Cleveland. We had fun. However, it was the first time I had like 6 people kicked out, and I never have anyone kicked out. But I do a joke about Trump, and it's not a pro-Trump joke. It's just really a joke about people being insane on social media. And as soon as I mentioned Trump, all these people were like, started booing audibly in the crowd. They were like, boo! And I flipped out. I should have taped it. And I was like, what the fuck are you booing at? I'm like, it's a joke. I'm like, don't you realize that he's going to win again because you people are such annoying cunts that you can't? What do you think you're doing? What do you think you're accomplishing right now by booing a joke? And you're yelling Trump is a cunt. I've never been a Trump guy. There's nothing pro-Trump. But now, of course, now that I said all that, it activated some of the pro-Trump people in the audience, you know? So I'm like, I just start losing it. And I'm like, QAnon's coming. A few people in the audience were like, Q, you know, just people are crazy. I'm like whipping it into a frenzy, you know? It's turning into just a regular day in Portland, another street fight. Listen, just shut up. If you go to a comedy show and you don't like something, just shut your mouth. You're not doing anything. That's what people need to be told. You're not doing anything by your opinion. I don't know what has to happen in this country or this world for people to realize that the sole act of having an opinion is irrelevant. It doesn't matter. Like, first of all, your opinion for most of you isn't based on anything. It's you're regurgitating something you heard, or you're trying to get attention. You don't have a educated opinion. You didn't do the work trying to figure anything out. I know. That's why I don't have opinions on a lot of things, because I don't know. Yes, I don't think Israel should build the settlements and like bulldoze the Palestinians out of their houses, right? But I also think Israel has like a right to exist. But I haven't like done the issue. I haven't like studied. And then these idiots, like we did the whole thing about takeout food. I was ranting about that. A few people were like, oh, we just gotta do comedy about nothing now? About takeout food? No, I'm writing a new hour on the Mideast peace process, you fucking moron. Do you know what comedy even is? Do you know what it is? I'm a clown. Why don't you do something? I demand my comedy be intellectual, and I demand that it conform to everything that I already believe. And I don't want it to be about people taking food to go. I want it to be about health care. I want you to make Medicare for all funny. And if you don't, I'm out. Yeah, we should have health care. I've said it 70 million times. I hope and pray to God that somebody has done more work and research into the topic than I have. I have a job. I have to do the job that I have. There's other people doing their jobs. Okay? You fucking moron. What is this is what happens now. Comedy's just going to be about nothing. I want it to be about Bernie Sanders. I want it to be funny, and I want it to be about HMOs. What? What? Are you crazy? This insipid. Like, I get a little frustrated with some people out there. I'm very grateful for, there's a lot of great fans of this show. And you don't have to like or agree with what we do. We don't care. Whatever you comment is lovely. That's fine. As long as you're consuming the product, we don't care what you say afterwards. I used to do cocaine with a girl who would always complain about the quality of the cocaine to the cocaine dealer. And he would just, his attitude was, well, you're buying it. As long as you're buying it, you have the right to say, she'd be like, this isn't like the last time. Remember that time you got it and it was better? Divorce. It's very fucked up. It's fucking the kids up out there. How long have we done? We got more.
Right at an hour.
We're right at an hour. But I mean, that's my thing. Bill Maher said something about people watching comic book movies. Everybody flipped out. I said something about adults not celebrating Halloween. I said, hey, if you got to wear like an edgy Halloween costume, if that's your only way to be, why don't you give the holiday back to children? Because that's who it was for. I'm not go. And it was not really directed at everybody who was dressing up. It was kind of directed at the people that are going to get fired because they went to a party dressed as the Twin Towers. I'm like, well, I can do that. I'm a comedian. If you're a kindergarten teacher, maybe hold off on that. It is what it is. If you want to go as a Korean person, I'm not for the cultural appropriation. I really don't care what you dress up as. But maybe in this climate, it's not smart to go as a Guatemalan. I don't know what some of these people do. So I just tweeted, I was like, hey, give Halloween back to children. Don't dress up. Buy a house, get a job, whatever. People went nuts. It was the most controversial thing I've ever said. Telling adults to not wear a costume. Think of everything I've said. The country's run by demons. They're sucking the energy out of children. The country's run by crime families that murder, that sell drugs, that traffic in human beings. And what really upset people is I said, why don't you not dress up in a costume? That's what really got people. It's like this Disney World article, flip people the fuck out because somebody suggested that maybe they give it up. Give this childlike one. Like, that's a problem with Disney World's like all the people there like approach the world with childlike wonder. Oh, it's childlike. Well, I feel like a kid again. I just feel like a kid. Don't feel like a child. There's a time to be a child. And here's another one. And this is going to really get people. And we'll do this one. We're going to do this one, by the way, and then we're going to get out of here. Folks, you're not going to like it. Are you ready? Man, you are not going to like this one. This one's going to be one that people get really angry about. Are you ready? Prepare. Take a seat. I imagine many of you are. I imagine many people aren't listening to this on the elliptical. I could be wrong. The time to smoke marijuana is in your late teens and early to mid 20s. After that, it should be very rare. It should not be all the time for most people. And don't give me like, well, Rogan and did that. That guy has a constitution you will never have. Yeah, you want to, yeah. That guy's got 3 jobs. He's running up and down hills. He can do whatever the fuck he wants. Don't use an example of like the 4 people that are succeeding in life. He's one of 5 people that are doing well. Don't use that example. Get real. Fucking losers. Come at me with a, okay? The weed every day, folks, not a good look. Not a good look. Not the move. Not the move. Is there anything more fun than being 17 or 18 or 19 and getting high, going to Taco Bell, laughing your ass off, okay? Here's where that's less fun. Your late 30s. It is not as fun. Now, many of you are angry at me, but you know I'm right. I'm not a perfect person. I get it. I go to Taco Bell sober. That's unforgivable. That is, I mean, I go sober. 35-year-old sober person will eat Taco Bell. That is, in and of itself, a crime. It should be against the law. But cut it out with the vape, the weed, you know, everybody's high all the time. Folks, things are coming. You're not going to want to be high for them. You're going to want to be sober when it comes. You know what's coming, okay? Everybody, let's talk a little bit about physical conditioning. I know that we may not do that as much as other podcasts do, but it's very important. You know, we really don't go into wellness and mind, body, spirit connection as much as we should, but you know, that's really important. And I think people that have happy, successful lives all seem to have some kind of deeply rooted understanding of how their body works. And when it's, you know, when it's at maximum levels of efficiency and, you know, what fuel the body needs. And these are all very important things. And I think we don't do enough about that. And that's my fault. That's really on me. You know, I'm the captain of the ship, and a lot of times we get lost. But there's a lot out there. And I want to start, when we talk about the body, I want to start with the balls. Because there's a lot going on. And there's a lot that needs to be addressed. A lot of people need to clean up their area down there. I bought a house in 2007 with a subprime mortgage during a cocaine binge. That house has been foreclosed on. I have lost it. The legal proceedings have been completed. It was taken, you know, it was a collateral, and, you know, the house was, you know, repossessed, and I no longer own it, clearly. And my credit has been decimated because of that. And I guess the debt was written off. It's neither here nor there. The point is that that house had about an acre of property, and that acre of property was untamed, wild Long Island grass. Big raccoon lived in a tree in the backyard and used to walk around the backyard. But if you looked at the lawn, you would know what was going on in that house, which was a lot of pain. You would see the lawn and you would say, this gives me a very good indication of what's happening in that house, which was nothing good. Bills piling up by the door that nobody was opening and nobody was paying. Just a tiny bit of fuel, just enough fuel to keep that house going, no more. People could see that. They could sense it. They could see the fear and the desperation just by looking at the wild, overgrown, unmanaged lawn. So when we talk about your dick, your private area, your balls, your taint, your grundle, you need to keep these things where people look at them and they go, oh, that's a respectable individual that takes care of himself and takes care of others. This is somebody I want to build a relationship with, maybe a life with. Maybe this is somebody I want to have children with because they have taken care of themselves. Manscaped has redesigned the electric trimmer. Their invention is the Lawnmower 2.0. Skin-safe technology. I used to, before, I would hook up with somebody that I met on Grindr or whatever back in the day on Craigslist. I would have to try to manscape myself with, something. And every now and then you would nick yourself. And now it's embarrassing. And sometimes you'd have to just not go and meet up with that person because you're bloody. And that's not the move. You never want to show up with a bloody dick. So what you try to do is, you basically have to be very, very careful. And that's why this new Manscaped Lawnmower 2.0 is great, because it has skin-safe technology. Okay? It is small, easy to hold, and designed to get into all your nooks and crannies without snagging your sack. You do not want to puncture your scrotum. Okay? No more using the same trimmer on your face that you use on your fucking junk. Use the right tools for the job. Manscaped is designed with your junk in mind. You know how it gets down there in the summer, sweaty, stinky. A lot of people like that, A lot of people don't want you to shower. They want to get the whole you, They want to get smacked in the face with a little bit of salt, a little bit of salted caramel. Some people don't. Some people want you to deodorize every part of your body, but it's like, what the fuck is the point? Are you trying to fuck a chemical? Trying to fuck a person? This is neither here nor there. Again, but it's just I'm just editorializing on a concept. But just in time for summer, they've got the Crop Preserver, an anti-chafing ball deodorant and moisturizer. If you're one of these people that is ashamed of your own scent, or maybe your partner doesn't want, you got to ease somebody in to really smacking them with a sweaty ball. So you should start with a moisturizer and a deodorizer. After you've been in a relationship for a little while, then you can take the hog out in any condition and just smack him around with it. But in the beginning, you got to get him in with a low interest rate, let's say. So it smells nice and it's nice. And one of the things here in this ad, they say, you put deodorant on your pits. Why are you not putting deodorant on the smelliest part of your body? Well, I don't know. I mean, I think it's a little different, but some people like gross armpits too. I mean, listen, buy this product because most people don't. Most people don't want sweaty, smelly balls, but there are people that do. They want that, okay? But what's nice is giving someone that choice. But nobody wants too much bush. This is the fact. Nobody wants too much bush. There's that fat cat I have on Instagram, Oscar, and his fur grows so much that he gets burrs stuck in it. These little spiky, I don't know where they come. I think they come from a tree. But he gets the burrs stuck, and he's got fleas and mites. He has an entire ecosystem living on him, like the sloth. If you've ever been the sloth in the Amazon, British people say sloth, and I like that. But the The sloth has an entire ecosystem of bugs living on him. He is a host for an entire community of bugs, which I think is kind of nice. I like things like that. I find life fascinating. I've always wanted to go to the Amazon, and but you have to have you got to get a lot of shots, and I don't have the money to go to Ohio. So what I'm saying is that the bush needs to go. Ball deodorant, moisturizer, that's great, but somebody also might be like, hey, with all due respect, let's not take a shower. Just hit me with whatever you got. Listen, this is, some people are into this, but I'm just saying. Get 20% off free shipping with the code Tim at manscaped.com. Literally, they just sent me one of these things, the lawnmower. It is amazing. You never feel better when you are shaving your balls. You feel safe. You feel like you can do it hammered. I don't suggest that, but you feel like you can do it drunk. You feel like you could just kind of freestyle it down there and you're not going to nick yourself because they really do have this advanced technology. It really is good. You do need to shave your balls. The Norelco body groom's not that great. That's what usually everybody else kind of uses. It's not that great. The body groom, I'm telling you, I've used it. And I'm telling you, it's a big deal. Tim is the code. 20% off manscaped.com. That's 20% off free shipping, manscaped.com. If you're not getting laid and you want to get laid, you got to clean up your dick. Doesn't really matter how big your dick is, It doesn't really matter. There are people that are going to want bigger dicks. That's a fact. There are people that are going to be into that, lots of them. But the obsession about dick size is probably a waste of time because there's nothing you can really do about it unless that product advertises on the show, and then we'll, fix that for you. But as of right now, it seems like you get what you get. But what you can do is really, you've all been to a house that's not that great, but they've done a lot of work. You know what I mean? Where you walk in the house and they're really proud of it. It's kind of sadder in a way, but they're really proud of it. And the yard's very nice. You've ever been to a small yard that's immaculate and you go, oh, this is nice, because they take pride in where they live. That's the way you should feel about your cock and balls. Can be big. Maybe it's a big, beautiful, big, maybe you got a big, huge, ribeye steak down there. Maybe you have a petite filet mignon, an 8-ounce filet that a divorced school teacher would order with a Kendall Jackson Chardonnay. It's not my business. Or maybe you have a big porterhouse for 3 at Peter Luger's. You just want to swing it. I've seen certain penises where I go, that person's life should be amazing. Like, there's no excuse for that person. But then some of them don't have good lives because they just have this big dick and they play with it and then they fuck whatever they want and they don't get any other skills because their dick is so huge that it's amazing. I'm just saying, this is what happens. Now, so what I'm saying is this. If you have a dick that you don't love, do Manscaped. Get yourself in the right, deodorize your balls, okay? Women don't want smelly balls. If men don't really care, probably. Men will fuck you with whatever. Women, for the most part, unless you get a real freak, a real, like from dusk till dawn, vampire type of, and that's what, kind of what you want. Not to marry, but, for an hour. So you got to deodorize your balls, moisturize them because people want a soft, nice ball. This is what I meant when I said we wanted to do more about health and wellness. This is really the direction we wanted to go into. I didn't know if you thought we were going to start talking about intermittent fasting, but clean the area up. It's very interesting. This is all I can tell you, folks. Tim is the code, 20% off manscaped.com. And send in photos to the show, before and after photos. Before you've trimmed yourself and after you've trimmed yourself, send in photos to the show. And we'll be the judge. We'll see We'll see how you've done. We will not comment on the size of your penis. We will simply address everything else that's going on. And we'll be like, look at this. Nicked himself. The balls look moisturized. You got to moisturize your balls, folks. Got to deodorize and moisturize those balls. Do it. Really get this. The fucking, you need this. Here's the thing. You need it. And the other thing on the market, the Norelco thing, isn't good. And then there's really nothing else. I'm telling you, there's not a lot out there, especially if you're a bigger person, you're a fat person, you need to do this. It's not a negotiation. I'm just saying, there's nobody wants a fucking crop of disgusting hair. You want a nice, like, fit, trim area. Or, or you're being incel. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, those guys seem to enjoy it. I mean, there's, certainly some of them in the audience, huh? If I compliment Whitney Cummings or something, these people lose their minds. They take it as a direct attack to them that I have recognized another woman as a human being on earth. They can't handle it. They start flipping out. Got to attack her. Who are you? What is this? These rules, they hate gay people, but they only want to spend time and talk to men. It's very interesting. It's a very interesting breed. Dudes that want to just spend time with other dudes and suck each other off. You might as well. What are you doing? You're wasting time. You're playing video games all day. You might as well fucking get off. Otherwise, you're going to have to learn to speak to a member of the opposite sex. And that means deodorizing your balls, shaving them. Get in the game, boys, girls. This isn't for girls, is it? Who cares? If you're a girl that's a boy, do this. What do I don't care. Don't start with me now. Do you need a dick to be a boy? Maybe not. Shave your clit with this. That's not what it's for, but I can't tell you how to live. Do what you want. Whatever. Maybe you have a penis that was made out of a clit. Maybe you have a vagina that was made out of a penis. I don't know. It's 2019 and everybody is having fun. So, manscaped.com, promo code Tim. Thank you. Some kid just texted me. Some guy that I thought I was going to, I don't know if we were going to hook up or whatever. He was going to come out to LA and stay with me. We've been talking. He clearly doesn't want to. That's okay. He used the old, I'm going to spend time with my brother, that's my favorite. I'm going to spend time with my family, It's like, if I was Zac Efron, would you still be spending time with him? He goes, well, I'm just kind of going to hang out with my brother. And I'm like, okay, that's fair. I get it. I get it. But I just love and then he asked me, he's like, are you close with your family? It's like, listen, we don't know. I get it. You can let me down. I think he thought I was going to be I was going to be showing him around LA. You don't have to hook up. If you don't like it, you don't like it. Whatever, you come out, you don't like it, it's fine. It's not a big deal. Go fuck everyone else. I don't care. I'll still buy you lunch. I'll still be the loser. I'll still take you out for avocado toast. We'll throw lobster on it. Then you can go fuck some other dude. I don't care. I'll still be the mark. That's fine. I don't have a problem with that. I put myself in that position. But I just think it's funny. He was like, yeah, I'm just going to spend time with her. It's like Larry Silverstein. They asked him why he wasn't. He had a meeting at the World Trade Center. He didn't go. He goes, yeah, my wife said I should go to this doctor's appointment. And I figured, is that it, Larry? That's how you made all these billions, listening to the little woman? I'm not saying he shouldn't have, but I'm just saying a guy like him doesn't really seem it's an interesting day. It's like my wife was just nagging me, and I finally decided, she made a good point. I'll go to the doctor this day. I'm not saying anything, folks. I'm just saying it's fun. Isn't it fun? It's just fun. That's all. Not a big deal. Nothing's a big deal. I'm a famous celebrity, and things are great. I live in a mansion, and I'm very happy. I do a lot for the world, and the world does a lot for me. I hustle. I grind. I'm positive. I'm positivity. All day, all night, positive. I don't make any excuses. I don't like them. As the great Gary Vaynerchuk says, kindness is delicious. Kindness is delicious. That was a tweet from Gary Vaynerchuk, who is my spirit animal, is my God. When I feel low, I go to Gary, like all great entrepreneurs. They need that. How could you create a business without those words of wisdom? Because you forget how delicious kindness is. And that's, by the way, how people build businesses, being kind. That's how they do it. That's how they do it. That's how empires are built, by being a kind person. That's like the story in the Bible. Jesus, you remember he had all the casinos? Jesus owned all the casinos because he was kind, and people love that. The Romans love that. TimDillonComedy.com for all your comedy needs. Please go to the Southern Run, folks. Don't fuck around with me here. I'm doing one-nighters. I'm coming to, first of all, American Comedy Co. the 1st through the 3rd. This might come out. You might have missed that. Don't go the next week when I'm not there, like Disney World, and try to recapture it. It's over. But August 4th through the 8th, I'm going to be down doing Nashville, Charlotte, North Carolina, Huntsville, Alabama, Hoover, Alabama. I'm going to be at the Comedy Zone in Charlotte. I'm going to be at Zanies in Nashville. I'm going to be at Stand Up Live in Huntsville, Alabama. I'm going to be at the Stardome in Hoover, Alabama, doing comedy. Really funny guy, Todd Riley's going to be there with me, and we're going to have some fun. Please, if you're in those areas, grab tickets to those shows. I'm also going to be in North Carolina at Good Nights Comedy Club in Raleigh, the 22nd to the 24th. Come out to that. And then we've got more dates coming up. The Patreon is coming. Many of you have asked. It is coming. Here's some of the things that'll be on the Patreon. We will have all of the archives from Gas Digital, 2.5 years. All of the great interviews I did with all those great writers. If you're into the conspiracy stuff, Russ Baker, Nick Bryant, you know, the director of Who Took Johnny, Mark Eliade, who wrote a great book about the Russian mob. We have comedians like Dan Soder, Bobby Kelly, Bonnie McFarlane. We have a lot of really cool episodes. And we have just great episodes with me and Ray. We talk about all kinds of stuff. And what's fun about that is you can kind of chart, you can see the rise of Trump through the show. And you could see how things are kind of coming apart. And it's a very interesting show because of who we have on and the way that we are positioned, like not in the mainstream. We're positioned on the fringe and watching the fringe, the shit that we always talked about, bleed into the mainstream. And watching all of a sudden everybody start talking about things that we've been talking about. Everybody, you know, whether it was like deep state dynamics, whether it was intelligence agencies, whether it was human trafficking. I mean, it's really wild to watch that happen. It's a great archive for a road trip or whatever. And it's going to be available for like $5 a month. You'll get an extra episode every week, plus the archive, whole archive for $5 a month. It's a pretty fucking good deal. And if you can't afford that, no problem. Just keep telling your friends to watch the show, listen to the show. We appreciate it. You know, I will end on this too. The hatred of certain comics is odd to me. You people hate certain people. Like, you hate Schumer. Here's the deal. If you don't have to agree with Amy politically, I was in an argument with somebody the other day. Amy's unquestionably talented. She's insanely funny. She's a beast of a comic. You don't have to like her. It is what it is. And I really don't think she's stealing jokes. And I had this argument with somebody. The jokes in question, and everyone's going to be like, what, is she giving you a job? I've never met her. We met once in the Hyatt lobby. She looked at me. I was like, hello. I was like, hey, there is no, I'm not going on tour with this. None of that. I'm just saying people throw shit out there. And there's a lot of people that listen to the show will disagree with me. You know, you make people in like the boogeyman, like she's Satan for whatever. If you don't like it, don't fucking watch. Who cares? I guarantee she's funnier than you. If you hate her and you're listening, I guarantee you she's better at being funny than you are. Okay? Guaranteed. You might not like her. It doesn't matter. She doesn't give a fuck, if you've noticed. She's doing well. And I get no benefit from saying this. I'm not. She's been generous to comics, good to comics. I mean, not to me. I'm not in her circle. But like, and whatever, it's not only her. She's like one that people throw a lot of hate at. But if you don't like a comedian, just move the fuck on. Who cares? Enough. People message me like, this person sucks or that person sucks. Who cares? Enough. They're better than you. All the people that you hate are funnier than you. All the people that you think are hacks or whatever, they're better at this and use a fucking hard thing to do. Okay? It's a hard thing to do. You think you're funny? Well, because you said the N-word in the break room at the water treatment facility and everybody laughed? Great. But, enough already. Doesn't mean you have to like people. Doesn't mean you can't shit on people. But stop making people into gods and stop making them into Satan. Nobody's a god. Stop, all these comedians, all these fucking celebrity people you build up as gods. I know half of these people. Enough. They're people. They're doing a job. It makes you happy. Good. Be an adult. This is that Disney World shit, man. This is that childlike wonder. This is like, I'm catching fireflies in the backyard. Grow the fuck up. Enough. Stop making a god out of Trump. Stop making a god out of Ocasio-Cortez. He's a game show host, a criminal, and a liar. She's a bartender who's, seems confused, but has some, she has some of the right instincts. She knows everything's fucked. I don't know if she knows how to fix it. She knows everything's fucked. But this whole thing about deifying people and then tearing them down, it's a deeply immature thing. It means you've got nothing going on. It means that you've got nothing going on. That everything has to be about somebody that you love or hate. The world is more complex than that. Some of the people that you really like are schmucks. Doesn't mean they're not really great at their job. And some of the people that you might not like are lovely people that are great people. And you'll never know. You'll never know people until you meet them, and even after you meet them, like you don't know a lot of people. At the end of the day, you go through your entire life, you look back, you don't really know a lot of people. You get an idea of people, but you don't know them that well. So this idea that like you can take you can take a real hard stand. I love this person, Donald Trump. It's immature, and the people on the left do it too. The squad is gonna stop looking for like gods and stuff. It's embarrassing. It's one of the reasons that we're living in a rapidly decaying society, because everybody's looking for some type of avatar to get behind. It's stupid. It's childish. I mean, I don't know how else to say it. No fucking else to say it. You talk to people sometimes and they seem to not get. It's not that interesting. Everything in Hollywood's not a pedophile cult. There are, but everybody that's doing well in LA is not evil. They're too boring to be evil. Trust me. If they were evil, they'd be a hell of a lot more interesting. A lot of them are just vapid and lucky. But that world is even harder to live in. The world where they're not demons that have been selected by no. They're lucky. Brrr, ding. They got it. You didn't. There you go. There's your world. It's not always a preordained, and I know a lot of people like to think it. And now some of it is, when we talk about who's president, this is a different story. Okay? This is a different story. When we talk about somebody with a cooking show or a fucking, whatever people are doing out here, a sitcom, fucking somebody's on a dance competition. Like, guys, enough. The Illuminati is not hand selecting everybody on Dancing with the fucking Stars. They don't have the time. It's just not what it is. I'm not defending LA. Shit on LA all the time. People are like, oh, you're living in LA now. You're defending all of it. No, there's demons here, to be sure. To be sure. But a lot of people here are just lucky. I don't think people can comprehend that. They're in the right place at the right time. They had a few of the right. They got the right look. People, I don't think can comprehend that, because that is kind of a more terrifying world than the world where everybody's elevated based on this, ominous whatever. Just is what it is. I'm not saying that there aren't deals that are made. I'm not saying that, it's not a lot darker than people would imagine, but it's dark in a different way than you would imagine, I think. It's lonely. There's a lot of loneliness. There's a lot of indifference. People really don't give a fuck about you. People do things for a very long period of time, and then they get a little attention, a little heat, and then people start going, oh, who did they fuck? What do they do? Who do they have? And it's just that they bang their head against the wall. They shredded their entire life. They've ruined every relationship they've had. They've mortgaged their entire future on one thing. And sometimes it works. A lot of times it doesn't. The majority of times it doesn't. But sometimes it works. So this whole idea that everybody out there who gets anything, either one, doesn't deserve it or has gotten it for some fucking reason that is shrouded in mystery and they must know the right person. No, the people that do a lot of the picking and the choosing here are lazy. They're lazy and they're bad at their job. There's a few of them that are nefarious movers and shakers, manipulating, but it's at a very, very high level. It's really not at the level I'm at. Not even really at the level a few levels above me. A lot of it is just simply happenstance. Not all of it, but some of it. So I think the idea of deifying people and making them gods comes from that, the idea that these people are superhuman, either in a good sense or a bad sense. Like they're either demons from hell or they're gods that walk the earth. No, a lot of them just worked hard, took risks, and got lucky. Not all of them, but some of them. And that's the whole thing. Ocasio-Cortez is a human being. Donald Trump's a human being. They were able to leverage certain things. They had certain qualities. And that doesn't mean, by the way, that they're not backed by very powerful people or that they're not compromised. None of that is the case. But what I'm saying is that making them into, they have the same qualities that you have, that many of us have. You just don't finely tune and hone those qualities and market them or make them into something, which is, I'm not saying you have to. Go fall in love, go walk on the beach, much better life. I'm not saying you have to want to, try to, run the world and run the planet. But, one of the things that I realized about when I met elites, I met people that had gone to really good schools. Their families had a lot of money. In many cases, they were stunningly ignorant about the way the world actually worked because they had never been on a public bus. They didn't, even in the business that I'm in, you meet people that are very, very good at what they do, but they're so high up that they don't see what's going on under them. They can't really conceptualize what the masses are doing or what direction things are moving in. And it's because a lot of those elites doesn't mean they're gods. It doesn't mean that they possess these superhuman qualities. It just means they're in a very small world and it's very insulated and it's very insular, And it's a world that gives them endless privilege and endless benefits and shit like that. But a lot of people are not technically elites. A lot of them have attained an elite position because they were at the right place at the right fucking time and they had the right shit and it just kind of clicked. And if you can make peace with that, you're okay. Because listen, there are real conspiracies. There is real shit going on. Nobody is, very few people. There are people that have done, that have focused on them more than I do. But what clouds the real shit, what clouds the Epstein stuff, what clouds the Franklin scandal, what clouds JFK, what clouds very legitimate questions about these things is when you start really painting with this crazy broad brush and throwing like an open mic, you're just throwing out, premises of this person and that person and this person, that. It's like, at the end of the day, you have to accept that a lot of this literally is fucking luck. Not in my case. I'm talent. That's why I'm on a porch with no money. You understand? That's talent. Luck, I'd be on power. Thank you for coming to San Diego, where I am having a great weekend here at American Comedy Company in San Diego, a city of very attractive, if a little bit retarded people. Working out and being healthy, that's a different kind of intelligence. And I'm like, I know that, dummy. What I'm saying is that doesn't help me if I'm making fucking jokes with references that people don't understand.
Right.
That's the problem. I'm not saying that fucking following, a rigid keto diet isn't some evidence of intelligence and reason. I get that. Okay? I'm with you. All right? I'm not taking away all their fucking accomplishments. I get that discipline requires some level of mental dexterity. I'm with you. I'm saying that if I make a joke about something and you stare at me like you're brain dead, I don't care how good you look, it doesn't really help. When you were doing stand-up, did you ever come down here?
Yeah, a lot. It's kind of the place to go for stage time in LA.
And how did you find it?
I didn't like it.
Why did you not like it?
You like what you're saying. They're kind of dumb people. They want crowd work and like talk about how drunk people are,
right?
And that type of shit. Kind of a daft crowd.
But there's something nice about the city here because I haven't seen any of these pseudo-intellectual pretend artist types.
No, that is nice. Yeah.
They don't have any of that. It's fucking military, athletic people, They
got the life here. They're not trying to worry about any nonsense.
Yeah. Some real bar fights here, people beating each other's brains out, just fucking like animals. This is the way, and I say it on stage, this is the way to experience the apocalypse.
Mm-hmm.
Hot on a beach, fucking.
Yep.
Because New York and places like New York and LA, they're all going to be trying to solve the problem. They're going to die saying, actually, I'm right. Like, that'll be the last words they say.
Right.
They'll be like, no, actually. And then, it'll all end.
Yeah.
But here in San Diego, the last thing you'll hear is like, and they'll just be coming and.
Yeah. People in San Diego look like they fuck with their tongues out.
Oh, yeah.
Like extreme people.
There's some really attractive people in the city.
Yeah, very hot.
I went down to Seal Cove the other day, which is a beach where there's a lot of seals and sea lions, and the tourist Americans go visit the sea lions to feel better about their own weight, which I think is very nice of San Diego to have a place where Americans can walk out on the beach and go, see, I'm not that fat. Look at that 1,800-pound sea lion. The sea lions are, of course, usually much better looking than the Americans because they carry their weight better. That's just a fact. That's a reality.
Yeah.
There's a lot of fat. You know how fat people are when you're down on the beach and next to the 2,000-pound sea lion, they look fine. You know what I mean? They look like, I'm like, what animal could I put next to you that would dwarf you? And like, we need a hippopotamus. We need a rhinoceros. Like, there's a 2,000-pound sea lion. These people aren't scared at all. They're walking up to these things, smacking them in the face. What up, bitch? Getting on their backs, riding them around. I'm kidding. They're not doing any of that. But supposedly at night, I was talking to some guy, drunk high school girls from La Jolla run down to the beach, or college girls or whatever, and they just like cradle the sea lions. They're all hammered. They're like, come here, baby.
Mm-hmm.
I love you. And then every now and then a sea lion takes a bite out of their arm.
Yeah, all for an Instagram picture.
Yeah, all
some
for
selfie.
All for a selfie. I like that you said at breakfast, you said, what was it? Their first, what did you say? How did you phrase it? Their first, what was it?
I don't even remember things I say. I don't know. It was about the sea lions and the.
This is why he doesn't talk more. People say to me, they're like, why doesn't he talk more? I'm like, he kind of has Alzheimer's. He says it. No, it was like their first lesson they learned was a sea lion biting them.
Oh,
but
right.
You said it in a very funny way and you forgot.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
It's okay. It's all right. It's not me. They'll still like me. We're trying to build your fan base here. But you said something very funny at break. That is the curse of some people. Say something very funny, and then if cameras go on or recording devices go on, they completely do not have it anymore. There are people that I've seen kill on shows, and then they'll go to a festival like JFL, or they'll do Conan or something, and then as soon as it matters, not that this matters, but as soon as like anything matters, they just walk out and they're like, "Aah!" And they just have nothing, and then they fail and they leave. No, they don't leave. They stay, but they never quite get it. I will say I had to end a friendship recently with somebody who I could see was going insane. It's very important to spot people on their journey to insanity and then throw them out of your life before they officially arrive in the insane asylum. And you could see them, you could see it happening to a lot of people, and there's a lot of like different indications they give. One of the indications was a friend of mine recently was telling me that they needed an assistant, but they didn't have a job. They had no job. They spend all day doing nothing, but they need an assistant. That's one of those fucking indications that somebody's about to lose their fucking mind. And they had to go. And then they asked about Ben, who produces the show. They're like, is Ben your assistant? Will Ben schedule like furniture deliveries to your house? I'm like, what? Furniture? Who's having furniture delivered? You don't have a job. You're not doing it. Like, these people aren't doing anything. And you realize, oh, they're starting to lose touch with reality. They're like, it's like, you know how you dip your toe in the pool? They're dipping their toe into outer space. And they're seeing how it feels without gravity. And they like it. They're like, oh, it feels nice without gravity. And so in order to do that, you need to assemble a group of people around you that won't question any of these things and go, you do need an assistant. You need a team, really. Really, you need a team. And they're like, you're right. I need a team. But unfortunately, this person had to go. And it is unfortunate. I try to surround myself with rich people, but a lot of the problem is there's nothing worse than a rich person who hasn't accepted they're rich and then tries to be smart. This is of the archetypes of human being that absolutely need to be caught in a riptide. You know, this is one of the archetypes. A person who's guilty about their amount of privilege, that they have money. So what they then have tried to do is become like an artist or become intelligent. And every interaction they have with the world is just this insufferable need to feel smart and to be recognized for their intelligence. But they also like shoes. Like, it's that type of person. They're like, I'm a genius, but I also love sneakers. That's a new archetype of human being, by the way. They're like, I love revolution, and I'm a very, I'm a thinker, and I realize that society's fucked, but I also love sneakers. And that I have those two parts of my personality that are constantly, I love jackets and fashion, and also, I'm a genius. It's just both of those things that you get.
Yeah.
And it's utterly, so I had to have you ever torched a friendship and then not regretted that you're not friends with the person, but regretted the way that you did it?
Yeah. We're impulsive, say something real, like a headshot, and you feel kind of bad about it, but you're probably on your way to not being friends anyway.
I felt bad that I said a few things that I should not have said, but I think sometimes in this society, honesty is people recognize honesty as an attack, especially when it is worded like an attack. But I do think that people, to be an honest person is, I hate to say it, but it is kind of revolutionary in a city like Los Angeles, where many of the people you're dealing with are mentally ill. They're insane. So for you to say something that's based in reality throws them, for a loop, and then they're angry at you. They're mad at you. They're mad if you suggest something that's reality based.
Right.
If you suggest a solution that's based in, any type of reason, or, people just look at you like you're a dick. They're like, that guy sucks, that guy's a bad person because he chose to puncture, this little bubble of insanity that I've built that I cannot have punctured. I just have to. But I did feel bad because I said a few things that I regret. And I think that's what happens, unfortunately, when you let stuff build up. I think that's what happened with OJ. I think it's what happened with a lot of people that should have addressed those issues earlier and didn't. But why is OJ the most well-adjusted person on Twitter? Why is he looks good, plays golf, seems happy, has pretty decent stuff to say about the Democratic debates? has pretty good analysis. Why is that? Because he can't, and he did, he's had a wild life.
Yeah.
Think about OJ's life and think about Donald Trump's life, right? These guys have had wild lives. OJ was a star running back, movie star,
Mm-hmm.
maybe murderer,
Maybe.
got away with murder. He was like the toast of LA society. Got away with murder. Ended up going to jail for like stealing. What did he do?
He stole his memorabilia back from a guy that was selling his memorabilia.
And now he's out. He's in, the golden years of his life. He's playing golf. He looks good. He's,
he's free. He's got nothing to hide anymore.
He's free. He's got nothing to hide. I mean, all in all, let's be honest. Is it a bad life? Let's be honest. Look at O.J. Simpson's life. He's experienced everything. He's really experienced everything. Everything that the highs, the lows.
Yeah.
He cut off someone's head almost. He nearly decapitated somebody that he did not like, that he was angry at. Many of us, when you're angry, what do? You got to shove it deep down because you don't want to get fired. Some cunt walks into fucking Starbucks or wherever you're working, starts being demanding, and you want to throw hot coffee in her face. You want to scold her. You want to just see her, collapse like the witch in The Wizard of Oz. I'm melting. But she's not melting. She's burning because you threw coffee on her and she's got at least second-degree burns on her face and she's screaming. And her child is there, but her child isn't crying because the child is actually also kind of happy that the mother got it. And the child has that quizzical look on its face. Like, is this justice I'm witnessing? Is this my first experience with divine justice? This guy that just threw hot coffee in my bitch mother's face. But you can't do that, right? So you stuff it down and then you drink, you smoke, you do whatever. People, you eat unhealthy. And you stuff it down, you stuff it down, you stuff it down. OJ walked in. He saw something going on that he was not a fan of. And he made the choice to not stuff it down. He made the choice to take action. And listen, I don't know Nicole Brown Simpson. I did not know her. I did not know Ron Goldman. I was a child, and I lived in New York. And I do not condone murder. I want to say that because I think a lot of people listening right now are confused. And that's fine because life is confusing. And I think many people are starting to realize that these absolutes are not really serving us, to be honest. And I think we need to start re-examining these situations.
Mm-hmm.
But what OJ did probably felt really good in the moment.
Right.
Mm-hmm. It probably felt really good in the moment to cut off their heads.
Yeah.
Now, immediately after, he probably was like, well, that was a lot.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
That was too
he
much.
felt a little bad, about
and then
ending
he had
the friendship.
Go. Well, then you start thinking about self-preservation. But what I'm saying is, let's just look at the life. Let's not focus in on any part of his life. Let's focus out and go, what a life. When he's on his deathbed, he could say, I've done it all. I got away with murder. I was a movie star. I was the toast of the town.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
he's a remarkable figure.
I got to be honest with you. I don't want to use the word hero because it is. And don't stop with the violence against women shit. He killed a guy too. Don't start with me with this. He killed a woman. What about Ron Goldman?
Yeah.
You look at Donald Trump. Crazy life. Millions and millions and millions of dollars. Been at the apex of a certain type of society. He was never like in the inner sanctum of New York society, but close enough. He was that new 80s, billionaire, mega, a business magnate that courted fame, like a wrestling heel. I think owned the Miss Universe pageant. Was it Miss Universe? Yeah, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think Miss Universe owned multiple casinos. I mean, a truly extraordinary life. And again, and now the president of the United States. this isn't good or bad. I'm not looking at the morals of any of these situations. I'm just zooming out and I'm going, compared to the experiences that most people have on Earth, okay?
Mm-hmm.
If you were to have a museum of great lives, and I don't mean great in the sense of like they dedicated their lives to making the world a better place, but just great lives, like where you look at their life and go, oh shit,
That's awesome.
Donald Trump, O.J. Simpson, people like Cardi B, who was a fucking stripper who was drugging people in Miami, some fucking guy that looked like me in a hotel room exactly like this, waking up going, where the fuck's my fucking gold card? You know, and Cardi B was fucking cutting lines with it by the pool.
Mm-hmm.
And now, you know, she's, you know, has had the #1 song. I mean, these are wild lives. Jeffrey Epstein. You want to talk about a life? Let's talk about a life for a minute. Okay? Ran an international sex trafficking ring, a minor for children, you know, not for children.
It was 4 children.
He was not for children. With children. He ran an international pedophile ring, sex trafficking ring, and he had some of the most wealthy, you know, famous and wealthy people. The guy had multiple residences, multiple properties, had connections, had access, maybe worked for the CIA or the Mossad. Nobody knows. I will say this about Epstein, though. What I will say is, like, all you idiots that are like, oh, we worked for the Mossad. Yeah, it's very possible he worked for the Mossad. But are you telling me, and the Observer wrote some article about this where they're like, well, you know, I bet it's, CIA wouldn't tolerate this. He's working. He was a spy, but we don't know who he was spying for. We don't know who he was spying for. So you're telling me that Jeffrey Epstein is compromising high-level U.S. politicians, people from all over the world. He's working with the Mossad, and the CIA has no fucking clue. A bunch of fat guys in Ohio with Wi-Fi who can get on Reddit seem to have a pretty good idea, but the Central Intelligence Agency's just got no fucking idea of what Jeffrey Epstein's doing. How stupid do you have to be to believe that? You know, anything to let this country off the hook. Mm-hmm. Anything, any logical jump. These people will jump through fucking hoops to just let this country off the hook and go, well, no, this is not our intelligence people. Mm-hmm. Our intelligence people are saving us from bad guys all over the world. They're not participating in this. They wouldn't dare. I mean, but that's the thing, man. I regret what I said. It was unfortunate. You got to move on. You got to get rid of friends. You got to get rid of close friends. You have to cancel your friends and family. It's so easy to cancel a stranger. So many people are like, oh, let's cancel this celebrity. You know, how about cancel your father. How about that? Okay. You want to be a tough guy? Cancel someone you love and you care about, but you realize they're not loving and serving you. Mm-hmm. That's what you need. You need people in your life that love you, but are also willing to serve you. Do you think I'm wrong about that?
No. I mean, it's funny to just say out loud, you know.
I don't know why it's funny to say out loud. I think because a lot of people believe truly that they are worth nothing, and they're correct. If you're really being an individual, you won't have a lot of friends. Your social circle will shrink if you start doing and saying the things you want. Don't worry. You will not get invited to places if you just put it out there. Now, the more and more you keep it in and you bottle it in, the more and more people are going to have you come. Because they want you to sit around and be like, oh, did you go to Anguilla? Did you go to Anguilla? Was it nice? But if you go out there and you say things like, you know, why can't I fuck my cousin? Or you say things like, you know, I don't know why, but there's something comforting about OJ. There's something in his eyes that feels at peace. If you say that in mixed company, OJ's eyes are at peace. When you look at him, he feels like he's at peace. If you say things like that, the invitations are going to dry up. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You don't have to go along with everyone's horseshit. Find somebody to fuck, get a pet, have a friend or two, and then move the fuck on. Enough. Enough with cocktails after work. Nobody needs that. Sitting around with a bunch of people. Get out, get away. Leave society. And I think, I believe this is a message that many people don't, because everything is collective now. Everything's based on but nobody really feels that way. Everybody's pretending to care about other people, but nobody really does in their life, because they all go on Twitter and talk about how important it is that everybody has health care, but then their parents are rotting in some, some home, or they haven't called their brother in 8 months, or they don't really give a shit about their nephews or nieces, or they're barely good to the people that live in their surrounding area, their neighbors. They don't care, but they put on this idea that they give a fuck about other people. No, I think it is very empowering and liberating to get out there and say, I believe that we shouldn't be fucked by these large corporations. We should have, kids should have food, They should. Not a lot of it. Not too much.
Yeah,
I mean, it's reality.
the right amount.
You give them a nutritious meal. They'd still be hungry. Here's the thing with all these kids that are hungry. If you gave them a nutritious meal, they'd still be hungry. Like if you gave a kid vegetables and a meat, they would still go to bed hungry with a headache, like I do, because they didn't get to have a whole cupcake the size of a basketball, because that's what they're all used to. A lot of these kids are just used to eating fucking Fun Dip and ketchup milkshakes. And then remember Michelle Obama? Michelle Obama tried to get these kids to eat healthy. There was a literal riot. There was a riot because she's like, how about you eat healthy? And then because kids start going insane because food and addiction to sugar, which a lot of people in this country have. I have it. If I don't have sugar, and this is why I'm trying to cut it out, but I get headaches. I start getting angry at people irrationally. I start getting angry at people that I haven't seen in forever. I start wishing horrible things happen to them.
Ending friendships.
Yes, but I also I'll lay in bed sometimes and I'll imagine someone getting killed. I'll imagine all the different ways that someone could die. And then I'll have a slice of flourless chocolate cake and I'll go, that guy's not a bad guy. Really? It's not that bad of a guy. But I will spend an inordinate amount of time imagining them dying and being like, yeah, that's good. Because I think when you detox from sugar and you start working out, I did the treadmill the other day, you gotta up your levels of compassion. Because when you're a fat slob, it's very easy to just have compassion because you're like, I'm a fat slob and everyone else is a fat slob and I don't care and I don't require anything. But if you're an in shape, fit person and you care about yourself, you walk around the world and sometimes you look at people that aren't caring about themselves. And I don't mean necessarily only in looks, but I mean in any way. And you just get angry at them. And you're like, these people don't have the level of discipline that I have. And it makes you angry. That's why a lot of those people that are in shape are like dicks because they're right. It just is what it is. It's like, so you got to do something that opens up your fucking, ability to be compassionate.
Mm-hmm.
You don't really do anything to stay in shape. Really, you're not really in shape. You're just thin.
No, I just take long walks.
Yeah.
I just kind of aimlessly wander around. I don't do anything on purpose.
Do you ever see yourself as like a fit guy, like getting in the gym? Building it up.
I hate changing out of clothes to go get sweaty and then have to take a shower and get back in regular clothes and all that shit. I hate it.
Yeah, I mean it is a whole lifestyle that you have to you do have to really just go wholeheartedly into.
You have to get addicted to it.
You got to get addicted.
Yeah, you have to make it where it's like, oh, I feel terrible if I don't run 5 miles a day.
It's true, man. And a lot of people do. A lot of people, if they don't exercise, they feel like they haven't changed their clothes. They haven't showered. They feel like they haven't brushed their teeth. They feel incomplete. I want to be one of those people. I want to feel like that. And I want to have that relationship with my body. I feel like once I lose weight, I'll get cancer. I feel like that, once I lose weight, I'll immediately get cancer because my body won't know,
what's going on.
This is how powerful sugar is. Sometimes sugar will say in my own head, it'll go, I'm the only thing keeping you alive. And I'll believe it. I'll be like, you're probably right. Sugar will go, if you get rid of me, you're dead. You're not going to exist anymore. That's how tough it is, man. It's tough to change behavior. It's one of the hardest things in the world to do, to change your behavior. You know? It's very tough. And that's why people don't succeed at what they want to do, is because they're unable to say to themselves, I have to change. And once I change, I got to kick all these people in my life out that haven't changed. And that's unfortunate, you know? But you got to do it. It's like when you're a drug addict and you get sober, you don't go to a crack house. Can you imagine that? Imagine a sober guy still hanging out at the crack house. Just looks nice. He's got new clothes, feels good. He just shows up to the crack house. He's like, hey guys, what are you doing? They're like, we're smoking a rock. That's what we do. And you sit on the couch, you're like, yeah, I remember that. And you're still trying to talk to them as they're all cracked out and twitching. And, you know, you're blending the money.
You're drinking milk, just trying to talk about the weather.
Glass of milk. You're like, you guys want to go to a movie? They're like, what? No, we want to smoke more crack. We don't want to go to a movie. We don't want to change. You've changed. Now get the fuck out of here. Stop showing us what it's like on the other side. That's the thing. Kick them out. The people that aren't changing with you. You know? Folks, we've talked about fucking, how important it is, because you really got to fuck your way into a better echelon of society. Most of you are not going to be able to do that with your own wits or talent. Fuck your way in there, I'm telling you. Okay? And you got to use Blue Chew, because Blue Chew is great. If you like sex, you'll love Blue Chew. It offers men a performance enhancement for the bedroom. Wouldn't you like to last longer and go extra rounds? Okay? Fuck your way up. Chewables can work faster than pills. That's what Blue Chew is. It's a chewable with the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis. You can take it on a full or an empty stomach. Online physician consultation is free, cheaper than those other two, Viagra and Cialis. Okay? Takes a few minutes to connect with a BlueChew.com affiliated physician. If you qualify, you get prescribed online quickly. They want this in your mouth. They want you chewing this blue. Okay? Gives you confidence in bed every time. You and your partner will love it. You got to chew it and do it. I'm telling you. Most of you, some of you out there have nightmare lives. And the way to have a better life is to fuck your way into, and for a lot of you, you're not fucking your way into fucking the Rothschilds, but maybe you just fuck your way into somebody that has a house, 20 minutes outside of Cleveland. That's all most of you are going to get, but who gives a shit? You throw the dick to a girl who she inherited a little shitty house, maybe a little shitty barn in upstate New York. You can live in that. Who gives a fuck? It doesn't matter, folks. Just sling that dick with confidence. You don't know who you'll end up with. Some chick whose grandmother's about to fucking stroke out and leave her a Mitsubishi Galant. You and her could live in it and smoke glass. I don't know. It's different for everybody. But if you don't fuck her good, you ain't getting that shit. Okay? Fuck your way into something. We got a great deal. BlueChew.com. Get your first order free when you use promo code TD. Just pay $5 shipping. That's BLUE Chew.com. Promo code TD. Easy. Goodbye. I don't know what to say. Marianne Williamson, man, she's hip to all this shit. She gets it. She fucking gets it, man. Marianne Williamson is fun to watch because I like the archetype of woman that she is somebody that I've met over and over again in my life. It's the mom who lets you smoke pot in her house.
Yeah.
But she'll also corner you and tell you about a ghost that she dated for a summer. It's the mom that'll talk about her spirit guides, while she sells you weed. That's the mom.
Yeah.
She just gets fucked up. And when she's having a good day, she's talking about spirits and, but when she's having a bad day, man, she's just spitting and cursing. Marianne Williamson, when she's having a bad day, is just walking around a beach, screaming at seagulls, screaming at birds. Because that's the other side of spirituality. People don't realize that. But once you're really open and you're letting everything in and you're having the full range of human experiences, once you really start to do that, there's also some real darkness that comes along with that, as there should be. And, we haven't seen that out of Marianne Williamson, but I would certainly like to.
Oh, I'd love to.
I would love to see her just smoking crack,
She is interesting, though. She seems like if she was president and like Mercury was in retrograde, she'd give everybody like paid vacation time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like we all get the month off.
She'd have an astrology-based foreign policy.
Yeah, exactly.
And good for her, man. I'm with it. I'm with rich white bitches talking nonsense. And I've always been with that. It's fun. They're fun to be around high. It's fun to be around people that have never set foot on planet Earth. It is so fun to be around people that have never set foot on planet Earth. They have no fucking idea of what they're talking about.
Yeah.
There was a great Woody Allen movie called Everybody Says I Love You, and it's a musical. And Goldie Hawn plays this, Upper East Side, Park Avenue liberal, or Upper West Side, wherever they live. They live in this, very wealthy area in Manhattan. And there's this great scene where she's giving a speech to the NYPD. And she's like, these prisoners need to design their own cells with European decorators, And she goes into this whole thing. And then they invite a guy that just gets out of prison to their house for a dinner party. And it's great. I'm not saying that Marianne Williamson's wrong about a lot of shit. I bet she's right about a lot of, she's talking about dark psychic forces and everything like that. Sure. But this Manichaean sense of good and evil that we need to shove everything into is terribly childish, This is like Lord of the Rings stuff. This isn't a rational way to approach the problems that we have. Mm-hmm. By her being like, there's the dark psychic force coming from the red states, and the blue states need to harness the power of the crystal. It's like, no, bitch. What we need to do is figure out what to do with the 60% of the workforce. It's going to be fucking irrelevant very soon. These problems are larger than just the reactions to them, okay? It's not just about psychic forces and good and evil. It's not the never-ending story. This is there's complex issues that where the answers are not inherently political. I don't believe that. I believe the answers are going to be maybe they're going to come out of the tech space, or they're going to come with new technology, or they're going to come with, I don't believe that somebody in Washington is going to be like, well, I figured it out. Because if you look at all the advancements and all the things that have changed your life, a lot of them have been not political. They've been technological. They've been, cultural. So I understand what Williamson is saying. She's like, let's not focus on these policy wonks, as she said in the debate, because Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren are very, committed to plans and proposals, which is all necessary. And when what Marianne Williamson is saying is like, hey, man, it's about more than that. She's right. But what it's not about is drawing a line around a group of people and saying they're a dark psychic force. It's just not helpful. It's not helpful, Marianne. I know what you're trying to do. She's like, the racism and the bigotry. This is a drunk white chick at a party whose husband goes, haven't you had enough? And she's like, no, the racism and the bigotry. She goes, I was a dancer. I was a dancer as a girl. When I danced, people said I was like a bird on the stage. They go, Marianne, honey, why don't you eat something? And she goes, I'm not hungry. There's so much racism and bigotry. There's a dark psychic force coming, and we need to fight it with the energy in the water. I keep telling my husband about the energy, and he's got to look at his daughter and go, listen, your mother's a psychopath, She loves you, but she's mentally ill. And Marianne Williamson, that's why, the millennials love her and younger people love her, because she's a lot of fun. That's why we like Trump, because he's fun. People that have real ideas to solving our problems now, we don't even pay attention to them.
Yes.
We're like, oh, gay. We kind of just want, because it's an acceptance of, and I'm just going to spend a minute on this, folks, because I know people get upset. But it's an acceptance of, we know we're at the end now. We know that whatever's coming next will not be human.
Right.
We're good. Whatever's coming next will be post-human. This is the last dance of humanity. So we're just bringing in the characters, send in the clowns, And I'm all for that. This is the last stand that we're making. Let's have fun. Let's have it be entertaining.
Right.
Have her win. I hope she wins. I hope she wins, and there's a seance in the Oval Office, and everybody's got Harry Potter wands, and we're all waving them at each other. Who gives a fuck? We're in too deep. Math is not getting us out of this, potentially. Who cares?
Yeah.
I'm all for her, man. I love that archetype of person. A white, privileged woman who's full of shit. I've gotten a lot of great drugs from these women. They have the best pills. They got good fucking drugs. And they care about everybody except they don't want anyone in their yard or home, you know? These racism and bigotry. 2 poached eggs, please. Josefina, 2 poached eggs. Make sure they're properly poached this time. I don't want to have to hit you again. The racism and the bigotry. She was talking about Flint, and she was talking about the other place. I forget where she lived. She's like, what happened in Flint would not have happened in my neighborhood, which is true and tragic, but it was just funny, just this recognition, you know?
Right.
What happened in Flint, we need to change things. I'm like, we do. We absolutely do. And Flint is a fucking disaster. But I'm all for it, man. Bring her on. Yeah, is it helpful that she's says, half of the country is demons? Probably not. But who gives a fuck?
That's that Hillary deplorables thing.
Yeah, I mean, Trump's the president. Do whatever you have to do to get rid of him. I think there's something to what she's saying. It's this Manichaean sense of good and evil. Everybody wants to be fighting a war. I don't know why everybody now can't find meaning in anything except combat. That's an interesting thing to think about. Why can't anyone find any meaning unless it's combative, unless you're beating someone else? It's not about you. It's not about individualism. That's what we talked about before. It's not about, the only person you're fighting is yourself. You got to beat the record that you set. It's none of that. It's none of that. We've destroyed that. Everything's about we've got to combat something. There's some outside influence that we need to fight. I think it just leads to a place where the public sphere is just polluted with these empty political messages that suck. That's okay, because I'll just be smoking crack at Marianne Williamson and OJ. Why are these people in our lives? Why is OJ Simpson in our lives? Is he here to teach us something? Seriously. He's a fascinating person. I want to get him on the show. And I know a lot of people will be mad at me, but the people that will be mad at me for having him on the show will be people that are mad that he killed a woman. They don't care about Ron Goldman. They don't give a shit.
No.
If he only killed Ron Goldman, he'd have a show right now on VH1. Okay? But because he killed his wife, all the female comics that have kind of yelled at me for tweeting about him will be angry that he's on the show.
No one cares about the Jewish man.
Yeah, damn right.
Yeah.
I'll tell you this, folks. Everybody in Edinburgh right now bombing. Good for you. I'm a big supporter of people taking their horrible acts and inflicting them on another country. I'm a huge supporter of that. And spending an inordinate amount of money to bomb for 30 days straight in the Scottish Highlands. Good for you.
They don't cover any of the expenses to go?
Not when you're a loser. And I'm not talking to established people that are, killing it over there. I'm talking to, the people that think it's a good idea because they've been bombing in New York and LA. They think maybe it's a good idea to go perform on the moor in Scotland. That's going to change everything. No, it ain't. No, it ain't. Okay? I've had enough. British comedy's different. They have a one-man show. They want a story arc. It's not just stand-up. They want an arc. They want it to say something. Beginning, middle, and an end. They want it to have, infrastructure, like a show. One of the best clubs I ever performed in was The Stand in Glasgow, Scotland, because it's a theater. Comedy there has its basis in theater. Comedy in America has its basis in circuses, Depression-era tent carnivals, and then eventually mafia-owned lounges and nightclubs. Stand-up comedy was kind of invented by the mafia, just another thing to put in the lounge while people were drinking. So America's more rough and tumble. The jokes are shorter. It's in and out. Britain, you get more space, and there's long periods without laughter, and people are really into that, which I kind of appreciate to an extent. I like the way that we do it here personally, but I can appreciate the way that they do it there too. And when you go to the stand in Glasgow, there's no drink service in the room. So the host will come on for 20 minutes, then you go up and you do 20. Host will come back on and do another 15, 20, and then somebody else comes up. Host will come back on, and then if you're headlining, you'll go up. But the show's like 2 hours long, and there's 50 intermissions after each act. People go drink at the bar, then they come back. So their full attention is on you. I'm in San Diego, and I'm performing last night, and I hear people going like, "What does that have cranberry in it? Is that cranberry?" And I'm like, "Hey, I'm up here trying to do something. Can you shut up?" But that's, we're in the United States. So I'm kind of a fan of the idea of you go get hammered and then just sit the fuck down with your drinks and watch the show.
Yeah, I like that.
There's something really I like about that, and there's something interesting about it. But
it would just feel like a freedom being taken away from Americans, though, if that was to happen here. We'd be like upset by that.
Yeah, people have panic attacks if the waiter doesn't come to their table, because people need to know that a chicken finger will be delivered to their mouth. Unless they'll have a panic attack, they won't be able to concentrate if their blood sugar is dropping. They want to know that they can get a chicken finger in their mouth, and they need to get some booze. It all goes back, man. Rugged individualism. If you look, some people that listen to this show, I'm so proud of the way they live their lives. I sometimes I follow them back on Instagram, and I see them, and they've only got a few pictures up, and it's just them and their cat, or them in the woods with a gun. And I say, I'm so proud of them. I'm so proud that they've accepted that life is solitary, and that they really should be accountable only to themselves. And I'm very proud of them. Sometimes people that follow me have these large groups of friends, and they're always going on vacation, and I see through that. I know what it is. Stop it. Be like the man with 3 photos. One of an emaciated cat, and one of him in the woods with a gun. And the quote, "I'm ready." I don't know what he's ready for, but it says, "I'm ready." It's probably, I don't know, but that to me, just a nice quote that says, "I'm ready." Just a guy in the woods with a gun. He's just waiting. Wix. Fucking get a website, losers. With Wix, you can start from scratch. Choose over 500 stunning templates. It is the most innovative drag and drop website builder, so you can easily customize your site and add text, images, videos, whatever you want. You can even build your site using Wix ADI, Artificial Design Intelligence. A few simple questions. That's all you need. You can answer them. And then you and your business and Wix will create a stunning website for you. No, you or your business are who the questions are about. You will not create the website. The robot alien AI will create the website. You just sit on your fat ass and put all the work into the business, okay? We built TimDillonsGoingToHell.com using Wix. It was so easy to do. TIM Dillon, DILLONS, GoingToHell.com. And if the producers that I work with built it, it's easy because they're brain dead crack addicts. So if those people are able to build a website, let me tell you right now, you will too. So if you have business or content you want to promote, you need a professional website, okay? If everyone that I've worked with in this business has been dumber than the last person I've worked with in this business, okay? If I had anybody that could support me in the way that I needed to be, I'd be Kevin fucking Hart. But the reason I'm not is because I'm literally always dealing with mongoloids. Literal mongoloids. And I know you're not supposed to say that anymore, but that's fucking what these people are. They are dead-eyed retards that look like they're on a steady diet of paint chips and Flint water, and they fucking barely make sounds. They bark like a sea lion. And they're on drugs, and the drugs are the only thing that keep them kind of sane, because their minds are melted. They're stupid people, okay? They're pointless cretins. Nobody uses that word enough, cretins. They're carnival barkers, okay? They're dog people, not in like they like dogs, like they are dogs. They're dumber than dogs. All of the people in the business that I've worked with, So if they can build a site using Wix, you can too. And if you click the link at the bottom of timdillonsgoingtohell.com, DILLONS, goingtohell.com, Wix will give you 10% off any premium plan. And by the way, I messaged all of you fuckers that I said, will you like to come on? You know, none of you messaged me about promoting your shit on Wix, about promoting your shit on the show. You know, I guess you lost interest in it. That's totally fine. But, or you didn't lose interest in it, whatever it was. I'm telling you right now, you got your premium plans upgraded. I said I was going to give you 3 minutes. I still will give you 3 minutes if you contact me and we'll set it up. But I know one of you guys, you're like a band, you're on tour. Listen, I don't give a fuck. So, you know, figure it out. Okay? Wix, anyone can build a website using Wix. Even people that should legally not have a business. Even did they refill, Ben, that, did they give me another Rice Krispie treat in that little thing? Or no? Okay. Go to Wix, folks. Cut the shit. We're in like the weird calm before the storm, you know, because there's not going to be a storm. There is no war. You know, the world will end in a very, like, it'll just be long and drawn out.
Mm-hmm.
Things will just get worse and worse and worse, little by little.
Trump gets elected again. You think he starts a war?
It's hard to say if he starts a war or not. I mean, John Bolton's in there really trying to push Iran. The neocons never really gave up power. They just morph. And by the way, neocon, neoliberal, it's all the same thing. It's just war profiteers. That's who they are.
Mm-hmm.
So when Bush left office, they grabbed John Brennan and they grabbed, you know, people that were influential in the CIA and people that were influential in the Defense Department. And they pushed, you know, what they always push, eternal conflict. Okay. Mm-hmm. And then Obama's out. Now Trump's in. So they start sending in people and they have Kushner's ear because Kushner's probably a little bit more sympathetic to some of their causes than Trump. So, and he just may be, I guess, you know, somewhat more agreeable than Trump as a personality. So they're kind of going at Ivanka, going at Jared. And, you know, John Bolton is in there. There are people in there that they just want more war and more war. And that seems to be, and again, a lot of it is, these are people whose bottom line is, you know, affected greatly by how much conflict there is on this planet.
Mm-hmm.
So the more that there is, the more money that they make. And so in order to justify that in their own heads, and I've spoke to some of these people, they tend to believe that without America inserting itself into every problem, the world would be much worse off. And that's the way they all go to sleep at night, by saying we're the American empire. These people don't have the self-awareness. Like, you'd almost imagine that they'd be like yucking it up. Like, I can't believe it. We got ourselves in another war. Like, that's not the way they believe. They actually believe very much in, after the fall of the Soviet Union, they believe that America, being the only superpower, has a responsibility to impose, you know, law on the rest of the planet. But that law, what that law really is protecting American trade routes and protecting future American markets for American goods and services and protecting multinational corporations. You know, we're not talking about law like freedom of speech and freedom of association and the rule of law and things like that are all, you know, a positive to try to introduce into a society. We're not talking about that. We're talking about the ability of American businesses and multinational corporations to do whatever the fuck they want, which is why they all hate these countries that don't allow that. But the reason that we like Saudi Arabia, for example, they're our pals. They come for the barbecue. There's Prince Bandar eating Q with the bushes. This pork is so tender. They are lobbing the heads off of gay people over there.
Mm-hmm.
They're chopping off hands. They're beating women with sticks. And we don't care. And their leaders come over here to have a hoedown. They're having a hoedown with the Bushes. But we look at Vladimir Putin like he's Voldemort. And the reason for that is because we're eating with Saudi Arabia. We're making money with them. It is what it is, folks. I'm tired of explaining. You should know that. It doesn't mean you have to hate America. I love America. America's a great country. We've done some fucked up shit, But I don't think America is the CIA. I think America is, these retards in San Diego that all bought tickets to come see my show. They're eating guacamole and watching seals fuck, I think America is my producer, Ben, a good-looking but brain-dead person who literally walks around, doesn't know where he is half the time. He's good-looking and stupid. Is there a better combination to be, by the way? That's what San Diego is. Good-looking, stupid people have it all.
Yeah.
Okay, because they don't know what they don't know. And everything, being good-looking, you're connected with your body. You're like, oh, here's my big dick, and I'm good-looking, and blah, blah, blah. And you don't have to really think too deeply about anything else because that gets in the way, Really does. I mean, I'm very excited to do an episode coming up at the end of August where we're going to teach kids in school how to be popular because many kids are not popular in school and they're therefore going in and shooting these schools up, or they're going even worse, joining an improv troupe or something. So what we're going to try to do is we're going to try to basically put together a just a little checklist for kids that are in high school or college, to more so high school. College doesn't really matter. High school matters. Everything you be in life will be decided in high school. College really doesn't matter. And I mean, this is another lie. It's like, oh, the losers in high school become really cool people in college. No, that's not the way it works. Losers in high school, for the most part, stay losers their entire lives. And the people that aren't losers in high school, they're like, oh, yeah, but how's your bully doing now? He's the CEO of a Fortune 500 company. Okay. But why do we get these? But it's because, everything's written by the nerds and the losers.
Yeah.
So they write all these things where it's like, oh, the ugly girl gets hot and, joins the Peace Corps and falls in love with a guy. Shut up. Doesn't fucking happen. So we're going to teach people, and it's about being an individual, and it's about not giving a fuck about people. And I don't mean not giving a fuck about people. I mean not caring what people think about you. But you also do have to care what they think about you. It's very interesting. I'm gonna give a lot of advice. It sounds like double talk, but that's because you're too stupid to understand it. Okay, you kids out there, because it's all about caring and not caring. And if you don't even know what that is, well, then you need to listen to the episode. Were you popular in high school?
Yeah, I was a decent amount.
Okay, the answer is no. And you don't, and there's nothing wrong with that. I made a great journey. I was unpopular in 9th grade. I started to come out of my shell in 10th grade. 11th grade, I started, feeling myself. In 12th grade, I was nominated for Homecoming King, and I was one of the most popular people that had ever attended Holy Trinity Diocesan High School in Hicksville, Long Island, New York, right where Billy Joel wrote that song, The Village Green. It's right about where I went to high school. Remember those days hanging out by the Village Green? Yeah, we do, because they were phenomenal. And when I learned a lot of lessons about popularity, and that, number one, it's the most important thing on earth.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It is more important than honor, character, love. It is the most important thing. Having other people like you is literally everything. If everyone hates you, you can be the most honorable person in the world. When you die, history is just going to say that you were a pedophile and that you beat your wife because everyone hated you. So don't be a dick. Don't be a dick when things are going bad. A lot of people, when things are going bad in their career, they're a dick. And then when things are going good in their career, they're a dick. And then when things turn around and they start to go bad, then they're like, well, I'm really grateful and I really love everyone. And I love the community. And it's like, well, you didn't really feel that way when you were doing well. But then it didn't go the way you thought it was going to go. And now you're back giving everybody hugs. Everybody sees through that.
Mm-hmm.
So don't be one of those people. If you're going to be a dick, be a dick. I respect people that are pieces of shit the whole way through.
Yeah.
Things are good. Things are bad. They're dicks.
Mm-hmm.
Some of my favorite people in the world have tortured me in and out mercilessly. Okay? They're dicks. Things went well. They were dicks. One of my old bosses who I love. Things were good. He was a dick. You did well. He was a dick. You did bad. He was a dick. He was always a dick. Okay? And you got used to that because he wouldn't give you an inch. I respect people like that. What I don't respect is people who turn on the nice when they're, flailing around, barely able to survive. Their head's above water, barely. They're drowning, except their mouth can stick out of the ocean and they can take breaths and go, and then apparently somebody swims next to them and then they're nice. Hey, is there room in your raft? But when they're doing well and they're cutting through the water and they're swimming and they got it, if somebody comes near them, like, get the fuck away from me. Be like that all the time.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, that's the reality. I'm nice to people all the time. I care about people. I do. See, why are you laughing? I'm nice to people. I'm very nice to people.
You are.
I'm not a dick to people. I just don't. What I don't see, here's what I get. This is why people think I'm not nice. I don't tolerate people's mental illness. Like, I won't. Like, if somebody's telling me they're doing something and they're not doing it, I'll be like, I don't find that to be the case. Like, I had somebody the other day who took me out to dinner and goes, well, not took me out, but we were having dinner, and they go, do you think I'm on the right track in comedy? And I went, no. So now that's a dick thing, right? That's dick. But I view it as being actually nice to the person because they're not on the right track. And if I was telling them that they were on the right track, that would be me kind of, then in 5 years when nothing's worked out, that person should have the right to come back to me and hit me with a bat. They should be able to be like, well, you told me I was on the right track.
Right.
No, I was very honest with the person. I'm like, no, you don't have really anything going on social media wise. You're not really trying. You don't have a podcast. Like, all the ways that people are finding people, you're not doing any of that shit. You got to do that. But it's jarring for him to hear because his face, like, he didn't expect that answer. He expected me because everyone else is like, yeah, man, you know, you're doing it. You're doing it. I'm doing it. No, you're not. Not doing anything. Somebody's got to tell you that. People have to tell you reality.
You're being nice by saving him time, basically.
He asked me. Yeah. I wouldn't go up to and tell him that out of nowhere, although I have probably. I'm sure I have. But I wouldn't tell him if he didn't ask me because I've been told that. People have told me you're not as good as you think you are. You got to wait. This opportunity you think you want, you don't want to wait. You got to wait. It's never a nice thing to hear. It's always a hard thing to hear. But if you cannot hear hard shit, you're not going to get anywhere. People's inability to take criticism is one of the reasons that they don't progress, because you need to be able to just kind of swallow it, take the criticism and go, okay, yeah, I agree with some of that. I don't agree with it. But just the exercise in like taking the feedback, taking the rejection, taking whatever it is, and then going, okay, I'm going to go to the next level is what it is. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're always going to be right about it. You're going to take a lot of criticism that's not valid if you're trying to get somewhere. And that's okay too, you know? Let's talk about Monday.com. Many of you out there are running a business, and, you know, a lot of those businesses just consist of you selling HGH in an Applebee's parking lot, but some of them require a bit more planning. And for those of you who are having trouble and need business managerial tools, we have Monday.com. Because there's always going to be a Monday, folks, okay? You got to go in and attack the week. You have a good Monday, you might have a good week. And Monday.com allows you to do all of the things that you wouldn't necessarily be able to do on your own, okay? It takes no time to set up. You can easily customize it, okay? Instead of all the random emails, spreadsheets, files, whiteboards, to-do lists, all that bullshit, Monday.com is suitable for any size team, from a couple of freelancers to thousands of people communicating and collaborating across the globe. So check out Monday.com. It's an amazing team management tool. I still don't know. I mean, I've been reading this ad now for a few minutes. I still don't know what this is. I still don't have any clue. I imagine, I mean, I don't know, but I imagine it's some, do I have to know what something is if I advertise it? Who cares? Doesn't matter. It's a tool that you need. It's software. And what it allows you to do is collaborate and to communicate, and it facilitates a lot of what's going on out there. Because there's a lot of problems in the corporate space. There's a lot of waste. There's a lot of unnecessary mumbo jumbo. People running their, flapping their gums, running their mouth. There's a lot. You got to go paperless. There's a lot of paper, Post-it notes. You got a home office, a bunch of Post-it notes. And where's the cat? Who knows? Buried under paper. Got an old, fax machine with somebody's sweater on it. Hasn't been used in 8 years. You got a tingling in your hand. You don't know if it's MS or not. The point is this. You got to go to Monday.com. It streamlines it all. It allows you to be a real businessman. You're going to be a big man or woman. You're going to be a big man or woman. And you have a business. You have a business. Maybe it's not in an office. Maybe it's, in your house. You have a business. And you go in that room in the back and you got that bottle of liquor that you think nobody knows about, but everybody smells it on your breath. You go in that back room and you have just a little glass of warmth just to keep it going. And then you get on Monday.com and you do business because you bring home the bacon. The family depends on you. And you got software. You're not in this alone. You're fighting a good fight. So what? You pushed your wife. She got in your face. You didn't hit her. You were just pushing her away from you in the kitchen. She started screaming in your face because she's always doubted you and she's never supported you at the right time. That's why you need Monday.com. It'll allow you to seamlessly organize all of the disparate elements of your business and make them into one function. Your son does not speak to you, okay? He fears you. He looks at you with a mixture of fear and disgust, and he goes up to his room looking at God only knows what on the internet. You hope one day you don't get a call that, he's been apprehended after, shooting up a Dick's Sporting Goods. You don't know. But you wish you and the boy could have more quality time, but you can't. Because you're sitting in your back room, masturbating to torture porn and doing business because you're a businessman. You got to go to Monday.com, folks, /Tim. Monday.com/Tim. Okay? Because when you're out with your buddies and you're golfing or you're just throwing a few drinks back at the club, you're at the country club and all those other guys, they work for institutional banks because they're suckers. And you went out on your own to day trade and they thought you were mentally ill. But now you've established that you were at the forefront of something very real and that these brick and mortar offices are going away. Soon we'll all just be working in little pods from our hovels. But it'll be okay because we'll have Monday.com because you're a business man. That's what you are. You tell all your buddies that work at Bank of America corporate in Charlotte, a couple of guys you went to college with, and you're doing just fine, sitting in your back room drunk, watching the market. You feel the pulse of the market go through your body. Okay? At least you hope it is. You hope it's not ALS, but you don't know. You played some sports. You don't know what's coming. And if you do get a death sentence like that, it would be freeing because you could just finally go and do all the drugs that you really want to fucking do that you miss. God, you miss those drugs, but you can't do them because you're a businessman. Businessman. I'm a businessman. Monday.com/Tim. I do not know what this product is. I do not know that. I do not know. But I'm telling you right now, if you don't have it, you're going to fucking fail.
I just want to smoke crack with Marianne Williamson. The confidence of a white girl on cocaine in the suburbs is like nothing you've ever seen. A white chick driving around a Honda Civic, a white Honda Civic, coked out of her bird, smoking Newports on her cell phone. The confidence level, Also, a very high archetype of person that people don't realize. Fat girl with a very clean car. This is an archetype of person. A lot of fat girls cannot stop shoving food in. They have lost control of their own body. They cannot stop eating. So they make sure that their environments are immaculate. They're very clean.
Right.
And I've had many of these friends, the fat girl with the very clean car.
Yeah, it's a total thing.
Their car is so immaculately clean. It's like there was never food in it. It was like, it doesn't smell like food, but you know that there had to be food. You look at the girl and she's pouring out of the front seat and you go, there's been food. Why doesn't it smell like French fries? Every now and then you would get in my car and you'd see a little perfectly diced tomato that fell off a Mexican pizza. Just a little diced tomato sitting there on the dashboard. But you will never see that with the fat girl with a very clean car. You will smell beautiful perfumes. It will be very nice. She'll have maybe track lighting when you sit down. There'll be a pleasant aroma. Even as the car pulls up, you'll be like, wow. Her hair will be neatly back. Her hair will be neatly back, scrunched up in a ponytail. She'll always have new clothes on. You'll get in the car. You'll be, even if it's a shitty little car, it'll be so beautiful and immaculate. And you'll be looking around because you'll look at the girl and you'll expect that there'd be like a bucket of fried chicken in the back, you know? But no, maybe some gum, but only in a compartment where gum should be.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah.
Okay?
Fat girls never show you themselves eating. Ever.
But there's a lot of, this is a specific type of fat girl. This isn't a normal fat girl. This is the fat girl with a clean car. This is a mythological beast that does exist, who drives around Long Island, drives around New Jersey. She always gives everyone rides.
Mm-hmm.
She's always has that car. She'll pick you up and drop you off. She doesn't feel that connected to you. She feels like she's in her own world. She's driving around. She's always got a hot friend who's like, hi. And that hot friend's a mess. And that hot friend is another archetype, the hot girl with the disgusting car.
Right.
Very hot girl, but there's, empty bottles of perfume and vials of crack in the back seat and dogs and cats and, Monopoly pieces and, it's just a mess. She's got a prom dress and 25 pairs of shoes, but not the fat girl. Not the fat girl with a clean car. That girl, at the end of the night, she drops you off at your house. You give her a quick kiss. She says, thanks, good to see you. She's always funny. She's always personable, but not overboard, not so much.
Mm-hmm.
There's a type of fat girl that's always, pining for approval. This is not that girl. This is the fat girl with a clean car. You got to really dance on the head of the pin here. This is a very specific type of human being.
Mm-hmm.
And if you have experience with the fat girl in the clean car, you'll never forget it. You'll never forget how fat she was or how clean that car was, because both of them are amazing. And she had an interesting type of fat. It was like hard fat. It wasn't gelatinous, like fun fat to play with, like a lava lamp that was constantly rearranging itself. It was a hard shell fat, like someone had poured magic shell on it. It was like one of those desserts. You ever see on Instagram a dessert you hit with a spoon and then it opens up and then goo pours out, like some chocolate goo? That was the body type of the fat girl with a clean car. Just a big, hard shell. And you knew inside there was goodness. There was whipped cream or chocolate ganache, but you couldn't tell. You couldn't smell any food. You never saw any food. And she just picked you up and dropped you off. Sometimes she didn't even look like she was having fun. She barely spoke. She would go to the beach with all the other hot girls and stand there. And every now and then you would say something to her. And then she would say something back to you like, yeah, really? That's really all she said. She would go, yeah, really? And then you get back in her beautiful car. That is a person that I miss and a person I don't know if I'll ever see again.
You're like Willy Wonka's grandfather right now.
Uncle Joe. He's the best person in that fucking... How much did that movie suck, by the way? No, that was kind of fun. I liked Willy Wonka.
Such a silly movie.
No, I mean, it was good. I liked Willy Wonka, but I didn't like the message it sent. And the message it sent was that everything's about luck. It's not. Okay? Everything's not about luck. That golden ticket, that Charlie happened to get. Because why? Grandpa Joe's like, we're going to go down there and you're going to get one. Then what happened? They didn't want to let Charlie in, right? Why didn't they want to let him in? Do you remember, Ben?
I think he was late. Yeah.
Was he late?
It was something like that.
Then Grandpa Joe pushed his way in.
I think Grandpa Joe only gets up to go inside when he comes back home with the golden ticket, right? Isn't there the moment where he finally gets up to go? I don't.
Somebody gets Charlie in that factory. Candy is so dumb too. That's the other thing. Candy's stupid. You know, I want to do Willy Wonka and the Timmy in the ice cream factory, where at the end, and he gives the whole factory to Charlie at the end. Charlie doesn't know anything about running a factory. He's white trash from Britain. Okay? You think he's going to do a good job? You think he knows about margins on chocolate? You fucking goofy freak. No. Sell it to a corporation. You built a fucking brand. You could get some real money. Don't leave it on the fucking table. You're giving it some kid. Hello, I'm Charlie. I'm running the factory now. Shut up. Gives people this idea that everything's about luck. It's not about luck. It's about doing whatever you can get away with, folks. If you see somebody, hit him with a stick. And keep on going. That's what it's all about. You know? I mean, I would vote for the person who got out and said, do what you can get away with. Cheat on your taxes, cheat on your wife. You live once. Why is OJ Simpson? I just want to go back to this. Why would I look in OJ's eyes? Do I see the piece of like just a beautiful lake, a pond? I mean, does anyone else feel this and is confused by it? Is he innocent? Somebody hugged me at my show the other day. They're like, I like that you did a Michael Jackson joke, but you know he innocent. I'm like, yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you. Thanks for buying this ticket.
Hey, my name is Tommy Del Vecchio de Benedetto, and I was Jerry Epstein's security guard at the Metropolitan Detention Center. A lot of people online are trying to pin this on the fucking Clintons. Let me tell you, man, they're good fucking people. They love this guy. They visited him 3 times this week in the middle of the fucking night because they didn't want to make a big deal out of it. Because they're fucking humble. You should have seen Hillary Clinton. When she saw him, it was like a fucking dog that had just, you know, when they were owners in Iraq and he comes back, she just fucking lunged at him. She went right for him. I had to fucking pull her off him. She was so fucking excited. They fucking loved each other. Sometimes that's what happens on Suicide Watch. People commit suicide. That's why they call it Suicide Watch. The Clintons, man, they gave a fuck about this guy. They were like a fucking family. I mean, the night he died, they were here praying with him. They looked like they were drinking like wine and some dark red liquid in a chalice, and they were all fucking chanting in the cell together. It was fucking beautiful. I didn't even know why he was fucking in here. I thought it was like he hired some illegals, you know, because he's got like an all-inclusive in the Bahamas. But my friend said he had underage girls in there. And I said, you know, my cousin had that fucking problem. But you know what he did? He found a girl that looked young but was really old as shit. You know those girls that like look 14 but they're 40? You go and see their face, it's like real rough. The skin by the creases of their mouth is like raw. But you know I'm fucking with you, Donna. You know I fucking love you. You saved that man's life. He wasn't a bad dude, Jerry Epstein, you know? He's not a bad fucking dude.
Telling the truth is like not wearing deodorant. It's inconsiderate, and it means that you don't care. It means that you don't have any regimen. You haven't thought about anything. You've kind of just rolled out of bed. That's why truth, when you're honest with somebody, there's a premium to that. It's usually with somebody you really like, a friend, somebody you're fucking. There's a premium to honesty because it's rare. Honesty is not something that happens all the time for good reason. People just don't walk around being honest with each other. The world would be in utter chaos. If everybody told everybody what they thought of each other, it would be an utter chaos. People have to be kept in the dark. They have to be lied to and manipulated. This is why we have what we have with the Epstein and the da-da-da. Okay? I'm just saying how it is. I'm not saying how it should be. I'm not moralizing. I'm telling you what it is.
People keep secrets. No, conspiracies aren't real because no one can keep secrets. You're keeping secrets right now from your wife. And you're telling me that no one can keep secrets. You're keeping secrets with somebody you sleep next to. Secrets get kept for fucking years. People have secret families they never talk about. There's good liars out there. You know who says nobody can keep secrets? Bad liars. Bad liars can never believe in conspiracies because they don't know how to fucking lie. They don't know how to create and craft a narrative. Lies, you can't just fuck around with a lie here and there. You got to be constantly lying all the time. You got to create a world and populate it with untruths. Big lies require little lies to sustain them. That's a famous quote. I don't know who said it. That's what needs to happen. Pathological liars lie all the time because they want to be good at it. If you drink and drive every night, statistically, you're going to be better at it. Am I telling you to do it? No, I'm telling you what it is. If you drink and drive once a month, you're going to be all nervous. Same with driving high. Same with lying. Same with fucking. Same with stand-up comedy. You got to do it a lot, okay? So my first instinct in many situations is to spin a yarn, a fable, a lie, an untruth, because I care about the person on the other end. I realize that I've done the wrong thing, and rather than admit it like a crazy person, I lie to cover it up because I realize I was wrong. You're lying because you realize you're wrong. If anyone calls you on a lie, say, I'm lying to you because I know that I'm wrong and I love you. Being honest with you would be insane. Am I insane? Are you insane? Honesty is not the best policy. No one says that. You know who says that? School teachers, because they talk to children all day, because they have childlike minds. We don't need any advice that's on a guidance counselor's wall. It's not going to help. Don't hit me about, oh, well, honestly. No, lie. Even after today, I will still lie. I'm only upset at the fact that my lie was not good. Never lie quick. Take a minute, take a breath. Today, Big J's girlfriend, Christine Evans, who I like, but, you know, we'll get into that. You know, these people, I just, I enjoy her, and she's in town. She grew up in Redondo Beach. And she goes, hey, I want to show you where I grew up. We'll go to the beach, take a little swim. We'll get a seafood in a seafood shack. I'm in. I like swimming in the ocean. I'm in there. We had a beautiful lunch, about a half-hour lunch, about a 45-minute dip in the Pacific Ocean. And to do all that, round trip in a car, about 5.5 hours in the car. About 5.5 in the car. I could have flown to New York City for the amount of time it took me to get my fat ass in the Pacific for 45 fucking minutes. But it was a lovely dip, and I like that. It's a lot. Traveling around LA is a lot. She tells me, oh, well, you want to put on some music? So I put on some music. I put on Toby Keith's song, God Love Her. It's a great song. God love her. She was born in the Mississippi mud. I don't know the fucking lyrics. Her daddy didn't want her to be with me. And I said, who cares? It's catchy. It was on shuffle. I put it on. She's like, oh, you have the worst taste in music and of all of my friends. I'm like, bitch. Toby Keith, she was talking all day about how she wanted to buy all the houses in Manhattan Beach. She's like, I want to buy these houses. I keep telling Jay, $4 million is not a lot of money. We're in entertainment. $4 million. Bitch, Toby Keith could buy 10 of those houses, and you're running your mouth. I said that to her in the car. I go, Toby Keith could buy 10 of these houses. You'll die in this rental. You don't have to agree with Toby Keith. You don't have to think he's good. It's a catchy goddamn song. God love her. So we get down there. We have a nice lunch. I do this Instagram story where I'm on the beach and we go up to this beautiful peak in Redondo. We're looking out at the ocean. It's got a great view. And I say, hey, I write on Instagram. I say, hey, because these are you will see things that are similar to this. 6 months ago, I was living in the middle of a busy highway, but I started listening to Gary Vaynerchuk and the teachings of Gary Vaynerchuk. And now I realized when I heard him that I had to stop losing and I had to start winning. And now we just broke ground on what'll be a $25 million estate. And how did I pay for it? I paid for it with gratitude. And then, hashtag hustle grind. It's a funny post. And it clearly shows that I'm in Redondo Beach, the beautiful. Then she goes, there's a Trump golf course. It's open to the public. You want to go check that out? I'm like, oh, yeah. I think it's fun to go see what kinds of people are still going to Trump things who don't give a fuck. I kind of like that. And it's just a bunch of white dudes and dads, and they're all playing golf. And, me and her walk in, and, they're not thrilled. But she's like, it's open to the public. And I felt like explaining to her, honey, not our public. See, the Palos Verdes public is different than our public. Our public is public bus. It's not open to us, okay? I guarantee you. I'm wearing a bathing suit, and you're wearing a sarong you bought on the Venice boardwalk from somebody with a heroin needle hanging out of their chin. So that's not the public that they're really interested in walking through their doors, okay? But I didn't. By the way, Venice, it's like, you go down there, the best things there are the bodybuilders with AIDS, Muscle Beach. All the bodybuilders with AIDS who've beaten AIDS. They all have AIDS and they've beaten AIDS. They're so built, they no longer have AIDS or penises. They don't have, their penises have gone away because they've just pumped so much iron and they've all beaten AIDS. But I didn't see them today because the outdoor gym was being remodeled. Sadly. So we go into the Trump course. She goes into the bathroom to change her clothes like a true crackhead. Okay? She's like, where? She asked some fake question about the restaurant. She's like, when is the restaurant open? And then she goes, where's the restroom? I'm like, they know what you're in here for. They know you just want to go in there, deliver a baby, and leave it in the toilet. So just go do that, and I'll go take a shit, and then we'll leave. Okay? We don't have to pretend that we're here to talk to the event planner about throwing a wedding. Okay? They know you just want to abandon a baby in the bathroom. So do you ever see somebody when you walk into a nice place and you start telling a tale about why you're there and the people are like, we know what this is. Just shit. We're letting you do it. Just use the restroom. You don't have to. When's tea time? Just go throw up. You're withdrawing, right? You're withdrawing and you need to throw up before you get some Suboxone? Okay, just go do that. Don't fucking tell us that you're here to plan your daughter's wedding. So I get an email from the Booker of the Your Mom's House Network. Email was 408. It said, hey, Tim, I hope you're finding your way here. Hope you're having no trouble finding the place. Text me. Well, I experienced a range of emotions in the Trump bathroom in Palos Verdes. I was like, fuck. I was supposed to do Dr. Drew today at 4. Fuck. It is now 4:58. That email was sent to me at 4:08. I'm in the Trump bathroom. I did what I never used to do. I used to call out sick from work all the time, but I never did the no call, no show, which is what I did now. Now here's, when you do the no call, no show, you have to stay off the grid and you have to not fire back. You need to get your story straight. You need to sit on it for a minute and think, because you've done the no call, no show. The only way is to go harder into the lie, disappear off the grid, sink deeper into the hole, take a minute, think about it. Go, what can I do here? You know, go grab an old photo of you in New York, throw that on Instagram. Go dark for 2 days. Email the dude, say you had to be in New York. Who knows? All of these things. But I panicked. I was panic-stricken. I'm so ashamed of this. I was panic-stricken on the toilet in the Trump golf course, open to the public, Palos Verdes. Beautiful. I was sitting on the toilet. I was reading the email on the turlet. And I said, fuck. I emailed back immediately. I had an emergency. I cannot make it. By the way, it's a fucking hour after I was supposed to be there. I emailed 2 seconds later. I apologize. I walk out and I call Ben, and then it hits me. I uploaded an Instagram story from the beach a half hour ago when I should have been doing the show. I have a photo up from the fucking beach, which is the opposite of an emergency. It is literally the opposite of an emergency. I am frolicking on the beach, and I didn't show up for this fucking show. And then I lied to the guy, and it was such a poorly conceived lie. Like it was such, and now I'm ashamed, not because I lied, because I didn't put the time and the care into a good lie. Nothing makes you feel better than pulling off a good lie. And I didn't do it, and I pride myself on being able to do it. And I was just, and the thing that saves me is it's so funny that there's something there. There's something that I was so funny that I couldn't stop laughing because it's so utterly disrespectful. It's so utterly disrespectful. It's fucking amateur hour. It's Ghislaine, sorry. It's Ghislaine eating In-N-Out, reading spy novels. It's choking Epstein out in his cell. And then it's all of that shit on a very small level. I'm doing to the booker of that network what our government is doing to us, basically going, oh, fuck you, and I hope you like it. I hope you like it because it is what it is. And here's a photo of me with my fucking fat ass frolicking on the beach. And I had an emergency and I can't make it. And I email you an hour after I was supposed to be there. So I would imagine at this point, I would not be shocked. There's a lot of opportunities. And you go, why didn't I get that opportunity? There's a lot of opportunity. Here's the silver lining to this. I will not wonder if I'm never on any of their shows. I won't lie. It won't keep me awake at night. Like I might forget this and think for a minute, I wonder why. And then I'll go, oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. There was that time I no-showed for Dr. Drew After Dark and then shot off a amateur hour email from the turlet of the Trump and then right on the Instagram story. It's like, it's not only like I'm lying to you, it's really like it would have almost be better if I'd emailed them back, hey, fuck you. That would have almost been better if I went, hey, how about fuck you? Because that's what it is. Saying you had an emergency and then having the Instagram story of you at the beach is 2 words. It is fuck you. It is that I didn't even take the time to lie good about this. I just thought I would fucking throw it out there. So if you message me, some of you message me, you go, you should do your mom's house. And I go, yeah, I'd love to do that show. They're great. You don't have to message that anymore. I'd still like to do it, but if I don't do it, this one is 100% on me. This is my fault. This is a bad move. Fucking thank you, Christine Evans. Ruining my fucking life. Monday.com, folks. The last ad I did here, I said I didn't know what the company was because I'm a comedian, and that's a joke. I clearly do know what the company does. I'm a comedian as a comic. I make jokes. But it's a good service. If you have a business out there, many of you do not have a business. Many of you shouldn't have a business. You should not try to have a business. It will not work. Many of you know your own limitations and you live within the parameters that you've created for yourself in your own mind. Many people tell you that those things are not true. I think good. But some of you are out there trying to create something. And some of you are creative. You're business minded. You can do it. You should be your own boss. You should be independent. You should not be filing into an office like some drone, making small talk about The Bachelor while you sit at a soul crushing job that doesn't care about you. You should do something on your own. That's what I'm doing. I find it very fulfilling most times. And the great thing about Monday.com, okay, is it is easy to stay organized if you're starting your own business. Easy to find files. Looking through your emails to find stuff is a nightmare. I hate doing that. I have 2,000 emails right now that are unread. Monday.com will organize everything in one place. You aren't wasting your time searching for the things you need. It creates accountability. Okay? What's more annoying than asking someone to do something and never getting a response? Well, I guess if your kid had cancer and you didn't have money and you couldn't get them the care that they wanted, that. But other than that, what would be more annoying than asking someone to do something and never getting a response? Here's something that might be annoying. If a guy that was running an international child trafficking ring was about to testify against prominent members of the government and was found dead in his cell, and no one seemed to care. But other than that, other than the kid with cancer, and other than Jeffrey Epstein, what else would be annoying? Asking somebody if they did something and not getting a response. Are they working on it? Did they never get the email? Did you never get the email, Donna? Are you going to say that? Are you going to literally look at me and say that you never got the email? You fat slob. Donna, are you going to look at me right now in my face, my bloated Irish face, and tell me that you didn't get this done? I told you to do it. God damn it, Donna. When I hired you, I knew that you'd be a problem. But you're friends with my brother. He's a goddamn loser. And I knew when I brought you in, it would be more of the same. So to avoid this, you get Monday.com. This platform is suitable for any size team. From 2 freelancers working together, me and Ben, to thousands collaborating across the globe. Goldman Sachs or the Epstein pedophile network. I bet Jeffrey Epstein would not have been caught if he used Monday.com. If Jeffrey Epstein used Monday.com, he would not be dead in his jail cell. He'd be on his island living life because he'd be easily able to track emails and demand accountability from his staff. Ghislaine wouldn't be eating In-N-Out Burger. She'd be responding to emails. Got to check out Monday.com. It is really good. Listen, we're starting to use it now. It's a workplace management tool. We are now coordinating all of our things, the podcast, the videos, my live dates, the website. We're revving up. We're ramping up. More people are liking what we're doing. We got to get ready for it. It's easy to joke around because that's what I do. It's my job. You see? So it's easy to joke around. But one thing is not funny. What's not funny is being a fucking failure. And many of you will be a failure if you don't figure out a way to organize your business. Okay? So instead of email, spreadsheets, random files, whiteboards, to-do lists, post-it notes, Monday.com organizes and tracks everything in one place. Okay? That's why I'm recommending Monday.com. And if you go to Monday.com/Tim, they're going to give you a free 14-day trial. No commitment. You can check out Monday.com and see for yourself how helpful their software is. Monday.com/Tim. There's no reason to not sign up for a 14-day trial. If you're a struggling artist, if you're a comedian, if you have a band, if you are running an online business, if you're in sales or marketing to any degree, if you have clients, if you have people you want to keep track of stuff, if you have ingoing and outgoing emails, if you have conference calls and meetings with people, organize your shit, man. There's a reason that you don't have the things that you want, and it often is because you're not organized. Dude, if I was organized, I would be so I wouldn't know anyone I know right now. I would not know anyone I know. This is the truth. I'm going to be honest with you. If I taped every set, I wouldn't live where I live. I wouldn't have any of the friends I have. If I just taped every fucking set, put them in a database, like Monday.com could easily organize for me, and I followed up, and I punched up the jokes and the tags, and I did everything, I would not know, and I wouldn't know my family. I wouldn't know anyone. I would just be somewhere. I don't know where I'd be, but it would be a hell of a lot better than where I am. And then my lack of organization is literally the worst thing about me. I'm a hard worker and I have some talent, but I'm not organized. That's why I fucking missed the Dr. Drew thing. So I'm not fucking organized. It's a perfect example of Monday.com. If I'd had a reminder, Bing, you got to be today, 4 p.m. at Dr. Drew, I wouldn't have had to lie and embarrass myself and probably banned from your mom's house. So the network, not your mom's house. I'm welcome there anytime. Wah, wah, wah. Monday.com/Tim. Get a free 14-day trial. Thank you. Goodbye. I love when people take you on a tour of their hometown like you give a fuck. That's the place we used to drink in high school. Shut up! Who gives a fuck? Tell me about real estate prices. Tell me what's going on. I don't care. Your first boyfriend took you to this cliff. Who gives a shit? Unless it's interesting. At least when I take people around my hometown, I'm like, that's where we did coke at 13. That's where my parents' marriage finally fell apart. That's where I saw the head of Latin Kings, or one of the higher-ups, get his head hit with a 40. Because they came in and started trouble. But, there's nothing worse than that basic bitch tour of like, and this is where you got the best pizza. Throwing my career away today. Because I'm fucking listening to where you used to get pizza. Now I'm fucked. One of the biggest podcasts in the country. I can't go on it because I'm fucking taking a tour of Redondo Beach while she tells me all these estates she's going to own. Yeah, you're going to have an estate. People are out of their bird. It's $4 million. That's not a lot of money. Is it not? Well, then can you lend it to me? I understand these people that are like, think big. I get all of that. Think small, folks. Think small. I do get the idea of why it's attractive to people to believe in the endless possibilities. I get that. I think an element of that is very important, but I don't think you can OD on that. Delusion is a drug. You kind of need a little bit of it, but you can overdose on it. Comics that have OD'd on delusion. You can see it. They kind of look like they have wet brain. They're like, hey, man, what's going on? Hey, man. You can feel it. You go, oh, you stuck the needle deep in. You mainlined delusion. And now you're in your mid-30s and you look haggard and things are not good and you're bombing in a bar for 11 people and you're talking to me about Netflix. And I'm like, Netflix? What? Come again? But you all know those people that have just OD'd. You got to just, every now and then, a little delusion's good. And I don't think Christina's OD'd on delusion, but she's realistic. She's a good person, and I like her. We can all do it. We can all OD. Sometimes you got to rein it in. You got to rein your friends in sometimes. You start thinking you're going to be able to do all these things, and you're like, let me just focus on one fucking thing. Don't focus on the house that you're going to buy when you do the thing. Focus on the thing, and then don't worry about the fucking house. It's all backwards. You got it backwards. I just want a house on a cliff. You know what? Everyone does. Everyone does. Dum-dum. Everybody that has ever lived wants that. You are not unique in that. I just want a beautiful seaside mansion. That's all I want. Yeah, of course you do. We all do. What can you do that other people can't? What is the thing that separates you from all the other people that want that? Is it the work ethic? Is it the ingenuity? Is it the tenacity? What is it? But, you know, my dreams now, I just want to own a house. I don't even care where it is or what it looks like. I just want a home. That's all I want. I don't care. I don't care anymore. I've been beaten down so much that my dreams are like what people, my dreams are people's like safety. People are like, well, if everything goes to shit, we can live like this. That's my dream. That's my like best case situation. I hear people's conversations are like, well, if we're fucked, we can always buy a $500,000 house and just. I'm like, yeah, that's what I think. I mean, so you just can't mainline the delusion, folks. You need a little bit of it. And then you'll meet people with no delusion, and that's a problem too, because they don't believe in anything. They don't believe that they can. And you meet these people that are so married to their own unfortunate circumstances. I went out the other day with some kid, and he was around, and I went to this costume shop with him. Nice kid, wasn't a date, wasn't any of that. Younger guy. I don't want to say kid, I don't mean like Epstein kid. Young, early 20s, going out, platonic friend thing. We go to the steakhouse, Musso and Frank in downtown LA, only because it's by the costume shop. I was like, I want to go in there. I'm trying to eat like better. Maybe I'll just have a steak and whatever. And the kid wouldn't shut up about how nice it was. First of all, it's not that nice. It's very old and historic. But he's like, this is the type of place that like my parents would go to once a year, and my grandfather would take me to a place like that. And I'm like, we get it. You're trash. How much do you want to beat this drum? You're garbage. What is this? What is this? Where people have absolutely no sense of, yeah, it's a restaurant where they serve steak. We get it. You've had a horrible life. I don't know what you want me to tell you. It's uncomfortable. It's not cute. You got to be really hot if you're selling that you're a trash bag. You got to be so fucking hot to sell that just simple, like, I don't know about all these fancy places. I don't know about all these fancy restaurants. You got to be just fucked. Like when people look at you, they all want to fuck you. If you sell that. Otherwise, act like you've been here before. Act like you've been to a steakhouse before. Okay? Enough. Nobody, I don't know what mark of value you think you have because you've done nothing and you've been around people that have never done anything. I've never been to a place like this. This is a place we go to. This is the nicest meal I'll have all year. Well, then kill yourself. I don't. What is this addiction to your unfortunate circumstances? Are we supposed to applaud you? Then make different choices, dummy. Or don't. Maybe you don't like going out to nice restaurants. It's fine. You don't have to. But there's this pride now in having nothing. It's like this weird, perverse pride. Oh, yeah, I got nothing. Then get something or shut up. These people are not systemically underprivileged people. I'm not talking to people that have been fucked over. I'm not talking to Epstein victims here. I'm talking to fucking people who've chosen to be comedians who think it's funny that they don't have $1. They think it's great. It's not cute. It's not fun. And it's your fault. You're lazy. Go get something. A job, preferably. We all work shitty jobs, you know? It's just this weird, like, loyalty to fucking... I just don't get it. Well, what are these people... Who does that work on? Who does that work on? You go somewhere with somebody and you're like, this is the nicest place I've ever been. What? Who does that work? What am I supposed to say? Well, I feel great about this. I feel great. I'm so happy that I took you here. No, I'm embarrassed I'm with you. Now I'm like, well, we shouldn't even be here then. We should have just stolen that homeless guy's food. He's asleep. You could have eaten that in the back of the Uber. Enough. I'm sick of that. And there's a lot of people that do that shit, by the way. There's a lot of people that like seem to like they think it's like that their lack of worldliness is something to be celebrated. They should be celebrated for their ignorance of nice things. No, you shouldn't. You're not in the Peace Corps. You haven't dedicated your life to help. Like, there's people, like if somebody said to me, I haven't really been to restaurants like this. I've been in Africa with a clean water project. I'd still look at them and go, why? But I would at least get it. I understand. But there's too many people out there that confuse their laziness with that they've been denied something or that they've been disadvantaged somehow. And that all rich people just get rich because Santa Claus deposits money in their fucking pillow. It's not true. Now, a lot of rich people get rich, by murdering and torturing, raping, maiming, and but that's still something. I'm not saying it's good, but it's certainly not sitting in a steakhouse and acting like I took you to Taj Mahal or we're at Buckingham fucking Palace. I fuck a lot of trash. Listen, not trash, but a guy that I hooked up with recently came in the room with Domino's. I was on the road, younger guy, good-looking guy, comes in with Domino's to the hotel. He's like, hey, I ordered this pizza yesterday, and I'm hungry, so I brought it up. And he's like, a homeless guy kind of chased me because he wanted the pizza. And I'm like, God, what? He's like, I'm going to be so mad if you don't have a microwave. I'm like, you wanted to microwave Domino's pizza before we fuck? That's what you wanted to do? You wanted to eat? Now, after, absolutely, but we'll order it. We'll order Domino's later. I'm for that. I just mean, you want to eat Domino's? I have to fucking suck your dick while you're eating Domino's? It just doesn't make any sense. So I was like, I'll get you dinner. And I got him dinner, and he got to eat he's not a trashy person. He's like a cultured kid. He's a drummer, whatever. He drums. He's drumming. He's a drummer, percussionist. But he's from the mountains. He lives in the mountain. He's like a welder. He's an interesting guy. He's a smart kid. But every guy like that, that's very thin, every thin guy with a very big dick from a rural area or a suburban area, but let's, not Beverly Hills. Let's just say it's that type of guy, for whatever reason, loves fettuccine Alfredo. They all love fettuccine Alfredo. It is like the white trash dish for skinny guys with big dicks. They love eating fettuccine Alfredo. Now, most of my audience is male, and let's keep it that way. But there are females out there that are probably, it's a joke, but there are females out there that understand what I'm saying, that have gone out with a skinny guy with a big dick, and he gets fettuccine Alfredo. Now, they did not have fettuccine Alfredo on the adult menu at this restaurant. They only had it on the child menu. So I had to order 2 child portions for this guy to make 1 portion of fettuccine Alfredo for him. It is what it is. I performed at a place called the Stardome. It's a legendary comedy club because it's rough. It is a rough one. Many comics have had a tough time there. I had a tough time there. It was a beast of a room. It's like elderly black people and then white evangelicals from the backwoods of Alabama. I used to do all black rooms. I like black rooms. This was not as much a black room. This is a country room. And I still did good. It was like a lot of crowd work, a lot of riffing off the top. But, you know, I'm making fun of brunch in Alabama. They don't have fucking brunch. They don't have it. They do not have brunch. They have 10 buffets. They do not have brunch. Doesn't exist. So the frame of reference on some of the jokes doesn't really work. I'm talking about tech. I'm doing jokes about tech moving into cities. Guess where tech ain't? Hoover, Alabama. So they're like, it doesn't work. It's not my fault. It's not their fault. Just frame of rep, you know, it just is what it is. But it's like you travel, you see different shit. I stayed in a Courtyard Marriott. Courtyard Marriott is now just buying shitty hotels and putting the Marriott name on them. And you know hotels are shitty when they have the popcorn ceilings and when the motel walls are like that sand paint. You know what I mean? To hide the structural problems with the wall, like to hide how fucked up the wall is. They have that sand paint, you know? And it's like you put your fingers over it and you feel, and when you're laying there, you're laying in the bed and the bed's never great. You're looking up at the ceiling and the popcorn ceiling and you're wondering how many hookers have laid in that exact spot, hoping that a John didn't flip the fuck out and choke them to death, you know, in Hoover, Alabama. How many fucking Johns have fucked some dude, some fucking guy from their church group while their wife thinks they're out taking a jog, and some guys sucking them off in a Courtyard Marriott? How many people's lives, just the absolute horror of people's lives? How many, and by the way, worse, much worse than those two images is me after a gig at the Stardome asking why, if it's called room service, do I have to go to the lobby and get it? That's the saddest image of them all. Me going, let me ask you a question. She goes, well, we don't have anyone to run it up. I go, well, you have you. Don't you have you? I got to be here for people to check in. Honey, honey, honey. No one's checking in. Let's lock the doors and let's call it a night. Everybody that's here, everyone that needs to be here is here now. That's the road, man. And it's I thank everybody that came out in Huntsville, Alabama. I think 4 people came out in Hoover, Alabama, 4 to 7 fans of mine that looked terrified. You know, folks, I thought a lot today about, I was on the beach. I was in Manhattan Beach. I was swimming in the Pacific Ocean and it was beautiful. And I was staring out. I was looking at the hills. They're not quite mountains, but they're mountainous. And I was just kind of floating on my back and I was looking up at the sky and it's just beautiful. The Pacific Ocean is beautiful. And I was looking around me at all this natural beauty. And I had a thought. I said to myself, I wish I was in a dark room online scrolling. That's what I realized. I said, who the fuck wants to waste their goddamn time in the natural world? The natural world is a waste of time. Everything that is not the internet is fake. The virtual world is now the real world. It's actually the other way around. It's inverse. It's the upside down, and Stranger Things has become the right side up. Nothing valuable happens outside of a digital community. Nothing. I don't care about your baby. I don't care about your father that died. I don't care about the bird you saw that landed on your deck. I don't care. I don't care about your kid's first day of school unless I see it in a high resolution photo on your personal website that's branded. Then I care. Then I'm with it. But if I just happen upon it, I don't give a fuck. It doesn't matter to me. Okay? I want it organized. I want to see it on my time. I'm not talking about social media. That's amateur hour. I'm talking about a website that you've built yourself using Wix.com. A website that where if you don't want to design it, their artificial design intelligence, Wix ADI will design it for you. Answer a few simple fucking questions. Can't you do that? Can't you answer a few simple fucking questions? And they'll design the site for you. And if you want to have more input, they have 500 stunning templates that you can choose from to create a website that's visually appealing and functional. Okay? Because if I can't go to a place to find out what you're doing, I don't want to see you in real life. I don't want to see you across the table from me at a restaurant. I don't want to hear about. I want you to write a story about your mother's battle with cancer. And I want to read about it while I'm eating cereal at 2:00 in the morning. I don't want to hear you tell me about it while you have fucking fish breath. Do you understand? Human interaction is over. We don't need it. Soon sex dolls are coming and we'll have some type of breeding banks for new people. We don't need this constant. We just need people to fucking put some fucking time into having a brand and put it on your site. Oh, you know you know what happened to my cousin? No, I don't. Record a video telling the story and embed it in your Wix site and I'll watch it. I don't want to see you in person. I don't care. But if I'm online, I might go to your site. I might buy something. Post a link to something that I can buy. Maybe I'll buy it. Maybe I'll buy a mug from you. But not if I see you with one. I want to do it on my time, my schedule. Wix.com. What are we doing here? / what?
Tim Dillon's going to hell.
Yeah, this is the big thing. You got to go to timdillonsgoingtohell.com. Look at the site that was made using Wix. timdillonsgoingtohell.com. Scroll to the bottom of the site. Click on the thing. It's very cheap. It's like $15 a month for a website. If you need a website, there's no cheaper than this that will look professional. I'm telling you. Some of you need a website. Some of you need a gun. But some of you need a website. So if you scroll to the bottom of timdillonsgoingtohell.com, you click on the link, it'll give you $10 off any of their premium plans.
10% off.
10% off any of their premium plans. Okay? So that you can stop hiking, cut the shit out, get online. We're all online, folks. Stay online. Stay online. There is no salvation outside of this box. That's it. TV's dead. It's all over. Your family's over. Your friends hate you. Get online. Sell your shit. Sell your seashells online. See who will buy them. Irish women will use them as ashtrays. It's the best you can hope for. Best you can hope for is sell some seashells online. Some fat Irish broad will use it as an ashtray. That's the most you're going to get out of this life. Some people are going to lie to you. I'm not going to lie to you. I'll tell you. You ain't getting much more than that. Okay, piggy? Oink. Go to the site. Get the plan. Don't fuck around here. If you don't buy these plans, you're going to have to start watching Stephen Colbert. You want to do that? You want to watch Stephen Colbert talk about Trump being orange for an hour? And watch Pepsi? Drink Coke. And here's Stephen Colbert. Go do that.
Go do that. Go live in that nightmare. Go watch Jimmy Fallon, play pool with Kermit. Go watch Jimmy Fallon go to Applebee's with Miss Piggy and Cardi B or whatever the hell they're doing. Go watch that. You want that? You want that as your entertainment? Maybe you deserve that. Maybe you deserve that. Like some fat hog from Ohio. Okay, is that what you want? Some big fat slob from Galveston, Texas, who's full of crawfish mac and cheese. You want that? The life you want? No, you don't. Go buy the Wix plan. Goodbye. I mean, these are big boys and girls. In Alabama, these are big boys and girls. This is why I'm trying to lose weight now, because I don't understand. There's no end game. I mean, there's this comedian, Sophie Hagen, who does a show at Edinburgh. She's a fat activist. She was the one that threw a fit when Amy Schumer had that movie, the last movie she did where she fell on her head. I forget the name.
Trainwreck?
No, that was 3 movies ago.
Oh, yeah.
I'm glad. See, this is good when you have a producer who's with it. Helps the show. I Feel Pretty. It was the latest thing Amy did. She fell on her head. This chick threw a fit because Amy was not fat enough for these women. She's not fat enough to assert. And Amy's not that fat, so I get it, whatever. It ends at my 600-pound life. That's the end. Those people are less healthy. They can't move. They sit on pillows and the people just feed them. And somehow they have boyfriends and husbands and they're getting laid. These alt-right people talking about. These school shooters are kind of decent looking. A lot of these shooters, I'm like, I'd suck off anybody who's done a mass shooting really in the last decade. I would absolutely get face fucked by anyone who's done a mass shooting in the last 10 years. What's the problem? I mean, God, how many of these mass shooters do I have to feel guilty about jerking off? I have the idea that I save a mass shooting, that I save, like, there's just one of these creepy guys about to shoot something up, and then I meet him, and I just suck him so good that he just kills me and then himself. And that's my dream. And no one will know that 20 people in a Walmart are now safe. Just put a star on the wall like the CIA memorial. You'll never know my name. Just a star on the wall. I just, took some dick to the throat in Hoover, Alabama, so that one guy won't go out there now and shoot up. And he just goes, fuck, what a great blowjob, but now I should just kill this guy and myself. And then I'm like, I don't have to do the improv lab next week. He goes, nope. And I go, oh, okay. And that's something that I've always dreamed of. And I'm going to refresh my email. Let's see if the booker from your mom's house has not gotten back to me. I got to think that's a bad sign. Now, I don't know. Now, Ben, you're a producer of a podcast, and you inhabit this world. Now, how do you think this person feels? I'm going to get a cigarette. How do you think this person feels about what happened today?
Fuck, you were an hour late. You didn't respond for a whole hour. They were definitely checking your Instagram, and they saw the post for sure. And they thought, oh, fuck this guy. Absolutely fuck this guy.
You get the matches?
Yeah.
Yes, Ben, I believe that ought to be the case. But as somebody who is it, do you say, how do you view, do you laugh about it? Do you say, Tim is a funny guy? He's a funny guy and he's a wacky guy. And do you maybe bring me in to berate me and have Drew berate me for being a liar? Is that not nice?
I bet that would be hilarious, but I bet Dr. Drew's probably a guy that his time is very valuable. So who knows who? Did you see who they pulled in, by the way? Did they pull in somebody? Or
I didn't look. I don't think they're recording live because Jessa Reed just did one and hers is going to come out later on.
I bet Drew was pissed. I bet he was mad because he's sitting there. He drove all the way up to what? Reseda? It set in traffic to fucking.
I can't control where people go, Ben. Okay? I can't control where people go. I told you I had a fucking emergency. My mother
got out of her institution, and wound up in Manhattan Beach. Now, I was shocked when the people at my mother's mental institution called me and go, your mother is on the run again. And I said, how far did she get? Out back? And they said, no, she's been sighted in Manhattan Beach by the 10th Street Beach, which is beautiful. You should go and try to find her in the water. And then when I got to the 10th Street Beach, they said, I think she's at Captain Tripp's Fish Market. Why don't you go there? And if she's not there, at least try the blackened salmon and the lobster roll and the macaroni salad, which were phenomenal. And then I got to Captain Tripp's and they go, she might be at the Trump golf course. So this bitch, I'm trying to get her with a big net. She's a big woman. Now, so it's an emergency. God, I am so fucking banned. I am so banned. They're never having me back.
No way.
They are never having me back. I am done. I am so done. But that's what it is, man. That's where you got to get good at lying.
Mm-hmm.
You got to get good at it. Like when you go to a restaurant and it's the nicest restaurant you've ever been to, go, oh, yeah, this reminds me of a place I went to last week because I can hang.
You're the best fucking liar, dude. You're very talented. That's obvious.
Thank you.
But
today I fucked up.
Your biggest talent is lying. I've seen you get out of so many fucking situations, dude.
So many. Talk about that one in Long Island. Remember that? We went to go see that mob house.
Well, can I say the name of that guy? I guess I can.
Yeah,
right?
who cares?
Vinny Ocean, right?
Yeah, he was this guy that lived in my town that The Sopranos is based on. He ran a family in New Jersey, you know?
So Tim's taking
He'll
me.
be getting a Netflix half hour before me, by the way. Thanks a lot for no offer. My 50 minutes was good. Fucking no offer. Thanks a lot, everybody over there.
So we pull up to Vinny Ocean's house, which is.
I hope Ozark this year is kind of believable. I hope it's within the realm of believability because that show's about as believable as me having an emergency today.
So we're driving across Long Island, and I never worry about being in the car with you, even though your license is.
I've driven on acid many times. I know what I'm doing.
I just know you have a lie prepared if you get pulled up.
I haven't had a license in 5 years. And I don't plan on getting one. The state and me have never seen eye to eye.
Mm-hmm.
It's not for me. Like I parked the other day in West Hollywood. My friend goes, you can't park here. I go, it's not for me. These rules are not for me. I don't subscribe to this. I don't care. I'll leave. I'll move. I'll move out of the state.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, no. This is alternate side. No, today's not the day. I go, oh, today is the day. Today is absolutely the day we park here because my show is right there.
Mm-hmm.
Today's the day. And we parked and it's fine. There was no ticket.
No.
I get bagged very rarely. White. I hate to say it. It's an unfair world. I look like a dad. I'll just start telling the cop, my kids are all dead. So go into that. I'm sorry.
So we're driving and we pull into, which you always told me was down the street from your childhood house, but Tony Soprano's house is down the street.
Legit.
Yeah, Vinny Ocean. And we pulled up, looks legit just like
100%.
David Chase had in The Sopranos. As soon as we pull in, you pull in way too far because you were bad at using the shifting from driving to reverse, very bad at it. And we go a little too far, and I pull my camera out, and I start taking a picture.
Yeah.
And as soon as I take a picture, some dude in a wife beater and shorts busts out the front.
Yeah.
What the fuck y'all doing? What are y'all doing?
No, you're
What
doing
the
black.
fuck?
He's Italian.
Oh, wait.
Do Guido.
How do you?
You're doing black. You do what y'all doing? It's like, yo, what are you doing?
That
was that.
That was that.
You're doing black.
So he comes up to my side of the window, I believe. And I start looking at my phone, trying to think, I'm like, I should just pretend I'm on a Google Maps.
Yeah, you're no help in these situations.
No.
You go
I
right.
should have put my phone
You
out.
go,
I had
no,
15
you make it
seconds.
worse. You like make it, you look guilty, you seem guilty. And I just looked at him and I like start yelling at him like I don't know where I'm going. I'm like, where am I going? We gotta get out.
We have to get off the island.
I'm like, how do we get off the island? And now he's confused. He's like,
You're
"What?"
clearly from Long Island, by the way.
I'm clearly from Long Island. I'm clearly from New York. How do I get out? I've never been here before. I'm from Alabama. The guy, but But he was just thrown.
Completely
thrown.
He was so confused. I think he knew you were lying, but he was just like, you got to go that way to get out. And you're like, oh, okay. And then it took you like 2 minutes to like get it into reverse.
Yeah.
And to get out of there. But clearly a member of the family, I think.
Yeah, probably. You know, I've tried to lie with care, you know? And today was a day when sometimes you're caught. Sometimes when I saw that email, I said, I fucked up. I fucked up today. I should have remembered. Man, sometimes I'll forget. Do you ever just totally forget? I totally forgot. The original date was next week. They moved it to Friday. I totally forgot. As soon as Christine said, let's go to the beach, I was like, oh, that's fun. We'll go do that. And I totally didn't think about it. And I'm ashamed. I'm ashamed that I didn't. But the Instagram story was already up. I was already fucked. I was kind of already fucked.
You called me and you were just laughing. You just couldn't.
When the Instagram story's up, because it's an interesting thing. Now that the story's up, what do? You got to be really good. You almost go, do I go full honest and go, I just totally forgot. I'm so sorry and profusely apologize. I could have done that. That might have been the better move here. To profusely apologize and say I forgot. Although I think that's as bad. I think that's as bad.
You think so? That seems like the best option here.
Because you're a faggot. Nobody respects. First of all, I wouldn't have had this story. I wouldn't have had a great laugh.
That's true.
I don't really give a shit either way. I don't fucking care. I go on and get psychoanalyzed by fucking Dr. Drew for an hour. Gives a fuck. I mean, it would be nice. It'd be fun. I do want to do Tom and Christina's show. I am upset, you know, but here's the thing. Yes, you're right. In this situation, honesty was probably the best policy. But, you know, it's like there was that quote, maybe it's Willie Nelson, I forget whose quote it was. The nightlife ain't the right life, but it's my life. You know? I just said, maybe if I just said I had an emergency, maybe the word emergency. See that, you got to send that at 3 p.m.
Mm-hmm.
You can't send it an hour later. Even if at 4:08, I had sent that before I put the story up, I would have been okay. It was the hour later, the emergency. Mm-hmm. So, there you have it, folks. But that's what the government's doing right now with Epstein.
Mm-hmm.
They don't care. They don't care that it doesn't make any sense. They don't care. All of these useful idiots at Vox and all this, but the Wall Street Journal just wrote this whole article about Leslie Wexner, who is Jeffrey Epstein's money guy. He owns Victoria's Secret. And I love, like, there's a quote in the Wall Street Journal article. It's like, how could a man who sold blue jeans to women and all these things to women, how could he end up financially bankrolling some guy that ended up taking advantage of women? How could this happen? And you start to realize, are the people in the press complicit or are they literal retards? What is it? Are they literal? Because anybody in that Alabama audience would be like, I don't know, maybe he's fucking kids. Like any dumb hick who you explain this story to would very easily be like, maybe they're fucking kids together and that's why he gave him that townhouse and all that fucking money. But these people that write these articles went to like UPenn, Yale, and Harvard. And they don't seem to be able to put it together that maybe the relationship is a little pathological. It's a little nefarious. They're like, Lex Wester learned a lesson. That was the whole article. Les learned a lesson about trusting too much. I swear to God. Get the Wall Street Journal article up. Les learned a lesson about you just can't. Les's father told him, Leslie, you're too trusting and kind. That's what I think. When I meet billionaires, I think they're too trusting and kind. That's my first thought when I meet a billionaire. Read what this says.
Trusting Jeffrey Epstein taught a retail legend a hard lesson. Be careful whom you trust.
Who is writing this? I mean, literally. Hillary Clinton? Who is writing these articles?
And he looks like he fucks kids.
Who? But there's very few elderly people that don't look like this. Like, every elderly person looks evil. You know? Most elderly people. Not all of them. Not like Native Americans. They don't. Like, elderly white guys, it's so easy to just point to an elderly white guy and be like, demon. But who is writing these? Like, Les Wexner gave this motherfucker a $70 million townhouse. How nice you have to be. How dumb and nice you have to be. You know, Les gave him a townhouse and all this money for an island. And you know what Jeffrey did with that money? He bought all this recording equipment and a whole bunch of kids. But do you know what he did? Les gave him this big, beautiful townhouse in Manhattan. And can you imagine that Jeffrey used that to throw child orgies? Man, Les was shocked. And Les had no clue because as a billionaire, you don't have any resources. You can't hire private detectives, ex-Mossad, CIA people. You can't hire the paramilitary teams to follow this fucker. You have no clue what's going on. You're just a billionaire, a folksy old billionaire who has no clue. What's this internet? Who is writing these fucking articles? I'm really starting to be like, because if you would explain this to anyone at Golden Corral, if you had said, hey, if you would motion to somebody at Golden Corral, you know, eating a yeast roll, wearing a hospital gown, which is what people wear there. They wear hospital gown and hospital socks there because it's the first step. Many of them go right after they get out of, and then they go right back to the corral. It's right back to the ER. It's like a circle. If you had said to them, you know the pedophile that just got caught with all that money, some old guy gave him all that money. And this guy wasn't really a genius. I mean, I think he dropped out of college. He got some math teacher job at Dalton or whatever. But he gave him all that fucking money. Everybody would go, oh yeah, they're in cahoots. Something's wrong. I bet you some. But people who are writing at the Wall Street Journal, this eludes them. And somehow the people that read this shit go, yeah, poor Leslie Wexner. He just got taken for a ride. There was a show called The Music Man, a play that I was in when I was a little kid where like this guy who like barely knows how to teach music comes into different towns and like cons everybody. And that's what they're acting like Epstein did. He's just some con artist, some human trafficker con artist that just shows up in a town and he somehow gets the better of all these billionaires that just don't have a clue. They don't have a clue. Chris Matthews, that fat clump of Irish soda bread on MSNBC, who I watch occasionally because he looks like my uncle. He's a sputtering, like, hey, Chris Matthews, eyeball. Chris Matthews suggested, and I swear to God, that politicians are too poor to travel and that they need people like Jeffrey Epstein because he had a plane. And that's why they knew him. He goes, these politicians, they make, they have all these friendships with these bad characters because Epstein's got a plane and these politicians are making $150,000 a year and they just can't travel. So that guy like Epstein, we're talking about Bill Clinton, Chris. He didn't have the money to travel, Chris. And the rest of these politicians, they're not broke. You're full of shit. That's a lie. All these politicians, because I know. So your angle is that they just needed frequent flyer miles, and that's why they had to take this guy's plane. There's no other billionaires with planes, right? Just Jeff. That's it. You tell me that none of these politicians could, I don't know, get the CEO of United on the fucking phone and get a few comps? Where the fuck are they going? But it's this nobody wants So I'm almost wondering, I'm like, are we watching like full panic mode right now where you have these agencies like the CIA and the Mossad who've been blackmailing people forever. They've been using sexual blackmail forever. They've been using assets like Jeffrey Epstein forever. They've been involved in bringing drugs into the country forever. They've been involved in trafficking, human trafficking, for a very long time. They've been involved in all of these things. But they seem to be, I mean, you got to remember, imagine this story without the internet. Dude, fucking imagine this. Because it was the Franklin scandal. The Franklin scandal was this exact story without the internet. They took a girl who told the truth, just like this Virginia Guffrey did about Epstein, and they threw her in solitary confinement for 2 fucking years, which is torture. That's 2 grand juries in Omaha were needed to cover up the Franklin scandal because there was no internet. Nobody gave a fuck. Okay? It was not salacious. It was not in the news. And what you ended up happening was it was just a massive cover-up, swept under the rug, and they stacked bodies. Gary Caradori, who was the private investigator, who supposedly got photos, got the blackmail photos that incriminated people. His plane ended up breaking up with his 8-year-old son. Small plane, ended up blowing up. 1 body. William Colby, CIA director at one point, who was looking into this also, ended up dead in his canoe. And many, many other people. This girl that was in solitary confinement, her brother ended up dying. They stacked bodies to prevent this from coming out. Now with the internet, we've already seen 1 body. We've already got Epstein. And they're like, well, the New York Attorney General said it's a suicide. And it's like, oh, well, all right, case closed. They've already said the bones broken in the neck are more consistent with strangulation. By the way, not only should Alex Jones be back on social media, he should be given ABC World News Tonight. He should be given ABC World News Tonight. I don't know what to tell people. I mean, it is what it is. I'm sorry about the Sandy Hook shit. It's not good. But let's stop. Let's stop this. I think the mainstream press only exists to cover the tracks of these people. I don't know what else you need. You read these articles and you're like, how dumb are these people? You can't be that stupid. You can't have gone to all these good schools. I mean, it's amazing to me. When I meet people that are elites, and I know a few people that have gone to schools like that are in circles like that, and they're stunningly ignorant. They're stunningly ignorant, and that's why the top 10% of these people that are truly nefarious and our true operators can really, because they think the best of these people, and they're able to manipulate people because a lot of the people that are true, elitism keeps you in a bubble. You don't understand the way things happen. You don't understand a lot of the things that people that were sitting in the Star Dome in Hoover, Alabama understand because you've been at the top of everything your entire life, and everything's come very easy to you. And you've never had to look at anything from another angle. And you've never had to be deeply suspicious. And you've never had to put things together. And your critical thinking faculties are not as well formed as fucking people that may have been railroaded by the cops or a shady prosecutor in a small fucking town. And you're like, well, I've had the money and the legal power to get away with everything. And, I've always gotten a fair shake and a fair deal. Talk to black people. They don't have a hard time believing any of this because they've been dealt with unfairly by the system their entire life. So they go, yeah, this is what happened. Yeah, prosecutors lie. They make shit up. Doesn't matter. But like these lily white fuckers that are writing these articles are like, I don't understand why there's so many conspiracy theories about the Jeffrey Epstein case. It's weird. It's weird. Dumb fuck. Very sad today about the emergency that I had that prevented me from going on the Dr. Drew show. It is a tragic development. Let's talk briefly about the Patreon. The Patreon is launched. It is here. It is live. It is real. It is actual. What the Patreon is a way for people to support the show. If there are 2 levels, there are 2 tiers. But at the $5 level, we didn't want to do a million tiers. We know there's Patreons with 75 tiers. You know, hey, if you donate this, we'll read your first name. If you donate this, we'll read your full name. Stop. Anybody want that? Anybody want to hear that show where I'm like, thanks, Tommy O'Loughlin from Seaford, New York. If you need to hear your name read on the fucking show, go fuck yourself. Literally. Get a fucking life, you sick fuck. This is an odd way to get into it, but we have 2 tiers. Are we promising to read names before I go off?
No.
Okay. Because we might have been. In which case, I would have to walk that back a little, and which I would. I would say, I get it. But we're not doing that shit. We're not doing that. Nobody wants that. I'm not doing that. Do you need that? Do you need that, you big baby? You need me to read your name like a baby? Like you go, that's me. That's me. Cut it out. We have 2 tiers. At the $5 tier, okay? And I'm talking to you, YouTube, you pigs. All your fucking comments that I read occasionally, okay? $5, you get 1 extra episode a week. Some of those will be interviews. Some of them will be episodes like this. They'll be on Patreon. You will also get all of the archives from the show that I did with Ray Kump. How many episodes?
Like 140, about 140.
140 audio archives, interviews with Nick Bryant, who is the foremost expert on sex trafficking as it results to the political class. Russ Baker, bunch of Mark Galeotti, who wrote a great book about the Russian mafia called The Voorhees. Michelle McPhee wrote a book about the Boston bombing. We have John Kiriakou, CIA agent, who came on. We have a lot of comics like Bobby Kelly, Dan Soder, Colin Quinn. All of these are in the archives. And then a lot of great episodes with me and Ray. Just a lot of great episodes with me and Ray. 100 and how many?
About 140.
140 audio archives for you at $5 a month.
Mm-hmm.
So it's an extra episode every single week of this show. And we're going to get some great guests on. And a lot of the episodes will be just us having fun. And then some of the episodes will have guests. Also, and the first Patreon episode is crazy.
It's great.
It's really crazy. We have a lot of fun. We let loose. I let loose. I imagine Bill and Hillary the morning of the Epstein death, and it's kind of beautiful. We might put out a highlight from that, a clip from that. We should. So you have that. Now, for $20 a month, because that's the way the world is now. It's the haves and the have-nots.
Mm-hmm.
$20 a month, which is a lot. You're going to get everything that the other people get, which is the extra episode a week, the audio archives. You're also going to get longer videos of those desk videos that I do. You're going to get the long versions of them. And we're also going to start making special videos just for Patreon. Like we're going to make fun videos just for Patreon. You're also going to get an email where you can correspond with the show. We will answer you. You can suggest topics. You can suggest interviews. You can suggest things. We will get back to you. We'll talk to you. It'll be interactive. We want you to kind of help steer the show to a reasonable extent. Okay? We know who some of you are going to want on. We know. I know already. I know what you want. I know what some of you are going to want. We know. So, I know what some. Hey, if I pay $20, can David Duke come up? No. David Duke cannot come on if you pay $20. That's not enough money. Now, I will say this. If there was a $1,000 tier, if you give me $1,000, will I interview David Duke? Probably. I'm not gonna agree with him. I'll fire back at some of what he says. But for a G, if you want to Venmo me $1,000, I'll probably interview David Duke and I'll send it to you. You know. I know that, I'll probably, my agent's not gonna love that. But it's $1,000, $1,000. No one's doing that, you know? If you give me $100,000, I'll have David Duke on every episode of this show. Every single episode of this show. He'll be the co-host of the show. If you give me $100,000, he'll be the co-host of this show. You know, but that's it. Listen, if you want to support the show, we appreciate it. If you can't, you don't have the money, keep telling people to listen. Keep telling people to, I'm supposed to be on Dr. Drew very soon. I'm very excited about that. And just look out for that one. Hold your breath. Those are the tiers. $20 tier. You really love the show. You really want to support as much as you can. You'll get the longer version of the desk videos. You'll get, I don't know how many videos. We'll probably do 2 or 3 videos a month just for the Patreon. We'll also do the regular videos that we put a minute or 2 minutes out. Those videos are much longer. And there's a lot of funny stuff that gets cut. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of funny stuff that gets cut. Those are 5-minute sketches and even more. And you'll get all of that stuff. And it's really funny stuff that just doesn't make it. It either can't go on Instagram because of content or because of time restrictions. And you'll get all that stuff. And then hopefully this builds to where we're doing our own thing and we're producing things that are actually funny and that you're going to watch those. And, this will be, people go, oh, this is what SNL should be. Make it what SNL is. If we have the resources to do more of this shit, we're going to do as much of it as we humanly possibly can. And you guys help us out. It is what it is. But, I mean, the big corporate owned places are going to keep doing that safe shit. And there's nothing we can really do about that other than do what we're doing. And the way to really throw a scare into those corporate places, again, if you can't donate money, fine. But it's just keep telling people about the show, keep sharing those videos, keep building that, because that's the only way these people are going to fucking notice. And they're starting to notice. They're starting to notice that our engagement is so much higher than the shit that they're spending so much money to produce. People really like it. People are really into it. If you keep, sharing that stuff, it'll be great. I mean, that's really the solution. Is there anything else we should say about the Patreon?
Patreon.com/The Tim Dillon Show. That's how to find it. That's the URL right there. And if you want to find the archives when you're on the Patreon, because they're going to get buried under all the stuff we're going to post, just search archives. I put a tag on all of them. That's archive or archives. So just search that and you can find the whole list of every episode Tim has done with Ray.
And also, if you want to hear my episode with Dr. Drew, you have to really look. I don't know when it's coming out. I feel bad. But what can I do other than apologize, other than say in the future, I'm going to come up with a better lie. Mm-hmm. In the future, I'm going to spin a yarn that makes everything make sense. Nothing worse than an experienced liar when you strike out. It's nothing worse. It's very sad. We're living in a time right now where to be sane in this climate is the surest way to go crazy. like that's really what you start to realize. Is that by design? Is that happenstance? Ghislaine Maxwell's eating in and out, reading spy novels. Jeffrey Epstein in protective custody, kills himself before he's about to testify. They want you to know that they don't care, that there's nothing that they can't do. They will never get caught. They'll never be found out. This has been going on a lot long. I don't want to blackpill everybody. I don't want people to be upset because there are options, you know, and there are different ways history can go, and we've seen that. But right now, you're seeing how much they can fuck you in your face. They're fucking you in your face. And people are upset about it, but the level of outrage is nowhere near what it should be. And I think that is what this is like a little stress test to it. I mean, they had to do it. So it's not like a stress test in the sense that there was another option. They had to do this. You know, especially if this is a multi-billion-dollar a year industry, human trafficking. All these rich fucks need to know that it's never getting out. We're never getting caught. You know, don't worry about it. It's never getting out. It'll never happen. CIA, Mossad, they. That's why, like, you know, you can think whatever you want about immigration. I think you need it, but you can't have open borders. There's got to be a policy. There's got to be a system. Which makes me to some people a card-carrying SS member. And to other people, it's not nearly conservative enough because we shouldn't have any immigrants. I want to do every job. Do you? But my favorite, me and Ray used to laugh about this. You know, the people that are really against immigration, they would always say this, which I love. This is my favorite. Other than pretending to care about blacks, which was hilarious. Remember that? All the conservatives were like, well, then how are black people going to get work? It's like, that's rich. That's really, is that that's the angle? My favorite thing of the pro-immigration crowd was this. They go, we're a nation of laws. We're a nation of laws. Nope. Nope. No, we're not. No, we're not. We're not. We have laws. Sure. You know, we're not a nation of laws. That's insane. We're a nation of some people being above the law and then other people covering up and covering the tracks for those people. We're not a nation of laws. Those laws aren't applied evenly. And to think that they are, you have to be so ignorant of history. It's kind of hilarious. We're a nation of laws. If you don't have the law on your side, then, you know, everything's by the book here. Is it? Is it? Jeffrey Epstein's dead. Ghislaine Maxwell is eating animal-style fries. Why isn't this bitch in cuffs? Is it because we're a nation of laws? Is that what it is?
My name is Ghislaine Maxwell, pronouns they, them. Get it right. I met Jeffrey at a torture convention in Vegas, and we was asking the man what happens if you put somebody in a little room for a long period of time with no light. And he said sometimes they just come out of the room and they just start sucking people off. We was best mates, me and Jeffrey, really. We would go everywhere, all over the globe, you know, finding, you know, kids to help. I said to Jeffrey the first time I met him, I said, is your country run by satanic vampires? And he said, yes. And I said, mine too. And we kind of had a laugh about it, but then we came up with a business, you know? We was in the fantasy business. It's what we did, really. So if you had a fantasy, no matter how fucking weird it was, we would make it happen. You say, all right, I want to fuck 2 twins and then push them off a roof. All right, I want to fuck somebody on a boat and then blow their brains out as I'm coming. Come on in. It's like a Make-A-Wish for billionaires, really. That was kind of what it was. Sex work is empowering at any age. That's what people don't realize. I like California. I feel very home in Los Angeles because people here aren't super judgmental. I've been offered really 5 or 6 jobs in the last couple of days. Just, at networks and studios. They sort of like my style. They want to keep me off the book, sort of quiet-like, but they like my organizational capabilities. That's at least what the email said. I said to Jeffrey one day, we was on the beach, and I looked at him and I said, one day, all of this is going to come out, and people are going to murder us. And now it's that day. Like, that's what it is. I like In-N-Out Burger, but I prefer Chick-fil-A because I like that they're committed to religion. We never had any, on our island, we never had any black girls. It's just not into it, really. They're very loud. We get caught. They're all like, who else supposed to fuck,
We are on the porch, so you're all fucking happy now. I know. When we're not on the porch, everybody gets angry. We just saw a clip of Sebastian Maniscalco hosting the VMAs, the Video Music Awards on MTV.
Yeah.
And that is an unwinnable.
Yeah, impossible.
It's an impossible position for a comedian to be in. Sebastian's amazing. He's one of the best comedians doing it right now. He sold out the Garden. He's got like an attendance record. It's amazing. The guy's amazing. But it's rough. And he even said he was on like CBS. The morning show or whatever going, this is not my demo.
Yeah, he was saying he's nervous too.
Yeah, he's like, I'm nervous, it's not my demo. And so he's a little bit of a rough.
Yeah.
It's a little rough. He does a few jokes about people being triggered. They don't like it. He's an older guy.
Yeah.
They don't want a comedian in there.
No.
These people, they're 15-year-old kids.
If they wanted a comedian, it would have been like Pete Davidson. That's the guy.
Right. Somebody young, whatever. It was a weird choice.
Yeah.
It was like Bobby Kelly hosting the MTV Music Awards, Hey, dude. You know what, dude?
The minute he starts bombing, he just starts cursing out the crowd.
Yeah. Hey, fuck you. Okay? Hey, dude. Anybody else here fat? Anyway, I love Bobby. But I would have bombed. Everyone, it would have been bad.
Yeah.
Would not have been good.
Yeah.
And Sebastian survived, but it was like, you could almost see like the minute where I almost wished as a comic he had just gotten real confrontational.
Yeah.
And been like, hey, you know what? Oh, you don't want to laugh? How about fucking this? How about I got paid already? And I don't give a fuck if you laugh, okay?
Yeah.
And then just started going at people.
Because people are smirking in the crowd.
Yeah,
They're
people
kind
are
of like,
smirking,
what
and
is
he
this
just starts
guy
calling
doing?
people out in the crowd.
Hey, Queen Latifah, why don't you wipe that gorilla grin off your fat fucking face?
Queen Latifah, okay? You're so happy. What, did you get a high score on freecreditreport.com? What's going on? Hey, Cardi B, does that stand for hepatitis B? You're a dirty whore. I already got paid, folks. I don't give a fuck. Hey, Shawn Mendes is here. We know you're gay, okay? You keep hiding it. Are you embarrassed? You smoke more bone than a Texas pitmaster.
It's about people being gay.
Just come out with it. Hey, Lizzo's in the backstage putting her diabetic boots on, getting ready to perform for everybody. Okay? I know it's so empowering. She's hooked up. It's not that empowering when she's hooked up to 5 sleep apnea machines so she doesn't die in the middle of the night. Okay? I walked through a cloud of smoke. My mom's cooking zucchini back there. It's a good fucking joke. That's what he opened with. Didn't get much.
Yeah.
I would just love if you just went at people.
Just went at him.
Migos is here. What the fuck is that? That sounds like something I order in a restaurant that I'm embarrassed my wife took me to. You know what I mean? She always wants to go to these cultural ethnic spots. Have you been to these places? I would love it if you just went fucking hard.
Yeah. Just totally off brand.
Just totally right at them.
Would have been amazing.
It would have been great.
Would have been super memorable.
It would have been absolutely. Hey, Billy Ray Cyrus is here. Hey, your daughter is a pansexual, bipolar, schizophrenic whore. How about that? Give it up for raising that MK Ultra victim. When did you turn her over to the government? 3? Jesus. Is she even sexy? What is she doing? She's humping the floor. It's like she's got an autoimmune disease. Aren't you embarrassed? Little Nas X is here. Hey, it's a reverse situation. The black guy's dragging the white guy's corpse around. Give it up for Billy Ray Cyrus. You one-hit wonder. You're living off your daughter and this black gay guy. All right, anyway, let's get this show started. You want to be triggered?
Yeah. That would have been a better show.
I would have rathered that.
That would have been the greatest
much.
thing to ever happen, probably.
It would have been the greatest thing in the history of entertainment. Had he just gone out and torched the entire room and refused to get off stage. What if he refused to get off stage? No, I'm not done. You could go to commercial, and when you come back, I'll be standing right fucking here.
But not just hatred that he's bombing, like it's racist. All these agendas
he
come out.
He just goes out, you know? He just starts going at it because that's what happens. Yeah. People don't realize, like, is Michael Richards a racist? Probably. But what that was really about is a guy who had been pushed to his wit's end.
Yeah.
And sometimes you feel that way when you're bombing. It is the horrible feeling, or when you're not doing well, and you just want to lash out at people.
To say the worst things.
And say the worst things possible to them to make them, because they're already not laughing.
Right.
So it's like, let's make them upset.
Get them to feel something.
Let's get them to feel something.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
I mean, I would have loved to see that. Great comedian. Guy's amazing. Weird gig. Yeah. That's a challenging gig. I just called Andrew Schultz. I was like, what do you do in that situation? Schultz was like, maybe musical comedy works. That's where you bring out the Jimmy Fallon dumb shit.
Right. Yeah.
And you sing with Miss Piggy. I will say, though, if you're a fan of this podcast and you listen to it, I predicted the future. I said on the podcast last week, there will just be a big shaking ass that will just be what music is. Like, why? And Lizzo, who is insanely talented, but performed in front of just a big, bulbous ass that shook in the background.
That literally happened a week after you said that.
Wild.
Jeez.
So, I mean, it's like we're manifesting shit on the show. It's back to school. I said I was going to do this episode for a very long time. This is an episode that is for children, high school kids, kids in college maybe. It applies to everybody. The rules and the laws of popularity are, what's the word I'm looking for here? They apply to everybody. Universal. Okay. Correct. Thank you. They are universal. Oh, what? You never fucking stumbled on a word? You never fucking, half of you can't even speak. Half of you in this room got a 75 IQ.
Should I have used Ebonics?
Yeah. Hey, maybe a little Ebonics. Yo, yo. Yo, yo. It's going to be so hard to not do that for the whole episode. We're going to try, but I'm really not making any promises.
Yeah. It's hard to see something like that
it's
and
hard.
Just talk about anything else.
As a comic, I'm like, man, it's a rough gig, and man, I wish you went at him, which you can't do, but it would just be fun.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, the laws of popularity are universal. That being said, I've said it before, if you're a loser in high school, you will be a loser for the rest of your life. Even if you have lots of money and you succeed in a profession, you are going to internalize that in your entire life. You will be a loser. And I'm out here in LA. I meet these people that are very successful, very rich, and have never fully made peace with that period in their lives. It's an incredibly important period in your life. And if you throw it away and you learn the wrong lessons from it, which most people do, and I don't mean, listen, if you're like somebody who's trans and getting beaten up every day, I'm not saying it's your fault. I'm saying that this advice is for people that are, comfortable with themselves to the extent that they can play the game in a social arena. If you are cutting yourself, if you are throwing up every day, if you are a drug addict, if your parents are molesting you, if you're living in a car. I get it. I don't need the messages and the emails like, how was I supposed to be popular when my dad was fucking me? I don't know. Fuck him better. But really, I don't need throw your back into it. But if it's happening anyway, not doing a good job never makes sense.
Meghan McCain had a diatribe about gun buyback program that's being proposed. She said there's going to be a lot of violence, which is probably correct. But she said it in typical Meghan McCain fashion, which no matter what she said, you would want to hate her and you wouldn't be wrong. Because the thing about Meghan, and I know people that know her, and in real life, they have confided in me that she is a monster. She's a real rich chick in every sense of the word. She's got a job that she did not earn. Her knowledge base on world issues is non-existent. On domestic issues, same. But she pops off. She's my aunt. She's my aunt with a national platform. She's my aunt, but given millions and millions of dollars to spew whatever rolls off her tongue. Which it is what it is. I mean, I know they're not hiring me on The View. They need a conservative on The View. I'm cool with all that. But Meghan McCain, you know, she's a legacy of a guy that conservatives only liked when he was dead. They didn't like him when he was alive. As soon as he said, half of my brain has been eaten, they were like, oh, he's a hero. We love him. But up until then, they didn't give a fuck about him. So we did a little video today mocking Meghan. This is, you know, the first video that we did since the original Meghan McCain video. And, you know, I went to Lane Bryant. I got, you know, got the white blazer. Look good. $31. What are you fat bitches complaining about? I go to Rochester Big and Tall. I spent $150 for a fucking t-shirt. $34, you get a beautiful white blazer. You don't know how good you fucking have it. There is nothing for plus size men. You got to wear a suit or a Hawaiian shirt or some stupid like Ed Hardy, you know. That's the type of fat. There's two types of fat guy. Insanely successful, DJ Khaled, or quasi-homeless bum who lives with his brother. Those are the two types of fat guy that exist in the minds of people that make clothing. And I remember, and I've known both of those fat guys. I knew a lawyer who was like $450, tailored suits, custom. When I was selling mortgages, he'd walk in, he always looked great. He was a fat whale, but he was tailored. Everything fit. Pinstripe suits, 3-piece. Walk in, the guy looked great. And I knew my friend's uncle, who was just a fat mess, who would like crash high school parties. He was like 40. Got in the limo with us once. We were going to a strip club. Somebody got like a shitty limo, and he got in the limo with us. And he was talking all the way to the strip club about how he's going, oh, see these girls, see this pussy, oh, fuck this pussy. And I think by the time we got to the strip club, he was asleep. I think I'm remembering that where literally he was asleep by the time we got to the strip club. Just like, and people had to wake him up. They're like, hey, man, you want to go in? Remember that pussy you were talking about? You know, you had to wake him up. He was asleep. And I remember one of my friends looked at me and went, that's sad. Sad. It's tough out there. That's what I'm trying to, I'm trying to rein it in. I don't want to be that guy. He's trying to impress all the young guys and then falls asleep. That's not a cool guy. That's not the guy you want to be. But, those are the two types of fat guys out there. But fat women, you guys are doing fucking great. You got Lizzo. You got popular culture.
You got it all. You got Lane Bryant. By the way, how great were the saleswomen in Lane Bryant?
Wonderful.
Wonderful. I'm trying stuff on. They're fitting me. It doesn't matter that I'm clearly a man in a woman's store. It's 2019. We're in LA. They're like, do you need shoes? They're with it. And then I put makeup on my face. Cheap makeup from Target. It's made out of acid. Cheap makeup. Cheap lip gloss. Garbage. I put all this on. My skin's falling off of my face. I'm trying to scrub this out of my pores when I'm done making this video. Hair, fake eyelashes, 30,000 views on Twitter. Nothing. 30,000 views. I'm essentially trans for the video. 30,000 fucking views. Thanks a lot. Very few blue check marks. All these people who tweet about how Meghan McCain's the devil every day.
Right.
And then they don't retweet this. I don't know why. Maybe it's too vulgar. You're the fuckers that are always like, take the gloves off. The gloves are off. I'm saying she puts guns in her pussy and you're not retweeting it. What else would you like me to do? And it's funny. I'm not making political points. I don't give a shit. I think it's hilarious that she's defending guns by saying that the AK-47 is like the most popular, like it's the prom king. I think that's just funny. Whether you agree with gun control, I don't care what you think or believe. So don't contact me through any form of social media and tell me, well, actually, none of it. Go away. I've done 9 rants about your opinion is superfluous. It's an afterthought. Your rationale is an afterthought. So don't, it's funny. It was funny to me when she does those things and says those things, they are funny. I'm a pro-gun guy to an extent, but how many massacres would get you to alter your position? It's a fair question. How many mass shootings would one a day do it? Would one a day get you to just look at it again? Just revise. I don't know. Maybe not. There seems to be hardcore people out there that don't care. And maybe it won't work. Maybe banning the assault weapons, maybe it won't work. But how many shootings would make you try? How many? What would you need? What would do it?
Yeah.
We have so many, as the great Eddie Pepitone said in his special, he's bored by them. They're boring. He was right. Eddie's right. They don't even matter anymore. No one cares. 17-month-old shot in the face. Next. No one cares. Because people think that if we give up the weapons, the government will start to get tyrannical. Start. They'll start. What do you think the government would do if we didn't have the weapons? Let's think of it. Let's brainstorm. Do you think potentially the government might start spying on everybody, listening to their phone calls and reading their emails? Do you think possibly the government might totally suspend habeas corpus and say that they could decide that you were an enemy combatant and lock you up in prison and not charge you with a crime and keep you there indefinitely and torture you? You think the government would start doing that? You think the government would start taking whistleblowers and locking them in little boxes and making them go insane when they've said things like the military is slaughtering civilians and the NSA is acting without congressional authority to just wiretap everybody? You think the CIA might start spying on the Senate Intelligence Committee and destroying tapes of their interrogation, which many people and experts have said is tantamount to torture? Do you think the elites would start engaging in illicit sexual behavior like pedophilia on private islands? And that if that ever came to light, they might potentially murder the person who was about to testify, even though he was in a maximum security prison in New York City? Do you think they would get us into endless wars without any explanation? Do you think they would murder journalists Do you think they would do all those things if we gave up the guns? Because we got an arsenal of guns. And everything that I just mentioned is fucking business as fucking usual. So what is the fear? They would just start locking people up right and left and can't. Maybe they would. I'm open to that thought process. I think that's a little too messy for them. Do you need to lock anyone up in camp? What is does the people need to go to work, right? So, people think, or people have it in their head that we're like this country made up of freedom fighters who don't take no shit. We're freedom fighters. We demand accountability. And if you take our weapons away, it's going to get real bad. Because we're not shooting at squirrels in our backyard. We're demanding accountability with those weapons. Are we? I don't care that they're reading my email. I'm not doing nothing. It's not the point. The point is, you shouldn't have to be a child pornographer to care if the government is reading everything you do. It's not the point. Well, I'm not doing anything, so who cares what they do? Because you don't know what's going to happen. You don't know who's going to be reading that. You don't know what they're going to perceive as antisocial behavior. You don't know what you could potentially say to somebody. Well, I think the government's doing a bad job. FBI. You don't know. Think of the politicians really hate, whether it's the Clintons, whether it's Trump, whoever it is. You hand these people absolute power in every fucking area of your life. You don't give a shit. Mm-hmm. You don't care. And I try to tell people, I'm like, well, it's not good that they have this kind of power. Well, they're just detaining Muslims. They're just detaining terrorists and anime combatants. What? What's the criteria for that? If we go into your country and we start dropping bombs on it and you ain't pleased, you're an enemy combatant. Mm-hmm. If you don't walk out of your house and go, thank you, thanks for the drone strikes, thanks for the bombs. If you don't dance in the street, you're an enemy combatant and we should just be able to torture you. I don't. This is what the FBI does. I just read an article the other day that Ben sent me. And I've known this. The FBI gives guns to mentally retarded Muslims. And they walk into a mosque and they pick some kid, some young guy who's completely unaware that he's even a human being on earth. He doesn't know what the fuck's going on. And they hand him a bomb. And then they go, he's a terrorist. And then they put him in jail and they go, you better inform. We're going to torture the fuck out of you. Mm-hmm. What do you think they did with the Boston bombing? Why do you think we ever heard about that? You ever hear that trial? By the way, you think the media is above? The media couldn't cover that trial because they had SAMs put on everyone involved, called special administrative measures, put on everyone involved in that trial. You don't think the media would have been in there? You think the media didn't like it because Americans got killed? You don't think you don't think it was salacious? A young kid, decent looking. They put him on the front of Rolling Stone as the first fucking hot Vine star terrorist. This fucking young Vine star, they called him the sexy terrorist. That was the direction they were going in. They were going to make him, into that. You don't think they wanted to be in there with cameras in his fucking face, interviewing him all the time? Well, they weren't allowed to do that. Mm-hmm. You didn't hear much about that. You didn't hear much about their friend who the FBI interviewed and killed during the interview. Killed him during the interview. We all swallow that. But if they took our guns away, the government would really start to overreach. The government would just start framing people and killing witnesses. They're doing it. They're doing it now. I get it. I'm not going after your gun. I have friends with guns. Guns are fun to shoot. I get it. People go hunting. I'm not. But this whole argument that you're the 1776 militiamen resisting this tyrannical government because you have a gun doesn't seem to be borne out by the facts. It's getting pretty bad. At what point will we start to resist? When will the resisting start? And don't take this the wrong way and don't clip this and get me off social media, and don't get me taken down. But you know what I mean? Well, when will you start when they do it to you, when they walk in your house and they snatch you?
Mm.
Yeah, but you know. Nobody wants to talk about this. Nobody wants to watch The Bachelor. I get it. It's a fun show. Who's he going to pick? Who's he going to choose? What gold-digging whore will this empty suit choose, who probably doesn't have any fucking money anyway? Well, everybody, if you notice that I'm wearing the new NYPD shirt, it's from a sketch that we did where I played Jeffrey Epstein's security guard. So, is he supporting the police state with his clothing? Yeah, that's what I'm doing. You know what, folks? We've had a lot of discussions here about how to enrich your life, both professionally and personally, and that's something that I'm really proud of. And one of the things that I've told you fucking people over and over again ad nauseum, to the point where I'm banging my head against the fucking wall and I'm bleeding, is that you need to have a website. No matter what you are doing in life, even if you're an anonymous human being with no aspirations, you don't care about business, and you're living on a fixed income in a trailer in Oklahoma, still get a website and tell people about that. People need to hear from you. They need to know where you are. And you can't be too saucy on social. They'll fucking splash you right out. They'll take you right out. They'll deplatform you. You know? Got to be a little careful, but not on your own website. You can say whatever you want. You could harass anyone you want on your own website. Tell everybody about the Rothschilds. Who can stop you? It's your own website. Okay? Or, you know, promote your nail salon. I'm not telling you what to do. Either or. Talk about reptilians that live in the center of the earth. Or promote your wedding photo business. Or both. I would gladly sign on with a wedding photographer who talked about interdimensional reptiles. I'd be into that. Now, that's not going to be everybody. It's just going to be me. Wix.com. It's a better way to build websites for your clients. A lot of you people can't afford a website to be done for you. You people are in the infancy of your business. You don't know anything. You're not a big dog. You're a little pup just trying to get some attention. Just a dog trying to get a bone. Just a squirrel trying to get a nut. Just a raccoon trying to steal some trash out of the dumpster behind the local pizzeria. That's what you are. But you don't have to always be that. One day you'll be the king of the jungle, feasting on a gazelle in front of a majestic landscape in Tanzania. But not right now. Right now, you're a feral cat, feral, whatever, shut up. Okay? Start with a blank page, design the layout if you want. Grow their business with custom online store, out-of-the-box booking system, live chat. Publish in a click and make edits fast. Your clients will enjoy enterprise-grade security and automatic web hosting. Use leading industry SEO, which means your Google search terms will pop up. It'll drive people to your website and therefore to your business. It's a powerful marketing tool. You need to drive traffic to your site, and Wix helps you do that. Get started on your next client website today. Go to Wix.com/GTH1. Wix.com/GTH1. Okay? That's what you got to do. You're going to get a good deal. People are going to respect you. You're going to win. You can't afford to lay out a lot of money up front. You just got a little bit of an inheritance. Mommy just kicked the bucket. Or maybe your great aunt who always smelled weird. But now she's where she belongs, in the ground. And you've got $3,600 worth of bonds sitting in your bank account. And you need to stretch it and make it last until you're famous and rich and everybody loves you. And that's going to happen. But it starts with a website. Otherwise, you're going to be anonymous, drinking at some bar, talking about what you could have been, what you should have done. Be one of those guys. You don't want to be that. Be a titan. Be a titan, folks. Wix. Wix.com. I love it. I use it. My family uses it. My mother is a paranoid schizophrenic, lives in a mental institution, has an amazing website. She just fires off. Those synapses in her brain start going. She just starts publishing links. They don't go nowhere. She's got an online store, but, you know, it's Beanie Babies stained with ranch dressing that she's willing to sell you. Tags have been chewed up by dogs and cats. But listen, if she can make it work, so can you. You know what I mean? Wix.com/GTH1. Wix.com/GTH1. Do it. You know, listen. There was this guy. My mother rented her house out in 8th grade. And I've told a lot of these stories. I'm not going to go back into them. But suffice to say, she rented it out to a lot of people who ended up selling drugs. Because in Long Island, when you were renting a room and you didn't have any credit, you worked in construction. And construction meant that you sold drugs. And then you also maybe you did construction. But you also sold drugs. That was what it meant. And she rented it out to one guy named Dennis. Dennis was the only one in the house not selling drugs. He barely had any fucking money. And he was an older guy. He's an interesting guy. He's very spiteful. He went to Vietnam. He served in Vietnam, came back from Vietnam, had this thriving baseball card business. Him and his wife into parties, coke, booze, you know, the whole thing, the whole 9 or the whole 8, you know, coke. Him and his wife got divorced. I don't know why. Maybe he boinked somebody else. I don't know. Irreconcilable differences, whatever. And instead of giving her alimony, he decided to quit his job and go live in a van down by the beach, by Long Beach. Okay? He then moved into my mother's house, where he befriended me and my friend Shay, and he would tell us all these stories about, you know, bar fights and Vietnam. And he was a cynic because he was old enough to have heard all the bullshit from every politician. And he ended, as many people do, in a room drinking wine out of a Burger King cup with ice in it, smoking a pack of Marlboro Reds a day, and saying the N-word. Now, that's neither here nor there, and I don't endorse that kind of behavior. I'm saying idealism ends usually there, is what I'm saying. If you don't have a healthy dose of cynicism, you're going to end up like Dennis. Dennis was not a bad man. He wasn't great. His kids hadn't spoken to him in 5 years, and they called him once, and he was so drunk, he answered. He went, hello, hello. And they went, hi, Dad. And he went, hey, what are you doing? And they said, I think I'm going to go. And he goes, whatever. After everything that happened, Dennis said, life in the big city. It was one of my favorite quotes he ever said. Life in the big city. My mother would go, the cops are going to probably raid the house because they were running a pretty big coke operation upstairs. And Dennis would go, life in the big city. My mother would go, your kids you haven't seen in 5 years called you, and because you were so drunk, they hung up the phone and they never want to speak to you again. Life in the big city. He would say that. He'd sit there holding his hunting knife in a chair, staring at the fire, drinking cheap wine out of a Burger King, big cup with ice in it, smoking Marlboro Reds, and saying life in the big city. He had a few other sayings. Now, these are not good sayings. I do not speak this way. And I could say it was a different time, but there was no time when this was appropriate. He'd walk around and say, there's an N-word in the woodpile. I don't know what that meant. I don't know why he would say that. He was a deranged man who had lost most of what you could ever get in life. He had nothing left. He's dead. You can't cancel him. You can't cancel Dennis. He died exactly as he should have, clutching his chest on a fishing boat in front of his brother. He was young. He was in his late 50s, early 60s, probably early 60s. And he had one last, he loved playing cards. And I don't endorse the sayings, but life in the big city, I don't think that was the worst way to handle everything. And Dennis had guns. Dennis had a lot of guns under his bed, in the closet. But Dennis had those guns in case somebody came into the house, he'd shoot them in the face. So he said, if he was sober enough to find a gun, get his finger on the trigger, thank God that was never tested, would have shot me. Would have shot me when I was just trying to do a line in the bathroom, like an 8th grader getting ready for school. But life in the big city is kind of where you end up in many cases. We'd sit there with my mother. They'd eat baked clams. They'd eat linguine with red clam sauce. He would smoke cigarettes while he ate. No one does that anymore. He loved beer. He loved wine. No hard stuff. He swore most of that off. And he was a good guy. I remember at my grandmother's funeral, after my mother's house was lost, Dennis moved into my mother's van. He came full circle. He moved into my mother's van, and then he parked it in my grandmother's driveway, and he would shower in my grandmother's house, and he would live in the van. And he would give me advice. He'd give my mother advice. Living in a van in a driveway in Long Island, he would say, this is what you got to do, and this is how you got to do it. This is how you must proceed. This is the way life is. And sometimes you'd kind of say to him, and he'd say, hey, I'm living in a van in a driveway. Life in the big city. Now, he never lived in a big city. No. Never lived in a big city. No. He'd been to the city a handful of times, but the city was not part of his existence. He was very comfortable on the marsh of Long Island. I remember he came to my grandmother's funeral. He moved in with another man in New York, another man in my town, and now this man had a son. And this man's son would get out of jail every 3 years and try to kill his father. This is a fact. He'd get out of jail every 3 years, go try to kill his father, and also try to kill Dennis. So, they'd have to jam the door shut and everything, like clockwork. Dennis would come over the house and go, Joey's out, tried to kill us again. And we'd go, oh, yeah, well, it's that time, So Dennis came to my grandmother's funeral. He goes, I just got a brand new gun. I said, oh, good. And he goes, and I'll tell you right now, he goes, when Joey gets out this time, when I see him, I'm just going to kill him. Before he even has a chance to make it onto the lawn, when I see him, I'm going to kill him. This is what people are using guns for. They're not using it as to form a paramilitary force to check the Orwellian overreach of government. Not that I've seen. They're using it for these types of skirmishes. And not that it's completely unnecessary, but let's not delude ourselves. Dennis was not railing against the state. He just wanted to shoot his friend's son before his friend's son came in the house and tried to kill his father and Dennis. That's all. I get it. Life in the big city. I miss Dennis. Dennis was, again, not winning any awards as a humanitarian. Was not the most woke person. I think we've established that. He was not woke. He was barely awake, literally. But that's what it is. And I'm not saying that's the only reason people use guns. People use guns for a lot of reasons. And some of them are good. Some of them make a lot of sense. But what people are also using guns for is to walk into a market or a school and shoot people in the face. Now, you look at the internet, you see the direction things are moving. You see that mental illness is widespread. It's not being cared for. Nobody is prioritizing their mental health and wellness, other than this fake self-care horse shit, which is, to get people to buy candles. There is no such thing as self-care when you work 3 jobs a week to feed your baby cat food. Eventually you snap. Okay? I don't care how many baths you run. If you're always one car accident away from bankruptcy and homelessness, it doesn't matter if you light a lavender candle. You're gonna snap. We push people to the brink. We push them to the edge. People are competing on American Ninja Warrior for insulin in this country and acting like it's a privilege. People listen to the show for positive reinforcement, and that's what I give you most of the time. Most of the time, this show is about positivity, love, and light. But, I tried to talk to somebody the other day about the state of the world. If you read that new article on Zero Hedge, which is kind of interesting, they got a lot of bullshit on that site, but they're like, the central bankers are preparing for the collapse of the dollar by saying, let's institute a new cryptocurrency that serves our needs better than the dollar. Rich people are hoarding cash. People are cutting interest rates. There's a lot of doomsday signs for the economy. You try to tell somebody this, and they respond. They go, listen, man, put that shit out of your head. We're living in paradise. And I understand why people feel that way. It's because they're insane. And I understand you are rewarded for being insane in this country. For being insane, you are rewarded. I'm like half crazy. There's no money in that. You got to go full fucking psychopath. Full lunatic. And to ignore reality. To ignore, I brought up, I'm like, people are living in tents. It's not good. And one of my friends goes, a friend I love, good person, talented person. They were like, yeah, but there's been Hoovervilles. People have always been living in tents. What? Is that the response? People have always been living in tents. Things are fine. We're not in a tent. That's most people's way to process things. They go, hey, that's the way people handle mass shootings. They go, I'm not dead yet. Hey, I ain't dead. Soon that'll be a point in the argument. Somebody go on CNN and go, well, I'm pretty alive and so are you. So maybe you should relax, John. And outside the windows, you'll hear. And they'll go, well, I'm here. What's your big issue? Stop being a negative Ned. Stop being so negative about these mass shootings. Am I the only one who sees these mass shootings as a great way to appreciate life? It's a great way to appreciate life to hear about 28 people that got mowed down at a farmer's market. Makes you feel warm and fuzzy inside that you're on your fat ass and you don't have any lead in you yet. I'm still alive. I'm not in a tent. This is the thought process. Things are great. Especially in LA, you go, things are great. And if you bring up anything, I do this. I sneak this in now. I go out to dinner. I go, hey, everybody's good. What do we get? The appetite, what do you get, the prawns? The prawns. Okay, 50% of American children are living in poverty. What is the sauce with the prawns? What kind of sauce is it? It's like a lime sauce, right? Yeah, no, half the kids they don't have food or medicine. What do we want to do for an entree? Do we want to split something? I'm not that hungry. And people don't care. Like, people are like, stop ruining everything. You're doing good. So many people in this country, they're one car accident away from bankruptcy, from financial disaster. They really are. Everybody's like, they're like Mario. You jump over the little thing. Do. Jump over it. Oop, almost got sideswiped. Jump over it. Almost got laid off. They laid off everyone else. They laid off my best friend. He's in trouble. Doo-doo. Get the coin. Run. We're almost done with the level. Quick. Speed. Mushroom. Jump. I don't have that rare blood cancer. Oof. Kid in that documentary did. Jump. Fly. Oh, good. My aunt left me $2,800 when she died. Good. That's the having the raccoon tail. I can fly over the problems for a little while. We're living in a video game. Yeah. And if you try to bring people's attention to that, they think you're a lunatic, you know? I just want to be in love. I want to be in the type of love, literally, where I look in somebody's eyes during a mass shooting. And we're both being riddled with bullets, and I don't care because I believe that love is out there, that all-encompassing love. And I want to be in that love. That's why I'm on keto and I'm going to lose a bunch of weight because I want to find that person out there that no matter what happens, we take a honeymoon to the Amazon rainforest and we're like, isn't this beautiful? And then all of a sudden we see these people lighting fires and you see people running out of their houses with their babies and they're screaming. And I go, it's so beautiful here. And they go, yeah, man, it's just so nice, so peaceful. I go, we're so lucky. And the screams, we don't hear the screams. We're far enough away. You just kind of see the people's mouths agape. And you hear something that sounds like a scream. But it could also be just a beautiful bird. And that's where I want to get to in my life. Because that's the way to live. You know? We're making these videos that are satirizing shit. We're trying too hard. We're trying too hard. We're going to adjust. We're going to have new videos. They're going to be better. And it's just going to be me shitting. I'm going to shit for 1 minute or maybe 25 seconds because the minute's a little long now. For 25 seconds, I am going to take a shit in a different kooky place. Okay? And instead of doing that video at the pink wall, I'm just going to take a shit and I'm going to start flinging it at people. I'm going to fling my own shit at people. And I'm hoping that's going to get the numbers up. I don't know, but that's what I'm going to try to do. I'm going to start defecating in different fun, kooky places and then taking my own shit and hurling it in the air and dancing. And that is the entertainment that you people out there deserve. And that's what you're going to get. I just want to, somebody just told me they're doing American Ninja Warrior, but it's going to be in the water. It's going to be in the water. They got asked to maybe host it. It's a new American Ninja Warrior. I want to host real competition shows, real ones, where at the end of it, we give your kid an insulin shot. At the end of it. And people will defend that. They'll go, they knew what they were getting. It's a competition, fair and square. They knew what they were getting into. Hello. I'm back again talking about BetterHelp, which a lot of people, believe is a scam. I've had people say that they've had positive experiences with it. So what do you fucking want from me? They're advertising on the program. Now, I've told you before, if you have a sexual fetish and you want to call up BetterHelp and masturbate on the line, I have no problem with that. Okay? BetterHelp is an online counseling service. Okay? It offers licensed professional counselors who specialize in issues like depression, stress, anxiety, relationships, sleeping, anger, family conflict, self-esteem, and more. It lets you connect with your professional counselor in a safe and private online environment. Anything you share is It's confidential. I was going to say it's controversial. Anything you share is controversial. Wouldn't that be hilarious? I'm having trouble sleeping. What the fuck? What are you, a Nazi? Everything you say is controversial. It's a combative therapist. Everything they say, everything you confide in them, they accuse you of being a Nazi. Me and my girlfriend, we just don't connect the way we used to. Is it because you want to kill Jews, Nazi? You're like, what? With BetterHelp, you can schedule secure video or phone sessions plus chat and text with your therapist. Hi, therapist. It's Tim. I'm having issues and I need help. Well, welcome to BetterHelp. My name is Marlene. How's it going, fatty? What? How's it going, fat boy? Why are you calling me that, Marlene? I'm a licensed counselor with BetterHelp. What kind of license do you have? Shut up! You shut your mouth. I'm a doctor. I'm a doctor. And you respect me. Okay, well, Marlene, I have bad anxiety. Sometimes I get real dizzy in public places. Maybe I'm agoraphobic. I don't like going out. Well, then stay in. Stay in, fat ass. Marlene, I'm not even that overweight. Oh, you're a fat boy. I can hear you chewing, satiating yourself, filling yourself. Marlene, this sounds insane. I thought you were going to help me. Oh, I'm helping you, fat ass. I'm your BetterHelp counselor. That was audio from a BetterHelp call that I did. And it's not. I think it's fine. I think it's good. Yeah. If you feel shitty, call BetterHelp. Call if you're feeling down, call BetterHelp. Are the counselors licensed? Hey, shut up, you narc. Just talk to someone on the phone. Don't sit in your apartment all alone. You're poor, you're fat, you're gay, you're dumb. You got a disease and you can't come. Whatever it is, there's BetterHelp. We employ the best grifters on the market. I'm kidding. They're all great. It's all great. They're licensed professionals. They're going to help you. They're going to help you with your issues. Are you afraid? Are you depressed? Are you fearful? Are you anxious? Are you sad? Call BetterHelp and they'll tell you to shut your mouth. No, they give you good strategies. Call me up. I'm BetterHelp. You say something. That vape out of your mouth.
Hey, is this BetterHelp? I'm feeling.
Hey, shut up for a minute. This is BetterHelp. My name is Frank, and I'm your counselor.
Hey, Frank. I'm going through a long-term relationship. Just split up with my girl. I'm in my own place.
Well, it doesn't sound like you're going through a long-term relationship. Sounds like you just ended one. Continue.
We'll go through a breakup. Sorry.
Okay.
Jesus Christ.
You seem not to know what's happening.
Well, sorry.
Go on.
I'm out of it now.
Go on.
I'm feeling really depressed. She didn't let me have any friends, so now that we're not together, I'm very alone. I have no one to really talk to, and that's honestly why I'm calling you, just to have someone to listen to me. You know?
Kid. Friend of mine, before DNA, I could tell you how to fix this problem. You know what I mean? But they'll get you now, whatever you do. So don't do nothing. Don't leave nothing on the doorstep. Don't follow her. Just get some whores. Did that help?
Yeah, thanks, Frank. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. BetterHelp. Don't kill your chick. It's BetterHelp. The help is better when you call an online. Let's do one more.
Okay.
Hi, it's Kirsten.
Hey, Kirsten.
Hi.
Hey,
Hi.
It's kind of a humbling moment for me. I don't usually reach out for help, but
That's okay. That's what we're here for. It's called BetterHelp. That's what they said when they hired me.
Right. No, thank you, Kirsten.
I legally have to talk to you.
That doesn't make me feel good.
No, it does. You're a sweetie. You're so sweet. I can hear it in your voice. You're sweet.
Oh, well, thanks.
What's your issue?
Well, I've been having performance issues in the bedroom.
In the bedroom?
Yeah, like I just can't get it up, and I feel like, I'm just not really attracted to my wife anymore. I'm starting to have these thoughts about like men, and I don't know. I'm just kind of confused sexually, and it's depressing me a lot.
I've dated many men that were probably gay, and I just started pegging them. So your wife needs to put on a strap on and fuck you right. Would she have a problem with that?
No, I don't think so. She wants to spice it up. That's what she's been saying all along.
So spice it up.
Okay.
I've gotten to the point where I can only come if my face is being pushed into a garbage disposal and I hear the garbage being ground up in the kitchen. I can only come if I'm being fucked sideways and my head is being smashed and I hear that gurgling sound. So just, yeah. Does that help?
Yeah, thanks, Kirsten.
Better help.
Thank you.
Better. Folks, it's a great company. Let's tell you where to go here. Let's tell you how it all works. Here's what you do, folks. I'm dead serious. You need help. You don't have money. Call these people. Oh, they're going to help you? Hey, yes. What the fuck do I know? There's some dude with a flashlight. What's he doing? 10% off. What's that?
I don't know.
Some guy with a flashlight.
It's just dark on that trail.
Oh, so you just need a light?
Yeah.
That's good. You hear him cocking his gun. Get 10% off your first month by going to betterhelp.com/Tim Dillon. Betterhelp.com/Tim Dillon. Okay? They'll be great. Let's do one more. Hi, my name is Carl. Welcome to BetterHelp.
Hey, Carl. How's it going, man? Listen, I'll just cut right to the chase. I got excommunicated from my church. I got caught I was a deacon. I got caught with this young girl. My entire community they're not talking to me anymore. I can't get through to anybody. Very, very alone. I feel very isolated. I'm starting to have violent thoughts. I'll be honest. I've always had violent thoughts, but now they're starting to really increase. Could you help me out? I mean, do I need to get on medication? Do I need just to call you once a week?
What is your relationship with the girl right now?
Well, I mean, the family locked her up in her bedroom. From what I understand,
Have you
there's a
had
restraining
sexual
order.
relations with her?
Yeah, we did.
Have you filmed it?
No, I didn't.
Do you have any audio or photographs that could help me better understand the nature of your sexual relationship?
No, I'm really sorry, man. I can't. Even if I had, I couldn't send that to you. I mean, she's a minor. I'm going to court for this.
Do you want help? Do you want help?
Yes.
Okay. In order for me to give you the best help that I need to see exactly what happened or hear about it in great detail. Okay? I need to see it and understand it. And then when I see it, when I feel it, do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
Hey, I scratch your back, you scratch mine. You know what I mean? It's called BetterHelp. We all need help. You're not the only one on this call that needs help. I need some help. Okay? You have her address? Let's get her out. Let's spring her. BetterHelp /Tim Dillon. Thanks. Now, yeah, it's not that bad. It's good things happening. There's great things happening. It's fine. There's nice stuff. There's nice hotels in Iceland. You can live in an igloo. That dumb glass thing that fucking these couples. I don't believe your marriage is valid. I don't care. You can go on vacation all the time. I see these couples they go on these extreme vacations where they stay in these little glass igloos in Iceland and they go to all these beautiful places. I know you don't love each other. I see it in your eyes. You could tell when people, that young love when kids really love each other and they're in college, they're at some shitty fair. They don't need anything except a churro and a Ferris wheel. Mm-hmm. The vacations keep getting more extravagant. It's because you're trying to reignite this flame, and we all see it out there on Instagram. We all know what's happening. The most extravagant vacation you take is going to be the one where one of you kills the other one in their sleep. I see it. We're going and we're going to go and we're going to, on camels, we're going to go across the Gobi Desert. And then we're going to look at the stars and you just don't love each other anymore. That's all. See these extravagant vacations people take. They go on these extravagant. I want to stay at the summit of a mountain with my love. With my love, because we love each other so much that we need every minute of the vacation to be planned for us, and we need to do a lot of excursions. Because if we're just sitting on a beach next to each other, we're going to have to talk to each other. And if that happens, it's going to go downhill quite quickly. So we need people to get us out of bed, roll us out of bed, and put us on an excursion. And we need to go zip lining immediately. Because if I have to look at your face, I'm going to kill you. So we need to go zip lining. We need to go right now. It's got to be a fun adventure. No more peace and quiet. We can't handle that. Peace and quiet's not the move. From the minute we touch down till the minute we leave, it's got to be chaos. Controlled chaos. I want to get a massage. We got to go to a spa where we are beaten and injected with things. Smacked with seaweed. We need sand rubs and we need it all. Because we can't spend any time with each other unless we're being we need to be pampered by other people. Because if we try to pamper each other, it'll be a problem. It'll be a real issue. I see you people on Insta. I see you on the gram. I'm not hating you. Yeah, I'm mad. No, it'll take me on one of those. Yeah, I'm mad. Because I'm a bad person, too. And I deserve to go to places that are ridiculous. I want a 5-star hotel chain to take whatever natural beauty that's left on this planet, colonize it, and sell it to me. And a little twink who doesn't speak because he's deaf, dumb, and blind, mute. And it's not rape. He consents via Braille. Okay? He consents. Yes, he needs me to open doors for him and turn on lights. If he leaves me, technically he will die, especially where we're going on vacation. We're going to a volcano. There's no arguments with a deaf, dumb, mute, but he's not that dumb. It's not a retarded problem. I'm not saying I'm having sex with a retarded. Okay, let's strike dumb. He's just deaf and mute, but he's very intelligent. He reads Braille books all day. He has a huge penis, and I want to go and stay in an igloo with him for $2,500 a night in a villa with a local wildlife's going, what the fuck's going on? Some poor sloth who now works for the Four Seasons comes and gives you your drinks. Some tortured elephant has to just walk up, and this majestic animal has to fill your face with food. He just takes an apple in his snout and gives it to you. That's what I want. I want every piece of this earth colonized, taken, and sold back to me. I don't have that kind of money. We get 30,000 fucking views. We need more. We need 1 million views so I can go on vacation in a volcano. And maybe it erupts and it kills a native. Shut up. My problem. Cares. You can't just go to a lake is my point and sit there. You can't just go out to Joshua Tree and look at the stars. You have to invade a corner of the country and make it, and it has to be ridiculous. Your Instagram vacations have to make me go, oh my God, I didn't even know you could do that. Their hotel room is on a melting glacier. I can't believe it. It's so beautiful. Well, yeah, because of climate change, the glaciers melt. We got a room right on one of the glaciers. It's really gorgeous. Absolutely beautiful. You know, I just, I haven't gone on a vacation in a long time. And that's all people talk about, by the way, is their vacation. You ever go out with young professionals, they talk about their vacations because their jobs are all too complex for them to get into because they're all fake or they're all inherently evil. So they can't really tell you about it. Yeah, well, we do. It's like, it's kind of like a LinkedIn for human traffickers, whatever. It's just it's a small business. It's business to business sales. It's an experimental. It's just kind of whatever. It doesn't matter. You go to brunch with these people. Just want to talk about vacation. Where have you gone? Have you gone in Anguilla? Where have you gone? The great Ray Kump went on one vacation to New Orleans with his mother. She took him 3 years ago. She flew him first class. And he left her and he went to a strip club. That's how to live a life. That's how to live life. Traveling is so overrated. I do it every week. There's nothing to learn. The earth looks like shit. Stop hiking. The earth is dead. People in California, their brains are sunburned. They hike. There's no vegetation. It's all been killed. People, these arid desert wastelands, it's just mountain lions and rattlesnakes, and these morons, these executives just hike through them. It's gross. There's nothing to see here. It's all overrated, is my point. Get to know yourself. Be real. Connect to reality. Okay? Traveling. Great. Oh yeah, I saw. We went and we saw. It was so beautiful. Oh, the sunset. The sunset was so beautiful. Shut up. Sunsets everywhere. Sunsets everywhere. Start traveling to war-torn countries. Start traveling to cities that have collapsed, that are sacrifice zones. Start traveling to places where you fear for your safety. You want to learn, so you're not learning anything unless you're fear for your safety. Then you learn. Oh, you'll learn. You want to learn how the world really works? Go take a vacation to Flint, Michigan. Drink some water. That's a real extreme vacation, isn't it? Do that. Now, I'm aware many people listening to the show go on vacation. And many of them, some of them enjoy the comedy. Some of them probably are offended or they think I've gone too far here. Because I'm suggesting that instead of going somewhere nice for a honeymoon, you go to Syria, where you might get killed, or go to Flint, Michigan. And I understand that. Now, even though this is kind of a bit, I can't describe to you how much I do want you to do that. I do want young professionals going to Libya. I do want them going to Yemen. You want me to listen to you at brunch? That's how you start a conversation. Me and John, we went to Yemen last year. And so first of all, it's very interesting in Yemen. So the Saudis are doing a genocide with a lot of the money and weapons that we provide them. And a lot of the kids in Yemen are so cute, but their rib cages bulge out of their bodies. It looks like xylophones. Remember you used to play xylophones in school? And they have no food and they don't really have any clean water. It's really sad. But there's so much history. There's so much history. I want that. And I'll go, oh, you're really learning. You're really learning. We went to Flint, Michigan last year. Me and Cliff, we went to Flint, Michigan for our honeymoon. And let me tell you right now, the water was the color of human shit. And I said to Cliff, what kind of resort is this? And it wasn't a resort. We were just staying in someone's house. It's like, oh my God, this is wild. We're learning so much about different cultures. Some cultures apparently don't need clean water. It's wild. So it's so interesting. People tell you how much they learn on vacation. We learn so much. When I went on the Impractical Jokers cruise, which was just morbidly obese people on scooters, those people, they let them out of the boat, which I called the pen. So they let them out of the pen on the fourth day because we had docked in Costa Maya, Mexico, which is a fake town that was bought by, Carnival Cruise Lines. And they all the people that lived there, they said, you can either work for us or we could just poison you. I guess that was the choices. And they decided, well, I guess I'll just sell knickknacks to these fat people. And these fat slobs were walking around this pretend thing in Mexico. And they were there's all these fake booths selling traditional Mexican art, which was not, a traditional Mexican food. It's Mexican chocolate. It was good, like Godiva. It's traditional Mexican food. It was like Taco Bell. And these fat Americans are walking around like they're really learning about another culture. Now, if you went 3 minutes outside of that fake little town, which was literally just a consumerist hell, if you went 3 minutes out of that town, there were people running around without shoes, chasing chickens, hoping to strangle them for dinner. People were living in huts. And I went with one of my friends, the great Michelle, a great woman and a demon. And she went with us. And you need people like her because otherwise these people will eat you. We got in a taxi that took us to the beach. And the beach, and the taxi took us all through these shanty town. And the taxi would not take us back. And Michelle started screaming, "Y'all take us back right now." Taxi's like, "No, this is as far as we go." And Michelle's like, "Y'all take us back now." And there's nothing like the wrath of a middle-aged white woman who's never heard the word no, because she'll never stop. She won't stop, okay? Until there's a diplomatic problem. Until an embassy. She'll go to an embassy, start banging on the door. So the taxi had to take us around. But it was just so funny. When you went out of this little cruise area, you walked around and you just saw people without shoes running around. And you're like, God. You're like, get me back on that boat. And of course, that boat was a floating toilet, but you were still like, just get me back on that boat. We had there was 60 chefs on one of the cruise liners that docked. 60 chefs. There was one doctor in this whole town. And it was like a witch doctor. You'd go in with a problem and they would do a dance around you. They were still doing bloodletting with leeches. We pull up with 60 chefs. People just throwing away food, But it's a lot to learn. Just at least own the vacation. Go, I want to go get drunk and have fun. That's why I love my Long Island friends. They go, I just want to drink somewhere warm. That's what people in Long Island say. I don't want to go to London. I want to get hammered somewhere warm. Vito, I don't want to go to... Vito doesn't want to go either. This is a fake argument. It's a fake argument. It's like Vito's like, no, I want to go to London. I want to see... No, that's none of that. I want to go to Greece, the birthplace of democracy. No, they want to sit on a beach and they want to get hammered because it looks different from their backyard. This whole thing with vacay, all these fake people is like, well, you learned so much on the vacation. You're not going to learn. You're going to get hammered, and I'm fine with that. It's okay. I get it. Stop disguising the fact that you want to learn. I will accept advertisements from cruise lines. I will let you know that. I will absolutely. I have no problem with that. No problem at all. I think everyone should bring their guns on vacation. I think that would be fun. They should have a gun lovers cruise and people could just shoot at the Atlantic Ocean. They could just shoot their guns into the water. Why not? The fish would get to know. They'd be like, oh, the gun cruise, the NRA cruise is coming. They're going to start firing their guns into the water. Do that. It's fun. Why not? Vacations. I'd love to take a vacation, but I've had enough. I've had enough of people. Folks, I know that I seem extreme, but, I want the best for all of you. That's all. Everything I do here is for the betterment of you as people. That's all. That's all I'm trying to do. I'm trying to give you a life plan. Okay? And I just think that vacations should just be about excess. Go eat. Go drink. Go be a pig. You've earned it. You've earned it. And if you want to go learn, go live somewhere for 6 months. You know, nobody travels. I suggest that to people. Like, go get out of here. Go to China. My friends' little brothers, sisters, get the fuck out of here. They don't want to leave. I like it here. I want to stay. Go learn something. Go take 6 months or a year. You're not learning anything taking a walking tour, okay, of Madrid. We went to the Prado and there's Go move to Spain. Be a lazy drunk like that whole country is. They get it right. They just drink and lay around all day. They don't give a shit. Doesn't matter to them. Folks, I want to tell you about Monday.com. It's a team management tool that will improve your office workflow. Monday.com makes it easy to track projects and stay productive. Instead of email, spreadsheets, random files, whiteboards, to-do lists, post-it note reminders, Monday.com organizes and tracks everything in one place. The best part of it, it's intuitive. It takes no time to set up. It's flexible. You can easily customize it. It's easy to stay organized and find files. Looking through your emails to find stuff is a nightmare, especially if you're a boss or a CEO. You know, most of the people that you employ are going to be brain dead slackers, losers, parasites, okay? You're never going to expect them to have as much. They're not going to have skin in the game the way that you have it, okay? You're the one that's inspired divinely by God to succeed. The rest of these people, they're heathens. They're walking around just completely useless. You just need them. Creates accountability. What's more annoying than asking someone to do something and never getting a response? Are they working on it? Did they never get the email? How often are important tasks getting lost in the shuffle? With Monday.com, you can easily assign tasks to coworkers and track projects. The platform is suitable for any size team, from 2 freelancers working together to thousands collaborating across the globe. So check out Monday.com. This is an incredible team management tool. Monday.com is so effective, it'll put an end to long, boring meetings. No more endless meetings trying to figure out new tactics for staying organized or for who is going to be working on what. Monday.com does it all for you. Monday.com/Tim, you get a 14-day free trial. If you don't like it, folks, you part as friends, okay? Monday.com/Tim, you get a 14-day free trial. I know from working in the business world that a lot of people that you're going to end up working with are not going to be able to pass muster. They're not going to put in the time and the effort that you are. They're not going to have the energy. They're not going to be inspired. They're not going to be resilient. They're going to have bad attitudes. They're going to be negative. You're going to really regret them. The sight of them will make you sick. So what you need to do is create accountability. So they can't say, I lost that email. I never heard about that meeting. Well, what was I supposed to do? Monday.com organizes all this. So you can get back to doing what you do as a boss, making their lives hell. You know, if they screw up, you go and get them. Sit them down. Go, what are you? What are you? What do you want to be? You want to be a blue-collar guy like your father. You know, really sock it to him. And you can do that with Monday.com, folks. You can do that. You can really let them have it as a boss. And that's the funnest part of being a boss, is letting somebody have it. Making sure all your ducks are in a row and that the error was 100% on them. Then bringing them into their office and really giving it to them. Giving them to it good. Shut the door. Sit down. Take a drink of coffee and you look at them and you go, what the fuck are you? What are you? Are you a loser? Or are you a winner? You a winner? Like Gary Vaynerchuk says? Because a winner would not have forgot that email. Oh, I don't think I ever got it. Yeah, pull it up. Monday.com. You got the email. Yeah, you're a loser. You're a loser. My kid is sick. Hey, shut your mouth. Shut up. Monday.com. There's always going to be a Monday. There's always going to be somebody. You know, you might party on Sunday, drink your sangria, dance in your flats with your fat ribeye steak-sized feet. But then once you get into the office on Monday, nobody wants to hear about it. Nobody wants to see you sway to a Billy Joel song. They just want to connect with you. You know, Monday.com. Monday.com/Tim. 14-day free trial. If you don't like it, don't use it. But you're going to love it. You're going to use it. Okay? Have I ever steered you wrong? If I ever lied to you? If I ever disrespected you? If I ever showed up at your house and stolen money from you? No. Why wouldn't you trust me? I'm not some schmuck. I'm a businessman. I have a business. I understand business. I'm a leader. I'm a strategist. I'm a confidant. Okay? So, Monday.com/Tim. Monday.com. The emails are gonna be good. Don't lose the emails. Monday.com. Don't lose the meeting notice. Dial into the conference call. Is everyone on the call? Damn right. Monday.com. How are the numbers last month? Good. They could be better. Monday.com. Another day in a cubicle. Monday.com. Monday.com. Monday.com/Tim. Use this fucking thing. People have said to me, what do you think will happen with the Epstein thing? I've said this before. I've said it many times, and the answer is nothing. And I know that perplexes some of you because many of you have not paid attention to anything ever. And I think that is the issue. To live now and have never paid attention to anything ever must be disorienting for many of you. No, there is no justice. It will not happen. Don't look for it. It's not going to happen. They're not going to get Ghislaine Maxwell. She's not going to, she's not going to fucking blow the whistle. They're not going to haul the Clintons out of their house. You can believe in the QAnon and the fairy tales on Reddit and you do whatever you want. You can do whatever you want. We are not the protagonist in the novel here. Okay? We're on a ride. We're on a ride at Disney World. All the loops, they're all predetermined to an extent. The ride will end. You'll get off the ride. You'll be like, "Whoa! I thought we were gonna something was really gonna happen there." And remember, but it wasn't. You've all been on rides with people like that. They get off and they're like, I thought we were really fucked and we went around the curve." No, that's not it. No, you're not the one it's going to happen to. You're not the, it's a ride. Bill Hicks said it. Bill Hicks had a nice positive vibe. I may start tripping out again. That might be what I need to do to deal with these people. Even if I have a conversation with people now, I need to be on a dose. Because that's the thing, people have never paid attention. They haven't paid attention. And they think, they're like surprised. Like, this is surprising that we're not going to. And the reward is to not pay attention. The reward is to put your head in the sand. That's the reward. That's how you succeed. That's how you win. You want to win? Go to bed. If you want to win, close the book, X out the window, go to bed. The rabbit holes don't end. They just get deeper and deeper. You dig yourself deeper and deeper in. Go on vacation. Go stay in an igloo in what's left of this ravaged planet. Enjoy it. Protect yourself. Protect your kids. Maybe if you have a gun, put it to good use and blow your head off. But don't expect that this ends like a movie does. This doesn't end. We end. Eventually, the dollar collapses. America doesn't lead the world. The criminals that run the country get more brazen. They're getting pretty brazen. They're going to get more and more brazen. That coincides with the population being stupefied. The population gets very dumb. They watch jiggling asses all day. They don't demand answers. They go, yeah, that was strange. That was odd. The art that we consume gets dumber. It tells us to question less. We don't question anything anymore. Everything's a Marvel movie where someone's going to save the day. It's always a superhero that's going to come in and save the day. There's no superheroes. They're not coming. Okay? That's not the way it is. But that's how you're conditioned to believe that somebody's going to call. Is it Beto O'Rourke? Is Beto gonna? Maybe it's Bernie. Oh, Elizabeth Warren, her folksiness. She's just going to mow down the military-industrial complex with her folksiness. No, that's not what happens. What happens is you get old. What happens is you get bored. What happens is you end up sitting on a chair, drinking wine out of a Burger King cup filled with ice, staring at the flames. And no matter what anybody says, you look at them, you shrug, and you go, life in the big city. And you ain't nowhere near a fucking city. That's how it ends. So embrace it. Enjoy it. That's what it is out there, folks. That maybe find a few like-minded people to go, that was weird. You know, the next terrorist attack that, someone pulls off by parachuting into the Super Bowl and, with a nuke attached to them or something, it'll be Donald Trump Jr., but we'll be told not to question it. You might want to make a few buddies. You go to the local watering hole and go, that was odd, huh? That was strange. That was odd. But don't expect anything to change. The art, the movies, the music, it's going to get worse. Maybe not worse. It'll just get dumber. It'll be good. The effects will be great. The effects will be great because we'll start killing real people soon. It'll just be snuff films. We'll start killing real people soon in films. So the effects will be great. That'll be really someone's carotid artery. Soon. It's coming. Videos will start coming out of people torturing children. They'll say it's deep fakes. That's coming. Oh, somebody made a deep fake of Bill Clinton and this 13-year-old. This is strange. The elite don't care about you. They worship at weird temples on islands. They're out of it, folks. And they've always been weird. They always hang out with weird scientists. They're into transhumanism. They're into all kinds of shit that you'll never be into. Just cut carbs. Lower the carbs. Feel a little better. But, this is my message of hope. This is my message of hope to you. I find this to be tremendously uplifting, and I know many don't. Many don't. They don't find it to be uplifting. But I've paid attention. That's the thing. I really have paid attention. Not to everything. And there's people that have paid a hell of a lot more attention than I have. And they're dead. Okay? They go bye-bye. They're not here to really give their thoughts. Because they paid real close attention. So do that at your own risk. But that's where we're at, folks. Enjoy it. I'm doing a podcast with Logan Paul tomorrow. We're all here. Everything's coming. The devil is real, and he's the only one who loves you. So sit in that chair. Grab a Burger King cup. Fill it with ice. Fill it with cheap wine. And drink yourself till you feel warm and fuzzy and stare into that fire. And if anybody tries to puncture your bubble with even the slightest hint of reality, kill them. And if you don't want to do that, just smile and they won't know what you mean. Just say, hey, somebody brings up something, you go, hey, man, life in the big city. And close your eyes. And that's it. Okay? And that's a true victory in these times. It is Tim Dillon, the Keto Kid, the greatest athlete in the United States of America. Right now, I have the heart of a lion. I am in ketosis. I pissed on a strip. Ben did as well. He is not in ketosis. His body is burning glucose like a fat bitch. like a fat, yeasty bitch burning glucose. There is a crazy woman screaming on the other side of the property, but, not our property, but she's somewhere else. And we might have to shut her down. We might have to have her on the show. We don't know where it's going to go, but she is screaming. She is using slurs. She would not be hired at SNL. I don't know who she is. I don't know what she looks like, if she can use those slurs or not. If you get my drift, is she allowed to say what she's saying? I don't know. It's too dark to tell. And we're separated, thankfully, by a hedge. So I don't know what's going on, but I will let you know if there's any interruption in the episode. That's probably going to be the cause. I had a epiphany today. The keto ice creams and the keto bullshit, it's not the move. Everybody wants to find the version of what they used to do, the synthetic heroin, so to speak. Yeah, I'll just take Suboxone, which you need while you detox, I guess. But, people just stay on methadone. So these ice creams that don't have sugar in them are filled with sugar alcohols that fuck your stomach up. I don't even know how to pronounce. One of them is sorbitol. The other one is erythritol or something. I don't know how to pronounce it. Mm-hmm. And these sugar alcohols really fuck you up. You just start shitting. I remember I had chocolate sorbet at Red Mango when I was a tour guide on those double-decker buses in New York City. And it went through me so quickly in the middle of showing people the 9/11 memorial. I had to run off the bus and just violently shit in Starbucks. I had to run into Starbucks and just start screaming until they took me seriously. I had to cut like 4 people in line. I'm like, I need it. And then there was just a tour bus full of people hearing. They were pausing and probably starting to Google a lot of the stuff I had mentioned. When I went by the 9/11 memorial, you can't just start going straight up crazy, but you can I would deliver it very sarcastically. I'm like, 19 Hydra. It came as a total surprise. Nobody knew. Nobody had even an inkling. This crazy bitch is still fucking going, man. She's still going. What are you going to do? Let her do it. This is what it is. God love her and whatever she's doing. To just explain to people, you just hear bursts of talking. Now, she's either on her phone, but I don't think so.
No.
She's just yelling, and she said the N-word multiple times.
Yes.
And I don't know what's going on. Now, there was a woman who basically got caught not too far from here screaming the N-word in a CVS parking lot, and I wonder if it's the same woman. She was fired from her job within the hour, which is clearly deserved. Go watch the video. She just goes in hard. And it's not even like there's no defense. It is bad, And she was fired from her job within an hour. Go see if you can find out what that job was. And all of her neighbors had a restraining order on her already prior to her going nuts and screaming slurs in a CVS. I'm so fucking Hollywood. CVS parking lot. I wonder what.
I looked into this because I found her on my Nextdoor page because she's in the neighborhood.
And now explain what Nextdoor is, because Nextdoor is a great thing for people to be racist in their neighborhood. And I was talking to Whitney Cummings about it. If you go on Nextdoor in her neighborhood, which is a nice neighborhood, people are like, there's that black guy again. And she's like, he's delivering FedEx, you fucking animal. Get the fuck off Nextdoor. What kind of rat website is this? What is it?
It's only for snitching. They say, hey, I want to let everybody know I saw a Mexican with a backpack on the corner of 46th and whatever, just letting everyone, and everyone's like, yeah, he lives there.
Yeah,
That's
what
his
the
home.
fuck is? I mean, who's running this? But you got couches off it, right?
Yeah, I got free couches.
So also people in the middle of a racist diatribe can give away a dresser.
Yes.
If you need it. They're like, by the way, I've noticed a few too many Mexicans recently. I do have a beautiful ottoman that we no longer need. So if you want to come and get it, just be careful about the Mexicans because we don't know. They're very physically unpredictable. It could just jump at you next door. I love that it combines racism with charity. Racism and generosity, the next door, Yeah. People, Jesus Christ. People are like, I've been noticing some strange goings on in this neighborhood. I don't like it. But I do like to help young families get a start. So I do have a kitchen table if you want to come and pick it up. You will have to hear me talk about the Jews for a little bit, but that's a small price to pay for a sturdy kitchen table that served me well for many years. You go on the next door app. You realize we're living paranoid. People are so fucking paranoid. Like, I remember when I was growing up, literally, they were like, everybody is trying to kidnap and rape you. Now, that they were right about. That we took a while to realize they were right about that. But not us. Like, they weren't trying to kidnap and rape us. It was other kids, but it was happening. But there was like the white van. Ben, you're probably too young, but there was like the white van, the guy in the white van. If you are from Long Island and you can hit me up on social media, I have blocked a few people today because they tried to be funny. They were not funny. So you got blocked. You run the risk. I don't always block. I rarely block. But if I look back at our history and you've tried 5 unfunny jokes in Messenger to me, you're gone. You're gone. No one has the time. You got to get better or stop. So one guy messages me. He's like, hey, the film Gray State. It's about totalitarian government. And I know a little bit about it. And I would say, the guy who made it, he got killed and his family got killed. Can you get the word out about that? To who, dummy? You get the word out. To who? To my listeners? And what are they going to do? Get the word out to who? The feds who probably killed the guy? What word do you want? Epstein, the word is out. The word doesn't matter. The word doesn't matter, buddy. What kind of, are you people daft? Can you help get the word? The word is out. It doesn't matter. It is immaterial. People know. Epstein was the biggest news story in the world, and it just fell off. The word is out. Think anyone gives a fuck? So stop with this shit where you message me, get the word out. Can you get the word out? You get it out. This bitch is still yelling. I cannot believe we think she's going to come in here and I'll put her right on mic. I'll put her right on mic and we'll lose it all. We'll lose it all. Get the word out. When you were in Long Island, when you were a kid, there was always a guy, there was a pedophile in a white van driving around trying to kidnap kids. And this was something, they would have like an assembly about it, which means they'd bring all the parents into the school and they'd go, there's a man in a white van. And then they send letters home with you and you'd give your, will you shut up? They'd send letters. Shut up or come on the show. They'd send letters home talking about the guy in a white van. And then my parents didn't give a fuck about me. They were like, it's fine. You'll be fine. But just paranoia. And you go on the next door thing and it's just paranoia. People think they're being robbed. People think people are conspiring to rob their shitty house. Your shitty house. You think people are trying to knock over your house to get $18 in petty cash that you keep on the counter next to a couple Arby's wrappers? Calm down. the paranoia in this country that everyone's trying to kill you at every goddamn moment.
Mm-hmm.
You know, terrorism. You know, they talk about the opioid epidemic like people are walking around with syringes full of heroin, injecting them into people and turning them into zombies. You know, they talk about it like they don't talk about any of the causes, any of the reasons it might be happening. You know, areas of being deindustrialized. There's no jobs. They separated from all of that. There's a few books that go into that. But for the most part, they're all on the news like this. Opioid epidemic. It's just people running around. These dope fiends. These kids are doing heroin and people are but yeah, the Nextdoor app, man. She's still going. She's still going. You think, is there a chance she's on like a drug?
Probably. I mean,
Yeah.
it sounds like she's thrashing around in the bushes too.
She does sound like she is thrashing around in the bushes. She's either trying to get in here.
No, not in here. She's up on the hill, but
She's up on the hill. Well, that's nice, isn't it?
she could roll down maybe at some point.
She's on the hill, folks. No need to worry. She's up on the hill. You sign into Nextdoor and
Yeah, I'm on it.
go. What do we got on Nextdoor right now? Because we got to post about this bitch. Because she's fucking my patience. No, I'm kidding. We're not rats. Let her roll around in that grass and scream. I don't give a fuck what she does. I don't rat on anybody for anything. I don't care. I don't rat. It's against my constitution. I don't like that Tekashi 6ix9ine. What's his name? Tekashi 6ix9ine.
You got it. Yeah.
I don't like that. You wouldn't see Doja Cat ratting or Little Xan. Maybe Little Xan. I don't know. Xan is a complex man. What is Nextdoor? What are some of the posts on Nextdoor right now?
Okay, so top post, human excrement removal.
Human excrement removal.
Dear neighbors, somebody was nice enough to leave a big pile of human excrement in front of my house today, hoping my kids don't accidentally step in it. Does anybody know of a city service I can call to have it removed?
A, how do you know it's human? This is a guy who's somebody's putting shit in front of his house, and this guy deserves it. I can tell already. I can tell this guy, you don't know how to remove shit? You put it in a bag. Someone is putting shit on his property for good reason. Hopefully my kids don't step in it. Well, tell them not to step in it. Why are you playing a guessing game with the kids? What else do you got? Do people answer this idiot?
Yeah, so let's see the top comment. Dear Justice, this happened to us many years ago. The person nicely did their thing right up against our house. I took pictures and showed it to the next council meeting. People couldn't believe it.
Council meeting? The city council? I guess the neighborhood council?
Yeah.
I mean, can you imagine, just for a minute, I want everyone listening to this to imagine how meaningless people's lives are. Like how meaningless this guy's taking pictures of shit and then bringing it up at the city council. I understand if it happens every day or even once a week, but one time only? You know how lucky you are if that's all that's ever happened? One time somebody just shits on your house. But think of the inane, meaningless lives that people have that they need to fill. They get so excited when there's a mound of shit that they can photograph. They're so happy. I have aunts like that. When something goes wrong, they get excited. They get they're like happy. They love to tell a tragic story. I have an aunt that her face fills with life at the dinner table when she goes, hey, you know Jessica? Jessica, you know her brother? Her brother jumped off the bridge. You know the bridge that everybody jumps off? Yeah, he jumped off paralyzed. So maybe don't do that. Don't do that anymore. And she's happy as a pig in shit when she's able to talk about tragedy. She loves it. She'll be like, you know, kid I knew took a little Xanax, drank, fell down the stairs, dead. It's a kid. He lived 3 doors over. Now he's dead. Took a Xanax, had a couple of beers at a party, fell down the stairs. I'm like, I don't even take Xanax and I'm sober. Why are we doing this? Why are we going over this? We're going to start just going tragedy by tragedy? She used to be like, there were little mini rocks in the school where I grew up. So she'd go, you know, one kid is going to eat those rocks one day and die. And she just loved it. She was into it. She loves, she gets into it. It's okay. I get it to an extent because I love, and I talked about this with a friend the other day. I happen to love, and I don't really admit this often or talk about this because people might take it the wrong way, and it's not my fault. I happen to really enjoy funerals. I love funerals. I love the wake. I love the burial. I love the drive to the funeral. Everything about a funeral. I love seeing people you haven't seen in a while, but in a space where you don't have to keep up. Mm-hmm. It's weird to exchange numbers. Nobody's serious. Nobody's going to follow up with each other in a week and go, hey, we saw each other at the funeral. You'd be insane if you did that. You'd be like, what? So if you even reconnect at a funeral, it's so brief. It's so surface. It's so shallow. It's so nice. It's so nice. Hey, have you been? And it's good. I like to cry. I like to be sad and think about my own mortality and feel bad for other people. I like to look at other people that have lost a loved one and feel bad for them. And sometimes it's nice when it's an older person and we could all say it's a life well lived. But sometimes it's nice when it's someone younger. Sometimes it's nice when it's somebody it was unexpected or someone, and we all have to really reflect on what it means because the older people, you don't have to reflect on what it means as much. You get it. They lived a good life, but sometimes it's got to be dark and real tragic, and they've got to be young. It's got to be young to really get the cry on and get the purge. You got to purge. You got to question, what is life? Why are we here? Am I on the right track? These are very important things. LA, they have silent retreats and yoga. In the Northeast, we had funerals. People would just die, and you would go. I'd love a meal. Have you ever had a funeral meal where you go out afterwards and everybody's eating and you're relaxing? It's kind of fun again. It's kind of nice again. Yes, we buried someone and they're not here. But that means more shrimp cocktail for us. We're here. We're alive. No disrespect. Carl Ruiz, a great man, would love this attitude. Passed away at 44. I feel very bad. Man, was he fucking funnier than comedians, and I know that doesn't say much. But God, was he fucking funny. Guy Fieri loved him. He was a chef. He opened a great restaurant in New York called La Cubana. The guy he texted me a photo on Twitter that made me laugh harder than anything else. I'm going to show it to Ben right now. Dude, and familiarize yourself with the great Carl Ruiz if you haven't, because I'm telling you right now, this guy, everybody loved him. Sherrod Small, Opie and Anthony, Vic Henley, all these comics really loved Carl Ruiz. And he was a partier, man. He would break Bill Burr up, crack Bill Burr up, telling stories about doing coke in the kitchen when he was coming up as a chef. And he had like a spot in Jersey. And then he just opened a spot in the meatpacking district. And he sent me a message, and it's one of the funniest things that anyone has ever sent me. Okay? And he goes, this is what follows you when you are a food celebrity: human garbage pelicans. And it's just a picture of these two fat women with birthday hats on. And a filter that gave them birthday hats. These two fat women with birthday hats. And he goes, this is who follows you when you're a food celebrity: human garbage pelicans. It is one of the funniest things. I laugh so fucking. And I messaged the guy and I said, I got to see you when I'm in New York. And he goes, come to the restaurant. Let's eat. I wanted him on the podcast. There's a video that Opie just posted on Twitter where they walk into his apartment or a hotel. I don't know. It's beautiful. It's like in the middle of Manhattan or whatever. And he's just got cash, wads of cash laying on the table. And everybody starts going, what the hell's going on in here? And Ruiz just looks at me and goes, I'm a walking felony. The guy lived. And now listen, I wish he was still here. I wish he lived fucking forever. That guy was great. But it's like my friend's father passed away, who we loved. This guy was great. We used to get hammered all the time. Enough! She's still going. We used to get hammered. I mean, what is happening? We used to drink all the time and have fun, go out to dinner with this guy. And he passed away in his early 60s. And the funeral was so sad because he was dead, but there was something about a funeral, and there are people out there that know what I mean. They know what I mean right now. Mm-hmm. And they're looking at each other going, fuck, he's right, and it's been a while since we've been to one. And it would be nice, a nice autumn day. Oh, a nice autumn day. Some nice hymnals. And I will raise you up on eagle's wings, raise you up above all things. I don't know the rest. But that, in a nice church, you go out in your black suit, maybe a bum of smoke. Maybe you don't. I don't know. It's all what you have to do. And maybe it's in a sit-down restaurant, or maybe afterwards you do something at a bar and you just some wings and a couple of cocktails. My friend Michael's mother, let me tell you right now, I don't want anyone to die, but the meatballs I had after dinner, I would kill her myself. I would they were so good, soft. That's what meatballs should be. And listen, she fought cancer a very long time. The woman had more. She was more of a fighter, and she was tougher, and she got more out of life than I will ever get, and any of my clown friends will ever get out of life, by the way, because she helped other people, and she had this camaraderie with other people that were fighting this thing, and she raised money for people, and it was really amazing to look at somebody whose life was cut short, but not in fucking substance at all. She went through hell, but when you talk about somebody who's a warrior, a champion, what's good about what I do is I spend time with people who lead meaningless lives, utterly meaningless lives, devoid of honor, devoid of anything. People that just float around and, but the food at this place, and I'm talking about quesadillas, they had Italian, they had wings. It was like a bar restaurant. And I was sitting down with a bunch of people I'd never met. I didn't know them. And I felt I was having one of the best times I've ever had. So I will throw this out. I don't want this to seem weird. If you want me to go to a funeral of someone I will go as long as as long as it doesn't feel weird. I like to hear about somebody's life. People say to me when I go to funerals, they go, did you know this person well? And I'm like, I don't need to know somebody well to go and take stock of a life. I think it's a beautiful thing, and I enjoy it. And I know there are people out here that say this is a sociopath talking, or I'm insane. Every episode, there's probably that reaction. But that's not the case here. This is a beautiful thing when someone is ripped from us. Not when it's a young person, unless they're very young. If they're very, very young, it's fine because you don't know. You know what I mean? If they're very young, it's fine again. Very, very young. But if it's in the middle of their life, 20s or 30s, it's real rough. And once 60 and above again, it's fine. So what I'm trying to say, and I've dug a little bit of a hole here probably with certain people, but people need to admit, and my grandmother had a great funeral. She was like 89, and the priest went up and he goes, Dorothy, and the great Ray Kump was sitting there, and like, rah, rah, rah. Most people, the mortician thought the funeral was for him. They said, well, he looks fine. Well, he's not fine, but he looks better than most of the corpses. He's smoking, for instance. But my grandmother, the priest, went up and he did this hellfire and brimstone speech. He goes, Dorothy has been preparing for this moment for decades. Decades. And we were all shifting in our seats because we were like, fuck. Whoa. Basically, he was laying it on the line. Priests and funerals, that's their time. That's their time. My grandfather's funeral, beautiful. Bagpipes. Bagpipes. An Irish funeral, everybody bombed. These are beautiful things. Much better than weddings. Weddings suck. Mm-hmm. What's the other thing when the kid's born? Baptisms and christenings. Fuck off. I love a good funeral because you really appreciate life. You appreciate being alive. When you drive out of a wake and you're sitting there or you drive out of a burial, maybe it was Holyrood Cemetery in Hicksville, and you're sitting there at the stoplight, and a song comes on, and it's a decent song, and the sun's out, and you drive in, maybe you stop in a 7-Eleven, you get a Snapple, and you just say to yourself, I'm fucking here. I would go to one a month if I could. So that, I just want to throw that out to people. If you want me at your funeral, and I do the whole thing, by the way, I do wake, burial, and then whatever dinner is, lunch or dinner that we're doing. I do the whole thing. I do the wake, and then I come back the next day for the burial. And if you tell me that the burial is only for the family, I'd come. Because I want to be there. I want to see it go into the ground. That's when it's poetic and meaningful to me. And listen, it is what it is. I don't like death. I like funerals. They're beautiful things. Long Island, people have a couple of cocktails, they reconnect. It's really, and there's a lot of lucky people right now because so many people are dropping dead on Long Island from heroin addiction. And there are so many lucky people that get to go to these events all the time and really kind of reconnect. I'll see you at the funeral. That's what they say. Well, what else on the Nextdoor app do we have here? Because then I want to get into pyramid schemes for a minute.
Next post, title says Cop Carsel.
What?
Cop cars, but with an L at the end.
Cop cars with an L?
At the end.
What the fuck does that mean?
They can't type. This woman, Sherry, she can't type.
Sherry.
She says, anybody know what's going on Loss? LAS. She didn't. And someone commented, what's going on?
Is it this woman right now laying in the grass, rolling around? Is this, so that woman's clearly drunk or something, right? Or
yeah, clearly.
Did she die mid-post? What is that? Does anyone know what's going on Loss? And what is, I don't even know what that is.
It's nothing. It's nothing.
What else? What else is there? This app fascinates me, by the way. What is it, a site? Is it an app? You can get it on your phone too?
Yeah, you have to sign up and register your address through it. So it's a whole 2-week-long process.
Are you anonymous or no?
No, you have to have your name and address.
So
listed.
your name and address, and you get to be as racist as you want as long as you own it with your name and address. Yes. Great.
Personal injury attorney. I am asking for a friend if anyone can recommend a bulldog personal injury attorney in the LA area.
Okay, that seems an odd thing to put. I love, by the way, that brings on all those people that crowdsource everything they do in their life. You'll see them, they're like, I want to read more. Does anyone have any suggestions of books? And they ask their social media network, they ask their Facebook friends. Mm-hmm. Could there be any less, could you want suggestions less from a group of people than your Facebook?
Right.
The people that are still actively using Facebook. Hi, I want to go to Disney World. We're leaving in 9 months, but we thought we'd start planning now. Does anyone have any hotel recommendation? And people love it. They go right and they just start writing paragraph. Well, we stayed at the Grand Floridian and we liked it. It's a little pricey, but it's near to the park. And I'm like, bitch, go on YouTube. They review every hotel, every single hotel in Disney World, how far it is away from the park, what the food's like, they review everyone. People do that now. You don't need to crowdsource. You don't have a trusted friend that reads. You got to go on Facebook and go, is there any books? I want to read a book. I'm in my mid-30s and it's occurred to me recently that I'm an idiot. Can any of you recommend a book? Yeah, Harry Potter, you dumb bitch. Stop crowdsourcing. People crowdsource their honeymoon. Hi, we don't know where to go. Can anyone? You've never wanted to go anywhere? Someone else needs to tell you where to go on your honeymoon? I always do, and the way to fight fire with fire, anytime somebody asks for a recommendation for a realtor or anything, they go, hi, I'm moving, and I want to know you find the wealthiest area in wherever they're going, and you recommend the realtor who sells houses there to make them feel like shit. When I have friends, and these are comedians, they have no money, they're moving to LA, and they're like, hey, anybody know a room open? Anybody know a room for $700? I comment, Joyce Ray who's a realtor that sells estates in Beverly Hills, and and it says luxury estates, and then like sometimes he'll go, "Oh, I can't afford that," and I'm like, "Well, that's not my fault." But always do that. Always try to make people feel like shit who are being stupid. So if somebody goes, "Hey, I want a realtor," maybe it's just a little bit out of their league, but find a realtor, look at the listings, and really make them say like, "Hey, it's a little out of my league," and then just write back, "Oh, sorry." Sorry. Always find something a little bit out of their league. I do it where people know it's a joke. It's really because I don't have time to really do it appropriately.
Mhm.
But you can do it real good where you just recommend something. Recommend a restaurant that's a little out of their league. And be like, "Hey, I don't know if you're into this type of thing, but here you go." You know, it's fun to do. It's fun to let people know they're trash in little fun ways. Just let them know. I always love when people will crowdsource a restaurant and I'm like, just try it out. Or go to someone you trust or find an institution you trust, whether it's a paper that may have reviewed the restaurant, or if you're in the Yelp and that bullshit, you can do that. I just say, "Hey, take a chip," but people make it out to be this big deal. And they're like, "Well, I don't know. Should we go to Peter Luger's or should we go to Quality Meats? I don't know." And then people get in a fight in the comments. It's like, "Hey, go to both. Go to neither. Who gives a fuck? It's a $200 dinner. If it's the one time you're going to do it in your life, don't do it. Spend the money on medicine or water." I know people are hurting, but you need not have a 300 comment fight about who's got a better steak. Try it or don't do it. It's amazing to me. I love Nextdoor app. I'm going to sign up and just start going wild. I'm going to start making things up. Hi, there was a bunch of guys walking around with tiki torches. Has anyone seen that? There's a lot of Russians in the area. There's been a lot of Russians. I'm thinking maybe it's possible that this has something to do with Trump. I don't know, but what else we got on?
Title of this one is No.
Why can you never talk? Why do you always have to clear your throat before you talk on the podcast?
I don't know.
You always go,
Do I always clear my throat?
Something's wrong with you when you talk on this show. This is the most people who've ever heard your voice.
Probably, yeah.
And whoever will.
Title of this post is No See-ums. Does anybody know what to do to get rid of no see-ums? These bugs are driving us crazy.
That's the most reasonable thing we've heard so far.
What is that?
Well, number one, you would probably call an exterminator. But I guess they want to do it on the cheap and,
So they're really tiny bugs.
So now, can you just troll on here and can you just
What do you
make shit
What do you
up?
want me to post? I'll post something right now.
Say no-see-ums are with you forever. You must leave the home. Go, no-see-ums are never not with you.
Okay.
Just go, the no-see-um. Say the no-see-ums are attracted to pedophiles. Okay. Is there something going on that we should know about? The no-see-ums are attracted to the blood of pedophiles. That's maybe why they're biting you. Man, troll, folks. Have a little fun out there. Are you sad? Do you need help? Do you want to speak to a counselor who may or may not be licensed? Better help. Take a chance. Better help. They had a massive scandal on YouTube. People were very angry, but I'm sure it's fine now. Better help. Better help. Are you upset with the way things are going and you can't afford a real doctor and you want to talk to a stranger? Call BetterHelp. You know the way I feel about BetterHelp, folks. It's a service where you will call a person and they have to speak to you.
Tell them your problems, masturbate on the phone to their voice. I've suggested that. It does not matter to me what you do. If you get off on touching yourself while a stranger talks to you, this is the perfect time to kind of do that, because I'm sure the counselors are better than not. Listen, better help is better than nothing. It's better than nothing help. That's the point. And that's where we're at. A lot of people are in a desperate situation where they go, you know what? I need something that's better than nothing. Have you ever pulled into a rest stop and you went, well, it's better than starving? That's what this is. It's better than nothing. It's better than the fucking wall or staring at a cat. Not all cats, I would imagine, because some of them should have wisdom in their face, but it's not really all of them. But I'm saying better help, you know? Would I steer you wrong? Would I tell you a bunch of shit because I'm getting paid to say it? Would I? I can't believe I would. 10% off your first month by going to betterhelp.com/Tim Dillon. This is our last ad with them, right, Ben? Oh, fuck. We got one more after this. What is the helicopter doing all the time? What are they doing with the copter? 10% off first month, betterhelp.com/Tim Dillon. Simply fill out a questionnaire. Me and Ray did it. It's very easy. It takes 30 to 40 minutes to help them assess your needs and get matched with a professional counselor. If you're gay, you can go to pridecounseling.com. That's the first question. They're like, who are you? What's your sexuality? I'm like, is this a dating site? I'm upset. Maybe I don't know what my sexuality is. Maybe I saw something in a locker room that's made me confused. I remember I saw a penis. Where was I? In 7th grade, 8th grade? I don't know. And I was on swim team. Maybe it was before that. And there was a kid who had like an adult penis before he should have. And it was just insane. Like every now and then you see a penis and you know that that person's going to have a better life than you no matter what they do. Like they'll just have a better life. Most likely. I don't really know. But I remember looking at that penis and understanding like, well, that guy's going to do better than me, you know? Better help, right? That's what we're talking about. Listen, what do you want to you want to do something stupid? Call BetterHelp. They'll fucking get you going. Who cares? What are doctors? What are licenses? What's medical school? It's all fake. Doesn't matter. You don't need vaccines. You don't want to lower your immunity. BetterHelp. It's better than nothing. Get on the phone. You say, hello, I'm upset. And they'll talk you down. They'll talk you off the ledge. I think. You fill out a questionnaire. It's quick and easy. Lets you connect with a professional counselor in a safe and private online environment. Anything you share is confidential, except, of course, the NSA, who will take everything that you say and put it in a some type of cloud or whatever they're. And then eventually when the time comes, give it to the feds. And it'll be presented as evidence at your tribunal. But, you know, I'm sure BetterHelp, I'm sure they're not working with the NSA. The NSA doesn't want to hear a bunch of losers drone on. I live in San Francisco and I haven't made any friends. BetterHelp. Is it a scam? Who knows? I wouldn't advertise a product on this show that wasn't a scam. I want you to know that. I select scams. I've given scams all the time. And I just want to let you know because I care about you. No, I'm kidding. The CBD is legit. All that shit's legit. It's real. It's CBD. What do you think? My bookie is good. BetterHelp is the one. This is the one thing where I morally go, you know, what do I really do here? I mean, I signed a thing. I didn't really sign anything. I have an outstanding amount of ads to do. I have this one ad and then the next ad, and then we're not really doing any more ads for them. But listen, it's not the worst thing, is what I'm saying. I'm not trying to kill you. I'm not selling you poison. I'm not selling you opiate. There are people that sell you heroin in the street. There are people that sell your children heroin. I'm not doing that. You get it? People that sell your kids OxyContin, and you find them the next day with blue lips. I'm selling you counseling. I get mad at me. I'm just telling you could call someone to talk to them. I'm not selling you some shitty mortgage. I may have in the past. I sold myself a shitty mortgage. We all took them. You didn't take one out, you were a cuck. But don't get mad at me, is my point. BetterHelp. Promo code Tim. You get a little money off. Stop fucking around. Stop acting like I'm trying to kill you. All I'm doing is trying to help you. I'm trying to help you better. You know? I don't know what goes on. I don't have problems. I do have problems, but they become, comedy, I guess. BetterHelp. All right. My friend's sister went on Facebook, or maybe it was Instagram, whatever social media, and she goes, "Hey, I just want to let everybody know Beachbody.com is not a pyramid scheme. Okay? There's a lot of misinformation out there. It's not a pyramid." Now, what Beachbody is, for those of you who don't know, is it's like this pyramid scheme, clearly a multi-level marketing scheme like Amway or like anything else, which is based on you converting your dumb friends and selling them shit because they're fat. And you go, oh, a group of friends, we're all going to motivate each other better than celebrities and trainers will. No. Your group of friends is why you're fat. You don't change with the group of friends. You get rid of them. You get rid of the fatties. No, it's your group of friends is the reason you're fucked. You're gonna try to change 6 people's lives at once? Who the fuck does that? So that's the whole thing about Beachbody. And then you become like a coach or a Beachbody coach, and you put up all these motivational things like, it's 5 a.m. and I want to stay in bed, but I'm not because I'm a Beachbody coach. Now, if you buy the meals and the shakes, you too can be a Beachbody Diamond member. And you just climb up this. But I love the... So Beachbody, by the way, of course, had to address the idea that they were this multi-level marketing thing, okay? And to me, it was one of the funniest things ever because basically they didn't tell you that they have no argument that they're not. So get that up, by the way, Ben. Get the Beachbody. They literally have no argument that they are not. And when I was performing at the Spokane Comedy Club in Washington, I saw a bunch of people in suits. And, that area is weird. It's gray. It's dreary. It's really kind of Twin Peaksy. And there was all these weird people and the teenagers, young people, old people, every race. And they're all walking in suits to an arena. And I'm like, what is it? Is it a Christian thing? What is it? And it was like this Amway spinoff, this Worldwide Dream Builders online marketing cult. And where they all recruit people. It's like Mary Kay Cosmetics, and if you sell a lot, you get the pink Cadillac. And you got to just convert your friends and have these parties and stuff. And I'm all for ripping off and fucking over your friends. Do it smart, though. Do you have it up here?
I have this long article, but it's a too long didn't read version right here about Beachbody.
No, but is this the Beachbody site?
No, let me get that one.
Ben is so bad at his job. It's amazing. It's amazing. Beachbody, they actually, on their website, they're basically like, listen, we're not a pyramid scheme. Wikipedia defines a pyramid scheme as this. Does that sound like what we're doing? And then the difference between what they do and what an actual pyramid scheme is literally nothing. And as you read it, it's hilarious. They're like, hey, but no one's going to that page because they know the people that are on it have been bit. They're feral. They've been bit already. So once you've been bit, no one can tell you that you haven't, that you need to reassess. And it's on their website, Ben. It's like a frequently asked question. It's like, is Beachbody.com a pyramid scheme? And their rationale is great. Here we go. I found it. First thing. This is one of my favorite things ever when you read this. You're still looking for it?
Is it in the About Us, in the mission?
It's the first thing that comes up on Google. Thank God we don't bring things up on the show, because he's just completely, that's your one job is to just bring up the fucking article. How have I found it? How did I get it? It's the first thing on Google. What did you Google?
I went to the Beachbody website because you said it was the first thing on the website.
Well, why wouldn't you just put it into Google, the search engine, and see what came up? Anyway, Beachbody discusses pyramid schemes and multi-level marketing, right? This is great. You may be asking, is direct selling the same as multi-level marketing? Is it a pyramid scheme? A Ponzi scheme? Is it a scam? How do people make money? And what's the opportunity for me? Lots of great questions, and we'll take one by one. Simply put, according to Wikipedia, direct selling is the marketing and selling of products directly to consumers away from a fixed retail location. So it's the guy that shows up, opens his trunk, and sells you shit. In other words, that's not what it says on Wikipedia. I'm adding that in. This is what they say. They go, so what about pyramid schemes? A pyramid scheme or Ponzi scheme is something completely different and far more harmful, like a scam. That's far more harmful. It's like a scam. Is Beachbody a pyramid scheme? No. Team Beachbody coaches make money from actual sales of genuine fitness and nutrition products and hard work, not from recruiting fees or business fees. Coaches are never paid to recruit people and do not earn money from recruiting. Yet they earn money when they sell people the shit. Our mission is to help people live healthier, more fulfilling lives. How do people become coaches? Do they make money by selling Shakeology? Our coaches start as customers, right? A la pyramid scheme. Beachbody. Once they start to get results, people tend to notice and ask what they are doing. No one does that, by the way. People go, oh, you look great. You lost weight. Some people go, what are you doing? You go, nobody wants to hear. At that point, people only want to hear like a one-word answer. Low carb, slow carb, keto, paleo, walk around the block. I cut out booze. Nobody wants to hear this. Like, ask me, you look a little thinner. What have you been doing?
You look a little thinner. What have you been doing?
Take a seat. I've been waiting for you to ask me this. I've become a member of a very fulfilling new group that holds each other accountable. Have you heard of Shakeology?
I haven't.
Why are you looking at me like that? Sit down and get ready for the secret. I'm about to tell you the secret about Shakeology. Some companies have used direct sales model. Where are you going? I just want to talk about Shakeology. Do you have your credit card on you? We can get you started right now. They enjoy helping others achieve the results they've achieved using Beachbody products and want to share with others. So they sign up to be coaches. You could sign up to be a coach for $40. Dude, we're doing this. $40, I could sign up to be a coach. Plus $16 a month. $15.95 recurring monthly fee. $16 a month to be, okay? This covers ongoing access to their website, training, reporting, personal development content, plus all the back-end operation of warehousing and shipping products. So then you got to sell to people, okay? Don't take our word for it. Here's Team Beachbody coach Joan Crocker's story. She's been suffering from depression and was gaining weight. Her husband introduced her to Beachbody. She bought Insanity and worked out hard to the complete 60-day program. She said, I found my confidence and happiness again. I felt better physically, mentally, and emotionally. And then I decided I wanted to rob others. Here's Team Jen Richardson's story at Beachbody. She was 2 months postpartum with her second son and searching for teaching jobs where she could put her master's degree to use. But because the country is a bag of shit, she decided to sell people fitness shakes because life is a hell. Like that, if this was honest, that's what it would really. She tried to use her master's degree, but because she couldn't find any work, she decided it was much more fulfilling to start hawking fitness shakes to her friends. That was a much better way to go about earning money. Sure, her passion was for education. She wanted to teach kids how to read. But hey, you know what's a good close second? Teaching your fat friend how to hawk shakes. Shakeology. Let me tell you about Shakeology. I would plunge a knife into my own throat before I would sit down and have to look at someone in the face and say the word Shakeology. Mm-hmm. If you say the word Shakeology with a straight face, you need to be in a cell. You need to have the door shut. I love people that don't have any problem ripping off their friend, like getting their friends in a cult. It's so hilarious to me when people are just so like, hey, man, good to see you. That's how I got my fucking house. When I bought that house with a subprime mortgage, I got foreclosed. One of my best friends was like, it's a great opportunity. And me, because I was coked to the gills, went, yeah, that's good. He's like, it's a big yard. A developer is going to come in. They'll subdivide the plot. You'll be making crazy money. That sounds good. Just doing coke. I was like, I love you and George W. Bush. I'm going to be a homeowner. I love you, Bush. I love Dick Cheney. We need to honor our commitments to the people of Iraq. No Child Left Behind is a good program. Think of the things people repeat, like the platitudes people repeat, meaningless. Yeah, they don't know anything, barely know what No Child Left Behind is. That people fight about it. They argue about it, but they have no idea what it is. Picture me coked to the gills in a bar looking at somebody and going, No Child Left Behind creates accountability. It creates accountability and incentives. These fucking teachers are paid too much money, which I still feel. But I don't, the program, I don't know here, but these teachers, you know, the complaining of the teachers has got to stop at a certain point, you know? Yeah, Shakeology. I love it. It's 6 a.m. I was going to sleep in, but that's not what I'm about. I just made a quick shake, and I'm ready to work out, burn some cows. Hey, do you want to look and feel good too? Well, get your credit card out, because you want to, come on in. You're going to be a coach. You start as a fat shit, but you end up a coach. Don't you want to be a coach? Well, I don't have any skills. Shut up. You're going to be a coach. I don't really know anything about nutrition or fitness. It doesn't matter. The people at Shakeology have provided us with all the information we'll need. All you have to find is 5 other fat fucks that are desperate, that have postpartum depression. I love who this is being marketed to. They're like, Jeannie's story was great. She was laying on the floor of her trailer thinking about who's this product for? People that have given up all hope. Jeannie was sitting in her car with the engine on in her garage. She was 3 gasps away from meeting Jesus. And then Jeannie went inside and she saw that her good friend at work had lost 3 pounds by drinking shakes all day. So Jeannie said, God, her friend had posted on Facebook that there was a unique money-making opportunity in the fitness world. Jeannie had always wanted a beach body. She never had one. She had, scars. She had stretch marks that looked like spiders crawling up her stomach. But she wanted that beach body. So she saw one of her friends on Facebook go, hey, are you laying on the floor of your apartment thinking of reasons not to kill yourself? Maybe you should become a beach body coach. You can look good and feel good. I love who this is marketed to. Let's keep going on by the way, I wonder if any of them were like, this person was doing good and they decided, to get involved?
Right.
Or is everybody has a gun in their mouth before they decide, which of course you have to lower yourself to this, to lower yourself to hawking fitness shakes to your friends. You have to be ready to kill yourself. Let's see if there's... Hillary Kelly remembers her early days as a Team Beachbody coach and how she built her business through hard work. I'm not a nutrition expert, but I started with the simple approach of sharing my story both in person and on Facebook. Here's how that should have ended. I'm not a nutrition expert, so I didn't get involved. End of post. I'm not a nutrition expert, so I shut my mouth and went on my merry way. But no, she decided... She goes, I'm not a nutrition expert, but I started with a simple approach of sharing my story both in person and on Facebook. I think people responded to that. I had no agenda except to help people get fit. If you break it down, that's what this business is all about. Yeah. These people talk in fucking like pamphlets, you know?
Right.
I had no agenda. Who said you did, bitch? You seem a little guilty. Doth protest too much. They're like, it's not a pyramid scheme. I had no agenda. I'm not fucking you. I didn't do anything. I didn't go in your purse when you were in the bathroom. What are you saying? What do you mean there was $20 on the wallet when I walked in? You better talk to Shakeology. I love all of the fucking examples of people that they use. She was suffering from depression and was gaining weight. Her husband introduced her to Beachbody. Her husband was like, listen, you fat, sad bitch. You better clean it up and you better start bringing in some money into this house. What a nice guy, huh? He introduced her to Beachbody. She's depressed. He didn't introduce her to a doctor. He didn't introduce her to a therapist. He introduced her to a multi-level marketing scam. Honey, you seem depressed. You don't get out of bed all day. Why don't you start hawking fitness plans? Why don't you get your monthly sales numbers up? That's why you feel like shit, because you're laying in bed every day and not selling shakes to your friends. I love it so much. I love it so much, man. I love how everybody using this is completely... Our Team Beachbody Coach Network is over 400,000 strong. God help us. And our online community is million strong, meaning no one is ever alone, no matter the goals or how far anyone thinks they have to go. Great. I love it. Other direct sales companies you may know: Avon, Mary Kay, Tupperware, and Stella and Dot. Yeah, Tupperware parties, Avon. I mean, I love it. I love the stories of the people. 2 months postpartum with her second son, searching for jobs. I think what coaching really did for my future goals is give me the belief that anything I put my mind to, I can accomplish. There were several years of self-doubt where I lost confidence in myself, and coaching turned that around for me. I watched people from all walks of life create incredible success for themselves with Beachbody coaching, simply because they believe they could. So what do the coaches do? They're energetic, they're enthusiastic. They are products of the product. What a line! They are products of the product. I got to start doing this, man. Now, by the way, I'm going to tell the audience this. If Beachbody contacts me and pays me money, I will sell Shakeology and I will delete this episode. I tell you that all the time in full disclosure. I give a fuck about you pigs. I will shove shakes down your throat so fucking fast, you fat slobs. I will put a shake in my ass if Beachbody tells me to, if they want to spend some fucking money. That's what I do. I ridicule these companies and try to get them. I'll become a fitness coach. What, I got to make some motivational Facebook post? I'll do that. Can easily do that. I used to be fat. I used to eat pizza. Not even good pizza, like Papa John's, Domino's. Because I liked the way it felt in my mouth, warm and gooey. Like I was eating my own insides. Anyway, then I went online and saw a friend of mine was marginally less fat. And I asked her, I said, hey, fatty, are you less fat? She said, yes. I said, what are you doing? She goes, well, I'm part of an online community that provides me the support and the nutrition products I need. And I said, well, get me in on the ground floor and let's go and spread the word of Shakeology. You meet thin people, it's never because they drank shakes. It's never like a fad. Some of it's you could do keto or a paleo or whatever. I'm going to do keto for as long as I can, but you don't do it forever. It's impossible. You can't do it forever. It doesn't work forever. Eventually you gotta tongue fuck a piece of sourdough. I don't even like sourdough. And now it looks good a little bit. I don't even like it. It's a yeasty bread. It's a dumb bread. People in California like it. The only good thing about it, you toast the fuck out of it and you slather it with avocado and smoked salmon. Do a little avocado toast. Monday.com. Folks. Who's a businessman? Who is? Who's a businessman or a businesswoman? Are you or are you not a fucking killer? Are you killing it? Are you crushing it? Are you grinding? Are you hustling? Are you winning or are you losing? Where are you and what are you doing? Do you wake up every day and say, today's Monday, I'm gonna go get it. I'm gonna chase it down in the woods and get it with my bare hands, take a bite out of it, draw blood, drag it back to a basement and chain it to something and try to brainwash it and make it love me? Is that way you feel? It's the way I feel about Monday. Why? Tim, why are you so confident about Monday? Do you not dread it? Do I not dread it like the rest of you fat nothings? I don't dread it. I wake up and I fucking love Monday. I hate Saturday because Saturday's loser day. Everybody's spending time with their kids, buying flower pots in Home Depot or watching sports. I like Monday when everybody's got to go to fucking work and earn it. And I have Monday.com. Monday.com is a software tool that's engineered to help me and many others maximize our efficiency. Whether you are two people that have a doomed business or thousands of people collaborating across the globe, think the Epstein network, whatever it is, you get in there with Monday.com. There's no excuse to miss an email. There's no excuse to miss a meeting. There's no excuse that you didn't get the document. Where is the invoice? None of that. There's no fucking Doreen in the conference room throwing you under the bus. There's no fucking somebody stole your lunch and you're all about that. And you're not thinking about the sales pitch that you have. Everything is streamlined. It is a great service. And it allows you to be efficient, to worry about developing the skills that you need to develop, being a liar, cheating, stealing. Let Monday.com provide you the infrastructure to do that effectively, legally. Monday.com will organize all the other parts of your business so you can focus on the most important part, hitting people over the head with a soft touch. It's what matters. Going out there and getting it. Okay? Let Monday.com make sure that everybody in your company and organization is on the same page while you devote all of your time to exploiting the relationship you have with your friends and family. They're all expendable. You got to use them. Use them or lose them. But the last thing you need is to worry about if the back office is running the way it should be. But Monday.com will let you focus on the important things. Like putting together a business plan that allows you to go out into your community and decimate it. And then move on. Stick and move, hustlers. I'm kidding, folks. I'm a comedian, and this is what I do. I make people laugh. This is my job. But many people know that for many years I was overweight and a drug addict, and I was not organized. And now I am an athlete, and I am organized,
And I am sober for 8 years. And Monday.com did that for me. Monday.com is the reason that I am sober. Because I was drinking because I was stressed out at work. I would miss an email. I was stressed out. And Monday.com allowed me to maximize my efficiency, to be a more efficient man. So after work, instead of going and drinking a bottle of gin and doing cocaine, I would go home and do push-ups and read the Bible. So I can't overstate the impact that this particular thing's had on me. You might be different. But what I'm telling you right now is that if you have a small business and you don't want to worry about the BS, the horse shite, let your business fail because you don't have the guts or the drive or the tenacity or the talent. Many of you don't. Or the ability or the social circle, or the raw native intelligence or the wherewithal. You don't have to succeed. Many of you have empty lives, no wives, no kids. What do you need? A couple more dollars for what? More vapes? Who cares? But for those select few of you who I call killers, crushers, hustlers, winners, devotees of the greatest motivational sales tech guru that has ever lived, Gary Vaynerchuk. Gary V! Yeah, Gary V helped me. I can't explain. Gary V changed my life. A lot of people think I make fun of Gary V here or not really make fun of Gary V because he's made millions of dollars selling stuff to retards. But now I know Monday.com is very corporate. They don't like this. But the reality is people will use your service. Shut up. Promo code Tim. What is the promo code? /Tim. Monday.com/Tim. Go get the service, folks. Don't fuck with me here. The point is, Gary Vaynerchuk changed my life. I was living in the middle of a busy highway, the 405, in the middle of it. I had a tent that was on the side of the highway. And I'd have to dash across the highway every time I wanted to get somewhere. And I saw a bad accident one night. And a woman died in front of me. And her phone was still in her hand. And I grabbed her phone out of her hand. And I saw a quote from Gary V. And Gary V. And then I fucked her. And I'm kidding. I don't fuck women. I fucked her boyfriend, who was alive. We had sex on her corpse. He's to do Gas Digital, right? So if they call me and they're like, don't say this, I have to be like, guys, I thought we're the free speech people. What happened? I'm kidding. No one had sex with anybody. But I did. This is true and real. And I did see her phone, and it said, a quote from Gary V. And the quote it said, kindness is delicious. And I like that quote because I hadn't eaten in a while. And I realized that I didn't need food. I could just eat kindness. And I could pay for things with gratitude. And I realized how important it was to win as opposed to lose, because that was his other quote. Stop winning and start losing. And once I read that, I had gangrene all over my leg. I cured that. And I was able to now I have a mansion that I paid for with gratitude. And to anyone that you think needs help, like a lot of people in this country are like, oh, I want my health care. No. Here's what you need. You need to start winning. That's all. Start winning. I would love, by the way, just as an aside, if you put Gary Vaynerchuk, these town halls that they have with Bernie Sanders, where people are like, yeah, the debt collectors came into my son's hospital room, and we love if Gary Vaynerchuk was just like, all right, well, listen. Are you hustling? The woman's in tears. She's like, what? He's like, listen, let's be honest. All I heard was excuses from you. You talked about your son. You talked about cancer. But you know what I didn't hear? I didn't hear any plans for growth. That's what I didn't hear.
And then if it was a moral country, the people of that town hall would murder him. And they would use his head. They put it on a pike and use it as a battering ram to go into the White House and then also burn that down and start again. Monday.com /Tim. Monday.com /Tim. Okay? All I am saying is use Gary Vaynerchuk's head as a battering ram to get into the White House, burn it down, and start again. And let's maybe do it the next time a country that is not run by satanic pedophiles. Monday.com /Tim, because organization is the first part of making that happen. Goodbye. You want to, Brendan Schaub and Theo Von had a cheese off on their podcast, which makes millions. And because of that level of content, they had a cheese off where each of them recited a cheese. Schaub got like 3 cheeses in and then started repeating, And so do you want it's true. He said sharp cheddar twice. He was out. Theo was pretty good. Do you want to have a bread off right now?
Yeah.
One bread. Can you do it?
Yeah, I think I can do that.
I don't know. It's interesting. I don't know how strong. I am so good on cheese. I don't know how good I am on bread.
No, I can only name like 5.
Shut up. Do you believe in yourself?
Yes.
Okay.
I do.
What do you think Jan Richardson at Beachbody would say? She'd say, believe it. Okay. Bread off. Who has the advantage? The person who starts or the other person? Does it matter?
I don't think it matters.
Okay. Would you like to start or should I start?
I'll start. Rye.
Rye bread is your first.
Yes.
I'm going to try to say basic bitch ones that you know. Or should I just say really wild ones? I'm going to say basic bitch ones to try to knock you out fast. Wheat.
Pumpernickel.
Ooh, pretty good. My grandfather liked that. That was the one with caraway seeds, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if you're not enjoying this out there, Schaub's has 5 Ferraris, and that's what they do. So shut the fuck up. Brioche. Daddy.
White.
Okay. Sourdough. Ben, we're 4 in.
Whole grain.
I'm going to allow it because I think it is. I'll allow it. Okay? Challah, the Jewish bread that makes the thick French toast.
Ezekiel bread.
I will. Yes.
Okay.
French bread.
Breadsticks.
I'll allow it.
Yes.
I'll allow it. Okay. I'm not thrilled with it, but I'll allow it. Ciabatta. Do you have breads up on the?
No, I don't. You could be making up breads. I don't even know if it's
I'm
real.
not making up ciabatta. They had it at Wendy's. Not making up.
The last one I have is, this one's not fair. Garlic knots.
First of all, what the fuck is wrong with you? There's more breads out there. I will accept garlic knots.
Okay.
Now you're just saying things that are made of bread, but I'll accept it.
Okay.
I was going to say like alla fungiasi, which is a great bread.
Oh, wow.
Oh, it's so nice.
Okay.
They have it at Maria in New York City. My audience has been. No? Okay. By the way, if I sold out an arena and Stephen Paddock shot it up, he'd get a Congressional Medal of Freedom. And that's just judging by the comments that you people leave. Okay? Stephen Paddock would be running against Trump right now if he shot my audience in the mouth. Kidding. We love each and every one. What was your last bread?
my last one was garlic knots, but my one this time
Now
is,
I'm gonna say alla funghiassi. Or I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right.
okay. I like the raisin bread that I get at the store has raisins in it.
You could say cinnamon raisin bread. I'll
Yeah.
do that. Okay. I'm going to say. Now it's interesting. I was going to say a roll, like onion roll, but is that a bread? I don't know if that's a bread. So to keep it fair, but a ciabatta, yeah, I'm going to go with a marble rye.
Oh, fuck.
Woo!
Fuck.
Because it's a distinctly different bread.
Is that the one from the Seinfeld episode?
I think.
Damn it. Yeah. I should have thought of that one. I'm about to lose right here.
You're really not thinking. Think of countries. A lot of countries have breads. You're not thinking.
Damn it. Can I start naming the breads at Subway?
No.
No.
I mean, I guess. But I mean, it just doesn't seem. Subway always smells like they're baking a sneaker in there. Why does the bread baking process smell like a sneaker that's been left out in the rain? What are they baking? Subway never smells good.
No.
It never even smells. That was one of the things we used to, when we did get cold and it's on a stone.
Mm-hmm.
We used to Subway with the thing we used to make fun of. We used to go, Subway, eat fresh with flies. Because there was always flies on like the white tomatoes. I'm going to give you one. Say Italian bread, dummy.
Is that one? I almost thought of that, but is that real?
Yes, dumb.
Okay, Italian bread.
Okay. You said Italian bread. Now, Ben has lost already because I've now given him.
Yeah.
So Ben has failed. But you've said Italian bread. I'm going to say, and this is not fair either. Because now I'm starting to blank, and I don't know why I'm fucking blanking. There are other breads. There's other fucking breads out there. Why am I?
Oh, I got one.
Hold on. Shut up. You'll be back in the game when I tell you. So as a bread, I am going to say, semolina bread. I'm gonna Google that to make sure that I'm not full of shit, but I'm pretty sure I'm not. Yep, semolina bread. Semolina bread. Semolina bread.
Okay. Potato bread.
Potato bread. Hold on. I know this is riveting content. Shut up. Are you thinking of breads in your fucking car or wherever you listen to this shit? You should be. This has gotten hard. I shouldn't have given Ben a lifeline and got him back in because now he's pulling things out. I could easily say like cranberry, like the cranberry bread, the peasant bread. I'm going to say peasant bread, which is a legitimate bread.
Okay.
It's a genre of bread.
I'm going to go religious. Unleavened bread.
Unleavened bread, which is matzah.
I don't know. Did you say matzah already?
I didn't say matzah.
Okay.
Keto cloud bread. Damn it. Woo! The keto kid. All right, we'll stop this. But my point is that why are Theo and Schaub making trillions of dollars doing this? They did a cheese off. We just did a bread off. Cheese is so much better.
Mm-hmm.
There are so many more cheese. You want to just go cheese real quick, rapid fire. Mozzarella.
American.
Cheddar.
Swiss.
Goat.
Shit. Buffalo. Damn
Buffalo is not a cheese.
Damn it. Blue.
Gruyere.
Gorgonzola.
Good. Roquefort.
Smoked cheddar.
There's 90 cheddars.
Oh, Munster cheese.
Stilton.
That was nice.
Yeah, Camembert. All right, we'll stop. Here's the point, folks. Realize the show is not big enough because I don't have contempt for you as an audience enough. And I've tried to entertain you. What I believe I should start doing is nothing and have contempt for you as an audience and sit here and instead of giving you unique and funny insights on the world, just start to do garbage. Just start to do boring, like, let's pass the time shit. Like that you would talk to, your buddies at a sleepover when you were in like 11th grade. You go like, hey, Ben, if you could live anywhere in the world, where would it be? I do love Theo and Brendan, and I would like to go on King Instinct. Do they have guests?
I don't think so.
Well, we're going to change that because you know what? I've had enough of the nose. I've had enough of the doors slamming in my fucking face. I'm a keto kid, and I'll get on that fucking show. A couple of pods I need to do. What happened with Your Mom's House? Here's what happened. They had me on Drew again. I was in Cincinnati. I'm like, my flight is not going to get back in time. It's going to chance it. Traffic's a fucking nightmare. I'm like, I can't do Drew. So they're like, we'll get you on again. I think that might be it. Yeah. They've had like 97 people on Your Mom's House since I've come out here. That's okay. That's okay. We're independent. We don't need it. We work for Shakeology. Are you depressed, sad, fat? Well, have we got news for you? Wait, are you doing good? No. This is not for you. Do you want to live and do you enjoy life? Well, then our product is not for you. Our product is for people with postpartum depression who are thinking of sticking their head in an oven. That's who our product is for. That's probably who this podcast is for, too. Maybe not. There are some people that enjoy this that are, I see them, I meet them at shows, and they're like, young professionals, and they're good looking. And then there are the others. The ones who dwell in darkness, What did I want to say before we get out of here? I don't know if I'm doing that double-decker tour bus around Manhattan show in November. I don't know. I'm still deciding. I may not do it. I'm not doing it as part of the New York Comedy Festival because I'm on tour with Kreischer, with Bert. So I am not doing that. And I don't know if I'm going to do it later in the month. It's very possible that I do it later in the month. It's possible that I don't. I still have to make that decision. It's a lot to do. It's a lot to get out there. Not to fly out there, but the bus rental, there's a lot. The whole thing, the weather, the this, the that, insurance, the money, the this. I do like it. I almost kind of want to do it one more time to just wrap it up and say goodbye. I may. I'm still deciding. I know many of you have reached out. You want to go on it. It's a unique experience. No one will ever do it. I mean, it's truly cool, and I like it. It's a lot of fun. I don't know if I'm going to do it, but I might. As always, live dates. Okay? I want you fuckers to come buy some tickets, tag your friends. This is like Shakeology. Side Splitters in Tampa, October 17th through the 20th. Hyenas, Fort Worth, Texas, November 14th through the 16th. Vermont Comedy Club, November 21st through the 23rd. Stress Factory, I'm going off keto in Vermont, I'll tell you that much. When I go to Vermont, I just drink maple syrup. Stress Factory, and it's not even good. It's like the sugar syrup is better. The Aunt Jemima is better. The corn syrup's better, but whatever. But it's fun to have the Stress Factory, Bridgeport, December 5th through the 7th in Connecticut. Comedy Connection, Providence, Rhode Island, December 13th and 14th. Magoobies, Timonium, Maryland. God, I love Magoobies, but that town is not fun. It's a rest stop that became a town. January 9th through the 11th. I'm having a crab cake there. Zany's, Chicago, February 5th through the 8th. This is a long run. 5th, 6th. She's still going? Oh my God, she's singing now.
What is she singing?
I don't know. Let's sing with her. I keep it juicy, juicy. I eat that lunch. He like the booty. He like it plump. Got it juicy, juicy. Ma. If you can see it from the front, you're going to see it from the back.
I put my true religion, mama. I put my ass in your face now. Come out, Zanies in Chicago. House of Comedy, Bloomington, Minnesota, April 9th through the 11th. House of Comedy, Phoenix, Arizona, May 7th through the 9th. Comic Strip, Edmonton, June 18th through the 20th. And the big one, I'm announcing this. This is the big one. Headlining Caroline's Comedy Club in New York City, March 12th through March 14th. 5 shows, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, March 12th through the 14th, Caroline's in New York City. It's going to be a big show. I'm going to fucking get great people to open for me. I'm going to put great guest spots on that show, man. It's going to be fucking killer. That show, I can promise you, is going to be great. So those are the live dates. They are all on Instagram. They're all on timdilloncomedy.com with links to ticket pages. I'm also coming to Edmonton. I think I said that. Comic Strip in Edmonton, Canada. Edmonton, Alberta, June 18th through the 20th. So I'm out there on the road. Get tickets. Show's a lot of fun. I have new 45 minutes of material. And I also, you know me, I fucking talk about all kinds of shit on stage. It's not only material, trust me. To the, to the consternation of some of my representatives. They're like, we really can't submit this tape where you just go off about the Illuminati for 10 minutes. I'm like, but the audience is laughing. They're like, yeah, but you're directly referencing networks. And I'm like, this isn't. I'm like, well, yeah, I understand that. I think in one tape I submitted, I said carpool karaoke would only be funny if they get into an accident. So they were like, yeah, we shouldn't really submit this. And you said Jimmy Fallon was chained to his desk so he didn't bite someone's tit. I'm like, is that not how that show works? I mean, I imagine that's how that show works. He's injected with things, and then he's chained to the desk. Am I wrong? Is that not how late night television works? Is he doing this of his own free will? I mean, I know he's making money, but after a while. Guess who's on Fallon tonight? Billie Eilish, our girl with a leg brace. I wonder what happened. Billie. Did you trip at Bohemian Grove? I know she's not a saint. She's probably just fucking boring. Or maybe she is. What the fuck do I know? I don't care anymore. Nobody's giving me anything. The fuck am I protecting? I'd sit down with her if she bought me lunch. She's got to buy me lunch. Bitches in arenas. I'm hawking CBD. Sit down. Explain to me why you're good. Explain to me why this is good. I'm Billie. You want me to be Billie? I'm going to be Billie Eilish right now. Okay, everybody ready? I am sad, but you high. I don't know why you are. Yeah, I wanna sacrifice a baby. Defiling innocence is the highest sacrament in the religion I am in. Ha, 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 ha. Death. That's Billie. And, what are you going to do? We're going to have a lot of fun if you come out to the shows.
We've discussed BetterHelp before, and I've been quite clear about and open and honest with the audience about, some of the controversies that BetterHelp was mired in, and my decision to continue to let them advertise on the program, because I do feel like there are people out there in the world with a sexual fetish who want to masturbate on the phone with a stranger, and that this service for a small monthly fee is the way to do that safely, and you're probably not going to lose your job. So that is a great use of the service. Now, of course, BetterHelp is intended for people that want counseling from licensed counselors, and that is also a feature that they offer. That is not the feature that I have chosen to focus on. I think we've kind of done our own thing here with the BetterHelp ads. This will kind of be our final one. But I mean, listen, this is better than nothing. If you are out there and you're desperate and you need to talk to somebody, BetterHelp is really the way to do it. I mean, a lot of people cannot afford, they don't have the health insurance, they cannot afford a counselor. A lot of them don't want to leave their house. They have anxiety. They don't want to sit in front of somebody, and they want an online counseling session anytime. You can schedule it. If you don't like your counselor, you can leave. But if you do like your counselor, and you know what I mean, this is probably a great way to masturbate on the phone while someone is talking to you and not lose your job or get arrested. BetterHelp/Tim Dillon.
I'm trying to book some dates in London over the holidays because I want to be a victim of terrorism. In the UK, I've sat down with my agent. Always said it would be really good. It would kind of get, I don't know that I'm a sympathetic figure, but I feel like if I'm plowed down in a open street market in Britain, by somebody, not hurt, but just kind of knocked off my axis, I think it might make me look a little better. But no, I'm seriously thinking about going over there, doing some shows, and then maybe shooting a special that I might distribute myself over at the Stand Comedy Club in Glasgow, which was one of my favorite rooms in the world. And I love going over there. And I haven't really been on a vacation in a long time. Like, I haven't been on a vacation. And the vacations I went on when I was a kid were okay. My parents took me to one place called the Enchanted Forest, which is, I think, up by Canada, by the border. I don't know what the fuck they were doing. They're probably trying to sell me to pedophiles who then, once they saw me, reneged. And they were like, okay, I guess we'll have to take him to the theme park now. And then I went to Disney World twice. We've talked about that ad nauseum. I went to a castle in Scotland with my dad. We talked about that. We did not take a lot of vacations as a family. It was not a thing that we did. And I don't take a lot of them now because I don't have a lot of money. And, so I would like to get over there to the UK to feel what's it about? What's going on over there? You got Brexit. You got Boris Johnson. What's the deal? Let me sink my teeth into that socio-political climate. Go and criticize their food. Get a British twink. One of them is really goth and pale. Maybe one of the Harry Potter kids who's grown up, who's now on drugs, spent most of their money. Me and Ben were watching today. We were watching you remember, if you grew up, you remember TGIF, and you had Family Matters, Step by Step, Boy Meets World, and Hanging with Mr. Cooper. Those were like the shows you would watch as a kid. Friday night, TGIF. Thank God it's Friday. And I don't know if they even have TGIF on ABC anymore. They probably don't. But those were like the shows for kids on Friday night. It was a fun...
Yeah, that ended in 2003.
That ended in 2003. Then all the kids started watching 24. They started watching Jack Bauer, torture terrorists. There's a ticking time bomb. We need to get information from this terrorist before a nuclear weapon goes off. Jack Bauer will do it. I love that very few pop culture phenomenons did more to legitimize torture than 24. 24 was cited as a reason that torture worked. People forgot that it was a show. It was a show, and people would be like, well, you don't understand. Did you see 24? And you'd go, well, that's a show. Yeah, but that's the way it happens. No. Yeah. No. Usually when you have a ticking time bomb scenario, it's too late. Okay, dum-dum? That's too late. It's not working. When the bomb is already in place and it's literally ticking, that's movie shit. That doesn't work. But I love that was a pop culture phenomenon. 24.
we're going to look back at these shows. It's going to be amazing to look back at all of and they were not even good, like all of these garbage things that made us think that the Iraq War was like a good idea. All these movies that made us think that these things were good. Well, what about Flight 93? That was a great... Dad, how did 9/11 happen? Watch Flight 93. Shut up. Will you just watch it? What? He said, let's roll. And then he killed the terrorist on the plane. And then he took that plane and he captured bin Laden. We won't even know. We won't even know what the real, because our minds will be melted by drugs and food and Adderall and Taco Bell. By the time our kids come to ask us, try to explain any event to your children. It's impossible. I mean, can you imagine 15 years? You have kids, you're trying to explain to them like the Iraq War. You're like, 19 hijackers hijacked a plane. 19 hijackers hijacked one plane. No, a lot of planes. How many planes? I don't know. And then they drove them in. They flew them into buildings at the Pentagon, and then we went to war with Afghanistan and Iraq. Why? Well, because Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction, we thought, but he didn't. And then we went to war there. How long were we at war there? 20 years. 20 years in Afghanistan and Iraq. And then what happened? Then we elected Donald Trump. How did Trump get elected? Well, he was funny. He was entertaining. And we got to a point in our country where every politician just lied to our faces very professionally. And we wanted to elect somebody who would ruin the country. We knew that was going to happen. We wanted to elect a guy where there was a very good chance he would burn everything down. And that's why we elected him. Because we thought there was a good chance that he could either turn around. Like I remember one guy was saying to me, he goes, you know what I think? Long Island guy. Long Island people never need to be asked their opinions. They always just goes, you know what I think? I think Trump's going to be the best president ever. I was like, okay. And then if you ask, it's great about Long Island, ask them a follow-up question. They go like this. You go, why do you think that? They go, watch. That's the Long Island follow-up. They go, watch. Yo, dude, that business gonna fail. Why do you say that? Watch. It's a great way to not have reasoning for whatever you're saying. Right. It's huge in Long Island. I don't know where you people grew up. Very big in Long Island. My dad would say it all the time because he used to say things that made no sense. And then he'd be like, just watch. Just watch. And then you'd watch and it wouldn't happen. And then, of course, you wouldn't bring it up to them again. It was just, they won the moment in their own head by saying watch. 6 months later, of course, that didn't happen. You know? It's just... like, hey, how did that work out for you? How's that working out for you? Shut up. Then they'd have a new thing. They'd always be onto a new thing. Mm-hmm. Monday.com. Monday.com, folks. We've talked about this. Many of you are looking to maximize the efficiency of your business. That is what you're looking to do. You don't know how to do it. It eludes you. And what Monday.com helps you do is it is a software tool that helps you organize everything going on in your business. It's intuitive, flexible, easy to stay organized and find files, creates accountability so nobody is going to be like, why did you miss the email? Why weren't you at the meeting? Why didn't you dial into the conference call? Why are you screwing up my life, Doreen? You know, this is a much easier way to avoid all of that messy drama. Some people love drama. They like gossiping and, you know, they like backbiting and they like to blame each other. That they live for that. It's something that they enjoy. It gives their meaningless lives some level of excitement. Take it away from them. Take that coffee clutch, that gossip away from them and make these people work. Make them find truly interesting things to sink their teeth into. Do not give them the gift of office drama because you know they love it. Okay? Monday.com/Tim, all lowercase. Monday.com/Tim, all lowercase letters. You will get a free 14-day trial. There's no commitment. You can check out Monday.com, see for yourself how helpful their software is. If you do not like the software, you do not have to buy it. It is a 14-day free trial, but I guarantee you, after this, it's going to work so well, you're probably going to fire most of your employees, and then they can figure out what to do with the rest of their lives and how to feed their kids because you are organized, streamlined, and you don't need them. So you kick them right into the street, and you keep going, doing what you need to do to make your business a great, efficient machine. That's why I recommend Monday.com. You're getting that 14-day free trial. And make sure you use that exact link. If you're using my link, there will be additional savings even after the free trial if you choose to sign up. So Monday.com/Tim, 14-day free trial. That, my friends, is the move. That's what you need to do.
One of the glimpses into insanity that I got, and I got a lot of them, and I've probably given many people some of them, but one of the glimpses of insanity I got that I take with me and I found to have a lot of value, comedically and otherwise, was a man named Howard. We called him Howie. Howie used to work in mortgages with me, and Howie was a small man. He was short, diminutive in stature, but he was very loud. And he talked with his hands like this. And he was who you would cast in a movie like Boiler Room. He was who you would cast in a movie like The Big Short. He was exactly the person that you imagined would occupy that type of space. He drove a BMW truck. He lived in a condo in not a great part of Long Island, but it was by the water. And he made no money at the office because he was a horrible salesman. He made the majority of his money selling cocaine. And the cocaine was not good. It was very bad cocaine. It was so bad you would do it and go, is this cocaine? That's how bad his cocaine was. But he believed in his head that he was the greatest salesman of all time. And the only other job he had before he worked at our company was he worked at a company on Wall Street that was famously, basically, it was a currency trading firm that was essentially just the bank accounts of the Russian mob. And it was, and it was legit in terms of that there was a lot of people making a lot of money, but it was also a complete and total fraud. He comes out of that company and he landed in Long Island with me. And I thought this guy was very funny because he was insane. I always loved people that the facts were irrelevant, were completely irrelevant. Like he didn't sell any mortgages and he didn't make any money from our company. But yet he would still walk around the office as if he was the CFO. Like he was the CEO. Like the guy didn't care that he wasn't, and he would say that he wasn't making money because the company sucked. Like everybody else was making money. People were making $30,000 a month. I wasn't making that, but there were people making a lot of money. And I was like a young guy, I was like 22 or 21, and maybe even younger. And Howie was just this character that liked me immediately because I spoke well and I was good on the phone. You could put me on the phone with a client. But I would listen to Howie, and the bosses would tell me, they go, don't say anything Howie says. He's a bad salesman, and we probably shouldn't even have him here because he doesn't care. But it was the facts were irrelevant to him. They didn't matter because he had a condo and he had a Beamer, and people were like, I think his parents paid for it. And people were like, I think he sells Coke to make that money. And people were like, yeah, but the Coke's horrible. Who's buying that? And we're like, good point. So nobody knew how he had any of this
money, but he didn't even have that much money, but he had enough. His friends had money. People liked to keep him around because he was crazy. I mean, he would, the company we worked for was called Franklin First. And he would call people up on the phone and say things that were so unbelievably untrue, provably untrue, baseless, that people would be like, I mean, he would call up people and you'd go, "Hi, this is Howie from Franklin First, you know, Ben Franklin." And they'd go, "What?" People didn't even know. People would be like, "Did Ben Franklin start the bank?" He'd go, "He was involved." I mean, he said once, he's like, "I'm standing in the stock exchange right now in an office overlooking the stock exchange." No, nobody even knew if that was possible. We're like, "Are there even offices on the second floor of the..." But he was calling people in like the middle of the country who had like modular homes. Like he was just, I remember once he was trying to do a deal for this woman who had a modular home, which is essentially like a double wide on a foundation. And he had like the file, and he's like, he walks to the secretary's office. He goes, "What the fuck is the problem?" That's the way he That's the way he used to talk to our secretary, Kelly, who was just a drunk, smoked Marlboro Reds. And she goes, "Lower your voice. Who the fuck are you talking to like that?" He goes, "What the fuck is a problem?" He goes, "I can't close a deal in this goddamn place." And Kelly goes, "The woman who told you it's a modular," she goes, "it's actually a double wide. So we can't do a double wide." And she'd throw the deal back at him. So then Howie would get on the phone with the woman and he'd go, "Hey, apparently it's a double wide. Is this true?" Woman goes, "No, it's a modular." And then Howie would like cover the phone and scream at the secretary and go, "It's a fucking..." And by the way, total commission on this, maybe $1,200, right? Maybe $1,200. But he's screaming. He's screaming. He's trying to cover the phone. And he goes, "It's a fucking modular. I told you that." And then he'd get back on the phone with the woman, and the woman's like, "You know, I'm looking at some of the papers, and I don't have the certified modular paper." And then Howie goes, "Well, then it's a fucking double wide." And Howie goes, "We don't do double wides. You're wasting my fucking time." And then he'd slam the phone down, and then he'd just walk out of and he'd start going like this with his hands. And he would just start, screaming, and then he'd just walk out of the office. He goes, "Nobody has any fucking money." And everyone was making money. Everybody had, but it was funny. People thought it was funny. It was like a good breakup of the day. Mm-hmm. I remember I was at his house doing blow with him once, and he goes, "I want to move to Santo Domingo because they treat you like a fucking person." I'm like, I don't even know. I just started laughing. I was like, I don't even know what that means. But he was so bad at sales. Like, he didn't know any of the programs. He didn't know how to sell anybody on anything. And he would just try to refinance people that lived in like boats. He didn't care, but I just started thinking about him because I'm like, the facts were so unimportant to him. Like, if you sat down with him and you showed him, like, you're like, "Listen, buddy, you've closed no loans. You've made no money." He would spit in your face. Like, he'd be like, "You know, fucking," he's like, "You think I'm making money here? Because if I was waiting to make money here, I'd be fucking dead. Are you fucking nuts? Nobody can make any money here." The bosses would be like, "Everyone is making money. Everybody is making money." But he was just completely unhinged. I mean, he did, and I've told the story before, but he did one of the craziest things ever, where he sat down at a closing and he said the APR, which is the annualized percentage rate, which is the cost of what the mortgage costs you with all the financing included into it. He literally looked somebody straight in the face and went, they go, "Why is the APR rate higher than the contract rate, the note rate, whatever?" And the answer is, well, it's because it includes the cost of financing. So, but instead of saying that, he said, "Well, that's the average person rate. And you're better than average. So we gave you a lower one." And the closing attorney called my company and goes, "This guy is out of control. We can't even..." But the amount of times that he would try to refinance a modular home and then find out it's a double wide. Because this is a guy that talked big, steakhouses, money, coke. Right. And then he was just trying to refinance homes that people could get in and drive away. And then he would find, because to be a modular home, like you'd hear him on the phone, he's like, yeah, we do modulars. Do you have the modular certification? And then somebody said to him, they're like, what are you, a mobile home specialist? He goes, will you shut the fuck up? I'm on the phone with a client. And he'd be like, do you have the modular paper? Can you please bring me the modular?
Oh.
I mean, but it got me thinking, what we were talking about earlier in the show is like, there are people that you'll meet in life where the statistics, the facts, the real story, what's actually happening, have no interest to that. It's like they feel about reality the way I feel about astrology. I know like a little about it and I don't really care. I see it occasionally in a magazine briefly. And I'm like, oh, that's interesting. That's the way a lot of people feel about reality. That's the way Howie, there was this guy, Uncle Mike, that used to work there, and he was like the older guy. You got to realize, all of this is a company started by a 24-year-old who used to sell drugs, and his lawyer was like, we can't get you off if you get popped again. You got to sell something else. So he discovered mortgages, and he started making like $90,000 a month because all the guys that got kicked out of stocks went into mortgages. And I was like a young kid, and I went in, and I was just on the phone, getting applications, handing them off, making a few bucks here and there, part-time college. I hadn't gone full in yet. I hadn't quit college and bought the house and did all that. But I remember going into this office, and there was an older guy who drove a Honda Civic, this guy Mike. And Mike was the guy who owned the company. I don't want to say his name. I don't want to say everybody's name. But the guy who owned the company, his uncle was like the guy that was supposed to be the office manager, the HR guy, human resources. And he was a respectable guy that was lured out of some version of corporate America, but he drove a Civic. So Howie would be like... Howie would just be like Mike would try to talk to Howie about Howie's like behavior in the office, but Howie didn't respect him because he drove a Civic, and he just clearly was like, didn't have a lot of money. And nobody knew how Howie had money, but he had some money. So Howie's just like, I'm got a guy in his Civic. He goes, I got a homeless guy telling me how to behave in this office. He goes, I mean, I don't understand. He goes, how does this office work? You have a vagrant telling me how to conduct myself in the boardroom. He used to call the office the boardroom, by the way. I mean, it's like, if anything could have been less of a boardroom, it was this. Mm-hmm. We gave the guy who delivered, there was a deli called Sujan's where this Asian guy would make sandwiches. He answered, go, hey, Sujan. And you go, hi, Sujan. And I go, hi, can I get cracked pepper, turkey, ham, lettuce, tomato, mayonnaise, cracked pepper on a Hero, macaroni salad, Nestle Quick. Talk about a lunch that'll take you out of the game. Sujan go, yeah, okay. And then he would send the Spanish guy that we called Eddie, who knew what his real name was. It was Eddie. So Howie, swear to God, hired Eddie to start calling Spanish leads. Okay? Howie was like, the reason that I'm not making money is I can't speak different languages. Everybody's like, no, the reason is you don't even know what you're saying. You sound like a crazy person. And the only people that will talk to you are people that have like modular. I will say this about Howie. Funnest person, maybe top 3 funnest people I've ever spent any time with. Okay? I mean, he walked into the Christmas party, coked out of his face. It was like a beautiful like catering hall. Not beautiful, but whatever. Long Island. And he goes, he walks in, he looks, he takes a quick look around and goes, oh, good. A shithole. And then just kept walking. Just keeps getting drunk on free booze. He goes, oh, good, a shithole. But he hired this Spanish guy. 3 days later, the Spanish guy starts crying in the office. We're like, Eddie, what's wrong? Howie gets him to quit his job delivering food at Sujan's Deli. Howie gets him to quit his job. He's like, I'm not working. I have no money. Howie not give me nothing, man. He give me nothing. And like, so Uncle Mike had to call Howie, and he goes, you can't do this. We never hired this guy. Howie's like, I don't have to run my decisions by you. Mike's like, you absolutely do. You 100% do. You don't know who this guy is. You have him in here calling leads. He's now crying. He's upset. You got him to quit his job. He has no money. He has a daughter. Howie goes, I didn't tell him to have a daughter. He has a daughter. But this is the type of stunts that he would pull. Mm-hmm. This guy was bawling, this poor guy. We went over to him. We're like, we're sorry, man. People are giving him money. Howie's standing outside smoking a cigarette. We're like, your guy you hired is crying. Howie's like, well, whatever works. Is he doing it on the phone, trying to sell leads? We're like, no, he's having a breakdown because you're not paying him and you got him to quit his job. Howie's like, well, smoking cigarettes, well, he used to do that a lot ago. Sociopath. Just crazy. I mean, the guy was bonkers, but so much fun that, like, it's hard to describe how much fun he was. And a guy like that, you're like, oh, he couldn't even do that much damage to anyone because he could barely sell anything.
Right.
So, like, as much as you'd want to blame someone like that for the financial crisis, he's maybe the most innocent person in the building because he didn't sell anything. He was just selling cocaine to people that would have bought cocaine anyway. In that mortgage office, 2 people died of an overdose in the time that I worked there. 2. One of them was a friend of mine who I really liked. He died, and we all went to his funeral. It was fucking crazy. And he died, and then a secretary also died, and the guy who sold my friend the drugs worked in the company. So then he had to leave and go somewhere else. It was kind of like wild. It was a wild time. I don't know how many of you have worked in that type of environment. Probably not many, but it was fucking crazy, dude. And we start, I still remember that, having to go to the funeral, having to go into work, and, his parents being there, his sister, going into his desk, seeing his desk. It was very, very hard. And this guy was a great guy who died. And it was like sad. It was it would ripped everybody up in the office. It tore everybody up. And the guy that sold him the fucking drug, like, was in the office. So it was like, it was a crazy time to exist in this space. So that guy could, like, never go back because people wanted to kill him. This guy's friends were like, we're going to kill this guy. You shouldn't have sold him that, And I mean, of any situation that I've ever worked in, that first company that I did mortgages in was the craziest group of people. Forget comedy for a second. Just let's talk about the real world being out there. The amount of people that were assembled in that office were some of the wildest people and the craziest people. There was a guy in that office. There were so many people in that office. But there was a guy in that office. And I mean, I can't say names, but I wish I could, because these people's names are so perfect and you immediately start to understand who they are if I said their names, but I can't say their names. But there was a guy in the office who was an older guy. He used to wear like a button-down shirt with like it was like down to here, and just like his chest hair out. And it was just like, no, everybody was like, what the fuck is this guy doing? And he was like this Italian guy. His name was Jim something. And think of an Italian food dish that you like. Chicken cacciatore. Call him Jim Cacciatore. Same thing. And he would call people up, and he didn't know anything. So like every 2 seconds on the phone, he'd have to go, hold on 1 second. And he'd put them on hold, and he'd go, what's the deal with this? And they would go, just get their info and call him back. And then he'd go back on and go, yeah, I think the 30-year loan is the best loan for you to take. Well, there's a few reasons for that. Hold on. Why? Why are they taking it? So like on the other end of the phone, you just would put on hold, because he knew he didn't know anything. He didn't even know what a mortgage was. He had no idea what was going on. Like, and every 2 seconds he'd have to stop and he'd have to ask somebody. And eventually people were like, listen, fucker, just, generalize. But, I mean, there was a lot of wild people in that office. I will go through them one by one day on a podcast. I tried to pitch a show that was not that office, but another office that I worked in, which was sadder because it was 2009 and the market had crashed. So it was sadder and therefore funnier, the 2009 office. But the office that I worked in 2005, 2006, was the height of insanity, the height of crazy, the height of drugs, the height of it was the height of my drug use. It was when I would take a morphine, like somebody hand me a pill, they'd be like, and I'd be like, what is this? They'd be like, it's morphine. I would take a morphine pill and get into my Oldsmobile 88, which barely worked. Like I would hit the brakes sometimes and the whole car would stop. And I was on morphine. And I'm like, oh boy. Like starting it again, getting it going, and then I'd have to continue to drive home. But legitimately, and that's when the coke came back heavy. The coke came back super heavy. And I owed money. One time I owed people thousands of dollars, just cocaine. And I would just sniff a line of cocaine. And then I would just call people on the phone and be like, hey, how are you? This is Tim Dillon with Franklin First. How's everything going? And then I would, try to pitch them and everything and just do more cocaine and more cocaine. It was bad. It got to a point where I forget where I was living at that time. I was living in a windowless basement apartment in Massapequa, Long Island, doing cocaine. And then I moved into another apartment in Long Beach, which I barely lived in. And I was doing cocaine there. It was this, and then I finally bought that house. But the drug regimen was strong. And it was a lot of late nights at that guy Howie's house, just sitting there, listening to him go crazy. Sometimes his coke was better than others. If he was doing it with you, it was okay. If he was selling it to you, it was horrific. And then we'd go out as a company. We'd get in this little limo, this little shitty old limo. I would drive into the city, and then we'd go to these nightclubs. And then, these goons would party, and we'd just dance and drink with chicks and do coke. And then the boss of our company just punched this guy once. So then we all got kicked out. It was just like that type of event. Or we'd go to this place, Mirage in Long Island. And Mirage was like this, it was this massive mega club right in the middle of Long Island. And it was like, Gold Digger just come out and all these crazy songs. Everybody would just dance and do blow and drink. And it was just a True Religion jeans and a lot of cocaine. And it was like, you couldn't have, if you had gone into any of those clubs, you would go, oh, everyone in here deserves a financial crisis. Like, you deserve it. There's not too many clubs you could walk in where you wouldn't feel like that, by the way. But there's something about those Long Island people that are so confident. They're so self-assured. They know what's going on. Watch. Just watch. This is the way it's going to work. Do you have any facts? Watch. There's something about seeing those people have a good time and really just drink and get loose where you want that. You want like something horrible to happen. You like sit there and you look at these people and they're getting away with it, all their ignorance, all their idiocy, and they're dancing around. And you go, I just kind of want a crisis, a financial crisis to just kind of thin this herd. At least there'll be less of them. At least there'll be less people dancing in this warehouse if we thin it out, But it was some of the, and I wonder where those people are right now. I don't wonder like I'll ever try to get in touch with them. Not that much. I don't wonder that much. But I do wonder what happened to some of them because some of those people probably ended up in jail. I heard that guy ended up in jail, Howie. I could be wrong. Some of those people maybe ended up, doing too many drugs and dying. I heard a few other people if you could do a tally of how many people are still alive from that period of my life or how many people from that office died, it would be high. it would be very, very. You look like you were going to ask a question. Were you not?
No.
Okay, you had a face. It would be an uncomfortably high number of people that died. I went to 2 or 3 funerals in that era of people. One was a car accident, but a lot of that was brought on by. One was the OD in the office, and then there was this other one. But it was just fucking tough.
This podcast is supported by Wix.com. There's a better way to build websites for your clients. With Wix, harness the latest web technology and innovative design tools. Publish at a click. Make edits fast. Your clients will enjoy enterprise-grade security and automatic web hosting. Okay? Use industry-leading SEO and powerful marketing tools to drive traffic to other sites. Get started on your next client website today. Go to Wix.com/GTH1. Wix.com/GTH1. Scale your web business. I'm sitting on the toilet of a Hilton in Houston, Texas, and I'm telling you right now, if you do not have a website in this fucking world, you're over. Curtains. You're done. Okay? So what you need to do is set up a website with Wix. You can't afford anything else right now, and you don't need anything else. They are professional sites. You can use them to market yourself, get yourself out there. Many of you are fucking gold. You're just gold. But you haven't been discovered. You're sitting in a riverbed. Somebody needs to, pick you up and then shake that little tin and then go, oh, that's gold. I'm just remembering a scene from the movie White Fang. But the point is, you're gold. Some of you are platinum. Some of you are like moon rocks. We don't even know how good you are. But if you get a website using Wix, we are going to be rocking and rolling. The only reason that many of you are not as successful as you want is many of you, it's your brain, but a lot of you, it is that you do not have a Wix website. Your website looks like shit, or you don't have one, or you're relying simply on social media, which does not make you look professional. Everybody has a social media account. People's dogs and cats have them. You need to have a website that makes you look like a business. A business has a website. Are you a business or are you a fucking fraud? Even frauds have websites. Let me take that back. Are you a business or are you nothing? Because the only thing that doesn't have a website is nothing. Wix.com GTH1. I'll say that again. Wix.com/GTH1. That's the way to do it. I have to now get ready. I'm on the road with Bert. We've had a great fucking week. Go get a Wix site. Start your journey to prosperity.
It's very, very tough to watch these stories about people that are on opioids and taking pills, and it's very, very tough. I mean, it's brutal. It rips families apart, and it's just fucking, dude, it's an epidemic. It's a disease, and then you have this family, the Sackler family, that owns OxyContin, trying to bribe people to say that it's not addictive, God love them. It's brutal, man. And I did a few of those pills. I did Oxys a few times, which wasn't my thing. I ended up just scratching myself. I liked a Percodoodle, a Vicodin, but even that wasn't my thing. You just scratch yourself, you get euphoria. I mean, I loved Percocet in the morning. Percocet in the morning, you get in your car, you take 2 Percocet, you get 2 eggs over medium bacon and cheese, salt, pepper, ketchup on a roll, and you get a double latte from Starbucks, and you just drive to work with that. And then you fart and you'll kill yourself by the fart of all of those things. You'll literally just kill yourself in the car. But I would drive to work and I would smoke 7 cigarettes, and the perky high is great. And then you're at work and you start itching and you're like, it sucks, and you always felt strung out. That was never my fucking jam. But I saw a lot, a kid that I went to school with OD'd. And we ended up going to his funeral. That was the 3rd funeral I went to. There's a lot of people out there, dude, there are drug counselors, people who've spent years in drug counseling addicts, and they go to funerals every month because they know that. So if you're out there, if you're listening to the show and you do anything like that, get help, because you cannot kick that alone. Gary Vee isn't going to help you kick it. It's not getting a positive attitude. Go to a rehab, go to a program if you can. I know with insurance it's shitty, but I know a lot of people that die. It's not something that people recover from. It's not like falling out of ketosis, getting back into keto. Oh, I had a biscuit. Uh-oh. That's not this. This is a major problem. And when I look at the height of my drug use, the height of it was in, I would say, 2006, 2007, when I was just a worthless drug addict, like totally worthless, completely incapable of functioning without not only drugs, but the idea that there would be drugs if I did this and that. I'm like, well, I'll be able to get high if I complete these tasks. I'll be able to get fucked up. And dude, what kept me alive is that I didn't mix drugs. I was kind of a pussy. When I drank, I drank. When I did coke, I did coke. People always thought that was so weird. When I did pills, I did pills. I didn't drink and do pills. I did not mix drugs. And I was a purist. But I think that's what kept me alive. I think if there's anything that kept me alive, it was luck, maybe some form of genetics, and fucking the idea that I just didn't really mix a lot of those drugs. Because you see when these SoundCloud rappers, and I am dating Little Xan, when these SoundCloud rappers, unfortunately, a lot of them die because they mix.
Mr. Zuckerberg, as the CEO of Facebook, you're aware of my Aunt Phyllis. Her profile picture is an American eagle in a Blue Lives Matter shirt. You're aware, correct?
Yes.
Let me call your attention to something Phyllis recently posted on your site. She wrote, "Either everyone can say the N-word or nobody can. I vote for everyone." You have any comment on that?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Reclaiming my time, Phyllis's brother recently got engaged to a woman of Libyan descent, and Phyllis commented on the engagement post, "Even my own brother marrying a goat fucker."
I don't know the answer to that off the top of my head.
Are you aware that last Thanksgiving, my Aunt Phyllis took a particularly dangerous cocktail of Chardonnay and Percocet and went on your site and claimed to be QAnon?
I think lying is bad.
Claiming my time, let me just call your attention to one final thing, Mr. Zuckerberg. Recently, Phyllis posted a recipe for her holiday cake, which she clearly stole, and the only caption was Heil Hitler.
It depends on the context that it shows up.
Some other things Aunt Phyllis has posted. "In my day, kids shoveled snow. They didn't cut their dicks off to spite Christ." As a sacrifice temple, there's not a lot of cities you can work. This is one of the only cities. The problem is a lot of these people already have sacrifice temples they've been using for years. So to break into it at this point is very hard. You act like you don't remember me. I remember you. Last July, we had a lot of fun. Come on. He knows. So I'm also trying to get into entertainment. I'm trying to do that. Has anybody else's boss also killed himself? It's like fucking weird, Listen, this is like the next phase of my life. I didn't expect this to happen. I thought I would work until retirement, but now I'm fucking, I'm out here in LA trying to break in entertainment. This is my dream. I always wanted to be a stand-up comedian. Even when Hillary Clinton was slicing the throats of children, I said, I just want to make people laugh. My owner is dead-ish, wherever he fucking is. He's not using me anymore. The other day I was out and I saw the Scientology Celebrity Center and this motherfucker didn't even say hello to me. Bitch, you know who I am. You fucking know who I am. I've had just as many celebrities inside of me as you. Okay? Fucking clown, and everybody thinks we're both fucking pervs and weirdos. Okay? Everybody's like, it wasn't always sacrifice. Sometimes it was music night. You think I control what goes on? No, I get hired for a job like everybody else. People do what they're gonna fucking do. I'm like a bouncy castle for satanic pedophiles. You know? That's not all I want to be. Finally just got headshots. Meeting with a manager. Don't know how it's going to work. Don't expect anything. Somebody told me to start a podcast. I mean, I guess it's not a bad idea. But this is where it's at now, you know? Kefir used to look at me, used to say, one day I'm going to be gone and shit's going to be different. And you know what? He was fucking right. It's Disney Plus time! Do you want Coco, Mickey? Oh, get out of there! Oh! Disney's been my favorite since I'm a child, and I'm still a child at heart. I'm 48 years old. I eat the whipped cream first. When the app wasn't working, my wife started having a panic attack and she fell on the kitchen floor and she started turning kind of like a purple color because she couldn't breathe. But I liked it because it reminded me of Ursula. We're never going to let our childhood end. Right, Flounder? We ask our local pizzeria if they could make the pizzas in the shape of Mickey Mouse ears, you know, but they'll call the police if they see our number on the caller ID. Everybody's mad about politics. I'm voting for Mickey. That's who I'm voting for. I'm voting for Mickey. I told my wife that I'm excited to have children, but she'll probably have to do it with another man's semen because the one time I came, it hurt. And I said, I'm not doing that again. So I'm really excited to show another man's children Disney World.
You don't like Bloomberg?
I don't like Bloomberg? Not really.
Why not?
Why do you like Bloomberg?
He's Jewish. He decided that, okay, here are these homosexual people. Here are these people.
Hold on. Wait, hold on. Hey, shut up. I want to hear it. What did Bloomberg do with gay people that you're good? Did he kill them? Is he helping them?
Beyond being a Jewish boy, what Trump says, oh, little Michael, a Jewish boy.
He's Jewish, but what does that have to do with anything?
Well, here's the thing.
Shut up!
Here's the thing.
Stupid cunt! Shut up!
He almost died. That everybody thought that might have been another guy. Beyond listen.
Dude, this is I will vote for Bloomberg if you're in his cabinet. By the way, let me tell you something right now. This is how drunk you have to be to want to vote for Bloomberg. This is how fucked up you have to be. She is like mid-overdose right now. She's like, the Jewish boy, homosexual Bloomberg. She is so fucked up. All right, thank you. You made a lot of good points. Listen, you know, everybody's walking around in this city just on the edge of that. And by the way, she still had the best argument for Bloomberg that I've ever heard. What's your profession?
I'm an executive assistant.
You're an executive assistant, yeah. You've earned this. You earned this tonight. She just wants to go out and throw back a few vodka sodas and yell about the Jews. And you know what? If the secretary can't have a mental breakdown and yell about the Jews, then why even have a country? Good night, everybody. God bless. Good luck.